Chapter 1. The Universal Maritime Survival Game. Welcome to the Universal Maritime Survival Game. Next, you shall spend the remainder of your lives upon the sea. Fear not, for any ailments or disabilities you may possess will be healed by this system, granting you a relatively equitable starting point. You are free to navigate the ocean, pursuing whatever endeavors you desire. Whether you become a nameless drifter or a figure of great renown depends solely upon your own choices. The sea offers boundless possibilities, but there is but one thing you must heed. Keep moving forward, lest you be overtaken by the encroaching black mist. The current speed of the black mist is 10 knots. A peculiar voice reverberated within his mind. Young, he awakened to find himself sprawled upon an aged bed. As he attempted to rise, the dust that was stirred up caused him to cough violently. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered himself in a narrow, dimly lit, dilapidated dwelling. Not far away lay a table, upon which rested a desiccated skeleton, its left hand clutching a rusted flintlock pistol, with a significant portion of its skull having vanished. Suggesting a demise by suicide, what is this? Yang refrained from displaying fear, and instead gazed at his emaciated hands in astonishment. Remarkably, he had managed to stand. This was nothing short of miraculous. Just moments prior, Yang had been a bedridden patient. Yet now he had inexplicably regained his health. Diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at the tender age of 12, he had succumbed to complete paralysis by 20. Nevertheless, he had not forsaken his life. He had continued to play games and live stream using his mouth, sustaining himself until the age of 25. Accustomed to horror games, he exhibited little reaction to the motionless skeletal remains. What that voice said is indeed true. Yang mused aloud, casting his gaze out the window. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean, occasionally stirred by waves. Simultaneously, the peculiar voice resonated once more, its gender indiscernible. You should all be aware of your current location. Indeed, you are all upon the sea, each separated by more than 500 nautical miles, and you shall not encounter one another in the short term. Nearby, you should find a small booklet entitled Navigational Log. It contains numerous useful functions that will facilitate seamless communication among you. You will soon discover its utility. As for other information, it will be communicated to you through announcements in due course, so stay tuned. The voice faded away. Yang lowered his gaze to find a small booklet resting on the bed, inscribed with the words Navigational Log. Its black cover no larger than the palm of his hand. It radiated a faint glow, as if beckoning him to open it. He picked it up and opened it. The first page contained the rules. 1. No one may board your vessel without permission. 2. The possessions on your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you have perished. 3. Every ship is equipped with an unbreakable grappling hook. Boldly reach for drifting items. 4. You must upgrade and reinforce your vessel to ensure it appears sufficiently safe. 5. Exercise caution at night. Beware of the fog. Should you be ensnared by the black mist behind you, death awaits. 6. This manual is soul-bound, allowing you to peruse it within your mind. On the sea, one shall never feel solitude. This booklet felt akin to skin as Yang leafed through it. The second page contained the weather report of the day, which he chose to overlook for the moment. The third page displayed his status information. Yang state, healthy, a large, human silhouette adorned with green. The average attributes for an adult are rated at 5 and can be enhanced through rigorous training up to 10. A score of 10 represents the pinnacle of mortal capabilities. Strength, 3050. Mental fortitude, 7108,000. A higher mental fortitude enhances rational resistance and accelerates recovery speed. Agility, 40100. Constitution, 3050. Perception, 50200. Rationality, 100100. Should rationality fall below 50, madness ensues below. May 30th lead to suicidal thoughts below 10. Vitality, 100100. If vitality drops below 50, drowsiness sets in. Below May 30th result in fainting. Health, 100100. Talent, Iron Will. You are indomitable. Mental maximum 1. You shall retain at least 1 point of rationality and will not succumb to suicide. A significant drop in rationality 50 or below shall plunge you into madness. After perusing the attribute interface, Yang, he felt a modicum of reassurance. The experience required for low attributes was minimal. Thus, pursuing enhancements would not prove overly arduous. He continued to flip through the pages until he stumbled upon the chat channel. The channel was divided into World Chat, Regional Chat, and Private Chat. Currently, the World channel was the most vibrant, with a continuous stream of voices. Is anyone there? What on earth is happening? I was just in the loo, and before I knew it, I was on this ship. Am I the only one here? Does anyone have a phone to call the police? Do you know who my father is? Perhaps your father is here as well. Son, is it you? Stop with the nonsense. My broken arm has miraculously healed. I can feel pain. This is not a dream. The online counts surged into the billions, suggesting that everyone had been drawn into this predicament. Yang refrained from hastily interjecting, opting instead to observe the chat messages and gather potential intelligence. Each individual was limited to sending 10 messages in the World channel daily. Exceeding this limit required the expenditure of C-Conch coins, 100 coins per message. Yang was uncertain of what these C-Conch coins entailed, nor did he possess any at the moment. After a quarter of an hour, the cacophony of messages gradually dwindled, and the conversation began to gain substance. Do your manuals also contain 7 rules? Seeking allies, is there a team to join? The distance is too great, and without coordinates, collaboration is impossible. We should share information and assist one another. Have you all inspected the ship? I discovered an item. Accompanying this was the item information. Name, Bloodied Harpoon. Type, Relic. Quality, good item levels. Ordinary, good, fine, rare, exceptional, heroic, master. Description, extremely sharp, capable of inflicting minor damage to aberrations, provoking their wrath. Caution, using relics carries the risk of diminishing rationality. Then, the World channel erupted with fervor. What is eating all? Are there monsters in this world? I found nothing, only a little fresh water, bread, and vegetables in the cabin. You have vegetables? I only have sausages that... TC. Vegetables are far rarer than meat. What about your ship? Is it large? Mine is over 100 meters long, quite massive. What? My ship is only 10 meters. The person quickly sent the ship's details. Steel Heart, Level 1, Durability 50005000, Capacity 8,000 units, Speed 5 knots. Ship Skill, Full Firepower. Increases cannon firing speed to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple Shot Harpoon. Can penetrate and latch onto an object. Description, its speed may not be fast, but you best be swift. Damn, this game is utterly unfair. His ship has cannons at level 1. Special ships have skills. Mine is entirely bare. I want to reset. Is there a premium shop? I have plenty of money. Are you all fools? His ship speed is only 5 knots, slower than the Black Mist. Right, the Black Mist is 10 knots. He's doomed. Aha! At that moment, an announcement popped up. Nautical announcement. All of you start differently. Ships, onboard items, personal talents, and starting positions are determined based on your character and experiences. Descent is unwelcome. Who believes that? There must be some behind-the-scenes manipulation. Some start with weapons, while I only have food. While others hoard rations, I hoard guns. They are my granary. Is it possible that those with cannons will encounter monsters nearby? While you want. Yang closed the log and began rummaging through the room. He discovered the flintlock pistol in the skeleton's hand was an item. Name, water-damaged rusty flintlock type. Relic quality. Fine description. Once a masterpiece, but severely corroded from prolonged water exposure. It has only a 50 chance of firing and can deal moderate damage to Vimo. This gun requires no bullets. The auto-reload time is 1 minute, with a capacity of 1. Fine equipment? Yang's expression turned serious. As the announcement stated, starting conditions are fair. If he obtained this gun, does that not imply a hellish beginning? He pushed aside the skeleton on the table and discovered a piece of paper concealed beneath it, rotten but with some barely legible words. There are no supplies on the ship. I can only attempt fishing. Today luck was favorable. I caught a tiger grouper, enough to last 2 days. I caught an antique pistol, although it sounded strange. It appears quite valuable. The remainder was stained with blood, with only the last line visible. How could such a thing exist in the sea? Yang frowned slightly after reading it and rose from the captain's quarters. Outside was the deck corridor, and he raised his head to scrutinize his vessel. Chapter 2. The Phantom Ship Nightmare. Nightmare, Level 1, Durability 300, Capacity, 400 units. Speed, 40 knots. Ship skill, Nightmare. Sleeping on the ship induces nightmares, reducing energy recovery efficiency by 75. The curse of the angler. This vessel is cursed, incapable of catching ordinary fish. Synopsis. This ship has drifted upon the seas for centuries, finally encountering its new master. Upon perusing the vessel's details, Yang Yi's expression darkened considerably. This ship was a ghost ship, its exterior encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, suggesting it had not been cleaned for countless years. The deck was damp, creaking ominously underfoot. Having played numerous horror games, he instinctively sensed that such a setting likely harbored lurking monsters. Fortunately, after a thorough search, he could find no other animate entities aboard. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to engage in a thrilling confrontation with inexplicable creatures right at the outset. He familiarized himself with the ship's layout. It was approximately 12 meters in length, comprising the helm, captain's quarters, deck, and cargo hold. The helm was elevated at the bow, providing an unobstructed view. Behind it lay the captain's quarters, furnished modestly with a bed and basic amenities. Further back was the ship's atrium, dominated by a towering mast, while the stern housed the cargo hold, leading into the ship's innards for storage purposes. Upon inspecting the cargo hold, Yang Yi found it utterly barren, devoid of even insects, with only a damp, musty odor assailing his senses. His initial supplies amounted to zero. After all, this ghost ship had drifted for an indeterminate number of years. If it had provisions, that would indeed be peculiar. Yang Yi opened the logbook, continuing to browse the world channel to glean insights from other players' discoveries. The discussions predominantly revolved around individuals showcasing their vessels. While most were ordinary ships, there were some exceptional ones that stood out. Swift Gale, Level 1. Durability 800, 800. Capacity 500 units. Speed 70 knots. Ship skill, Riding the Wind. Increases ship speed by 100 for 5 minutes. Description, you won't even catch a whiff of its exhaust. Trust me, this appeared to be the fastest ship currently available. Other unremarkable vessels, based on their size, boasted speeds ranging from 30 to 40 knots. Larger ships generally exhibited higher durability, albeit slower speeds. Yang Yi's Nightmarish was considered to possess above-average speed. Cherry Blossom, Level 1. Durability 1000, Capacity 1,000 units. Speed 35 knots. Fortune Radiance. The cherry blossom tree aboard emits an evolving aura, occasionally altering crew attributes, potentially triggering evolution. Description. May the crew retain their humanity. This information momentarily silenced the world channel. My ship is formidable. I feel as though I'm evolving. WRYYY? Are you sure that's not mutation? Cherry Blossom. I advise you to sail faster and avoid crossing paths with me, or I'll surely aim my cannon right at your backside. The speaker was the Iron Will, having dispelled his anonymity to reveal his ship's name, accompanied by a screenshot from the logbook. IT was an ironclad warship, armed to the teeth, boasting no fewer than 20 cannons on either side, its firepower maximized. Yet, the realization that its speed was a mere 5 knots sent the crowd into fits of laughter. Shut up. Just survive until tomorrow to talk. Damn it. Just you wait. The following words were a barrage of meaningless insults, many of which were obscured. It seems that in different languages, the system translates everything into one's native tongue. Yang Yi silently typed, "Count me in." He then continued scrolling up, finally discovering intriguing information. Have you tried fishing? Be quiet. I'm fishing. Now that I've realized I can fish, I suddenly don't want to go back. I fish once a week and catch enough for the whole week. I just set up my fishing spot. Your boat is moving. What fishing spot are you talking about? Are you foolish? Damn. If you had spoken earlier, I would have adjusted my black bread. Guess what? I caught a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches. Yang Yi's eyes brightened. Catching freshwater would be advantageous. His boat also had a fishing rod lying on the deck. Name, barnacle-covered moldy fishing rod. Type, tool relic. Quality, good. Description, reduces the probability of catching normal fish, slightly increases the chance of catching unknown objects. Believe me, you won't like what it catches. This unknown object likely includes freshwater. Yang Yi deduced. However, before he could start fishing, he needed to adjust the boat's heading and speed. Currently, He had no specific destination and planned to proceed in the default direction, moving forward at full speed that in the distance, shrouded in darkness, lay the boundary of the black mist. Thus, moving forward was undoubtedly the right choice. Controlling the boat was remarkably simple. Requiring no technical skills, it was all magic. He merely had to grip the helm to effortlessly change the boat's direction. He could also adjust the boat's speed and utilize onboard equipment like grappling hooks. Overall, the experience was akin to the sailing games he had played, even simpler than driving, a seamless integration of man and vessel. The helm was located at the bow, allowing players to steer while constantly observing the surface of the sea ahead. Without this feature, it would be nearly impossible for one person to operate the boat. As for propulsion, He glanced at the mast, where a few tattered rags hung symbolically. He resolved not to ponder this matter further and focused instead on collecting floating debris. Rottenwood 1. Rottenwood 1. Ragged Cloth 1. Rottenwood 1. The maritime log's activity records continually popped up with new messages. This gameplay resembled that of a gold miner, except the targets were dynamic. Once items were captured, they were converted into resources and stored in the cabin, accessible for review in the log. Each piece of rotten wood had a chance of being converted into a unit of timber, while ragged cloth became a unit of fabric. He calculated briefly the probability was less than 10. To obtain 1 unit of timber, one would need to catch approximately 10 pieces of rotten wood. If one consciously targeted better quality debris, the probability would increase. He collected over 100 pieces of floating debris, ultimately yielding 5 units of timber and 3 units of fabric, taking 3 hours in total inefficiency of sorts. However, it was a skillful endeavor. As proficiency increased, efficiency would improve. The timber and fabric can be utilized to enhance the ship's hull. Yi's vessel requires the following materials to ascend to level 2. 200 units of timber, 100 units of fabric, and the captain's remains. He is already aware of what these remains are, undoubtedly the bones from the captain's quarters. Thus, the bones cannot be discarded. Collecting such a substantial amount of timber and fabric will conservatively take over a week. This is merely a level 1 ship. As the levels increase, upgrading will likely become even more arduous. However, it is rather peculiar that upgrading a ship necessitates remains. He suddenly realized that the materials required for upgrading special ships might differ somewhat. He promptly accessed the chat channel for inquiries and discovered that this was indeed the case. The materials necessary for upgrading a basic ship are fewer in number. They merely require 100 units of timber and 50 units of fabric, with no need for any remains at all. As for the vessel named Iron Will, it astonishingly requires iron for its upgrade. Damn, where in this vast ocean can I find iron? Upgrading is futile. It is well known that iron sinks. It will only rest at the ocean's floor. Fishermen can catch anything. I just reeled in a unit of iron. I am buying iron at a premium. Whoever provides me with iron shall be my underling. Fool, you should worry about surviving until tomorrow. The black mist is closing in on you. So it's the Sakura, is it? Don't you dare remain anonymous. Just wait until I catch you. He closed the log, realizing that special ships do not come without their disadvantages. The difficulty in upgrading could easily leave him lagging behind in levels. He picked up his fishing rod, preparing to fish. Chapter 3. Is this what you call fish? Today's weather, the sky is clear with not a cloud in sight. It is an ideal day for fishing. Location: the Origin Sea, remaining sunshine. 5 hours temperature, 12 to 20 sea wind force. Level 1. He inhaled deeply, glancing at his status. Rationality: 100 energy. 9100. He utilized the journal's rudimentary synthesis function to craft a simple spear from 5 pieces of wood, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. He also secured a flintlock pistol at his waist. Once he hooked a giant fish, he might need to employ physical means to subdue it. As for bait, he had verified in his journal that fishing here did not require any. It was likely a gift from the system. However, using bait could enhance his fishing efficiency. With all preparations complete, it was time to fish. He cast his line, the hook tracing an arc before plunging into the sea. While he was not particularly adept at fishing, he had ample time to learn. 15 minutes passed, and the bobber showed no signs of movement. He opened the world channel to see what others had caught, seeking some psychological preparedness. How do you know I hooked a fish? 100 cm. accompanied by a photo of a large bass. How rude. Who asked you? I also caught a giant. How big? Enormous. But I couldn't reel it in. Then what's the point of your boasting? Young, he scrolled up and finally encountered an intriguing message. Fisherman, beware. If something seems off, cut the line immediately. There are no penalties. As long as the fishing rod remains intact, the fishing line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? It looked like a shadowy figure. I cut it right away. Must be a mermaid. Did you release your wife? That thing definitely isn't right. Just look at my fishing rod. Name, carbon fiber refined fishing rod. Type, tool, grade, premium, description, an exceptional fishing rod that can be passed down to your grandchildren. It increases the success rate of fishing, reduces energy expenditure, and slightly enhances the probability of catching unidentified objects. Such a fine item. Why is my rod just a plain white model? Be content. I'm a seasoned fisherman, yet I have no rod and am still using a claw hook. A simple fishing rod requires 10 pieces of wood to craft. You're envious too soon. Just look at my boat. Fisherman's vessel, level 1, durability 345-400, capacity 500 units. Speed 25 knots, ship skills, none, description, it is neither sturdy nor skillful, but it makes you look more like a fisherman. Upon seeing the 25-knot speed of the small boat, half the onlookers were suddenly filled with envy. Why has the durability of your fishing boat decreased? I just reeled in a 3-meter great white shark, which nearly swallowed me whole. Now, for larger catches, I simply cut the line. Otherwise, who knows who would end up consuming whom? Yang Yi continued to fish, discovering that not only could one catch fish, but others had also managed to reel in various peculiar items, including treasure chests and freshwater. I caught a treasure chest. A treasure chest? What lies within? A secret. While you all are catching fish, I have yet to see a single shadow of one. The only things I've caught are socks, a farmer's 3 punches, and even a balloon, a farmer's 3 punches. Is this balloon even legitimate? Surely it can't be used. Upon reviewing the chat logs, it became evident that fishing here yielded an array of astonishing finds, even monstrous creatures. Yang Yi was mentally prepared. Should anything unusual surface, he would swiftly cut the line. Moments later, the bobber began to tremble, indicating something was nibbling at the bait. Yang Yi held his breath, armed with a spear and a pistol. It should be a simple task if it were merely a fish. As the bobber sank, he seized the moment to reel in his catch. With a vigorous tug, he fixed his gaze upon the cerulean sea. To his surprise, he did not encounter a colossal shadow. Rather, with an effortless pull, he extracted the creature from the depths. It was a diminutive fish, barely the thickness of a thumb, yet not entirely fish-like, measuring approximately 3 centimeters. Its streamlined body resembled that of a typical sardine. However, this creature sported 4 elongated legs, each about 5 centimeters long, standing upright on the deck of the boat. Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, locking eyes with this peculiar entity. Is this truly a fish? He marveled. You have discovered a strange fish. Sanity decreases by 2 points. In the next instant, the fish adeptly utilized its long legs to flee back into the ocean, but Yang Yi swiftly speared it, killing it instantly. Name, long-legged sardine. Type, food. Description, a species from the abyss, said to grant long legs when consumed regularly. Edible, non-toxic and delicious, but consuming it requires courage, as it may lower sanity. Yang Yi picked up the fish, which weighed less than 100 grams. Its 4 pallid legs were already fractured, mirroring the structure of human limbs, with a pleasantly bouncy texture. Is this really edible? He recalled the ship's skill, fisher's curse, the inability to catch ordinary fish. He took a photograph of the creature and shared it on the World Channel. Has anyone ever caught this kind of fish? A ripple of reactions ensued. What in the world is that? Mental pollution. Sanity -8. You dare call this a fish? Why inflict such a sight upon my eyes? Sanity -10. Blocked. Blocked. May we never cross paths again. In an instant, Yang Yi found himself blocked by millions, each experiencing varying degrees of sanity loss. Yet one individual suddenly messaged him privately. Is the water in your area dark? You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you may be attacked by some unidentified monsters. Yang Yi glanced at the vast, azure sea beneath his boat, feeling a mix of bemusement and concern. It is not so. My vessel is a ghost ship. Ah, you can indeed. Let us be friends. Captain Su Dao of the Gale submits a friend request. Young Yi accepts. For adding a friend incurs no loss. You would do well to refrain from sending such photographs. My sanity is but 54, and should it diminish further, I may descend into madness. Understood. Yang Yi also recognized the gravity of the situation, yet for the sake of sustenance and fresh water, he must persist in fishing. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine with a missing limb. Oh dear, your sanity has decreased by 1. Yang Yi felt as though the system conspired against him, granting him an aberrant vessel. Were he an ordinary person, the madness would have claimed him after a mere day of fishing. After 3 hours, he had amassed 8 long-legged sardines, some of which were missing a limb. However, fresh water remained elusive. Were the promised bountiful harvests. One can survive over a week without food, but without water, a person may perish within 3 to 5 days. Unless one resorts to drinking their own urine. Yang Yi, reluctant to reach such a desperate state, steeled himself, seized a long-legged sardine as bait, and commenced his next fishing endeavor. Chapter 4. The waterlogged treasure chest. After fishing for over an hour, the sky began to darken, heralding the arrival of the first night. Yang Yi felt a gnawing hunger, and the long-legged sardines scattered nearby appeared tantalizingly appetizing. However, consuming such fish would likely lead to a loss of sanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to partake, especially since the vessel lacked a stove, leaving only the option of consuming them raw. Suddenly, the buoy quivered, jolting Yang Yi to attention. With a vigorous tug, he reeled in a black fish. Unlike the previous catch, this one bore no long legs but was covered in sharp spines, its surface slick and resembling swollen mucus. Upon landing on the deck, its membranes ruptured, releasing a foul, black pus. This fish is repulsive. Sanity decreases by 2. Before he could pierce it with his spear, the fish succumbed to its fate. Name: cystic pufferfish. Category: food. Description: abyssal fish. Its bodily fluids are highly toxic, and no sane person would dare consume it unless they wish for death. Toxic? Yang Yi hesitated to handle it, instead using his spear to impale the creature before discarding it into the ship's hold. He deliberately skewered it several times, staining the spear tip black and transforming it into a lethal poison weapon. As dusk encroached, less than an hour remained until complete darkness. The system had cautioned of dangers that lurked at night. Hence Yang Yi had no intention of fishing after sunset. Just as he began to stow his fishing rod and return to the captain's quarters, a peculiar object drifted across the sea surface. It was a chest, more precisely, a treasure chest the size of a briefcase, floating by the side of the nightmarish. Yang Yi's heart raced, and he swiftly maneuvered the ship's helm to pursue the chest. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. He deftly operated the ship's claw to seize the chest, yet it eluded him like a living creature, slipping away with remarkable agility. After considerable effort, he finally managed to capture it and hurried into the ship's hold to investigate. Name: waterlogged decayed treasure chest. Category: chest. Description: this may not be the treasure you desire. Cautiously, Yang Yi held his flintlock aimed at the chest and pried it open with his spear. Inside lay a severed human head, devoid of hair and with skin that appeared ashen, seemingly coated in a layer of slime. Upon opening, the head reacted, its murky eyes fluttering open, and it began to speak. Sir, may I take a moment of your time to introduce you to the omniscient Lord? You cannot comprehend its words. Sanity decreases by 5. A shiver ran down Yang Yi's spine, his body trembling. Sir, could you? In the next instant, the head leaped forth, revealing its true form. An octopus with a human head, its twisted tentacles writhing beneath. It lunged toward Yang Yi, extending its appendages and revealing a beak-like maw, seemingly intent on biting him. But what awaited it was, bang! The gun erupted with sparks, its fire unwavering. The thunderous gunshot resonated like a beast's growl. The octopus exploded into a mass of shredded flesh. Hearing the peculiar sound of gunfire, Yang Yi felt a surge of pent-up anger rising within him, accompanied by a hint of nausea. He promptly assessed his condition. Rationality: 88-100, energy: 62-100, vitality, 100-100. It appeared that a decline in rationality could disrupt one's mental state. Fortunately, Yang Yi possessed exceptionally high mental attributes and a will as unyielding as steel, allowing him to quickly regain his composure and examine the corpse of the creature before him. Name: human-headed octopus. Type: food material. Description: a species from the abyss. Do not attempt to comprehend its words. They merely serve as a means to ambush you and distract your attention. However, if you can understand it, then you can only wish yourself good luck. Edible: can be used as material, mildly toxic. Consuming it temporarily increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, but decreases spirit by -1 and rationality by -20. Hint: the limits of mundane objects cannot be surpassed. The maximum attributes for mundane items are 10. This creature held some value after all. Yang Yi gathered the scattered flesh and arranged it neatly before continuing to inspect the contents of the treasure chest. Inside, he discovered a collection of rusted coins. He retrieved one, adorned with the image of a conch shell, while the reverse displayed a cartoonish octopus head. You have acquired 100 conch coins. Apart from this, the chest was devoid of any other items. Where's the promised fresh water? Conch coins were of no use. Night was swiftly approaching. Yang Yi discarded the captain's skeleton into the ship's hold and returned to the captain's quarters. He had no intention of fishing or foraging during the night. The system had warned him of potential dangers, and he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks from the outset. Fresh water could wait for tomorrow, and as for food, he could always resort to consuming long-legged sardines. In his quest for survival, Yang Yi was not averse to eating peculiar things, as long as they provided protein and energy. He never surrendered easily. He had persevered before, and he would do so now. He lay upon the damp, musty bed, tossing and turning in discomfort. The bed exuded a moldy odor that was quite unpleasant, but he had no other choice. Night had fully descended. Only a sliver of moonlight filtered through, and the only sounds that accompanied him were the rhythmic crashing of the waves and the whispering of the wind. Yang Yi found himself unable to sleep, so he opened the world channel to peruse its contents. Claw hooks could capture treasure chests. He sent out a message regarding this. Although the information bore little value, others would certainly pursue any visible treasure chests. Sending it out could garner goodwill from others and potentially yield further information. Indeed, I once captured a wooden resource chest, which yielded 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Wouldn't that allow you to upgrade your ship swiftly? How enviable. Haha. I managed to snag a bronze equipment chest and obtained a treasure. A bloodstained pearl necklace. Type: relic. Quality: good. Description: once a bride's dowry. Its owner is still in search of it. Wearing it grants 1 agility, -1 spirit, and reduces the maximum rationality by -5. It seems to me that this contraption is not quite a treasure. You are merely envious of me. The darkness is profound. My vessel lacks illumination, and it appears I must upgrade to remedy this. There's not even a blanket, and I am freezing to death. Sleep eludes me. Have you all noticed that the waves on the surface of the sea seem to have grown larger? The stronger the winds, the more costly the fish. My friends, let us embark on a fishing expedition. Night fishing, indeed. Have you heard that enchanting melody? It is rather delightful. No, do not frighten me. In the vast ocean, where could such a song possibly come from? I see it now. A beautiful maiden singing, so alluring, beckoning to me. My friend, do pay heed to your sanity. That is a siren, good gracious. She is so exquisite, and she is swimming closer to me. Quick, retreat to the captain's quarters and secure the door. Alas, he has already succumbed to her allure. Are you still there, my friend, at this late hour? Do not terrify me. Hello. There is no response from that individual. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This system's alert is certainly not without merit. He listened intently, yet the melody was absent, and he rose, pushing open the door to the captain's quarters. The door of this ghostly ship was ancient and worn, the lock long broken, merely a relic of decoration. He opened it a crack and scrutinized the outside, assessing his surroundings by the light of the moon. After a few minutes of vigilance, assured there was no disturbance, he dashed out, proceeding to the bow to take command of the helm, reducing the speed to 10 knots. Slowing down diminishes the likelihood of encountering monsters. Should one appear while he slumbers, it would indeed be a death of unknowing. Yet, remaining stationary is no favorable option either. Yang Yi deemed that 10 knots was just right, maintaining a safe distance from the ominous fog behind. Once he had settled everything, he returned to the captain's quarters, positioning his flintlock pistol upon the bedside and leaning the spear against the wall. He continued to observe the chat channel until the late hours of the night, finally drifting into a slow slumber, the faint whispers echoing in his ears. His brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. Chapter 5. The First Nightmare. The first night at sea was destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi lay in bed, tossing and turning, drenched in cold sweat, unaware of how long it took him to finally drift into slumber. He was plagued by nightmares. Meanwhile, within the confines of the nightmare, the captain's skeletal remains stirred suddenly. Its bones began to tremble, and a flicker of soul fire ignited within the fractured skull. Creak, creak. The bones clattered against one another as the skeleton rose to its feet. It emerged from the cabin and slowly made its way to the captain's quarters at the bow of the ship, gently pushing the door open. Inside, Yang Yi remained ensconced in his dreams, occasionally shifting in his sleep. The corpse regarded him intently for a prolonged moment, before its gaze was drawn to a fishing rod, encrusted with barnacles, resting nearby. It approached, seized the rod, and without hesitation, exited the room, heading towards the relatively spacious midship area to commence fishing. A little over 10 minutes later, something snagged on the line. A pale, bloated hand emerged from the depths, grasping the fishing line. Yang Yi was still ensnared in his nightmare. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, instinctively reaching for his abdomen, relieved to find it unscathed. Moments ago, he had dreamt of swollen corpse silently pushing the door open and entering. The dream felt so vivid, as if witnessed firsthand. He could still hear the sound of the corpse's movement. Slap, slap. It resembled the damp thud of a mop against the floor. Upon awakening, he found the corpse looming ominously before him. Without hesitation, he seized the flintlock pistol from the bedside and fired at the apparition. Click! The gun misfired. In the next instant, the corpse pinned him to the bed, rendering him utterly helpless, as it disemboweled him, warm, crimson organs spilling onto the floor. You have experienced death. Tortured and devoured. Sanity decreased by 15. Phew. It was merely a dream. Yang Yi exhaled deeply. However, he suddenly noticed that the captain's quarters door was ajar, and he instinctively grasped the flintlock pistol tightly. Was it the wind? Impossible. There was hardly a breeze on the sea today. Slap, slap. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed. A bloated corpse appeared at the doorway. It seemed to have lingered in the water for an eternity, now swollen and reeking, clad in tattered sailor's garb, adorned with seaweed. At that moment, it fixed its ghastly pale gaze upon Yang Yi. Fuck! Seeing an unknown creature. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi cursed vehemently and immediately fired his weapon. Click! The gun jammed. The corpse, retaining a semblance of awareness, grinned widely upon witnessing the misfire, revealing a mouth with few teeth, for which a crab scuttled forth. This scene mirrored his nightmare, and Yang Yi was prepared. Simultaneously with the gun's failure, he hurled the flintlock like a stone, striking the corpse squarely in the head. Seizing the moment while the creature was momentarily stunned, Yang Yi grasped a nearby spear and charged at the corpse, plunging the spear into its neck, his body colliding with it. However, his intent was not to inflict harm, but to escape the confines of the captain's quarters. Only by breaking free from this cramped space and reaching the deck could he hope to confront the bloated corpse. The force of his sprint was immense, and with his weight, Yang Yi barely squeezed himself out from beside the drowned corpse. The putrid, decaying stench nearly made him retch. Nauseating odor, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi lacked considerable strength. It was impossible to topple the corpse merely by pressing against it. He pressed on relentlessly, dashing to the bow of the ship. Here, he found ample space to maneuver around the drowned body. Yang Yi glanced back. As expected, the bloated and cumbersome corpse was no match for his speed. Victory was within reach. Excitement surged through him as adrenaline coursed wildly, quickening his breath. At the bow, there stood a raised platform, atop which rested the ship's helm. He merely needed to emulate the ancients, using the towering helm as a shield, circling around it to evade the corpse's pursuit. Simultaneously, he began to count down in his mind. 48, 47. The wooden spear pierced through the corpse's neck, yet it continued to pursue him as if unfazed. 3, 2. He ceased his circling, breaking away from the drowned body, and sprinted back to the captain's quarters. He picked up the flintlock at the doorway, aiming at the corpse, holding his breath to steady his aim. With only a few meters between them and such a large target, there was little reason for him to miss, as long as it didn't team misfire. Bang! The gunshot rang out deafeningly, akin to a shrill wail, inducing nausea. Strange gunshot. Your sanity decreases by 2. Though slightly off target, it still found its mark. The majority of the corpse's head shattered, dark, putrid fluid splattering onto the ground, and it staggered unsteadily before collapsing forward. Victory! Yang Yi's taut nerves relaxed slightly. He approached the corpse, preparing to retrieve the spear from the ground. But at that moment, the corpse, which he believed to be dead, suddenly stirred. Even with most of its head obliterated, it still moved. Its pallid hand clutched Yang Yi's ankle with immense force, digging deep into his flesh, leaving behind claw marks. Damn, it's still alive? Yang Yi immediately reacted, a fierce glint in his eyes, picking up the spear and thrusting it once more at the corpse. The spear penetrated through the gaping hole in its skull. After that strike, the corpse's grip loosened, indicating that it was effective. Yet, inexplicably, in its dying moments, the corpse turned its head toward Yang Yi, malice gleaming in its eyes. Then, its abdomen began to swell rapidly. Self-detonation? Yang Yi reacted instantly, retreating hastily. With a muffled bang, the foul, rotting flesh and shattered bones erupted, akin to a downpour of blood. The corpse had exploded. The commotion was substantial. Fortunately, it lay prone, belly down, so most of the force was directed onto the deck. Yang Yi fell just in time, avoiding the splattering of bones and rotten flesh. However, his foot was unfortunately injured. A sharp pain surged through his left foot as 2 teeth pierced through the sole of his shoe, puncturing his flesh. His right arm was grazed by an unknown fragment of bone, but the wound was shallow. As for the falling remnants of flesh, they had lost their lethality, merely drenching Yang Yi and causing revulsion. Corpse fragments are nauseating. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi struggled to rise, prying off the severed hand from his right ankle, assessing his condition. Status: injured on the humanoid figure, both the left and right feet have turned a shade of yellow. Rationality: 55-100 energy, 40-100 health. 91-100 he removed his left shoe, enduring the pain, and extracted the tooth embedded in the sole of his foot. Fortunately, its force was less than that of a bullet, barely penetrating the shoe and only breaking the skin. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Yang Yi stood up despite the agony, gazing at the drowned corpse, only to be struck by a chill. On the deck lay a mere fragment of a skeleton. The entire spine had vanished, presumably cast into the sea. The ribs were embedded in the deck like arrows, penetrating deeply. The self-detonation's force was considerable, yet he had fortuitously found himself in the area of least impact. Had he been struck by the rib-like projectiles, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, information about this drowned corpse appeared in the log. Name: drowned one. Description: an unfortunate soul who perished in the sea, now risen with resentment towards the living. Can be utilized in the monster gotcha machine. What is a monster gotcha machine? Yang Yi was utterly perplexed. However, once he regained his composure, he noticed a critical oversight. The drowned one had approached the captain's quarters, and Yang Yi had just spotted him. But what mechanism had opened the door to the captain's quarters? It had been ajar even before the drowned one appeared. At this realization, a shiver ran down his spine as he heard footsteps approaching from behind, followed by a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Something had pierced him. Chapter 6. Madness. There are still things on the ship. Yang Yi realized it, but it was too late. A fishing rod pierced into his left shoulder, embedding itself deep into the flesh. He immediately dashed forward, turning back to cover the wound with his right hand. Before him stood a skeleton, its skull missing half, with a ghastly green flame of soul fire burning within. It was the captain's remains, now animated, wielding a fishing rod, the tip stained crimson with Yang Yi's blood. The skeleton gazed at him, its jaw opening and closing incessantly, as if mocking him. "You old rascal!" Yang Yi cursed, fury igniting in his eyes. Attacked by the deceased. Your sanity decreases by 10. Sanity below 50. You enter a state of madness, becoming immune to most negative mental states. Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Sanity -2. Ignoring pain, tireless, and fearless until sanity is restored. Negative mental states, such as charm, mental control, fear, despair, etc. P.S. When energy reaches 0, health will be consumed in place of energy. The limit for madness attributes is 10, which cannot surpass the limits of mortal beings. Yang Yi raised his hand and fired at the skeleton. Click! The gun misfired. The skeleton, wielding the fishing rod as a spear, charged forward. Although Yang Yi felt no pain, the injury to his foot would inevitably affect his movement to some degree. Engaging in a chase around the skeleton while wounded posed great risk. A moment of inattention could see him skewered by the fishing rod exceeding 2 meters in length. After a brief contemplation, Yang Yi altered his strategy, advancing rather than retreating. He hurled his spear at the skeleton, striking it and lodging it within its bones, causing a momentary stiffness. Seizing this opportunity, he closed the distance and engaged in close combat. He still possessed another weapon, a blunt one. Grasping the flintlock pistol by the barrel, it transformed into a short hammer, particularly effective against the skeleton. He raised the flintlock pistol high, bringing it down towards the gaping crack in the skeleton's skull, aiming for the soul fire within. Yet, the skeleton reacted swiftly, extending its hands to block. It seemed fearful of the pistol, abandoning the fishing rod in its eagerness to seize the firearm. Naturally, Yang Yi would not concede. They began to struggle over the weapon. The skeleton's strength slightly less than that of Yang Yi in his mad state, likely around 4. However, entangled in this contest, Yang Yi found it difficult to launch any effective attacks. Should the gun misfire, it would spell disaster for him. He had to devise a strategy. Despite being in a state of madness, Yang Yi remained lucid and soon conceived a plan. If it desired the flintlock pistol, he would feign compliance. Timing his actions carefully, after a brief scuffle, he seized the moment and pulled the trigger. Click! The weapon misfired again. Then he decisively discarded the gun. As anticipated, the skeleton's attention focused predominantly on the flintlock pistol. Yang Yi successfully extricated himself from the struggle and fled toward the ship's cabin. By the time the skeleton arrived, it could only glimpse a shadowy figure in the dim light of the cabin. That was Yang Yi, shrouded in darkness, ravenously devouring a pool of unknown flesh and blood. The skeleton squeezed the trigger, but the gun remained unresponsive, still cooling down. From the bow to the stern of the ship, a mere 10 meters separated them, and both had run the distance. Thus, the flintlock pistol remained in cool down. A handgun that cannot be fired is no different from a hammer. Yang Yi charged forward, his mouth smeared with a viscous black substance, and his eyes bloodshot. You have consumed a human-headed octopus, gaining 1 strength, 1 constitution, -1 spirit, -20 sanity, lasting for 1 minute. Thus, Yang Yi's strength surged from 3 points to 6, a remarkable doubling. Madness too, furthermore, he discovered that the strength indicated by the data did not grow linearly, but rather exponentially. This meant that an increase of just 2 points in strength could enable him to effortlessly crush his foes. Yang Yi advanced boldly. At that moment, the skeleton had yet to react, seemingly puzzled as to why the gun had not fired. In the next instant, Yang Yi tackled it to the ground, tearing off 2 of its arm bones and flinging them aside. Seizing the advantage, Yang Yi thrust his right hand through the shattered skull, reaching for the flame of its soul. Only then did the skeleton display a flicker of fear, its jaw clattering as if in plea for mercy. But it was too late. It had no means of resistance. Yang Yi grasped the flame, which was not hot to the touch, but rather warm. The skeleton, in stark reaction, began to tremble violently, soon disintegrating into an unremarkable heap of bones, the soul's flame extinguished entirely. Yet, had the skeleton truly perished? Not necessarily. Having been deceived by the drowned once, he was now far more cautious. Yang Yi clutched the skeleton's skull, retrieved his flintlock pistol, and positioned the skull upon the ship's railing. He harbored grave doubts about the skeleton's demise, even though he could now inspect its information. Name: remains of the captain. Description: he was once a captain who adored fishing, until he caught, and was deposited into the monster gotcha machine. 2 minutes later, as anticipated, a ghastly green light flickered anew within the skull. Without hesitation, Yang Yi fired his weapon. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, and the gunshot rang sharply. The skull was shattered to smithereens by the flintlock. The gunfire is peculiar. Your sanity decreases by 1. Clearly, subduing or slaying monsters yielded intelligence about them, Yang Yi concluded. However, what exactly was this monster gotcha machine? Yang Yi had never encountered one, nor was there any aboard the ship. To be safe, it seemed prudent to retain the remains of these monsters. He disposed of them in the ship's hold and took possession of the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, a headless skeleton soldier might still exist. Yang Yi had seen such a thing in games before. Better to err on the side of caution and take away part of its body. Having learned from past misfortunes, Yang Yi felt as though he had acquired 100-fold wariness. After hastily tending to his wounds with some fabric, he returned to the captain's quarters, simultaneously checking his status. Yang Yi status: injured. On the human figure, both left and right feet have turned yellow, as well as the left shoulder. Sanity: 24 100 energy, 21 100 health, 82 100 with energy so low, it was no wonder he felt utterly exhausted. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and casually typed a message. Remember to lock your doors when you sleep at night. Before long, responses began to pour in. Big shot, what did you encounter? A siren? Goodness, you wouldn't have actually defeated it, would you? Is it difficult to conquer? Will it drop any equipment? Yang Yi replied with a hint of irritation. Not at all, it's purely torment. He disregarded others' responses, switched off the world channel, and lay on his bed, placing the thigh bone of a skeleton beneath his mattress to serve as a makeshift pillow. Simultaneously, he kept his firearm within easy reach, aware of the peril that loomed over him that night. Any misstep could lead to his utter demise. The following day, he planned to set up some auditory traps for early warning purposes. If he could detect threats in advance, many dangers could be averted. As he pondered, he struggled to fall asleep, but rest eluded him until dawn broke. Chapter 7. The Monster Gotcha Machine. Yang Yi scarcely slept through the night. As dawn broke, he decided to rise and tossed several rotten bones from beneath his mattress into the shadows beneath the bed. By now, the captain's skeletal remains ought to be thoroughly lifeless. After a night of rest, Yang Yi appeared transformed. His complexion was pallid, marked by deep dark circles beneath his eyes, which were bloodshot and weary. Upon exiting the captain's quarters, Yang Yi was taken aback to find a peculiar statue adorning the bow of the ship. Was it a statue? It depicted a cartoonish octopus creature, sporting wings and perched upon a stone. What on earth is this? Simultaneously, a notification from the logbook emerged. Last night, a total of 13,000 individuals successfully vanquished the aberrant creatures, with one person achieving an astounding double kill. The system will bestow a unique talent based on your accomplishments. Furthermore, the Monster Gotcha machine is now operational. You may deposit the remains of slain monsters to receive gotcha rewards, while the corpses will be forcibly reclaimed. However, be advised not to dispose of refuse or living creatures into the machine, as this may incite its wrath. The world channel erupted in a frenzy. Are there monsters in this world? What are they like? Has anyone seen them? Please send me back. I would offer anything. There are talent rewards. What a loss. Last night, a skeletal creature knocked at my door, and I didn't answer. Had I known, I would have opened it for a chance. If you had, you might have perished. A monster gotcha machine? Have any of you found this contraption? I discovered it on the bow. It's a large-faced cat and rather adorable. Mine is in the cabin and resembles a cartoon robot. Damn, mine is a clown. Utterly terrifying, and it's displayed in the captain's quarters. Aren't you all unique in your findings? Yang Yi turned to observe his own gotcha machine, a cartoonish octopus creature with its mouth agape, eagerly awaiting sustenance. Its tentacles draped across its face. Rewards distributed. You have acquired the talent. Unlock conditions. Attempts. 03. What is this? It requires unlocking? This is rather disappointing. Yang E opened the chat channel. Others were also inquiring as to why the bestowed talent necessitated unlocking. Each individual's unlocking conditions varied, some requiring numerous attempts, ranging from thousands to even millions, while others demanded only a few dozen. His requirement of merely 3 attempts was indeed exceptionally low. Soon, someone uncovered the talent unlocking conditions, which were rather straightforward. My condition is to walk. I must take 100,000 steps. What a burden. Yours is still manageable. Mine is to breathe 3 million times. Let fate decide. You all seem to have objectives. Mine is 100, utterly aimless. Perhaps it entails surviving for 100 days. This system, if it doesn't wish to grant talents, it needn't. Yanni glanced at his own 03, shook his head, and resolved to leave it to chance for the time being. He entered the cabin, preparing to exchange the monster corpses within for gacha rewards. The captain's skeletal remains could not be used for gacha, as there was only one of them. Thus, he merely took the severed hand of the drowned and cast it into the octopus-themed gacha machine. As soon as it was inserted, the machine's eyes illuminated with a red glow, and the tentacles adorning its chin transformed in a display of vibrant colors. Yang E twisted the dial on its chest, producing a cacophony of clinking capsules. The atmosphere was palpably intense. Indeed, a touch of dark humor. Yang Yiro Marquet. Shortly thereafter, a luminous orb rolled out. He picked it up, and it morphed into a bottle of ethereal blue potion. Name, Grievance of the Drowned. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, upon consumption, sanity -20 for 1 minute. The user will be perceived as a drowned individual and will not be subject to the proactive attacks of lesser aberrations. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. This item proved to be quite a valuable life-saving tool. In survival games, such an item holds considerable worth. The global chat soon buzzed with excitement as numerous individuals showcased their spoils. I drew a token. Name, bone token. Type, relic. Quality, fine. Description, can summon a skeleton to fight on your behalf for 15 minutes. After that, it will lose control and attack the summoner. The corpse will vanish upon death. Cool down, 24 hours. Use it only if you are confident in defeating the skeleton. Impressive. Sell it to me for 1 billion. 1 billion is useless here. We deal in conch coins, and there are no means of trade unless we meet in person. What about this dagger? Name, serrated dagger. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, a sharp dagger with a comfortable grip, capable of inflicting minor damage. Its sole drawback is its length. All right, we all know you're quite short already. I wouldn't want that weapon even if you offered it to me. I cannot afford to lose face. Many showcased their gacha spoils, yet fine items were scarce. Only these 2 stood out among the rest, which were predominantly of good quality. Generally, relics exhibited superior effects compared to treasures, albeit with the risk of sanity reduction and potential side effects. The rusted flintlock in Yang Yi's possession could inflict moderate damage, while most fine weapons only dealt minimal harm. Truly remarkable, albeit with significant limitations. 1 shot per minute, and it could misfire, costing sanity. A balanced approach, one might say. Yang Yi diverted his gaze and devoured half a long-legged sardine. His hunger was overwhelming, and following last night's ordeal, his concerns had diminished considerably. For the sake of survival, such matters were trivial. Consuming raw long-legged sardine decreases your sanity by 2 points. The fish had somewhat soured, yet thankfully, it was not rotten. It provided energy and a modicum of moisture. Yang Yi consumed the entire sardine, finally feeling a semblance of fullness, and then checked his status. After a night of rest, his energy and sanity had been partially restored, but due to nightmares and insomnia, the recovery had been minimal. The wound has yet to heal properly, and I am uncertain whether it may become infected. Yang Yi's status, injuret. Rationality, 74-100. Energy, 52-100. Vitality, 83-100. He entered the ship's cabin. The immediate priority today is to create sound traps. These otherworldly creatures possess limited intelligence, hence the traps need not be exceedingly concealed. It suffices to utilize the rudimentary synthesis function to craft some long ropes and pierce large holes through thin wooden planks to string them together. The wood is readily available. easily obtained. In this game, timber can be molded into any cubic shape, with one unit approximately equivalent to a cubic decimeter of wood. After assembling the wooden pieces and tying them apart, he hung them in the corridor before the captain's quarters and on the door. He tested the setup. The sound produced by wind and collisions was noticeably distinct, providing a reasonable early warning effect. Once he completed this task, the entire morning had elapsed, and the wood and fabric he had previously gathered were entirely consumed. He was not in a hurry to procure additional resources. The pressing concern remained fresh water. He must fish more diligently while remaining vigilant for drifting supplies, hoping to spot a treasure chest. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt something amiss in his body. He seemed to be experiencing a fever. His face was flushed, and he had a slight stomach ache. Alarmed, he promptly checked his status once more. Yi's status: injured corpse poison infection, mild food poisoning, mild diarrhea. His entire body had taken on a yellow hue, with the area surrounding the wound appearing darker. This is dire. The situation he most dreaded has unfolded. The drowned ones carry corpse poison, and he has been infected. Yet, he is adrift on the sea, devoid of any medicinal supplies. Chapter 8. Did I catch a fruit? Today's weather is a splendid sunny day, ideal for fishing and casting nets. Location: Sea of Origins remaining sunlight. 8 hours temperature. 15 to 25 sea wind force. Level 1. He was fervently fishing, not only in dire need of fresh water, but also urgently seeking medical supplies. Both could be procured through fishing. He perused the World Channel and discovered that others had once caught ordinary quality medical bandages that possessed healing acceleration and anti-inflammatory properties. Although these bandages would not significantly alleviate his current injuries, other medical items must surely exist. Time was of the essence. He had to fish with urgency. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of tattered cloth. Damn it! He cursed, gripping a long-legged sardine and biting off its head, swallowing it whole along with its innards and lengthy legs. He recalled a survival expert mentioning that one could consume it after removing the head. He was famished, so he devoured one sardine after another. The potential decline in sanity from consuming raw long-legged sardines was not a concern at the moment. When starvation looms, who cares about sanity? In his desperation, he would eat anything. After indulging, he made a new discovery. Sanity decline occurred with diminishing returns when the same event was repeated. For instance, consuming long-legged sardines now only reduced his sanity by 1 point, occasionally 2. If he continued this way, he would likely become accustomed to it and no longer experience a decline in sanity. Moreover, his mental experience points were rapidly increasing. This mental growth seemed related to the stimulation of sanity. After another 2 hours of fishing, He sensed his condition worsening. His wounds had become unbearably itchy. He fought the urge to scratch, determined not to exacerbate the infection. Simultaneously, due to diarrhea, he had lost considerable fluids and salts. Coupled with a fever, his vision began to blur, and he felt lightheaded. Status: injured corpse poison infection, moderate fever, food poisoning, mild diarrhea. Just a little longer. Surely he would catch life-saving medicine. He steeled his resolve and continued fishing, ultimately reeling in something he had never encountered before. You caught an eyeball fruit. It was an eyeball, blinking and about the size of a fist. Name: eyeball fruit. Description: despite its bizarre appearance, it is a fruit from the abyss, mildly sweet, replenishing vitamins, salts, and water. Without hesitation, He took a bite, splattering black juice, the eyeball fruit trembling slightly in his grasp. Your sanity decreases by 2. Though this fruit appeared terrifying, its flavor was vastly superior to that of sardines. The flesh was grainy and mildly sweet, and He consumed it entirely. After finishing the eyeball fruit, he felt considerably better. The diarrhea had mostly ceased, but the corpse poison infection lingered. Was it possible that fishing would not yield a remedy for corpse poison? Unthinkable. A fisherman could catch anything. Yet, until evening, he had not managed to catch any medical supplies, though he did manage to reel in a bottle of fresh water, yielding the following spoils: eyeball fruit X2, long-legged sardines X8, wood X10, fabric X9, cystic pufferfish X1, freshwater 1L. The rest of his catch had been consumed by Yang E. This 1L of freshwater constitutes a single unit that can be stored in the ship's hold. However, it requires a container for retrieval. The hold is not a physical space as one might conceive, but a repository of invisible data for resources such as wood, fabric, freshwater, and steel, which can be accessed when needed. Parched, Yang, he had already consumed 1/3 of his 1.5L bottle of Farmer S3 punch. He must conserve it, as the yield of freshwater is not particularly high. As night fell, Yang he dared not linger on deck. He concluded his fishing and retreated to the captain's quarters. As per routine, he placed his flintlock beside him and lay down to sleep. Yet fever and the infection from his wounds relentlessly tormented him. It was destined to be a sleepless night fraught with nightmares. Unable to find rest, Yang he opened the chat channel to peruse the lively discussions. However, the observant would notice that the online count was no longer displayed. The dead do not speak. Their disappearance is silent. I just crafted 2 spears. If those skeletons dare to approach tonight, I shall make them explode with gold. Brother, have you never played the game? Don't you know skeletons lack flesh and possess innate piercing resistance? Using a spear is less effective than throwing your fists. I need 982 units of steel. Message me for details. Steelheart, you're still alive? Damn it. If you all perish, I shall remain unscathed. How can you outrun the black mist with your 5-speed vessel? Give me steel, and I shall divulge the secrets. Shut it. I'm not interested in knowing. Behind all the vessels, a steel warship was racing desperately. Not far behind, the black mist was closing in at a speed of 10 knots. The seabed teemed with fish, all equally terrified of the black mist, fleeing in a frenzy. A portly middle-aged man stood at the helm, his beard unkempt, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he gripped the ship's wheel. Despite his boisterous demeanor in the chat, he was, in truth, gripped by anxiety. The slightest lapse in focus could cost him his life. Chatting was one of the few ways he could relieve his mounting stress. His ship was well-stocked, with an unlimited supply of ammunition and remarkable durability. Its sole drawback was its sluggish speed, making it susceptible to the pursuing black mist. Furthermore, his starting position was perilously close to it. Fortunately, he had not been left without hope. Aboard his vessel was a massive harpoon gun, designed to penetrate the bodies of gigantic marine creatures, rendering extraction exceedingly difficult. He was now in search of his next target, hoping to latch onto a sizable and swift creature to enhance his ship's speed. Damn it, can't this foolish fish hold out a little longer? Its endurance is so poor. He reeled in the harpoon, aiming for the next target, striving to select a fast-swimming and large specimen. As a result, he had managed to steal only 3 hours of sleep thus far. At other times, he sought out his target, for even this colossal fish could bleed, tire, and succumb to death. As for the foolish fish daring to attack him, he would impart a lesson on the meaning of firepower suppression and the essence of a civilized cannon. The following day, Yang Yi awoke with great difficulty, his head pounding as if it might split. He was oblivious to when he had fallen asleep, only aware that he had dreamt of some unsettling visions that made him feel nauseous. The ship was in a far worse state than he had anticipated. Without alternative means to restore his energy, his efficiency in the game would plummet significantly. After a full night's rest, he had regained a mere 30 points of energy. Moreover, the infection from the corpse poison had intensified. His wounds no longer itched, but instead throbbed with a dull pain, a rather ominous sign. Additionally, his wounds emitted a repugnant odor reminiscent of long-dead fish, akin to the scent of a drowned individual. The human immune system proved inadequate against the malevolence of corpse poison. His attributes, encompassing strength, agility, and constitution, had all diminished by 2, plunging him into a state of weakness. Yet, Yang Yi did not succumb to despair. He had endured far worse circumstances, being paralyzed in bed for 5 years. He exited the captain's cabin and made his way to the ship's hold. After consuming 2 eyeball fruits and several long-legged sardines for breakfast, he resumed his fishing endeavors. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he promptly caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt darkness envelop him, collapsing onto the deck of the corridor and falling into a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 9. Unlock Trading and Cold Arrows. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the 5th day. The trading system is officially open. For details, please refer to the log. A peculiar sound echoed in Yang Yi's mind, and he gradually awakened. The 5th day. Have I been unconscious for more than 2 days? Yang Yi felt as though lead had been injected into his limbs. His entire body was icy cold, his lips cracked, and his throat burned with thirst. He immediately checked his status. Status: severe injury, corpse poison infection. Severe: the entire body has turned crimson. Rationality: 100 energy, 100 vitality, 100 under 100 indicates injury. Under 50 indicates moderate injury, under 30 indicates severe injury, under 10 indicates near death, in a near-death state. Being attacked may result in immediate death. Yang Yi's condition was perilously close to death. He struggled to rise, parched and desperate for something to quench his thirst, intending to check the trading channel afterward in hopes of purchasing life-saving medicine. However, just as he stood, he was startled to discover a ship docked beside him. It was a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag, measuring over 20 meters in length, with 2 grappling hooks securing it to the Nightmare. Moreover, a wooden plank had been laid between the 2 vessels, forming a narrow bridge. This is bad. Yang Yi's instincts flared, but it was too late. An arrow flew through the air, striking his left arm with tremendous force, penetrating deep. The arrow reduced Yang Yi's vitality to 9 points, plunging him into a near-death state. He immediately collapsed, seeking refuge beneath the ship's edge. Almost immediately, he heard movement on the wooden plank between the ships. Someone was crossing the bridge. Likely to ascertain Yang Yi's fate, the arrow was not fatal, having missed any vital areas. Yet, Yang Yi's rapid fall might have obscured his condition from the intruder, who would need to come closer to confirm. Due to the rules, the assailant could not directly board the Nightmare. Therefore, he lingered, waiting for Yang Yi to reveal himself. Intending to kill him before boarding, Yang Yi quickly grasped the situation, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. If they wish to kill me, they must surely accept their own demise, he thought, his heart hardened with resolve. Though injured in his left arm, he felt no pain. His right arm remained unscathed, capable of aiming and pulling the trigger. Gripping his flintlock, he discreetly lifted the boarding restriction. He was confident that the opponent lacked formidable firearms. Otherwise, they would have already opened fire. As the man stepped onto the ship, the first thing he noticed was a figure sprawled on the deck. The man's complexion was ghastly pale, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a corpse, exuding a nauseating stench of decay, a consequence of the corpse poison. Even more terrifying was the fact that this zombie clutched a large-caliber flintlock, its dark muzzle pointed directly at him. Do not move. If you dare draw your bow or make any hostile motions, I will immediately blow your head off. Yang Yi threatened, slowly rising from the ground. The intruder, confronted by the gun, hesitated, fearful of making a sudden move. However, in truth, Yang Yi was equally reluctant to fire. After all, the weapon held its greatest threat when it remained unfired. Once he fired, 2 outcomes could ensue: a misfire or the gun would discharge. Should it misfire, Yang Yi would surely perish. Conversely, if the gun fired, the opponent would likely be obliterated by the formidable power of the flintlock. Throw down your weapon and refrain from any unnecessary movements. Yang Yi's voice resonated, deep and hoarse, imbued with an undeniable authority. The adversary hesitated, momentarily frozen, uncertain whether to discard his weapon. Unperturbed, Yang Yi rose, a potent stench of brine and decay wafting from him, inducing nausea. An arrow still hung from his left arm, yet he appeared nonchalant, not even blinking as he retrieved a massive eyeball from within his attire, taking a bite. The orb quivered, seemingly pleading for mercy. However, Yang Yi's thirst was overwhelming. He could not resist and swallowed it in 3 bites. Viscous, dark juices stained the corners of his mouth. The opponent stood dumbfounded. Stimulated, your sanity decreases by 10. He glanced down to find several rotting long-legged sardines on the deck, a putrid cyst fish, and a heap of severed sardine heads. You observe some unidentified creatures showing signs of being gnawed upon. Sanity decreases by 7. Your sanity falls below 30. The activity log incessantly emitted notifications. Yet the man remained oblivious, a tide of profound fear swelling within him. This fear clouded his cognition, rendering him paranoid, prone to attacking the weak, or, in the face of peril, fleeing in terror. The man yelped, startling Yang E and nearly prompting him to fire. Subsequently, he discarded his weapon and turned to flee in disarray. Yang E, perplexed, could not fathom the man's sudden madness. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his gun, aiming carefully, and when the man had gained some distance, he pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click! The gun misfired, the sound barely audible, unnoticed by the fleeing figure. Yang E swiftly retrieved his bow and arrows. Name: Pirate Longbow. Type: Treasure. Grade: Good. Description: Slightly enhances archery accuracy and reduces the strength required to draw the bow. A trusty companion of pirates. Without hesitation, Yang E decisively pierced the cyst-fish with an arrowhead before drawing his bow to aim. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth. Weakened, he could not draw the bowstring fully, resulting in a lack of precision. Nevertheless, with a distance of merely 3 to 4 meters between the two vessels, he struck, hitting the opponent's thigh, though the wound was shallow. In truth, he had aimed for the man's chest, but a hit was a hit. The adversary promptly extracted the arrow and continued running towards the bow of the ship, seemingly intent on escaping. Yang E had no intention of pursuing. Instead, he reclined once more. His current condition was dire. Should the opponent retaliate, the outcome remained uncertain. Fortunately, the man was paralyzed by fear and fled the ship. Only when silence enveloped him did Yang E muster the strength to rise. He appeared like a zombie, yet indeed, he was at risk of becoming one. He felt no pain, his wounds bled not, but dizziness and a slight sluggishness beset him. He entered the cabin to replenish his fluids, consuming all the eyeball fruit. And after regaining a modicum of vitality, he turned his gaze towards the sea. The figure ahead had already fled a considerable distance, the vessel reduced to a mere silhouette. Yang E maneuvered the nightmares, trailing behind at a distance. He was biding his time, awaiting the onset of the opponent's poison. After all, the name cystic porcupine fish alone hinted at its deadly toxicity, likely a product of abyssal contamination. The infamous potency of pufferfish toxins was well known. After pursuing for nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally closed the gap. Employing the same tactics, he ensnared the opponent's ship with his grappling claws and, upon drawing near, constructed a bridge from timber. It must be said that Yang E was in a rather poor state. Even the task of shifting the planks required him to rest for several moments. Once aboard the rival vessel, he grasped his flintlock pistol, remaining vigilant as he cautiously approached the foredeck. The adversary appeared lifeless, lying motionless upon the deck. However, this could very well be a ruse, a ploy to lower Yang Yi's guard. It was possible that an antidote lay within reach. Exercising utmost caution, he maintained a safe distance of 4 to 5 meters and fired a shot at the adversary's head. Click! The gun misfired, leaving Yang E utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, he possessed a wealth of patience. A minute later, bang, the opponent's head erupted, splattering into a gruesome mess. Only then did Yang E feel secure enough to approach. Once bitten by a snake, one remains fearful of ropes for a decade. Having been ensnared by the deceased, Yang E had grown exceedingly wary. He examined the body, discovering a luminous orb. You have acquired 400 Kong coins. This must be the currency belonging to the fallen foe. Moreover, the pirate attire he wore was of notable quality. Bloodstained, glamorous pirate outfit. Type: Relic. Quality: Good. Description: This garment originated from a self-proclaimed fool. Agility 1. When worn, sanity will gradually decline, but those with a sanity level of 8 or above are immune to this effect. Given that the adversary donned this outfit, his sanity was unlikely to be substantial. He might have already succumbed to madness. Yang E collected the garment, intending to scour the pirate ship for additional loot. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the unlocking condition for his question mark skill had shifted from 0-3 to 1-3. Could it be that the condition for unlocking was to take a life? Yang E felt uncertain, as he could not ascertain precisely when this change had occurred. Chapter 10. The first transaction. The first killing Yang, he felt no psychological burden from his initial act of violence, perhaps due to his elevated spirits and robust mental resilience. Donning the pirate attire, he made his way toward the cabin of the ship, the pirate's vessel. The chill of the garment seemed to sap his rationality slightly. However, with his high mental fortitude, he could easily disregard the lingering debuff. Upon entering the cabin, he immediately acquired information about the ship. It was a remarkable vessel, ship, pirate's vessel, level 1, durability 1000, capacity 800 units. Speed 45 knots, ship abilities, extra grappling hooks. The ship boasts 2 grappling hooks on either side, capable of seizing objects and capturing other vessels. Pirate assault. Increases speed by 25 for 15 minutes. Description. The skull and crossbones flag embodies the spirit of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. Seizing the moment, Yang attempted to switch ships, but searched his log for quite some time, without uncovering any related functionality. It appeared that changing vessels was not an option. Moreover, he had no intention of doing so, although this ship was commendable. With 4 additional grappling hooks, compared to an ordinary ship, mastering their use could significantly enhance resource acquisition efficiency. Yet, it paled in comparison to the nightmarish vessel, which possessed the rare ability of foresight, far more valuable than mere grappling hooks. As he explored every room in the cabin, he stumbled upon a female corpse. She lay completely naked, having evidently endured considerable torment prior to her demise. One of her robust thighs was inexplicably missing, and there were distinct marks around her neck. The blood was still fresh, indicating her death had occurred not long ago. Thus, Yang deduced that he was the second victim. The first had already succumbed to fate. You ponder the whereabouts of the missing thigh. Rationality decreases by 2. Frowning, Yang contemplated the mental state of the ship's previous owner, which seemed to be even more precarious than he had anticipated. He began to assess the supplies he had discovered. 2 hard loaves of black bread, sufficient for 2 days of sustenance, 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of wood, and 98 units of fabric. System notification. You have successfully claimed an unoccupied ship, the island vessel. You may choose to dismantle the ship, transferring its basic resources to your cabin. Before dismantling, please ensure your ship's capacity is adequate. Otherwise, excess resources may damage the hull. From this dismantling, you will receive 100 units of wood, 50 units of fabric, and a blueprint for the pirate's vessel, obtainable only through the dismantling of special ships. Each ship may only be modified once with a blueprint. Please choose wisely. This notification only appears upon the initial dismantling of a special ship. No wonder this vessel boasted such an abundance of wood. The former owner must have dismantled an ordinary ship. He glanced at the nightmarish vessel, noting its limited capacity of only 400 units, currently holding capacity 25,400, wood 14, fabric 10, fresh water 1L. Anything less than 1L counts as 1L. Only supplies would occupy the ship's capacity. Other items, such as weapons and equipment, could be placed freely on the deck. Whether excess items would lead to overloading the ship remained a question to be tested in due course. Yang calculated briefly. After dismantling the pirate ship, he found that his own vessel could accommodate all the supplies, which were sufficient to elevate his ship to level 2, an unexpected fortune indeed. After a thorough search, ensuring there were no other valuables, he returned to the nightmarish, with over a dozen makeshift arrows in hand. He then operated on the log, confirming the dismantling of the pirate vessel. Immediately, the ship disassembled before his very eyes, transforming into scattered fragments that poured into the hold of the nightmarish. He now possessed ample resources to upgrade to a level 2 ship. However, before proceeding, he had a more pressing matter. He needed to acquire medical supplies through the trading system to save his life. If upgrading his ship left him without enough resources to procure medicine, it would spell disaster for him. He had been closely monitoring his condition. His health had only decreased by 1 point at a sluggish rate, and his wounds had ceased to bleed, likely due to the poison from the corpses. In contrast, his sanity was steadily waning, having fallen below 80. This decline was not attributable to the pirate attire. It was likely the corpse poison eroding his mental faculties. He promptly accessed the chat channel to browse and search for items. There were first aid bandages for sale at 10 conch coins, with only 5 remaining. Name: first aid bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: ordinary. Description: clean bandages that effectively staunch bleeding and prevent wound infection. Rum was also available, useful for disinfection. Priced at 30 conch coins per bottle, with just 1 bottle left. Selling balloons, which only those in the know would understand. Yang Yi quickly scanned the listings. The trading had just commenced, and the available conch coins were limited, leading to prices set by intuition rather than established standards. Many were engaging in barter, with some refusing to accept conch coins, believing it to be a safer option. Few were selling resources. Currently, timber and fabric were considered hard currencies in trade, more sought after than conch coins. Salt was being sold at 100 conch coins per package. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: can dispel minor curses. Ward off evil when scattered, and of course, can also be consumed. This would not suffice. He continued scrolling upwards, finally spotting a desirable item of exquisite quality. Limited quantities of holy water for sale. Private message required. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: exquisite. Description: blessed water that can be ingested or applied externally and can also be used as a thrown item when facing otherworldly demons. Holy water is always in demand. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore vitality. This is it. Yang Yi checked the assets he could use for trade. These included the grievance of the drowned, a pirate longbow, a rusty flintlock, blood-stained pirate attire, a barnacle-covered fishing rod, the blueprints for the pirate ship, along with various resources and 500 conch coins. If possible, he wished to retain the weapons, pirate attire, fishing rod, and sufficient resources to upgrade to a level 2 ship. The blueprints for the pirate ship could be traded, but their value was undoubtedly high, making them unsuitable for sale at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi privately messaged the seller. Before adding friends, everyone is presumed to be anonymous, and players can choose to display their real names or ship names. Yang Yi, how much? Minutes passed before the other party replied, indicating that numerous individuals were attempting to contact him. Anonymous: I require a substantial amount of fabric, along with survival tools, equipment, fresh water, and food. All of these are acceptable. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. In truth, possessing the power to negotiate placed him in a passive position. If his offer was too low, he would be perceived as a nuisance. If too high, he would incur significant losses. However, with his life hanging by a thread, he had no inclination to haggle. He immediately proposed his highest acceptable price, eager to transact without delay. Thus, he sent a private message. The grievance of the drowned, attributes for your review, is a quality survival tool. Additionally, 400 conch coins, 30 units of wood, 58 units of fabric, 1 black bread, and 4 liters of fresh water. He appended the attributes of the grievance of the drowned. After sending, he did not wait for a response, continuing to browse other items. This time, however, the reply came swiftly, within mere seconds. Your offer is far more sincere than others. Simultaneously, a friend request arrived. Captain Joe Dai of the Glorious Goddess requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi decisively accepted, followed by a series of messages. Compared to you, everyone else seems to be a hindrance. I have 4 vials of holy water on hand, but considering your dire circumstances, 1 vial may not suffice. Therefore, I shall gift you 2 vials as a token of our first meeting. My name is Joe Dai, and my ship can produce holy water. We can collaborate long-term. Hee. May the glorious goddess bless you. Yang Yi was almost incredulous upon receiving the trade request. It seemed almost too fortuitous. Evidently, the other party was in dire need of the grievance of the drowned. Moreover, she appeared quite benevolent, at least based on this transaction. The glorious goddess. It seemed that a player's ship was reflective of their character. On the other side, aboard the glorious goddess, this was a pristine white, 3-masted sailing ship, crafted from robust white oak, exuding an aura of purity. Captain Joe Dai, with her golden hair and azure eyes, possessed a tall and voluptuous figure, yet bore the delicate features of an Asian, suggesting a mixed heritage. She resided within the ship's unique structure, known as the prayer chamber, which housed an effigy of the glorious goddess. Currently, the ship was at level 1, and the prayer chamber could produce holy water, albeit at a low yield. Additionally, Zhou Dai faced a significant dilemma. She was frequently visited by maritime phantoms, particularly at night. Thus, each evening, she was compelled to retreat into the prayer chamber. A survival tool, like the grievance of the drowned, was precisely what she desired. As long as she possessed means of survival, she would have ample time to seek refuge in the prayer chamber. Chapter 11. The astrological vessel. The transaction was swiftly concluded. It merely required a confirmation of the trade details in the log before being locked in. Following this, the traded items were to be cast into the monster gumball machine, which would subsequently transport them to the counterpart's ship. There was no need to worry about the possibility of default, as the gumball machine guaranteed the completion of the exchange. Typically, items like this gumball machine, which bore a starkly different aesthetic, were associated with exceptional bosses, so it was advisable to avoid testing its might. Yang Yi cast the agreed-upon trade goods into the machine, while the system automatically deducted the materials from his ship's hold. In no time, 2 vials of holy water were dispensed from the monstrous contraption. This was pure, colorless liquid contained within reagent bottles. Yang Yi opened one vial, inhaled, and detected no scent before downing its contents in a single gulp. Almost instantaneously, he felt as though his body was ablaze, an excruciating burn coursing through him, even emitting a charred odor. Yet, his mental state improved significantly, leaving him feeling invigorated. Effective. Yang Yi was elated and checked his status. The zombie toxin infection had diminished to a moderate level, and his vitality began to rise gradually. Thus, he consumed another vial to consolidate the healing effects. He then spent 50 con coins to purchase 5 emergency bandages. These were presumably crafted from cloth, but lacking the recipe, he had no choice but to buy them. He extracted the arrow from his left arm, the pain causing him to grimace. But the pain was a good sign, indicating that the zombie toxin had lessened. After cleansing the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi bandaged himself and then reviewed his status once more. Yang Yi status: injured zombie toxin infection, mild, improving. An outline of a human figure depicted in pale yellow, with the wounded areas shaded darker. Rationality: 93 100 energy, 35 100 vitality, 19 100 gradually recovering. He exhaled deeply, finally feeling alive again. The remaining materials could be used to upgrade the nightmare, and he decisively proceeded with the enhancement. Material sufficient. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Yang Yi Gliketchon firm. The nightmare emitted a ghastly green light, resembling phantoms swirling around the vessel as the hull began to expand outward. Upgrade complete. The nightmare has ascended to a level 2 vessel. Please check the ship interface for specific changes. Nautical announcement. The number of level 2 vessels has surpassed 10,000. The Origin Sea will soon undergo significant changes. In 3 days, an unprecedented storm will sweep through this maritime region. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. Upon the announcement's release, the chat channel erupted with excitement. 10,000 level 2 ships. Damn, I still need 8 pieces of wood. Is anyone selling wood? Folks, does anyone understand? I've arrived in this gaming world, yet I'm still caught up in this grind. High prices for wood and fabric. Message privately for sales. The channel surged with a wave of upgrades, causing the prices of wood and fabric to soar. However, those who suffered the most were the special ships that required additional materials for upgrading. Steel Resolve. Fish exchange for steel. Message privately for long-term supplies of fresh fish. Everyone, don't buy. His fish has a gunpowder taste. It's absolutely dreadful. Just ask whether it's fresh or not. I guarantee it's killed and sold on the spot. Does anyone have low-grade wind essence? Prices are negotiable. The speaker is the windstorm, and Yang Yi has his friends. Thus, the channel is no longer anonymous. He sells organic cucumbers, organic cabbage, organic apples, and organic bananas, which are rich in vitamins and moisture. Those in the know understand. Additionally, he offers generous prices for seed recovery. Where do you source your fruits and vegetables? Can your ship cultivate land? You clever one, you've guessed correctly. He has attached information about the vessel. Farmer's vessel, level 1, durability 600, capacity 1,000 units, speed 25 knots, ship skill, efficient cultivation. The ship has land. And the harvest time varies depending on the seeds. Description: farmer? No, you're now called father. Yang, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated a ship capable of farming. This was truly a tremendous fortune. Each special vessel possesses its own unique advantages. Yang, he glanced at the blueprints in his hand. This item was undoubtedly a treasure. Name: Pirate Ship Blueprint. Type: Blueprint. Quality: Special. Description: this can transform your vessel into a pirate ship, granting it greater speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang, he did not see cannons on the pirate ship. They were likely obtainable only after an upgrade. Moreover, as he suspected, using the blueprint consumed no materials. This implies that a high-level blank ship utilizing the blueprint would reap substantial benefits. For instance, a level 3 blank ship using the blueprint would transform into a level 3 special ship, significantly reducing the resources required for upgrades. The higher the level, the more resources saved. Therefore, the value of this blueprint would remain stable in the later stages. He then examined his own ship interface. Nightmare, level 2, durability 600, capacity 1,000 units, speed 50 knots, ship skill, Nightmare. The ship's sleeping conditions are extremely poor, leading to nightmares, with a stamina recovery efficiency of -75. Fisherman's Curse. Normal fish are out of reach of this vessel, while the likelihood of encountering abnormal entities increases. Description: this ship has grown larger, yet it cannot escape its dilapidated reality. The ship's durability has doubled, yet it remains low, unable to withstand much strain. The vessel's length has increased to 20 meters, with a rusted iron chain binding a skeleton at the bow, the remains of the former captain. An additional room has emerged within the cabin, offering 3 branching options for expansion. 1. Extra cargo hold, increasing ship capacity by 100, requiring 300 units of wood. 2. Ancient war room, providing 2 submerged cannons for attack, requiring 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. 3. Great statue, capable of intimidating passing vessels, causing panic, requiring 300 units of wood, 300 units of fabric, and a corpse of an otherworldly creature. After some contemplation, Yang set his sights on the ancient war room. Nothing instills a greater sense of security than cannons. In maritime combat, cannons are indispensable. His current resources are as follows. Capacity: 1,000 with 9, fabric 0, fresh water 2L, if less than 2 liters, counted as 2 liters. Steel and sulfur are likely advanced resources, which I have yet to encounter. The upgrade interface for the Tier 3 vessel remains inaccessible. It is expected to unlock only upon completion of the expansion. Once Yang managed everything, he commenced fishing, as provisions must be adequately prepared. Behind the nightmarish vessel, separated by several dozen nautical miles, there exists a peculiar ship, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with an enormous crystal orb exceeding 3 meters in diameter. Astrologer, level 1, durability 500, capacity 800 units. Cruising speed 50 knots, ship abilities. Astrology reveals a nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, displaying ship names. Scry allows the visualization of a specific ship on the nautical chart, but islands remain invisible, limited to 1 target per day. Description: merely revealing the map, not cheating. The captain is a strikingly beautiful woman with dark hair and brown skin, her eyes a rare shade of red. She had noticed the nightmarish vessel earlier. After all, it is quite uncommon for 2 ships to sail alongside each other. However, a sudden change occurred. The icon of the pirate ship abruptly vanished from the nautical chart. Was eliminated? The woman gazed at the crystal orb before her, which was palm-sized, displaying the nautical chart of the nearby waters, including ship names. She extended her hand to manipulate it, employing the scry ability to observe the nightmarish vessel. She beheld Yang aboard, engaged in fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught, and before it could touch the ground, it was consumed by Yang. The woman's red eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before long, another eyeball was caught, followed by another quick consumption. Finally, a pufferfish was disdainfully tossed aside by the man. Yet, upon seeing this venomous creature, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How did he catch such treasures? She wondered enviously. She did not lose her composure. Rather, her curiosity intensified, for she possessed a unique gift. Talent, blood of the witch. Your thirst for knowledge is insatiable. Your red eyes are both a testament and an innate curse, increasing your mental capacity by 2. You exhibit high resistance to bizarre creatures and phenomena. However, be warned, those who touch the forbidden shall be banished by holy light and scorched by sacred fire. Chapter 12. Islands and Fishing. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously, yet each shot bore a distinct sound. He was honing his marksmanship. This flintlock was rather unreliable. Thus he needed to enhance his accuracy to compensate for its shortcomings. A piece of wood dangled at the stern of the boat. While Yang stood at the bow, taking aim, there was a minute's interval between each shot. Misfires were inconsequential, for it was merely practice. Beside him lay a fishing rod, and he occasionally glanced at the sea, hoping for a catch. After a morning of practice, he had only managed to hit a dozen targets, still an insurmountable distance from becoming sharpshooter. Yang munched on a long-legged sardine. He had grown accustomed to it, and discovered that the flavor was exquisite, especially those 4 long legs, delightfully crunchy with a taste reminiscent of chicken. In just one day, the storm foretold by the system would arrive. Yang had stockpiled 10 eyeball fruits, a loaf of black bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and several long-legged sardines. During this time, he had also caught a sizable specimen, measuring half a meter in length. Name: crimson-lipped eel. Type: food. Description: a fine specimen with fiery crimson lips. Regrettably found on a fish's mouth. Would you dare engage in a passionate kiss with it? A denizen of the abyss, edible and non-toxic, with tender lips. The appearance of this fish had startled him considerably. Consuming it raw would necessitate biting into those fiery crimson lips. A daunting prospect, even for Yang, unless hunger truly compelled him. Gazing at the crimson-lipped eel, Yang recalled the nightmare from the previous night. The memory was vivid. In the dream, a woman with red eyes had pointed a gun at his head. Those vividly crimson irises sent chills down his spine. Your heart races. Rationality decreases by 8. The gun in the woman's hand was all too familiar. It was his own flintlock. Yet, he could not fathom how it had come to be in her possession. The mere recollection filled him with dread. As a consequence, he had not slept well. His eyes shadowed with heavy dark circles. Fortunately, the poison within him had dissipated, and his wounds had mostly healed, leaving him with 76 vitality points, though his energy replenished far too slowly. After a night's rest, he would regain merely around 30 points of energy, severely limiting his daytime activities. This could not continue indefinitely. He needed to discover a means to swiftly restore his energy to mitigate this disadvantage. Perhaps holy water could serve this purpose, yet it was prohibitively expensive, and its restorative effects were nominal lost in thought. He suddenly received an anonymous contact. Glancing to the upper right, he noticed an island. "Who are you?" "Yang Yi Inkuiret." But there was no response. In this world, to initiate a private conversation with someone, one typically needed to know the name of their ship. For ordinary vessels, one would also have to be aware of the person's name. Yet, He had never willingly disclosed his information. How had this individual come to know? Was there an external aid involved? After pondering for a while, he reached 2 conclusions. 1. The individual might possess a special skill, allowing them to see him and discern his ship's name, and they were not far from him. 2. This could be a special quest bestowed by the system. He circled the boat, but saw no suspicious vessels. In the upper right corner, there indeed lies a modest island. This, although not extensive, is adorned with a hint of greenery, suggesting the presence of trees. These trees are likely suitable for harvesting, potentially yielding timber. Furthermore, the island may harbor other treasures. Had he stumbled upon it by chance, he would likely have ventured ashore to explore. Yet, with the warning from others, he found himself uncertain. Ultimately, he resolved to circumnavigate the island first, keen to observe. Should he find no traces of other vessels or players, he would select a suitable spot to disembark. The firearm in his possession bolstered his confidence. At this stage, few players wielded guns, at least none had been mentioned in the chat channels. As the boat approached, Yang Yi discerned the complete profile of the island. It was a tropical haven, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, not particularly large. The periphery boasted golden sands, where shells and crabs scuttled about. In Yang Yi's eyes, these represented a bounty of protein. Yet, what captivated him most were the coconut trees dotting the landscape. The tallest among them bore a bronze treasure chest. Notably, there were no signs of players having set foot on the island. These coconuts remained untouched. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi decided to land. He chose an appropriate location to anchor and then disembarked. The instant his feet touched the land, he felt a surreal disconnect, as though he had traversed into another realm, despite having been at sea for only a few days. On the beach, he gathered a selection of food items, including green crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: green crab. Type: food. Description: a common crab, completely natural and untainted, with succulent flesh. Name: clam. Type: ingredient. Description: a common shellfish, edible, and can be transformed into a delicious clam soup. Name: scallop. Type: food. Description: if grilled with garlic and vermicelli, it will leave you yearning for more. Yang Yi collected a substantial haul and stowed it in the ship's hold, intending to feast later. The main event lay ahead, a cluster of lush, verdant coconut trees. These trees generally stood 7 to 8 meters tall, with the tallest reaching over 10 meters, heavy with coconuts. They represented a vital source of fresh water, durable for storage, and the coconut flesh offered dietary fiber. The flavor was pleasant. This was a treasure not to be overlooked. However, climbing trees was not Yang Yi's forte. A misstep could lead to a grievous injury, even a broken leg or spine. Lacking healing capabilities, he could not afford such risks. While using his gun to sever the coconuts would be expedient, the noise could attract unwanted creatures from the island. He wandered around the base of the trees and noticed several stones of varying sizes that piqued his interest. Name: stone. Type: resource. Description: can be collected as raw material for crafting. For larger stones, it is advisable to carry a pickaxe. Yang Yi gathered a reasonable assortment of stones and placed them along the shore. He then swam back to the nightmare, adjusted his position, and used a grappling hook to hoist them aboard. After 2 trips, he had amassed 25 units of stone. Crafting a rudimentary stone axe required 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This is the inherent synthesis function of the log, capable of crafting the most rudimentary tools, including fishing rods, spears, bows, and arrows. The quality is certainly subpar, as it lacks even the most basic attributes, rendering it inferior to ordinary equipment. He disembarked, wielding a stone axe, and made his way towards the tallest coconut tree. It bore more than a dozen large coconuts and a bronze treasure chest. This was the first tree he intended to harvest. Chapter 13. Revitalizing coconut juice. The sailing log offers a plethora of convenient features. However, stepping away from it renders this world indistinguishable from reality. Chopping wood is both a laborious and skilled task, particularly when wielding a less-than-sharp stone axe that can be quite jarring. After felling the largest coconut tree, Yang Yi found his energy depleted by 13 points, leaving him with merely 30 points. At best, with his energy fully replenished, he could manage to chop down 5 or 6 trees. Exceeding the threshold would pose a risk of fainting should his energy dip below 30. Once the tree had toppled, Yang Yi immediately set about collecting coconuts. Upon grasping one, a smile of delight spread across his face. Name: revitalizing coconut. Type: food. Description: a rare and special coconut, rich in vitamins and minerals. The juice within can enhance energy recovery speed. Without hesitation, Yang Yi cracked open a coconut and drank deeply, receiving a buff that accelerated his energy recovery. This was precisely what he had been yearning for, making this venture immensely rewarding. He then opened a bronze treasure chest, from which several luminous orbs emerged, transforming into 3 items upon contact. Name: revitalizing coconut juice recipe. Type: recipe. Quality: good. Description: grants the recipe for revitalizing coconut juice upon use. Requires a reagent bottle, salt, and a revitalizing coconut. Name: edible sea salt 500 g. Type: food. Description: a seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt content. Name, reagent rack. Type, tool, quality, good. Description, an essential tool for crafting various reagents, can be synthesized using crystals. It provides reagent bottles, which are consumed upon use. The treasure chest not only contained the recipe, but also the additional materials required to create it. Elated, Yang Yi promptly utilized the recipe and began to concoct the revitalizing coconut juice. Require materials: revitalizing coconut X1. Salt 10G essential tool. Reagent rack. Yang Yi successfully crafted a bottle. Name, revitalizing coconut juice. Type, consumable, quality, good. Description, a beverage that invigorates the drinker. Restores 10 energy. Increases energy recovery speed by 50 for 8 hours. Each effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. With a smile, Yang Yi turned his gaze towards the coastline, where an abundance of coconuts awaited. He swung his axe with exuberance. As his energy approached the threshold of 30, he decided to rest upon the sandy beach until he recovered, after which he would resume his tree-felling endeavors. By evening, he had successfully felled 4 trees, yielding 38 revitalizing coconuts and 43 units of lumber, all of which he transported back to the nightmarish vessel. Depending on the thickness and length of the tree, one could acquire 5 to 15 units of lumber. Larger trees yield even more. He had no immediate plans to depart, opting instead to spend the night aboard the ship and continue his efforts the following day. However, before returning, he made a new discovery. A shimmering, luminous trail lay on the beach, merely 100 meters from Yang Yi. As darkness descended, the trail emitted a faint glow, catching his attention. This trail led inland. An luminous substance appeared to be some sort of viscous secretion from a creature, emanating a foul odor. He followed the trail 2 paces into the island. Here, the absence of crashing waves made the traces even more discernible. Judging by their shape, they resembled the markings left by a serpentine creature slithering across the ground. Yang Yi measured with his palm, estimating that the serpent was at least half a meter thick, a substantial size indeed. It was undoubtedly wise not to carry a firearm. Yang Yi reconsidered his choice to spend the night by the shore and decided to retreat to a safer distance, for there were other formidable creatures on the island. Gripping his flintlock tightly, he remained vigilant as he backed away. Upon returning to the nightmarish vessel, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Sitting in the captain's quarters, Yang Yi pondered for a while and ultimately resolved to gather more vitality coconuts, despite the risks involved. Such treasures are rare and could eliminate the drawbacks of a nightmarish ship. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The subsequent islands may not yield such coconuts. He navigated the nightmarish vessel away from the island, anchoring approximately 20 nautical miles offshore. At this distance, the island was no longer visible. Even if the unknown creatures on the island could swim, there was no need for them to venture so far for a mere morsel of flesh. Surely, the ocean's bounty of fish would suffice. He drank a bottle of refreshing coconut water, savored several scallops, a piece of eyeball fruit, and half a red-lipped eel. Before drifting to sleep, he clutched the flintlock in his right hand, allowing it to dangle beneath the bed, his fingers carefully avoiding the trigger. This was Yang Yi's latest strategy, permitting him to raise the weapon and shoot at any intruding monstrosity at the door with the utmost speed. He soon fell into a deep slumber. Plagued by nightmares in the dead of night, a melodious female voice wafted through the air outside the ship, ethereal and haunting, akin to celestial music. Yet, this was the ocean. From whence could such a voice arise? Yang Yi, groggy and bewildered, sat up, captivated by the enchanting melody, losing all sense of control. A look of obsession crossed his face as he gazed toward the door of the captain's quarters. There stood a humanoid creature, half woman, half fish, reminiscent of the legendary mermaid, with cascading golden hair and an alluring figure. She was drenched, as if just emerging from a bath, her bosom shielded by 2 large shells. Her waist was slender, and below her navel, delicate scales began to appear, culminating in a fishtail. Such beings are typically referred to as mermaids, but at sea, they are also known by another name, sirens. The nightmares of sailors from times past the sirens sang, flashing a beguiling smile at Yang Yi, flaunting her charms. The auditory trap at the door was triggered, producing a series of chimes. Yet, Yang Yi had succumbed to enchantment. The trap became utterly ineffective. With a look of rapture on his face, he approached the siren, still clutching the flintlock. Entranced by the enchanting melody, you have lost control of your body. Intellect decreased by 10. You have beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman, surrendering your mind and body. Intellect decreased by 7, approximately 50 nautical miles from the nightmare's vessel. Another ship lingered, the astrological, trailing closely behind. Captain Suna sat in the captain's quarters, scribbling notes in a small booklet. He could expressionlessly consume bizarre foods and unabashedly kiss an eel, eating the red-lipped eel. More astonishingly, he showed no signs of madness whatsoever. It was utterly inconceivable. This booklet is titled XX Observation Diary. As the true name of Yang Yi remains unknown, it has yet to bear her signature. Within its pages lie intimate details of Yang Yi's life, including her sleep duration, wake-up times, catches from fishing, and meals consumed. Such behavior is akin to that of a stalker. In a normal society, she would undoubtedly be classified as a dangerous individual, potentially confined for re-education. Does he not feel fear? Suna pondered, biting the cap of her pen. The intelligence regarding this island was also provided by her, as she wished to observe the individual's reactions. However, at that moment, the nightmare vessel suddenly stirred on the nautical chart, racing towards the island at full speed. When circumstances deviate from the ordinary, there must be something amiss. For several days, Suna had employed the astrological vessel's spying ability to monitor Yang Yi, aware of her cautious nature, which would prevent her from taking risks in the darkness, let alone venturing onto the island at night. She swiftly activated her spying skill to track the nightmare vessel. "What is this? A sea witch?" Suna exclaimed, her eyes alight with a mix of fervor and astonishment. Chapter 14. I have a gun. Yang Yi was plagued by a nightmare. In his dream, he found himself encircled by 3 extraordinarily beautiful women, all gazing silently at him. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. One of the women produced an object and began to gnaw at it, chewing meticulously, with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Initially bewildered, Yang Yi soon realized that what she was consuming appeared to be his own right arm. Moreover, he discerned the true nature of these women. Though their upper bodies resembled those of humans, from the waist down, they were adorned with scales tapering into fish tails. His arm lay severed, a searing pain shooting through him. Cursing under his breath, Yang Yi awoke, finding himself completely naked, sprawled on a slick floor. The dim light suggested he was in a cave, with walls and floor coated in a bioluminescent liquid, resembling the residue left by some mollusk. He was similarly smeared with a thick layer of it, which, upon inhalation, invigorated his senses. Glancing to his right, he was relieved to discover that his arm was intact. The source of his agony was a woman, who had sunk her pearly teeth into his arm, biting deeply enough to elicit a grimace of pain. "Release me. Are you a dog? Biting me for no reason?" Yang Yi exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing his voice, the woman finally let go, leaving 2 rows of deep bite marks on his shoulder. "Awake now? I thought you were still unconscious," she remarked with dissatisfaction, her crimson eyes glistening with allure. "I am sitting up. Do I look like I'm still asleep?" Yang Yi retorted, rubbing his arm as if to alleviate the pain. He scrutinized the woman before him. She possessed a distinctly Asian visage, quite attractive, with a slender figure that hinted at malnutrition, her skin a tempting shade of wheat. She was bound by an unknown aquatic plant, and the ground bore the evidence of her arduous crawl. "And you are?" Yang Yi asked, his head pounding. "You were ensnared by a siren, and I saved your life," the woman informed him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately checked his activity log, which displayed a series of enchantment alerts. His sanity lingered precariously at a subtle threshold. Sanity, 51,100. Remarkably, these sirens have refrained from consuming you for 3 days, nurturing you instead to a plump state. The woman continued, her gaze fixed on him. Realization dawned on Yang Yi. "I was captured by sirens, and 3 days have elapsed?" "Indeed, and there's not just one siren?" "Correct, there are 3. They appear to be a social species, skilled at enchanting men through their songs, serving as both mates." and sustenance. Yang Yi glanced at his exposed body, a chill running down his spine. Not far off lay scattered pirate attire and a rusted flintlock pistol. They are the mythical creatures of legend, yet they exist in this world, with behaviors reminiscent of the tales. The woman elaborated, seemingly fascinated by the sirens. However, Yang Yi felt a wave of dread wash over him, hastily donning the pirate garments and grasping the flintlock from ground. Draped in a blood-stained pirate garb, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, causing his sanity to dwindle to a precarious 50. Any further descent would plunge him into madness. The viscous slime was utterly repulsive. How could a sea monster secrete such filth? In the depths of the ocean, many soft-bodied or scaleless creatures exude mucus for their protection. Thus, it is entirely plausible for a sea monster to possess similar traits. Moreover, this mucus emits a phosphorescent glow in the darkness, illuminating an enticing prey. Akin to the anglerfish's lure, facilitating the display of its alluring form and aiding in the entire hunting process. Noticing Yang Yi's John Fuxian, the woman began to elucidate the rationale behind it all, interspersed with her personal reflections on the sea monsters. You're a player, are you not? What brings you to this place? Yang Yi inquired abruptly. The woman, enigmatic in her presence, radiated an unsettling aura, particularly with her striking crimson eyes, reminiscent of those he had encountered in his nightmares. This incited a surge of vigilance within Yang Yi. Despite her seemingly benign demeanor, she appeared intent on offering him assistance. I am Su Na, a passing player who unfortunately fell into the clutches of a sea monster, destined to become emergency rations, she replied. Did you not mention that sea monsters target only males? Why would they capture you? Yang Yi probit furter. Su Na was prepared with a fabricated explanation, subtly gesturing towards a shadowy corner. I am not alone. My companions have already been devoured by the sea monster. However, for reasons unknown, it did not consume you. She explained. Following her gaze, Yang Yi beheld a half-consumed male corpse, its body in a state of decay, abdomen eviscerated, and features distorted, suggesting a life marred by unspeakable torment. Scattered nearby were numerous human bones, stripped clean, a testament to the ferocity of the sea monsters. But did Su Na truly know the identity of that man? In truth, she did not. She merely exploited the corpse to weave a tale that justified her own capture. In reality, Su Na had arrived alone, trailing Yang Yi and the sea monsters. Captivated by the creatures, she was ambushed by two that emerged unexpectedly from behind her. Initially, she had believed only one sea monster to be present. As for the corpse, it had been there prior to Yang Yi's arrival. Once he appeared, the man seemed to lose all value, and thus was devoured by the sea monster. Consequently, Su Na remained oblivious to the identity and origins of the unfortunate man. Having absorbed Su Na's words, Yang Yi was convinced to a degree, but remained on high alert. You mentioned 3 days have passed. Yet I do not feel the slightest hunger, he remarked. Upon inspecting his status, he found that aside from his diminished sanity, all other parameters were nearly full. Su Na gestured towards another corner, revealing a large sailfish, a fierce predator of the sea, with a sharply pointed jaw, as keen as a spear. However, the sailfish lay lifeless, its body bearing the marks of gnawing. It appeared that Yang Yi had survived thus far by consuming this fish. But what of water? Am I not to drink? He questioned. Yang Yi found himself devoid of memories from the past 3 days, engulfed in a haze that felt surreal. Meanwhile, Su Na grew increasingly anxious. Could you assist me in unbinding first? In half an hour, the sirens will return. I do not wish to miss this opportunity, she urged. Up until now, she remained in a state of constraint, able to move only like a caterpillar. After observing the sirens for 3 days and discerning their habits, she had taken a risk to creep over and attempt to awaken Yang Yi. Yet, Yang Yi's gaze towards her was laden with complexity. This woman was astute, seemingly devoid of malice. However, the more he sensed her intelligence, the more vigilant he became, feeling that she was anything but ordinary. Her composure was unsettling. If it were anyone else in her predicament, facing imminent danger, how could they speak so fluently? Moreover, she had appeared in his nightmares. Those nightmares foretold that this woman would aim a gun at his head, intent on ending his life. Thus, Yang Yi found himself in a quandary, torn between the decision to save her or not. Yet, the thought of harming a woman who bore him no ill will, and perhaps even a hint of kindness, rendered him powerless. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi arrived at a resolution. He sensed that this woman was concealing something from him and decided to probe her. Regardless of whether it bore fruit, he would strike first. His gaze hardened as he looked at Su Na, leveling the dark muzzle of his gun at her. He threatened, "Woman, speak 3 sentences and give me a reason not to kill you." Su Na's pupils dilated in alarm, seemingly unable to grasp Yang Yi's line of thought. "What are you saying? Has your brain been consumed by the sirens?" "I am armed," Yang Yi replied with a smile, brandishing his weapon like a rogue unbound by morality. He raised a finger to emphasize, "This is your first sentence. You have 2 more. Seize this opportunity." The ominous gunpoint hung silently, and the atmosphere grew tense. After several agonizing seconds, a flicker of panic and regret crossed Su Na's face. Speaking rapidly, she blurted out, "I can offer you all my resources and supplies, including the food aboard the ship." Yang Yi shook his head. "Not enough. If I kill you, all of it will naturally become mine." Su Na's breath quickened, her gaze wavering. Moments later, she divulged her secret. I can provide you with nautical charts, making your journey significantly safer." "Nautical charts?" "My ship is named the Astrolabe. It can access the charts of nearby waters." A realization dawned upon Yang Yi, his smile turning chilling. "You lured me here, did you not?" He remained unflustered, rummaging through the pocket of his pirate attire to produce a piece of parchment. "You have never seen this, have you? This is a ship blueprint. By killing the ship's owner, one can dismantle his special grade vessel and acquire it. Tell me, why should I not kill you and claim the skills of your ship for myself?" Su Na's face drained of color. It was her first encounter with the existence of ship blueprints. Moreover, she realized Yang Yi spoke the truth, that pirate ship had indeed fallen to him. At last, she revealed an expression of unwilling fury, her face devoid of any trace of calmness, and fiercely exclaimed to Yang Yi, "You are truly a greedy and despicable wretch. I spit on you. Go ahead and shoot. I shall curse you at the end of hell." With that, she closed her eyes, awaiting the sound of the gunshot. There was a hint of defiance in her demeanor. "Then I shall grant your wish," Yang Yi replied coldly. Su Na trembled slightly. Yet, after a prolonged moment, no pain nor gunfire ensued. She opened her eyes, only to see Yang Yi approaching with a sharp bone he had unearthed from the pile of remains. "Surrender half of your supplies and provide a month's worth of nautical charts, and I shall save you," Yang Yi stated earnestly. Initially, Su Na's that's a registered suppress, which quickly morphed into anger. She realized that Yang Yi was deliberately deceiving her. In a fit of humiliation and rage, she retorted, "What if I refuse? I possess a gun, and you have no choice but to acquiesce." Yang Yi once more brandished his weapon, striking a pose of triumph. Su Na, in response, found herself utterly helpless. Chapter 15. These two are quite ill. Su Na had no choice but to acquiesce to Yang Yi's demands, yet she felt no remorse whatsoever. This was largely due to her limited supplies aboard the ship, which consisted of merely 8 units of timber, 5 units of fabric, and 4 liters of fresh water. Dividing these resources with Yang Yi was of little consequence to her. Her vessel, the Astrologer, was unique. Upgrades did not require timber or fabric, but rather 100 crystals and 50 units of steel. Consequently, timber and fabric held little value for her, and she had exchanged them for food and water. Naturally, she harbored no intention of revealing to Yang Yi her impoverished state and was eager to witness his reaction when the truth unveiled itself. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi believed he had successfully extorted a significant sum from her, oblivious to her financial plight. He severed the seaweed binding Su Na with a broken bone, granting her freedom. However, having been restrained for an extended period and deprived of sustenance for several days, she found herself exceedingly weak and unable to rise immediately. Yet, had actions astondit Yangi. "What are you doing?" he inquired, perplexed. Su Na was gathering the viscous substance on the ground, forming it into a small mound before opening her mouth to ingest it. It was important to note that this slime exuded an unbearable stench. "I am parched. The slime secreted by the sea demon can provide me with hydration, salts, And some nutrients, Suna replied nonchalantly, her brow furrowed. Clearly, the taste was far from pleasant. Yet she suppressed her nausea and refrained from expelling it. Aren't you concerned that this slime might be toxic? Youngie Asket, not at all. You have consumed it for 3 days and have shown no signs of poisoning. Young, he found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the rather peculiar nature of the woman before him. As Suna replenished her fluids, she appeared to regain some color. She produced a small knife from within her garments, lowered herself, and approached the corpse of the marlin, deftly slicing through its skin to procure several fresh pieces of flesh to chew and swallow. This small knife was, in fact, an item of equipment. Name, witch's dagger. Type, treasure. Quality, good. Description, a dagger favored by witches, versatile in function, including the ability to slice open your belly. It can inflict minor damage on otherworldly creatures. As Suna gradually regained her strength, Yang Yi began to survey the cave. The space was somewhat confined, with a solitary passage leading to the outside, through which the patter of rain and the howling wind could be heard. The cave also housed a bottomless pool, likely connected to the sea. He examined the male corpse, estimating it had been deceased for some time. Upon searching the body, he found no valuable items. From where do the sea demons typically return? Through the pool or the cave entrance? Yang Yi inquired of Suna. Both possibilities exist, she replied. Do they operate in unison? Not at all. Suna had been observing this group of sea demons for 3 days and had discerned certain patterns. They generally divided into 2 factions. The larger one acted independently, while the smaller ones, approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters in length, typically moved together. I see. So, which usually returns first, the large one or the smaller ones? All possibilities exist, devoid of any discernible pattern. Yet the intervals of their return are brief, approximately 15 minutes. Yang Yi nodded, grasping the general situation. If 3 sirens are accustomed to acting in unison, the wisest course of action would be to flee. After all, engaging in direct combat with 3 sirens entails considerable risk. However, if only 2 are present, the odds could be in our favor. Can you ensnare one? Yang Yi inquired. If it's a smaller one, I should be able to. Having battled them before, came the voice of Suna. She replenished her salt and hydration, consuming some fish meat, gradually recovering her strength. It was evident that her physical condition was quite robust, potentially superior to Yang Yi's. The sirens wield their primary weapon, their enchanting voices, but her song is ineffective against women. Furthermore, their upper body strength is not formidable, akin to that of an average female, with a power level around 4, comparable to mine. In a terrestrial confrontation, avoiding their claws and teeth would suffice, Suna elucidated. She bore several shallow gashes on her body, presumably inflicted by the siren's claws. Had I known there were 3 sirens, I would not have been captured. You possess a firearm, which should be more than adequate to deal with them. Simply block your ears and fire quickly. Unbeknownst to Suna, Yang Yi's gun might misfire, leading her to perceive the task as trivial. Yang Yi, however, had no intention of revealing his vulnerabilities, as it was not in his nature to expose his weaknesses. He began to examine his status panel. Yang Yi status. Healthy strength, 3, 4950, spirit, 71, 892, 8000, talent bonus, agility, for 169 100, pirate outfit bonus, constitution, for 100 perception, 5, 32 200, rationality, 50 100 energy, 92 100 vitality, 99 100. Sustained a loss of 1 health from Suna's bite. He had discerned the conditions for the growth of each attribute. Engaging in physical exercise could enhance strength, constitution, and agility. Sustaining injuries and recovering could further augment constitution experience. Fluctuations in rationality, especially significant shifts followed by restoration, could substantially increase spirit experience. Activities such as fishing, shooting, and grappling could improve perception experience. The methods of enhancement were remarkably realistic. Coupled with Suna's intelligence, it became apparent that the sirens possess average combat capability on land, with a strength of around 4, and do not act in triplicate. Thus, if he could swiftly elevate his strength to 4, in conjunction with the frenzy strength bonus, 2, he would be able to dominate the sirens. After all, they are aquatic creatures. Their agility on land is decidedly limited. The only aspect to be wary of is their powerful tails, which could deliver devastating blows if they strike vital areas. Having clarified his thoughts, Yang Yi acted promptly. A modicum of experience should be readily attainable. He surveyed the cave, searching for suitable weights to train with. However, at first glance, he found nothing. The cave appeared barren, comprised solely of stone walls and scattered, ethereal bones. Yet his mind was agile, unbound by conventions, and he swiftly redirected his thoughts towards other objects. For instance, Tsunna could be utilized to enhance his strength. The deceased marlin on the ground appeared to possess a suitable weight as well. Furthermore, there was the male corpse lying on the ground. After careful consideration, Yang Yi deemed the male corpse to be the most fitting choice. Opting for the marlin would lack a solid leverage point, while selecting Tsunna would likely result in resistance and potential bites. Thus, the male corpse was ideal. It would offer no resistance and pose no threat of biting. Although his arm was reduced to half, the weight was just right, and with the head and neck intact, it provided a firm grip. Consequently, Yang Yi grasped the male corpse by the neck with both hands and hoisted it aloft, commencing his weightlifting regimen. "Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sanity?" Tsunna gazed at Yang Yi, profoundly shaken by his eccentric behavior. "Pray tell, what is the status of your sanity?" "Rest assured, my sanity is a robust 50. 50? Tsunna stared at Yang Yi, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A decline in sanity could indeed affect one's mental state. Even if it remained above 50, it would exert some influence. Yet Yang Yi seemed utterly indifferent to his sanity level, or perhaps he perpetually existed in a state of subtle madness. Tsunna observed Yang Yi with an increasingly intense gaze, akin to that reserved for a rare specimen. Unbeknownst to him, he continued his lifting exercises. Regrettably, just as he completed his 9th lift, a peculiar sound of undulation emanated from the tunnel outside. By the sound, it appeared to be a single entity. "She has returned. You must quickly insert this into your ears." Tsunna handed Yang Yi 2 appropriately sized chunks of fish flesh, freshly severed from the tuna. However, Yang Yi shook his head in refusal. "No need. I have my own methods." He turned his gaze towards the sea witch. Chapter 16. The storm approaches. Before them stood a sea monster, approximately 2 meters in length, its fishtail dragging heavily upon the ground, supporting its form. Upon her return, the sea monster was taken aback at the sight of the 2 individuals, particularly when she noticed Yang Yi gripping the neck of a corpse. However, her reaction was swift as she began to sing a melodious tune. You hear the enchanting melody. Captivated and entranced, your reason diminishes by 5. Yang Yi abruptly ceased his movements, relinquishing the corpse, his hands falling limply to his sides. Alas, this fool had succumbed to her enchantment once more. Tsunna tightened her grip on her dagger, bracing herself for a desperate struggle. It was unlikely that this sea monster would spare her, viewing her as mere emergency rations. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tsunna's forehead. In contrast, Yang Yi appeared utterly mesmerized by the sea monster, his steps light and unsteady as he meandered towards her. The sea monster was undeniably beautiful, a paragon of allure with cascading golden waves for hair and exquisite, captivating features. Her voice was like that of a celestial being, her skin glimmering with an ethereal sheen, and her form voluptuous and statuesque. Yet, simultaneously, she possessed teeth sharp enough to pierce a skull, claws capable of rending flesh, and a tail powerful enough to shatter human bones. Enthralled by her, Yang Yi leaned into her embrace, seeking solace. The sea monster, seemingly amused by her prey, momentarily refrained from attacking. Her gaze softened, and though she opened her mouth several times, she could not bring herself to harm Yang Yi. "I apologize, but alas, we're not of the same species." Yang Yi murmured within the sea monster's hold. "With reason below 50, you descend into a state of madness, gaining 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, -2 spirit, and immunity to most mental abnormalities." At some point, Yang Yi had drawn a flintlock pistol, pressing it against the sea monster's body, aiming for her head. By the time the sea monster sensed the anomaly, it was too late. Boom! The gunshot resounded with a deafening echo, reverberating through the cavern. The flintlock lived up to expectations, firing true on the first pull, the sound resonating throughout the cave. The half-sharp bone that had been tucked in his belt seemed futile now. Can you resist the allure? Then what was that about following me? Suna's crimson eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Your gun sounds peculiar. It even deducted a bit of my reason. Only a bit. Yang, he seized upon the crucial detail. This woman was indeed not quite right, even with a mental fortitude of 8 points. Hearing that gunshot for the first time had cost him 3 points of reason. Yang, he chose not to explain. Stepping back to observe the sea monster's headless corpse slowly sagging, twitching spasmodically. Viscous, dark red fluid and bits of flesh splattered across Yang Yi. Suna rushed forward, gazing at the sea monster's remains with a hint of regret. Your gun is far too powerful. Could you refrain from shooting the head? I'd like to keep a complete sea monster head for myself. She inexplicably produced a vial and began to collect the sea monster's blood, brain tissue, and surface mucus. What are you doing? I killed this sea monster. The spoils belong to me. Yang, he furrowed his brow, promptly retrieving a piece of flesh and stowing it in his pocket, reminding Suna of the necessity. After all, the capsule toy required only a small amount of tissue, and subsequently, the system would reclaim the monster's remains, eliminating the possibility of utilizing the same corpse for 2 capsules. Upon hearing this, Suna halted her actions, lifting her gaze to Yang Yi in contemplation. In that case, you shall reserve the most intact corpse for me, and I will offer you all the resources aboard the ship, along with an additional month's worth of navigational charts. What say you? Yang Yi pondered for but a moment before acquiescing. The sea demon's combat prowess was inferior to that of the drowned, and bereft of its song. The majority of adult men wielding spears could easily dispatch it on land. Thus, the spoils of this encounter were unlikely to be particularly valuable, rendering the charts far more advantageous. You previously mentioned that the intervals between the 2 batches of sea demons returning to their lair hover around 15 minutes, correct? Yang Yi inquired. Indeed, the intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes, Suna replied, her recollection precise. You must add a new datum. Less than 2 minutes. Yang, he exclaimed, pulling Suna closer to him. In the next instant, 2 sea demons surged forth from the pool behind Suna, lunging at the spot she had just vacated, but finding only emptiness. Just moments prior, Yang Yi had detected ripples on the surface of the water, heightening his alertness. Upon seeing a head emerge from the pool, he instinctively yanked Suna aside, sparing her from peril. The 2 smaller sea demons, upon spotting the corpse of their comrade on the ground, fell into a furious rage, emitting menacing growls. Their pale skin flushed crimson as they bared their razor-sharp teeth. An enchanting melody resonated once more, this time a duet, the tones sharp and echoing throughout the cavern. Even Suna found herself dizzy from the sound. The song was both piercing and beautiful. Your rationality decreases by 5. Although Yang Yi was immune to enchantment, the melody still caused a constriction in his chest, a painful throb in his eardrums, and even began to sap his vitality. He immediately raised his gun and took aim. Click! The gun misfired. Move swiftly. We must head outside. The confined space here amplifies their song, which is detrimental to us. Yang Yi commanded decisively. Suna was likewise in a precarious state. One ear bleeding, her mind somewhat dazed. Yang Yi grasped her hand and propelled her towards the cave's exit. Fortunately, the sea demons were not particularly swift, lacking legs. Their fish tails rendered them ill-suited for terrestrial movement, resulting in a slower pace. The 2 successfully burst forth from the cave, and at that moment, Suna regained her composure, no longer requiring Yang Yi's assistance. Your pistol may not need reloading, but it does occasionally misfire, does it not? She inquired. Yang Yi frowned, somewhat displeased. This woman had a penchant for focusing on matters that bore no advantage to her. The 2 continued their flight. Yang Yi aimed to stall for time until the flintlock's cool-down period concluded, thereby enhancing their chances of victory. However, they had not run far before halting. Confronted by a murky sea, the island was submerged for the most part, leaving no path ahead. Above them, the sun was obscured, shrouded by dense clouds and a torrential downpour. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the entire world, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. A tempest was brewing at sea. Yang Yi immediately recalled the system announcement that had forewarned of an impending storm. What's more, the tempest had already been raging for 2 days, and now all players were desperately fleeing the area, as explained by Suna. Why didn't you mention it sooner? He inquired. Would it have made a difference? We still have to contend with the sea monsters, Suna replied with an air of calm. Her words rang true. If they did not confront the sea monsters, they would inevitably be hunted down amidst the storm, a most undesirable fate. Calculating the time, Yang Yi glanced back. 2 sea monsters were still nearly 20 meters away. Once they closed the gap to within 5 meters, the cooldown on his flintlock would likely be over, and 5 meters was a range in which he felt relatively confident. He could likely hit his mark. He raised his weapon and began to aim, holding his breath in concentration. As the sea monsters approached the 5-meter threshold, he fired. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and an arm was sent soaring into the sky. Yet, the monster's head remained intact. He had misfired. Your aim is atrocious, Suna remarked sharply. As if yours is any better. Yang Yi retorted dismissively. You distract the one with the severed arm, and I will handle the other. I'll return to assist you afterward. Agreed. They both sprinted toward their respective targets. Chapter 17. The turbid sea Yang Yi charged towards the sea demon on his left, whose body remained intact. Unarmed, he had long lost his weapon. But this was solid ground. While other resources might be scarce, stones were plentiful. Seizing a rock at random, he lunged forward. Midway, his strength surged, his base power reaching 4 points, which, after enhancement, soared to 6. The sea demon issued a threatening growl, her scales bursting forth. She was clever enough to recognize that her enchanting song would not sway this man, thus opting to employ her sharp claws and teeth to rend him apart. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that, devoid of magic, humanity was the unrivaled sovereign of the land. Even without firearms, their dominance remained unshaken. Humans wield a multitude of weapons in combat, often denying foes any chance for close quarters. Yang Yi exemplified this principle, adhering to no martial ethics. As the distance between them diminished, he hurled the stone, striking the sea demon squarely in the face. With a strength of 6, surpassing the average of 5. The blow staggered her, causing her to reel and blood to spill from her head. Seizing the opportunity, he mounted her, grasping a newly acquired large pebble, and rained blows upon her face, devoid of any pity. This was a flesh-eating beast cloaked in a deceptive guise. No rational individual would show mercy, especially not a frenzied Yang Yi. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until he felt something give way beneath him, and the sea demon ceased her resistance. He finally halted, though not unscathed himself. His back bore bruises from the fishtail's lashes, and he had several claw marks. Skin torn and raw, the fishtail's strength was indeed formidable. Fortunately, her upper body, as Suna had noted, was comparable to that of a human. As long as the battle was fought on land, humanity held the advantage. The tide would turn in the water. Once he had dealt with this sea demon, Yang Yi casually pocketed a piece of her remains and sprinted towards the final foe. The battle here remained intense. Suna grappled with the sea demon, rolling like a tumbling gourd, both covered in muddy water. The sea demon had sustained injuries and lost an arm, while Suna, weakened, found herself locked in a struggle where neither could gain the upper hand. It was not until Yang Yi intervened that the balance shifted. In a 2-on-1 scenario, he pinned the sea demon down with his foot, drawing his flintlock pistol, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Don't shoot. I want her intact, especially her head. Yang Yi recalled Suna's earlier request and paused to inquire, what would you have me do? I've observed. Her chest rises and falls, suggesting she breathes with lungs. Try strangling her, Suna urged, pressing her full weight upon the sea demon to signal Yang Yi to act. Nodding in agreement, he did not hesitate, firmly grasping the sea demon's throat with both hands. In a matter of moments, her struggles began to wane. Minutes later, she lay completely still, her eyes rolling back, as if she had succumbed to death. To ensure she would not feign death and revive, Yang Yi maintained his grip for an additional 5 minutes until Suna tapped him, prompting him to release her. Thus, the 3 sea demons lay lifeless. To his surprise, the siren also breathed through her mouth. He had assumed they possessed gills. Yang Yi jested, scrutinizing the creature. At first glance, She appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of human and fish. Su-na, intrigued, began to explore the area behind the siren's ears. She indeed had gills situated there, but to comprehend their precise function, a dissection would be necessary. Su-na's examination of the siren's body was reminiscent of a child delightedly playing with a cherished toy, endlessly fiddling with it. Yang Yi, however, felt little fascination. All he needed was to discern the siren's vulnerabilities and the means to slay her. The intricate details of her anatomy were of little concern to him. He opened his journal to inspect the siren's specific information. Name: Lesser Siren. Description: the siren is a malevolent creature that ensnares men with her song and beauty, being half human, half fish, and typically dwelling in groups. They relish in tormenting their prey before devouring them piece by piece. This particular specimen is of a lesser variety, possessing limited intelligence and modest strength. The thought of a higher-tier siren sent a shiver of wariness through Yang Yi. Had he encountered a higher siren, he might have perished in her seductive grasp before even triggering his berserk state. Even if he did, the odds would not be in his favor. Such creatures are truly terrifying. He hoped that when next they crossed paths, he would possess the fortitude to resist their allure. Meanwhile, Su-na had commenced the grisly task of dismembering the siren's corpse. The scene was rather macabre, prompting Yang Yi to avert his gaze and check the weather forecast. He needed to gather intelligence swiftly to unravel the events of the past 3 days. Today's weather: a storm is upon us. Flee from the ominous clouds above. Location: the Sea of Origin's stormy waters. Sunlight duration: unknown temperature, 12 to 20 sea wind speed. Force 8. Yang Yi began reviewing the announcements from preceding days. A historic tempest has swept through the Sea of Origins. You must hasten to escape this impending chaos of stormy waters. A friendly reminder: the speed of the black mist will increase to 15 knots. Should you lag, death may ensue. Upon reading this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. 2 days had been squandered. He must set out without delay. He began searching for the nightmare's trace. The island was now submerged, with less than a kilometer of land remaining. What once was the island's perimeter was now merely a few treetops protruding from the water surface, with an estimated depth of around 10 meters. To his left, he spotted the shadow of the nightmare, thankfully undisturbed by the wind, perhaps due to the tattered state of its sails. The distance to the nearest land was several hundred meters, certainly less than a kilometer. On the sea, this was a considerable stretch, especially for a terrestrial creature. Yang Yi was no adept swimmer. He had merely learned the fundamentals as a child, capable of swimming a short distance, but to traverse several hundred meters was a daunting challenge. Furthermore, the waters were tumultuous, with the possibility of hidden currents lurking beneath. Just as despair began to set in, he witnessed Su-na consuming a piece of the siren's corpse. What? Yang Yi focused intently on the unfolding scene. It was only then that Yang Yi discovered a black pouch affixed to the surface of Su-na's abdomen. Could this be a spatial bag? He had not anticipated that she possessed such a rare artifact. Name: Witch's personal treasure bag. Type: artifact. Quality: premium. Description: it can be affixed to any part of your body, impervious to theft, and provides 1 cubic meter of space for storage, though it cannot hold living beings. A competent witch must first possess her own treasure bag. An idea immediately sparked in Yang Yi's mind as he approached Su-na. Chapter 18. The combat style of the insane. How does one fold a lowly sea monster into a cubic meter of space to minimize its occupancy? Su-na, disinterested in such ponderings, opted for a more expedient approach. She decided to divide it into several parts. The fishtail could be one section, the human torso another, and the hands and head could be detached as well. Thus, when neatly arranged, it would occupy minimal space. Su-na was currently engaged in this task. Yang Yi approached and inquired, "Do you have any simple rope?" "Y bases fitness units," Su-na replied. 1 unit equals 1 meter. Excellent, Yang Yi exclaimed with delight. If you could hand over the rope, I will construct a raft, allowing us to traverse this expanse of sea. Swimming across would be perilous due to the considerable distance. Upon hearing this, Su-na paused her actions and gazed at the water surface. Her vessel, the astrologer, was anchored beside the nightmarish, approximately a kilometer from the shore. Indeed, swimming over would be unwise. All right. After a brief contemplation, Su-na acquiesced to Yang Yi's proposal and relinquished the rope to him. At this juncture, cooperation was the optimal choice. Moreover, their recent battle had fostered a fundamental trust between them. Yang Yi accepted the rope and hurried back to the cave, where he transformed the clothing of the male corpse into fabric. He rummaged through the pile of bones and procured a total of 5 pieces of cloth, which he synthesized into 5 units of simple rope. This augmented his total to 20 units of rope. Next, he turned his attention to the timber. With a flintlock gun in hand, Yang Yi knew its potency was formidable. A single shot could easily sever a moderately sized tree. After dedicating some time to firing a few rounds, they amassed a sufficient quantity of timber. He then employed the witch's dagger to refine the wood and bound it tightly with the rope. Thus, a small raft, measuring 1 meter in width, was completed. In total, 13 units of rope and 8 pieces of timber were utilized. The surplus rope could be tied around the waists of both Su Na and Yang Yi, ensuring that should one of them fall into the water, the other could render immediate aid. With preparations complete, the next step hinged on their execution, considering their acquaintance was still nascent and fraught with uncertainties. "All right, come aboard. The raft is ready." Yang Yi called to Su Na. He had inspected the raft and confirmed its buoyancy was adequate to support 2 individuals. Su Na had also finished dismantling the sea monster and approached, climbing onto the raft. They each grasped simple paddles, crafted from the dagger, and propelled the raft toward the ship. Due to the proximity of trees and the island, this stretch of water was considerably calmer than the open sea. Their journey proceeded smoothly as they swiftly drew nearer to the vessel. Yang even contemplated the coconut trees. Though submerged, they still bore coconuts, which could be retrieved using a grappling hook. Just as he was indulging in this thought, an immense force surged from beneath the raft, nearly toppling both into the ocean. Something substantial lurked beneath the surface. Yang Yi immediately became alert, directing his flintlock toward the water. Su Na, who had nearly lost her balance, now lay atop the raft and, out of the corner of her eye, spotted a shadow gliding through the water. "A massive serpent is lurking in the sea," she exclaimed, pointing in its direction as a warning. Yang Yi was just about to take a look when the raft was suddenly lifted again, causing a rope to snap. The raft became increasingly unstable. If this continued, it would undoubtedly fall apart. At that point, both individuals would plunge into the water, directly vulnerable to the assault of the sea serpent. The consequences would be dire. They were still 200 meters away from the ship, and swimming there in a short time was utterly impossible. Realizing this, Yang Yi's eyes glinted with ferocity. He was in a frenzied state, courageous and undaunted, eager for a fight. If the sea serpent wished to consume him, then it must be prepared to be devoured without complaint. A smile broke across his face as he attempted to submerge his flintlock to fire. Boom! Water splashed everywhere. As anticipated, the flintlock was impervious to water. Being drenched or even submerged did not hinder its firing capability. Su Na, hearing the commotion, turned her head and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun." Su Na frowned, unable to comprehend Yang Yi's words, and suggested her own plan. "We could try using the blood and flesh of the siren to lure it away. I can throw it farther." "No need, that would be futile." Yang Yi shook his head, fixating on the shadow in the water. "I can feel it. It has its sights set on me, inviting me to descend for a duel." "Feel? Have you lost your mind? How much rationality do you have left?" Yang Yi did not respond, and, like a madman, leaped into the water, leaving behind only the words, "If there's a commotion underwater, just pull me up." You plan to wrestle with it in the water? That is sheer suicide." However, in truth, Yang Yi had a high chance of success. He remained remarkably composed, meticulously calculating the time. In 15 seconds, he would be able to fire again. With the power of this flintlock, a single well-placed shot could claim the serpent's life. Conversely, the serpent would take at least several minutes to kill him, as it lacked the sharp teeth to tear apart its prey, typically resorting to constriction to suffocate its victims. During this time, Yang Yi could fire at least 3 or even 4 shots. As long as he hit once, the serpent would be severed in 2 on the spot. The prey descending on its own was a boon for the sea serpent, which quickly coiled around him. The serpent was as thick as an adult's thigh and possessed remarkable agility in the water. On land, Yang Yi might have stood a chance against it. Yet in the water, Without the proper weapon, his odds of victory dwindled to near zero. The serpent ensnared him tightly, leaving him with only his right hand free to aim. Would it matter if the rest of him was ensnared? Soon, he pulled the trigger for the first time. Click! The gun misfired. But it mattered not, for he still had opportunities. The sea serpent tightened its grip, and he felt his ribs grinding against one another, rendering him powerless to resist. Counting the seconds, he fired the second shot. Click! Again it misfired. The air in his lungs had been expelled, his ribs were at risk of fracturing, and his entire body was numb. Yet he remained calm, awaiting the next opportunity to shoot. The sea serpent sensed something was amiss. Yanni was unlike any prey it had encountered before. It prepared to deliver a lethal strike, sinking its fangs into Yang Yi's left shoulder. "Do you dare to bite me? Then I shall bite you back," Yang Yi exclaimed, sinking his teeth into the serpent's body with such force that it penetrated the scales. At that moment, his third shot was fired, aimed at the serpent's head on its left shoulder. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the water. This shot obliterated half of the sea serpent's skull. Yet, it did not perish immediately, emitting a chilling shriek as it relinquished its tenacious prey. However, its demise was inevitable. Survival was no longer an option. Victory was his. He felt a sense of relief and relaxation wash over him. Despite the arduous journey, he had triumphed. His body began to sink slowly. "Oh no, I must swim to the surface." He attempted to control his body, only to discover, much to his dismay, that he lacked the strength to do so. Above the water, a tremendous explosion occurred, sending a spray of water soaring into the sky. Following this, a torrent of dark blood surfaced. Suna, who had been attentively monitoring the underwater commotion, immediately pulled on the rope at her waist upon hearing the gunfire. However, the other end of the rope was severed. At some point during the struggle between Yang Yi and the sea serpent, the rope had snapped. Suna glanced at the water's surface, hesitated for several seconds, and ultimately leaped in. Minutes later, Yang Yi expelled a large mouthful of water, which included a piece of the severed serpent's skin. Once he regained his breath, his vitality surged back, and his consciousness returned. It was Suna who had saved him, administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation. "Thank you. I owe you a life," Yang Yi expressed gratefully. Before losing consciousness, he had noticed the broken rope and believed he was doomed, yet this woman had unexpectedly jumped in to rescue him. Simultaneously, he observed that the unlocking condition for his question mark skill had changed to 2-3. By this point, Yang Yi had deduced the likely requirement to come close to death 3 times. Meanwhile, Suna felt a whirlwind of emotions. Her gaze towards Yang Yi was peculiar, akin to that of observing a rare and exotic creature. To gamble one's life in such a fierce struggle, without hesitation, was a departure from biological instinct. How strange. I must note this in my observation diary. After reflecting, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. "You have been bitten. This serpent may very well be venomous." Suna moved closer, attempting to suck out the toxic blood with her mouth, only stopping when the expelled blood turned a vivid crimson. Yang Yi gazed at her, feeling a swell of gratitude within. After all, this action held significant risk. While snake venom is primarily composed of proteins that can be digested by gastric acid, there lies danger if any mucous membranes in the oral or digestive tract are compromised, potentially leading to poisoning. Once the situation was under control, Yang Yi regained his composure. The two of them successfully approached the vessel and boarded their respective boats. Yang Yi's observation diary. His frenzied state is utterly captivating. He never falters, possesses a clear understanding, and devises tactical plans. Yet, he may not even realize the intensity of his combat desire, how fervently he yearns to vanquish his opponent, even at the cost of his own life, without a moment's hesitation. But what if the adversary is overwhelmingly powerful? What choices would he make then? This requires further observation. Which Suna Chapter 19. Trading again upon returning to the vessel, Yang Yi discovered that the previously caught fish and shellfish had rotted beyond consumption. He retained only a single bloated puffer fish, returning the rest to the sea. His provisions consisted of merely 1 loaf of black bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts, with a solitary liter of fresh water remaining. Yang Yi consumed 3 eyeball fruits and picked up a vitality coconut, preparing to concoct a refreshing vitality coconut juice to restore his energy. Player Suna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi readily acquiesced. She climbed aboard from the stern and swiftly made her way into the cabin of the Nightmare. At that moment, Yang Yi was engaged in preparing the vitality coconut juice. Can you really brew potions? Suna asked in astonishment. Indeed, I obtained a recipe on the island that allows me to mix salt and vitality coconuts to create this invigorating drink. Would you care to try? Yang Yi offered the freshly prepared coconut juice to Suna. Since she had saved his life, sharing a small gift seemed inconsequential. Suna accepted it, examining it with curiosity, yet she refrained from drinking, instead placing it into her treasure pouch. I shall not take any supplies from your ship, she remarked. Yang Yi suggested, why not partake of the newly concocted vitality coconut juice? Suna appeared indifferent, as the astrologer was nearly devoid of supplies, impoverished to the point of clinking. Shall we collaborate once more? Yang Yi proposed. The tempestuous winds at sea were fierce, and their partnership would greatly enhance their chances. Additionally, the astrologer could provide navigational charts, preventing them from losing their way amidst the storm. Agreed, Suna responded, for she too had come with that intention. Emerging from the cabin, Yang Yi was met with an ominous gloom. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. The howling winds, mingled with seawater, caused the vessel to sway violently. He did not intend to depart immediately, as there were pressing matters to attend to. He had been poisoned by a serpent and required an antidote. The status panel in his log now displaying signs of toxicity. The information on the sea serpent confirmed its venomous nature. Approaching the monster gacha machine, Yang Yi discarded the flesh of the 2 sea sirens along with the serpent's skin into the apparatus. Name: large sea serpent. Description: a cunning giant serpent of the depths. Larger than an ordinary python, revels in the torment of its prey. Can be deposited into the monster gacha machine. Mildly toxic. Are you certain you do not wish to exchange that sea siren corpse for a gacha prize? Yang Yi suddenly inquired, recalling that Suna possessed another siren's body in her treasure pouch. Absolutely not. Suna shook her head vigorously. In her eyes, the corpse held immense value, far surpassing that of a gacha prize. By studying the physiological structure of the siren, she could acquire the knowledge she sought. And knowledge, indeed, was far more precious than mere items. Yang Yi shrugged, refraining from further persuasion, and turned back to the octopus-headed gacha machine, spinning the dial with a clatter of capsules. Moments later, 3 capsules were ejected. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, observing his every move as she meticulously recorded in a small notebook. Yang Yi resides aboard a ghost ship. His mental state raises concern. His gacha machine resembles a fearsome octopus head, yet Yang Yi appears quite fond of it. Unbeknownst to him, he picked up a glowing ore from the ground. First, there lies a canister adorned with the image of a mermaid. Name: siren's voice. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: encased within is a peculiar gas. Upon inhalation, it emits a shrill, piercing wail, rendering nearby creatures momentarily paralyzed and diminishing their rationality. Inhalation results in a loss of 20 sanity. You have acquired the voice of siren, yet it is evident that you are not destined for song. The second item is a blue crystal pendant. Name: siren's tear. Type: relic. Quality: good. Description: wearing it reduces mental acuity by 2, grants immunity to charm effects, should one hear the siren song. It transforms into a cacophonous lament. Occasionally, it induces auditory hallucinations, as if a siren were whispering in your ear, diminishing sanity. You may only hear my song. You belong to me. The third item is a short sword. Name: serpent's tooth. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a short sword forged from the teeth of a sea serpent, possessing a slight paralyzing effect, capable of inflicting minor damage to aberrant creatures. Yang Yi found himself fortunate, having procured 2 pieces of equipment from 3 gacha pulls, one of which was a weapon, perfectly suited to compensate for the ineffectiveness during the cooldown of his flintlock. As for the other 2 items, Yang Yi pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to sell or trade them. The siren's tear is a formidable weapon against sirens, yet due to Yang Yi's state of madness, which naturally grants immunity, the tear seemed somewhat redundant for him. Concerning charm effects, such mental assaults could be swiftly adapted to by players with high mental attributes. The first encounter with charm had cost Yang Yi a deduction of 10 sanity, but subsequent encounters only reduced it by 5. Should he face it again, it was likely that even a 5-point deduction would be negligible, rendering it ineffective. The siren's voice, however, appeared to be a commendable item. Alas, Yang Yi was in dire need of healing and thus resolved to part with it. He promptly initiated a private chat with Captain Zhou Dai of the Glorious Goddess. Yang Yi, I require 2 vials of holy water. Do you have any in stock? It seemed she was occupied, as several minutes passed before a response arrived. Zhou Dai, to keep it brief, I am currently preoccupied with sailing and lack the time to produce holy water. My available stock is limited. Yang Yi grasped her implication. There was indeed stock, but at a steep price. Nevertheless, he was prepared with ample bargaining chips and replied, a bottle of invigorating coconut juice. The siren's tear and the siren's voice, these items together in exchange for 2 vials of holy water. On the second response, Zhou Dai's reply came with alacrity. You're a male player, correct? You actually defeated a siren? She expressed disbelief, considering the many male players who had fallen victim to the siren's grasp. For this price, I can offer you 3 vials of holy water. Let us collaborate again in the future. The trade was swiftly consummated. Yang Yi deposited the traded items into the monster gacha machine, and soon enough, 3 vials of holy water were in his possession. He immediately consumed one, and then handed another to Suna. You were right. That sea serpent was venomous. Just to be safe, you should drink a vial as well. It will both detoxify and heal. Suna took the holy water, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, she curiously examined the bottle before attempting to stow it away in her bag of treasures. I intended for you to drink it, not to tuck it away. Yang Yi interrupted her action. If you won't drink it, please return it to me. Yang Yi was perplexed, finding Suna's behavior rather odd. She seemed to have an affinity for everything, be it the refreshing coconut juice, the holy water, or the siren's essence, all of which she liked to hoard in her enchanted bag. Suna paused for a moment, seemingly at a loss. However, she could tell that Yang Yi was quite serious. Ultimately, she relented, opened the bottle, and drank the holy water. You cannot merely hold it in your mouth. Yang Yi observed keenly, noticing that she had not swallowed it. Her cheeks puffed out. Suna frowned, appearing somewhat displeased, but under Yang Yi's insistence, she reluctantly swallowed the liquid. Show me your mouth. Ah. Suna obediently opened her mouth, and it appeared she had genuinely consumed it. Yang Yi nodded in approval. In truth, Suna bore some injuries, and this would aid her recovery. However, secretly, she took out a small booklet and began jotting down notes. Yang Yi is quite fierce and enjoys pressuring others. What are you writing? Yang Yi approached her with curiosity. Nothing, Suna replied, concealing her booklet with a composed demeanor. Not wanting to pry further, Yang Yi respected her privacy. You have seen the chat channel and announcements, haven't you? Everyone is frantically fleeing this sea area. We must escape as well. Yang Yi assessed the situation and inquired about Suna's astrological vessel. Her ship was only level 1, lagging 10 knots behind the level 2 nightmarish vessel. After some discussion, they devised a plan to tether the 2 ships together using grappling hooks, ensuring that neither would be left behind. Before we depart, assist me with one last task, Yang Yi said, gesturing toward the coconut trees that only revealed their crowns. The coconuts nearly floating on the water. Let us circle the island together and collect these coconuts. We will gather as many as we can in one round without lingering. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi initially wished to collect them all, but this approach would be too time-consuming. After circling the small island, they successfully harvested a total of 92 vitality coconuts. This quantity was quite substantial, and Yang Yi generously shared half with Suna, resulting in each of them receiving 46 coconuts. Along with the 34 already aboard their ship, they now possessed a total of 126 vitality coconuts, 80 for Yang Yi and 46 for Suna. For the foreseeable future, Yang Yi would not need to concern himself with energy restoration. Chapter 20. Journey through the storm today. Whether the storm has intensified. Please exercise caution regarding drifting debris at sea. Location: origin sea, stormy waters, duration of sunshine, unknown temperature, 13 to 18 sea wind force. Level 9 Yang, Yi, and Su Na have formed a fleet and have been navigating the seas for 2 days now. Throughout this period, they have not glimpsed the sun. The sea's surface is enveloped in darkness, and visibility is severely limited. The wind has escalated by 1 level, resulting in tumultuous waves, and maintaining even half of their original speed is a commendable feat initially. When the storm began, the wind was only at level 4, marking a golden opportunity for travel. During this phase, Yang Yi was ensnared by the siren's allure, causing him to miss this prime period for advancement, and he now finds himself lagging at the rear of the main fleet. From the chat channel, he learned that his friend, Captain Su of the Gale, had escaped the stormy waters the previous night. His vessel, reaching speeds of up to 70 knots, is currently the fastest in the game, and if it were at level 2, it would likely be even swifter. He disseminated information beyond the stormy waters, calm seas, and bright sunshine await. It is anticipated that in the next 2 days, many faster ships will emerge from the tempest, except for the 2 unfortunate souls, Yang Yi and Su Na. Cursed be the circumstances. Yang Yi, having gone days without sleep, bore bloodshot eyes and an irritable demeanor. He gulped down a bottle of coconut juice to replenish his energy and sent a private message to Su Na on the log. Su Na, are there no islands or reefs ahead? He was keen to avoid the confusion of running aground on an island or colliding with a hidden reef. No, don't disturb me. This is a critical moment. Since returning to the astrologer 2 days prior, she had not shown her face again. What on earth are you doing? Yang Yi inquired, yet Su Na remained silent. Within the cabin of the astrologer, a wooden long table was set, and nearby, a crystal ball the size of a basketball displayed nautical charts of the surrounding 100 nautical miles. However, her focus was not on the charts, but rather on the corpse of the siren laid out upon the table. Su Na wielded the witch's dagger as a surgical tool, meticulously slicing through the siren's skin to examine the intricate structure of its nerves and blood vessels, hypothesizing about its organ composition while recording her observations in detail. Several organs had already been meticulously extracted, including the brain and eyeballs, preserved in glass jars. She had expended considerable resources, exchanging multiple jars for this very moment. This siren, its anatomical structure exhibited numerous deficiencies, making mermaid a more fitting designation. Within its being, an immune rejection response was present, akin to forcibly amalgamating human and fish organs, leading to mutual repulsion. It necessitated the consumption of human flesh to alleviate this rejection. As she muttered her discoveries, she continued to document her findings. However, this rejection response appeared to weaken, and if it were to vanish entirely, the siren's body might undergo a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained at the helm, skillfully navigating to evade debris brought by the currents. Were it not for the storm, many would eagerly employ grappling hooks to seize such floating objects. Yet now, everyone regarded them with trepidation, as if they were harbingers of disaster. The debris floating around is substantial and swift, with some fragments undoubtedly belonging to the unfortunate vessels of other players. Hence, Yang Yi has remained vigilant, his senses heightened to navigate these obstacles. His nightmarish vessel is in a dilapidated state, with a meager durability of merely 600, constructed from decayed timber, devoid of any sturdiness. After just 3 collisions, its durability plummeted by over 100. A few more encounters, and his ship would surely disintegrate. In this dire situation, Yang Yi contemplated utilizing the blueprints for a pirate ship. However, the system promptly informed him that the environment was unsafe, forbidding any modifications. Left with no alternatives, he pressed on, determined. Simultaneously, Yang Yi kept a watchful eye on the world channel, staying abreast of changes and developments within the waters. The messages were predominantly grim, filled with player grievances. It's over. The wind was too strong, and I think I steer the wrong way. Can anyone tell me the direction? How much farther is it? I'm in a rush, collecting wood, paying top prices. I have millions in my bank, just need 10 units of wood, and I'll give you everything. Fool. Damn it. My ship is taking on water. Who has selling wood? 30 coins per unit, buying without limit. Wood is essential for repairs, its value surging and becoming increasingly scarce. Sometimes a single unit of wood could fetch an exorbitant price of 50 coins. Suddenly, a A message caught Yang Yi's attention. This might signal a new development in the waters. Monsters are attacking. His predicament sparked considerable interest among players, who began inquiring. Brother, did you hear that clearly? Did you collide with an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin. The hull is rattling. Something is definitely hitting my ship. My goodness. Haha, the monsters are spawning. You all take your time. I can see the boundary now. Farewell. Help me, it's a merman. The message was abruptly cut off. This player likely met their demise, the system broadcasting their unfinished final words. Yang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. A spray of seawater splashed across Yang Yi's face, the chill penetrating to his bones. He immediately contacted Suna. Suna, there may be monsters in the sea. We must prepare ourselves. What is going on over there? Yang Yi inquired. Suna had just completed a dissection, her face flushed with excitement. Her eyes glinted with intensity as she read the information that appeared in her log. Oh. Conditions met, dissection research on otherworldly creatures. 2-2. Your talent unlocked. Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar. Permanent reduction of rational limits by 20. The Mystical Studies system unlocked, allowing you to construct special buildings, develop your unique formulae, and create distinctive items. You ultimately could not resist your curiosity. Little did you know. This may lead to a point of no return. Suna, I'm asking you something. What are you doing? Respond. Yang Yi's irritation began to surface. It was only then that Suna took a deep breath, calming herself before replying. What is it? How is your ship's durability? Yang Yi asked, almost undamaged. Good. Come to the nightmarish vessel. I grant you permission to repair the vessel and restore its durability to full capacity. Very well. Suna agreed. She collected her precious organ fragments in her bag of treasures, grasped the crystal sphere, and made her way towards the nightmarish ship. The two vessels were tethered together by ropes, their proximity allowing for a simple crossing with a plank under ordinary circumstances. However, given the current turbulence of both ships, it would be wiser to crawl across for greater stability. As Suna traversed the plank and stepped aboard the nightmarish ship, Yang Yi beckoned her into the cabin. You have been granted the necessary permissions. Utilize the stone materials to forge a stone hammer, then replenish the durability of the nightmarish ship. Afterward, remain aboard, as we may encounter monsters ahead, and it would be perilous to separate. Chapter 21. The greater the storm, the more fish. Messages from players under attack began to flood the global chat channel. Each player encountered different creatures. Numerous red lanterns in the water were converging towards me. Has anyone encountered these? What on earth are they? Just fireflies. No need to fear. Damn. A dozen little fishmen have trapped me in the captain's cabin. Let us have a one-on-one. Why is there a person standing in the sea, blocking my course? A strange creature triggered my trap. It seems to be called the Drowned One, and I've already turned it into a hive. Wait. Yang Yi observed a moment of silence for him. It was likely that the Drowned One had exploded. Almost every minute, someone was attacked and perished. Yet simultaneously, many others managed to escape the tempestuous waters unscathed. As for Yang Yi, perhaps due to the late departure of the nightmarish star, he had not encountered any monsters, being somewhat distant from the main fleet. Instead, another issue plagued him. He had run out of provisions. While he needed to worry about water, as there were vibrant coconuts, he desperately needed protein and energy. Suna, do you have any food on your ship? Yang Yi sent a private message. Only 1 ell of water. Suna's voice reached his ears. She had just finished repairing the ship and appeared on the bow deck with a crystal orb in hand. This orb was a dynamic nautical chart, capable of synchronizing the conditions of the surrounding sea up to 100 nautical miles. Currently, it displayed only 2 vessels, the Astrologer and the Nightmarish Star, marked closely together. Can your ship's map be dismantled? Yang Yi asked in surprise. This crystal ball is a receiver. It works as long as the distance isn't too great, Suna explained. The nautical chart was quite rudimentary. Aside from the ships, it only showed large obstacles in the sea, such as gigantic floating debris, which appeared as small black dots, while islands were represented as large shadows. By steering clear of these black spots, they could effectively avoid their vessels being caught in the turbulent currents of immense floating objects. Additionally, the existence of the chart ensured that they would not lose their bearings. Another day passed. Even someone as steadfast as Yang Yi needed rest. Their navigation turned into a shift system. When exhausted, one would retire to the captain's cabin to sleep. The nightmare of the nightmarish star seemed to haunt only the captain. Suna had not mentioned experiencing any nightmares herself. During this time, Yang Yi continually monitored the chat channel, hoping to procure food. Yet disappointment was inevitable. Due to the storm, most players had depleted their supplies and were unwilling to sell. Those who did sell were the fortunate few who had escaped the stormy waters. Even if the prices were exorbitant, they were still impossible to acquire. Yang Yi sent private messages, but replies took over 10 minutes, often consisting of just 3 words, sold out. Some didn't reply at all. This was the epitome of hunger marketing. Failing to acquire food could lead to starvation. This situation could not continue. Yang Yi sat up from the captain's cabin, his stomach growling incessantly. At this moment, Suna was at the helm, with the wind reaching level 11. One had to crouch slightly on the deck to maintain balance. His clothes had remained perpetually damp, carrying a distinct salty odor. Yang Yi realized he must procure some sustenance. Otherwise, he would soon be utterly exhausted. He silently resolved to consume a vitality coconut, drinking every drop of its water and devouring the flesh until nothing remained. With no other food available, he had no choice but to rely on coconuts. However, these did not provide sufficient nourishment. He required high-energy sustenance as a base. After much contemplation, the only method Yang Yi could conceive to obtain food was fishing. Conveniently, he possessed a fishing rod. Suna, if this continues, you will surely starve. I will attempt to fish while you navigate the boat. Yang Yi sent a private message. All right, Suna replied succinctly. With the fishing rod slung over his shoulder, Yang Yi made his way to the center of the boat, selecting an appropriate spot to cast his line. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. In this instance, it seemed that the more tumultuous the waves, the stranger the fish, or perhaps even larger. Yet, he underestimated the challenges of fishing amidst a storm. The boat rocked violently, the waves crashing, rendering the bobber nearly invisible and offering no sign of a catch. An hour passed with Yang Yi having nearly unlocked the achievement for human baiting, but catching nothing. After 2 hours, his frustration began to mount. He opened the global chat channel and posted a message. Has anyone tried fishing? Accompanied by a photo of fishing in the storm. Fishing? Do you have time to fish while avoiding debris? Came the sarcastic response. Indeed, only Yang Yi seemed to have the leisure to fish. Everyone else was preoccupied with dodging floating hazards. If you catch a mermaid, she'll eat you. In the midst of a flurry of lively replies, a credible message emerged. Likely from seasoned angler. The waves are too high. The fish are deep. Your bobber is useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the bobber, lengthen the line, and attach a weight to sink it deep. Yang Yi experienced a moment of enlightenment, promptly adjusting the length of his fishing line, removing the bobber, and affixing a small rock to the hook. After all, in this world, bait was optional for fishing. Half an hour later, a response finally came. The fishing rod's reel spun wildly. Yang Yi tugged, and an immense force nearly pulled him overboard. He narrowly braced himself against the edge of the boat to avoid plunging into the sea. He continued to pull, but the other end ceased to struggle. What was happening? Had the line snapped? Peering over the side, he noticed a flicker of red light rising from the depths, approaching like a crimson lantern, roughly the size of a fist. What was that? He quickly became alert and drew his flintlock pistol. In the next moment, a shark erupted from the water, lunging directly at Yang Yi. It was a bull shark over a meter long, its entire body a vivid red, sleek and hydrodynamic. Its head was peculiar, flat like a shovel, with 2 eyeballs on either side, glowing a sinister crimson in the dark. Even more bizarrely, it boasted 2 robust hind legs, knobbly and resembling those of a frog. This fish is unusual. Your rationality decreases by 5. The shark breached the surface, its massive maw agape, intent on biting Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi was well prepared and immediately dropped to the ground to evade the impending threat, simultaneously pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Bang! A burst of flame erupted. The shot was of tremendous power, severing the adult shark, which was as thick as a man's waist, in 2. Yet it was not yet dead. The upper half of its body continued to writhe and lunged towards Yang Yi in a desperate attempt to bite him. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi grasped the tooth of the sea serpent and mounted the creature. With a swift thrust, he plunged the blade twice, finally rendering the shark motionless. Name: Devilfish Shark. Type: Food. Description: the devilfish shark, tainted by abyssal corruption, is a ruthless and bloodthirsty creature. Its flesh is consumable and can also be used for gacha purposes. If consumed, it can no longer be used for gacha. Choose one of the two. Please note, this is a social creature. Discovering one signifies that a multitude follows behind. Upon reading the description, Yang Yi's pupils constricted as he swiftly turned his gaze toward the sea. Lanterns of crimson light began to illuminate the waters, multiplying in number and converging towards the nightmarish vessel. They mourned not for their fallen kin, but instead surfaced, displaying their fins as if eager to leap aboard the ship. The numbers were likely nearing 100. Suna, we are in trouble, Yang Yi exclaimed as he dashed toward the bow of the ship. She too sensed the urgency, abandoning the helm to join him. Another devilfish shark leapt onto the deck. This species possessed a degree of mobility on land, capable of leaping with its hind legs like a frog, albeit clumsily, only managing to cover 1 or 2 meters at a time. However, their sheer numbers rendered them overwhelming. As Yang Yi observed the sharks, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Chapter 22. Rejection of Death. Suna. We must ascend the mast if we are to grasp a glimmer of hope, Yang Yi declared, having keenly observed the movements of the devil sharks. He noted that they could only leap on the deck, relying solely on their hind limbs. This indicated that the devil sharks lacked climbing abilities. If they could reach the mast, they would be virtually invincible. Without delay, they sprang into action. Yang Yi wielded a flintlock in his left hand and the tooth of the sea serpent in his right, prepared for both ranged and close combat. However, Suna had no suitable weapon at her disposal. Using that small dagger against a shark would be far too perilous. I have a bow in my room. I'll grab it when we run over there, and you can use it, she suggested. Suna nodded, her hair whipping wildly in the fierce wind. There was no hint of fear upon her face. Instead, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes as she occasionally glanced at the devil sharks. I want a more intact shark, especially with its eyeball intact, she suddenly exclaimed. Let us focus on surviving first. The two swiftly made their way to the starboard side of the ship, where the sharks were congregated on the port side, making their path relatively safer. They crouched low, advancing rapidly against the strong winds. The captain's cabin on the starboard side lacked a door, but Yang Yi could fashion one temporarily with his flintlock. The cool-down period was just right. He fired a shot that blasted a sizable hole, just large enough to reach in and retrieve items. He rummaged around and discovered a pirate longbow nestled in the corner, along with over 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated with poison. He handed both the bow and arrows to Suna before they hastened towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, the winds were significantly calmer, situated between the captain's cabin and the quarters, where the gales were largely obstructed, minimizing their impact on archery. Just as they entered the courtyard, a devil shark lunged out from the shadows to their side. Had Yang Yi not noticed in time, he would have been knocked to the ground. He drew the tooth of the sea serpent, ready to counterattack, but an arrow suddenly shot out from behind him, striking the devil shark squarely in its eyeball. That eyeball appeared to be the Achilles heel of the double-headed devil shark. Once pierced, it fell into utter chaos, rolling on the ground and losing all combat capability. Yang Yi glanced back at Suna, astonished. Your archery skills are impressive. They continued their sprint towards the mast. At this juncture, there were already 7 or 8 devil sharks on the deck. They were all on the left side, and upon spotting the two, they leaped towards them like frogs. Suna displayed remarkable prowess, drawing her bow and shooting arrows with precision, striking each shark's eyeball. Despite the shark's large, luminous eyes being conspicuous, her aim was impeccable, truly remarkable. What did you do before? Yang Yi inquired, swallowing hard. I studied medicine. However, during my high school years, I won the provincial archery championship and was capable of joining the national team. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yang Yi replied, baffled. During the encounter with the sea demon, why didn't you use the bow? I was ambushed, and the bow fell into the sea. Yang Yi Sigit. Had he known Suna possessed such skill, he would have prepared a sufficient supply of arrows, rendering them unafraid of the leaping sharks. However, their arrows were limited now, and they could not afford to engage in prolonged combat. Some devil sharks had even swum to the right side, preparing to flank them. New sharks continually leaped onto the deck. Fortunately, the two had already reached beneath the mast, seizing the opportunity while the newly arrived sharks were still at a distance. They needed to hasten their ascent up the mast. "You go first. Once you reach the top, cover me with your arrows," Yang Yi said, leaning against the mast, his gaze fixed on the approaching sharks on either side. This was the most reasonable plan he could devise. If Yang Yi were to climb first, he would only have a flintlock pistol at his disposal. While formidable, in this situation, it paled in comparison to the utility of a bow that could unleash multiple shots. Suna understood Yang Yi's intent, wasting no time as she stowed her bow and arrows in her satchel and began her ascent. Yang Yi gripped the sea serpent's tooth horizontally in one hand while holding the pistol in the other, adopting a combat stance. The shark on the left arrived first. Leaping towards Yang Yi, he had observed these creatures long enough to discern a peculiar characteristic. They would only jump forward. Prior to leaping, they would select a direction, and wherever their heads pointed, that was the trajectory of their jump. Exploiting this trait, Yang Yi deftly sidestepped the shark's attack. As the shark soared past him, he thrust his sword forward, piercing it directly into the gills of the devil shark. The creature continued its momentum, a massive wound gaping open as it fell. Internal organs spilling forth, clearly doomed. "I can do this," Yang Yi thought, keeping a vigilant eye as he evaded another shark's assault. He replicated his earlier success, driving the sea serpent's tooth into the gill of yet another predator. Through this method, he had dispatched 3 surrounding sharks. However, Yang Yi was not a seasoned warrior. Not long ago, he had been a bedridden patient, incapable even of standing. His rudimentary swordsmanship was a product of keen observation and a calm demeanor, not of experience. Moreover, success was not guaranteed. On the 4th attempt, he faltered, failing to evade in time and being bitten on the right shoulder by a shark. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, Yang Yi's resolve was as steadfast as steel. He immediately pressed the flintlock pistol against the flat head of the bull shark. This shot had a fire. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click! The wretched gun misfired at a critical moment. Damn it! Undeterred, Yang Yi quickly devised an alternative plan. Releasing the sea serpent's tooth with his right hand and thrusting it towards the shark with his left. At that instant, an arrow whizzed past Yang Yi's head, striking the shark directly in the eye. The creature, in agony, released its grip, allowing Yang Yi to break free, though his right arm was now a bloody mess. "Hurry up," Suna urged. She sat perched on the crossbeam, approximately 5 meters above the ground, while out of reach of the sharks, thus safe. At that moment, she drew her bow, unleashing tremendous power to cover Yang Yi's ascent. "I don't have many arrows left. You'd best hurry." Yang Yi secured the flintlock pistol at his waist, enduring the searing pain as he began to climb. The sharks that followed were struck down by Suna's arrows, providing Yang Yi with temporary safety, yet he ascended slowly. He exerted his legs, pressing his left arm and cheek against the mast, striving to climb higher. "You need to move faster. I only have 3 arrows left." Yang Yi had barely climbed 2 meters when he received the grim news. Soon, the last 3 arrows were spent. Suna could only cling tightly to the mast, her body bent low as she attempted to pull Yang Yi up. Unfortunately, the distance was insufficient. At that moment, a shark, poised to strike, leaped towards Yang Yi, sinking its teeth into his calf. The clash of teeth against bone produced a chilling sound. "Yang Yi!" Suna exclaimed in horror. Yang Yi's body momentarily froze, trembling violently as he felt a wave of nausea from the excruciating pain. Yet, he dared not release his grip, gritting his teeth and enduring the agony. For he knew that should he let go, his demise would be certain. The shark remained latched onto his leg, its razor-sharp teeth tearing into his flesh. Dizziness and a sense of suffocation enveloped him, and his vision blurred with tears. Glancing down at the shark, he was met with 2 enormous, crimson eyes that seemed to mock him, mocking his futile struggle against death. No way. Suddenly, an inexplicable fury erupted within Yang Yi's chest, searing hot. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. "Condition met. Face death 3-3. You have unlocked the talent. Refusal of death. Refusal of death When health drops below 10 or when receiving a fatal injury, it triggers, preventing health from falling below 1, refusing death for 5 minutes. Additionally, all attributes except spirit increase by 2, while spirit decreases by 2, sanity by 50, followed by a 24-hour weakness period where all attributes except spirit decrease by 2. During the weakness period, refusal of death becomes ineffective. P.S. Refusal of death can surpass the limits of mortal attributes. Your sanity is below 50, entering a state of madness. Immune to most negative mental states, strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit -2, ignoring pain, tireless, and fearless until sanity is restored. Under this dual enhancement, Yang Yi's strength surged to an astonishing 8, while his spirit plummeted to 4. His eyes reddened, veins visible, and the once limp right arm inexplicably regained its strength, gripping the mast with all its might. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand towards the devilish shark's eye, and with a casual squeeze, he crushed it, sending its juices splattering everywhere. Chapter 23. The Great Harvest and the Golden Legend with sheer force. Yang Yi crushed the eye of the shark beneath him. The creature, racked with agony, released its grip, yet Yang Yi did not relent. Grasping the ruptured eye, he hoisted the shark and hurled it towards another. With his strength now an impressive 8, he could easily shatter the skull of the shark with a mere fist. However, Yang Yi was no brute. He would not engage in close combat unless absolutely necessary. At least, not at this moment. With a surge of power in his right arm, he leapt gracefully, more agile than a monkey, landing atop the crossbar. From this point forward, it was my turn. His expression was steely. The dark muzzle of his weapon aimed at the menacing shark below. Bang! One devil shark was abruptly severed in 2. What has transpired? Suna gazed at Yang Yi in disbelief. In one fleeting moment, he appeared on the brink of death, and in the next, he had executed a remarkable counterattack, turning the tide of battle instantaneously. Such an extraordinary turn of events. Suna's gaze towards Yang Yi ignited with a fervent hunger, as if she wished to devour him whole and comprehend him entirely. This unabashed stare made Yang Yi somewhat uncomfortable. He casually dismissed her curiosity, stating, "It's nothing. I just unlocked a new ability." "Is that so?" Suna refrained from pressing further. Even had she wished to inquire more deeply, Yang Yi was not inclined to divulge. This was his trump card, immensely powerful, capable of turning the tables at a crucial moment. Yet, the side effects of this ability were equally perilous, inducing a debilitating weakness that lasted for a full 24 hours. Thus, it was prudent that as few individuals as possible were aware of it. Meanwhile, Suna felt a twinge of apprehension. Her rationality had plummeted by over 20 points, and she had nearly succumbed to the impulse to dissect Yang Yi with her dagger. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself, her composure stabilizing just above 50. Suna reminded herself to remain patient. Yang Yi was unique, deserving of careful observation. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, Suna's wild thoughts were swirling. He retrieved the holy water, consuming 2/3 of it, and poured the remaining third over his wounds. The effect was promising. The bleeding ceased swiftly. He then produced a flintlock pistol, aiming and firing. One misfire followed by a successful shot that felled another shark. Frustrated by their inability to reach the 2 humans, the sharks grew increasingly agitated. Some began gnawing on the mast, while others turned to feast on their deceased brethren. Yet the mast was constructed from the sturdiest wood of the ghost ship, thick and resilient, far too formidable for the sharks to dismantle in a short time. However, the danger still loomed. It was a race against time. Would the mast splinter first, or would the sharks perish? With over 30 unscathed sharks remaining, Yang Yi felt confident in his chances. "Wait, there's no need to fire," Suna suddenly called out to him. "Why?" Yang Yi turned his head in inquiry. "Look, the toxin from the cystic pufferfish is beginning to take effect." She pointed to a shark with an arrow lodged in its eye. This shark was likely the first to be struck. It lay crookedly on the deck, motionless. Soon, its carcass would be consumed by its peers. In an instant, Yang Yi grasped the implication. Cannibalism among kin was a phenomenon often observed in insects. Certain pesticides are designed to delay death, allowing the afflicted to return to their nests before succumbing, thus effectively exterminating an entire colony. Suna elucidated. Indiet, Yang Yi Nodet, pulling the trigger and ending the life of a shark. Yet, wouldn't my gunfire expedite their demise even further? After all, bullets cost nothing. As you wish. Just leave me one intact, responded Suna. After a mere 10 minutes, all the sharks lay lifeless, not a single one remaining. The deck was strewn with their carcasses, reeking of blood. Yang Yi, in a feeble state, struggled for quite some time to ascend the mast. His vitality now dwindled to a mere 15. He needed to tread carefully, for a single misstep could plunge him into the abyss of death. Suna had already descended, her eyes set on the largest and most pristine shark carcass, which she immediately began to cut into pieces to stow away in her treasure chest. What a windfall! This could yield nearly 70 gacha pulls. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous mobile gaming escapades, he had relished the card-drawing segment, often deleting games after the pulls. Shall we split it in half? Yang Yi inwudit, Gananjink Atsuna. You go ahead and draw. I only need one. She replied, coolly, seemingly indifferent to the gacha. What a pity. In that case, I shall reluctantly take on the task of drawing for you. Yang Yi, brimming with anticipation, began to slice through the carcass of the double-headed devil shark. As he carved, he drew several times, and the bodies gradually disappeared. In total, he completed 72 draws. The double-headed devil shark numbered 74. One was dismantled by Suna, and another became their reserve food supply. To avoid any risk of poisoning, he had chosen the very first one he had split in two. Thankfully, it had not been consumed by its brethren and would serve well as sustenance. Once finished, Yang reviewed their course and map, ensuring all was in order before turning his gaze to the gacha machine below. There lay 72 luminous orbs. He chose not to open any yet, preferring to accumulate them for a simultaneous reveal. What treasures might they hold? With great anticipation, Yang commenced the draws. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 con coins. You have obtained 5 units of wood. You have obtained 5 units of stone. Infuriating. Yang hurled the piece of wood onto the deck. The latter slowly vanished, transferred to the warehouse. Did he truly lack such trifles? What relics? Treasures? At the very least, he hoped for some adornments. As the draws continued, Yang grew increasingly numb, his expectations waning. The contents were mostly rudimentary resources, including freshwater, steel, wood, cloth, and even crystal. There were also 12 loaves of black bread, 5 sausages, and 3 watermelons. Perhaps the devil shark was too weak, overshadowed by the likes of sirens and drowned souls. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of ill fortune. Upon concluding all his draws, Yang had procured only 3 commendable items, 1 exquisite, 1 good, and 1 ordinary. Name, low-tier fire element. Type, consumable material. Quality, exquisite. Description, can be affixed to altered equipment, bestowing the power of fire. P.S. The equipment can undergo repeated transformations, adhering to the attributes of its most recent metamorphosis. Name, luminous red fishing net. Type, tool. Quality, good. Description, this net can be affixed to the side of a vessel to capture unfortunate fish that happen to swim by. However, the unsettling red glow it emits causes ordinary fish to steer clear. This red light, it feels eerily familiar. Name, sharkskin swimsuit. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Description, when swimming it enhances speed by 25 and reduces energy expenditure. It will surely assist you in effortlessly clinching victory in swimming competitions. Yang carefully stored these 3 items. The appalling drop rate evoked some rather unpleasant memories. Yet, he soon entertained a possibility. Could it be that submitting the same type of monster multiple times would drastically diminish the drop rate? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps the system aimed to encourage players to eliminate a greater variety of unfamiliar monsters. Verifying this hypothesis was straightforward. He could simply have others attempt to draw. Without hesitation, Yang summoned Suna, who was still in the courtyard, and handed her a fish fin to try her luck with the draw. This devil shark was originally intended as sustenance, yet with ample black bread available. There was no need to risk consuming raw food. Give it a try, Yang urged. Should Suna succeed in acquiring an item, It would confirm Yang Yi's theory that repeatedly submitting the remains of the same monster led to a significant drop in drop rates. Conversely, if she failed to obtain anything, it might simply be a matter of luck, suggesting that his previous good fortune was merely a stroke of luck. Suna casually tossed in the fish fin and activated the draw. The eyes of the octopus head suddenly radiated golden light, and even its tentacles transformed into shimmering gold. Wow, a legendary gold item. Yang Yi thought he was hearing things. A golden orb emerged from the mouth of the octopus head, which Suna promptly retrieved. Could this be the distinction between the fortunate and the unfortunate? Yang Yi felt a surge of indignation, his first encounter with the game's blatant unfairness, rife with malice. Chapter 24. The shadow shaking in the storm. Suna picked up the luminous orb, her eyes sparkling with intrigue before she tucked it into her treasure pouch. What did you find? Yang Yi inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Do you wish to know? Beg me, and I shall reveal it. Suna replied, a playful smile gracing her lips, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Yang Yi was resolute, showing neither impatience nor envy. After all, he possessed 3 treasures. Though they were not golden, their sheer quantity was undeniably superior. At that moment, myriad esoteric speculations danced through his mind. Could it be that this shark had perished the earliest, thus yielding the best spoils? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Yet, the specifics would only be confirmed with time. One thing was certain. The likelihood of receiving rewards from repeatedly submitting the same type of monster's carcass would significantly diminish. Yang Yi allowed Suna to continue steering while he tended to the battlefield. He had to admit, the monster gacha machine proved to be quite convenient, as it absorbed the shark's remains and blood. However, the damaged deck and mast, along with the gaping hole in the captain's cabin, would require materials for repairs. Furthermore, during the skirmish, they had collided with several floating debris, resulting in damage to the hull. The repairs alone consumed 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the gacha machine also dispensed resources. Currently, the available food and resources were as follows. Food: black bread 12, sausages 5, freshwater 8L, vitality coconuts 67. Watermelons 3. Suna's cabin still contained over 40 vitality coconuts. Resources: wood 55, fabric 45, stone 32, steel 10, crystals 8, sulfur 6, seashell currency 2,050. Materials such as steel, crystals, and sulfur appear to be advanced resources, with a conversion rate of 5:1 in the gacha. For the time being, food was plentiful, unless he found himself in dire straits. Yang Yi had no intention of fishing in the stormy seas again. He opened the World Channel and began to post a message. It is best not to fish in the stormy seas, as you might catch a monster. You are truly brave to have survived. Impressive, you can still speak. Do you have proof? How can I believe you? Yang Yi had no intention of defending himself. The reason for not posting images was to preserve their sanity. A day swiftly passed. It was now the 6th day since the storm had begun. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, as players continuously posted messages indicating they had escaped the stormy seas. It seemed that most players were not far from the exit and would soon depart from this treacherous waters. Only Yang Yi and Suna remained significantly behind, lacking 2 days of progress. When the storm initially commenced, the winds were mild, allowing everyone to sail swiftly. It was only when the storm intensified, coupled with the appearance of debris and monsters, that their pace slowed. Yang Yi checked the weather forecast. Today's weather location: origin sea, stormy waters, sunlight duration. Unknown temperature, 8 to 12 sea wind force. Level 10. The winds had intensified further, and the drop in temperature made Yang Yi feel a slight chill, though it remained within tolerable limits. Reflecting on Suna, she remained clad in her initial attire, seemingly impervious to the cold. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's quarters and made his way to the bow of the ship. Suna, it's time for a shift, he called out. She nodded, passing him a crystal sphere, and after completing the handover, proceeded towards the captain's quarters of the Nightmare. By the way, don't you feel cold in that light attire? Yang Yi inquired with curiosity. Not at all. This garment offers warmth, Suna replied in a private message. Name: witch's casual wear. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: insulating and waterproof. enhances the recovery speed of sanity. As a witch, one must be equipped with a casual outfit that conceals one's true identity. This was indeed a remarkable piece of equipment that could augment the speed of sanity recovery. Was it fair that the game bestowed a complete witches ensemble at the outset? Yang Yi once again questioned the fairness of the game, but to no avail. Fortunately, he possessed a formidable flintlock pistol. Not long ago, he had utilized a low-grade essence of fire to imbue the sea serpent's tooth with a transformative property. Initially, he intended to enhance the flintlock. However, its sporadic misfires rendered it unreliable. The transformation merely added an attribute to amplify its power and did not address the weapon's inherent flaws. Furthermore, given the high grade of the flintlock, it was unlikely that the low-grade essence would yield significant changes. Thus, he opted to enhance the sea serpent's tooth instead. The results were commendable. The sea serpent's tooth had evolved into exquisite equipment. Name: Sea serpent's tooth. Transformed. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: a short sword forged from the teeth of a great sea serpent, transformed to wield the power of fire. Capable of inflicting burning wounds and infused with venom. The blade of the sea serpent's tooth had turned crimson, becoming hot to the touch after prolonged handling and significantly sharper than before. Yang Yi continued to steer the ship, alternating shifts with Suna. After another day had passed, Yang Yi awoke from the captain's quarters and glanced at the log. He had barely slept for 3 hours. He had experienced nightmares again, and they were interconnected. In the first dream, he envisioned Suna aiming a gun at his head, her gaze frigid. But how could that be possible? If she intended to kill him, she could have acted during the battle with the sea serpent when he fell into the water. Why wait until now? Yang Yi dismissed the thought, shaking his head, feeling a slight headache from sleep deprivation. In the second dream, he was devoured by an enormous centipede-like creature. But where would one find a giant centipede at sea? Could this so-called precognitive effect merely be coincidence? After all, the system did not specify such a feature. Yang Yi fell into self-doubt, but soon dispelled the notion. Regardless, he had no intention of being led astray by nightmares. Even if these dreams bore prophetic qualities, the decisions rested solely in his hands, not those of a nightmare. Otherwise, would he not become a disciple of his own fears? After consuming a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt considerably revitalized. His wounds had nearly healed. The holy water had proven effective. With a maximum of 2 days of rest, he would be fully recovered. Why was it so dark? As Yang Yi pushed open the door, he was startled by the sight before him. Outside, visibility was nil. It had not been this dark just a few days prior. Yang Yi promptly checked the weather forecast. Location: Sea of Origins. Duration of sunlight: none. Temperature: 12 to 18 C. Wind force: level 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had risen. Yet the duration of sunlight had shifted from unknown to non-existent. A wave of unease washed over him as he steadied himself against the ship's railing and made his way toward the bow. "Suna, are you there?" Yang Yi called out, but received no response. He retrieved his nautical logbook, a small tome that emitted light, allowing him to see clearly before him. At that moment, he realized that the nightmare was not in motion. It had come to a halt, unnoticed by him due to the turbulent waves. A pang of anxiety gripped Yang Yi as he dashed to the ship's deck, only to find the helm deserted. Where is Suna? His pupils dilated sharply, heart racing, as he scanned his surroundings for any sign of her presence. To his left, a faint glow caught his attention, seemingly obscured by a shadow. Yang Yi rushed over to discover Suna standing there, cradling a crystal ball, motionless and gazing blankly at the roiling sea ahead, as if entranced by some unseen spectacle. "I've been calling you. Why do you not respond?" he said with irritation. The latter offered little reaction, merely extending a finger to point forward, murmuring, "It seems we are surrounded." Yang Yi immediately followed her gaze. There lay a realm of darkness, as she had indicated. Yet, whether it was her words that stirred his apprehension, he began to sense something writhing upon the surface of the sea ahead. What was that? Yang Yi squinted, striving to discern the truth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the creature's true form. They were enormous, elongated worms, resembling centipedes, segmented in appearance, with 4 blade-like mandibles at their heads, poised to sever their prey with a scissor-like motion. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the bobbit worm found in the ocean, albeit on a much grander scale. Its diameter was difficult to ascertain from such a distance. Estimating their length proved equally challenging, as much of their bodies remained submerged beneath the waves. Their numbers were vast, with some visible even at a great distance, the closest being approximately a kilometer from the nightmare. These colossal worms swayed amidst the storm, their heads undulating as if engaged in a ritual or wild revelry. Observation of unknown giant creatures. Sanity decreased by 20. Yang Yi's mind reeled as he turned to the crystal ball. The nautical chart revealed that they were encircled by these gigantic worms, numbering no less than 100. On the chart, these monsters appeared as tiny black dots, akin to sesame seeds scattered around the nightmare. They were ensnared by these monstrous beings. Chapter 25, Desperation. Surrounded by giant worms, Yang Yi ushered Su Na into the captain's cabin of the nightmarish vessel. What on earth transpired? He inquired gravely, questioning the origins of these monstrous worms. About 15 minutes ago, the sky suddenly darkened, Su Na recounted. I was navigating the ship when I noticed numerous dark spots appearing on the crystal ball's image. I halted the vessel and moved to the bow, hoping to gain a clearer view. As she recollected the events, she added, "You're already aware of what followed." Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately seized the crystal ball and scrutinized it intently. Meanwhile, Suna began to share her conjectures regarding these colossal worms. These giant worms likely possess no eyes or visual organs. Otherwise, they would have noticed the nightmarish vessel long ago. They must be creatures that have adapted to living in perpetual darkness, relying on hearing, smell, or other sensory organs to hunt their prey. The storm has severely diminished their perceptual range, rendering them unable to see the nightmarish vessel before them. She articulated her judgment. Yang Yi, frowning as he examined the nautical chart, simultaneously activated the global chat channel to ascertain the situations of other players. Upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of frantic messages. Why is it so dark? I am completely lost. Can anyone tell me where the exit is? There are so many giant worms in the sea. One is less than 200 meters from me. Oh my God! God, have you forsaken me? A new peril has emerged in the stormy seas. Those who have escaped revel in the misfortune of those trapped. Is it spawning again? How delightful. Serves you right for running so slowly. Have you ever played a battle royale? You ran too slowly and are caught in the poison circle. Whose fault is that? Idiots. Just wait to die in there. You absolutely cannot die. If you do, who will buy the fish I just caught? Ha ha. High prices for second-hand equipment and items. Damn, even if I had to feed the worms, I wouldn't spare a single coin for you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not celebrate too soon. Yang Yi abruptly closed the chat channel, his expression grim. The majority had already managed to escape the stormy seas. It seemed that the increasing number of fleeing players had prompted the storm to drive out and eliminate those still trapped within. Both Yang Yi and Suna, having set sail 2 days later, found themselves ensnared. Pacing anxiously, Yang Yi suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information. 200 meters. He reopened the chat channel, scrolled back to the earlier message from a player, and sent a private message. Are you still alive? Are you certain the giant worm is 200 meters away? The recipient, clearly on edge, responded swiftly, yes, indeed. It terrified me. It seems to be dozens of meters long and 3 meters in diameter. Calm down. Take a closer look. Can you confirm it is 200 meters? No need to check again. I work in surveying, and I can ascertain that distance at a glance. Yang Yi's furrowed brow relaxed, and a plan began to form in his mind. He examined the nautical chart, utilizing its scaling feature to set the scale to 1 cm equating to 200 m, thereby allowing 1 centimeter on the map to represent a distance of 200 meters. He traced a few lines on the nautical chart. Eureka! Yang Yi regained his fighting spirit, his enthusiasm rekindled, and he said to Suna, "You are correct. These creatures lack vision, and their sensory perception is severely hampered by the storm. We can attempt to navigate through the gaps between them. Although the path may be treacherous, there exists a considerable distance between these colossal insects, making it feasible." Suna's eyes sparkled with newfound hope upon hearing this. She was utterly captivated by these extraordinary beings and had not even considered the notion of fleeing. However, Yang, he had a different perspective. He was determined to survive, regardless of the cost. But do you know what the safe distance is? Moreover, individual variations may exist, he replied, having received a hint from an older acquaintance. Yang, he set the minimum distance at 200 meters, with no upper limit. The farther, the better, and prepare to proceed towards the exit based on this criterion. Now, it's my turn to take the helm. Just to be safe, you should not remain indoors. It's best to stand on the deck. This way, if the insects launch an attack, you will be able to notice it immediately. If you jump into the sea, there may still be a chance for survival. Yang Yi was a man of action, and once he had devised a plan, he set it into motion without hesitation. Grasping the crystal ball map in one hand and steering the ship with the other, he adjusted the vessel's speed as necessary, slowing down when passing between two relatively close giant insects. As he approached, illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning, he truly grasped the magnitude of these creatures. Their diameters ranged from 2 to 5 meters, with their bodies protruding above the surface of the sea, measuring dozens to even hundreds of meters in length. If one were to bite the ship, the nightmarish would likely disintegrate on the spot. Yang Yi steered cautiously, having changed into a sharkskin swimsuit. For in the unfortunate event that the ship were to be destroyed and he fell into the water, this attire would prove invaluable. After 2 hours of slow navigation, Yang Yi felt a slight sense of relief. At last, he had discovered a path to safety, although the journey was fraught with anxiety. It was certainly preferable to a dead end. He shared his discovery in the global chat. By doing so, he faced no substantial loss. Rather, he would gain goodwill and perhaps even unexpected rewards. Thus, he sent out the following message. I have discovered that these creatures have a very limited range of perception. As long as we maintain a distance of over 200 meters, they will not detect or attack us. We can weave through the gaps between them. Is that true? You are truly brave to have uncovered this, came the response. But how do we gauge the distance? It's too dark. We must wait for the thunder. During the thunder, we can see briefly. Indeed, they lack a nautical chart, making execution more challenging. However, remaining stationary is certainly a dead end. In the face of the hope of survival, humanity is never lacking in courage. Thank you, my friend. I successfully navigated through. This method is reliable. You are truly like a second parent to me. Yang Yi promptly received numerous friend requests, some even offering gifts, albeit modest, primarily supplies that were not immediately needed. He selectively accepted a portion of these requests, acquiring the following materials: 3 units of wood, 227 units of cloth, 12 units of stone, 7 units of iron, 13 units of crystal, and 4 units of sulfur. A rare and exquisite item was gifted to him, bestowed by Captain He Chi of the fishing vessel. Yang Yi accepted his friend request. The ship's speed was hindered by the colossal insects, causing hesitation to proceed, even though the exit was within close reach. Thank you. Without you, I might not have had the courage to forge ahead. This item is my token of gratitude. Though treasures may be fished anew, a life is singular. I wish you good fortune. As the item emerged from the beak of the octopus, Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, the fishing vessel was remarkable. The bounty it yielded was unparalleled. Name: Low-tier abyss soul stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: a stone that enhances the quality of relics. Capable of elevating the quality of exquisite and lesser relics by 1 tier. Hold this stone to your ear, and you shall hear the whispers of the deep sea. This was a wondrous stone encased in a shell of translucent black crystal, with a luminescent fluid coursing within. To his surprise, the first rare item he received was from another. Yang Yi chucklet softly. He immediately utilized the soul stone to augment his rusty flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and the glowing liquid flowed into the flintlock, altering its attributes. Name: luminescent rusty flintlock. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: once a masterpiece, it is gradually reclaiming its former glory. Unlock dual modes. Cannon mode: fires a shot of immense power, inflicting substantial damage with considerable recoil. Aim carefully. It will then enter a 12-hour cooldown period, during which it will misfire 100 of the time. Standard mode requires no reloading, with a firing rate of 1 shot every 10 seconds, causing minimal damage. However, due to corrosion from seawater, there is a 50% chance it may misfire. Yang Yi gazed at the rejuvenated flintlock, his heart racing with excitement. A shot every 10 seconds, though the damage was diminished, was a marked improvement. Moreover, there existed the cannon mode. His gaze burned with fervor as he eyed the swaying insects. Perhaps Yang Yi fixated on the colossal creatures, his rationality waning to a mere 48, teetering on the edge of madness, eager to unleash a shot. Yet he maintained his composure, resisting the urge to fire. No, unless absolutely necessary. He could not act recklessly. Chapter 26. The storm has subsided. Navigating between the two colossal worms proved to be no simple task, especially when the distance between them dwindled to a mere 500 to 600 meters. It felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Any miscalculation could result in utter annihilation. One had to constantly monitor their position and remain vigilant to the storm's effects on the vessel. Yang Yi, with nerves taut as steel, weaved and maneuvered for a full 8 hours, during which a number of vitality coconuts had scattered at his feet. The refreshing effects of coconut water activated once every 24 hours, yet the vitality coconuts possessed no such limitation. Though excessive consumption could lead to diminishing returns and a slight sensation of bloating. Thanks to this boon, Yang Yi felt invigorated, his energy still exceeding 70%. However, the discomfort he felt was known only to him. How far was the exit? Doubts began to creep into Yang Yi's mind. Yet his will was as resilient as iron. He shook off the thought and pressed forward with unwavering determination. His private message channel buzzed incessantly with messages of gratitude from other players. During this period, a significant number of players had managed to escape the stormy seas. Their vessels, generally slower, had been obstructed by the colossal worms prior to reaching the exit. It was only after Yang Yi's encouragement that they mustered the courage to charge forth, aiming for the distance. Consequently, many bore heartfelt thanks towards Yang Yi, inundating him with private messages. Naturally, there were those who, through misfortune, had succumbed to the worms. However, the deceased could not send messages, and thus Yang Yi remained unaware of their fates. Simultaneously, Yang Yi gleaned valuable intelligence from the private messages. The waters near the exit were designated as a buffer zone, approximately 50 nautical miles in length, devoid of colossal worms and featuring significantly calmer waves. Therefore, spotting a vast expanse of open water free from these monstrous creatures signified that the exit was nigh. Yang Yi fixated on the crystal ball. Within 100 nautical miles, such a safe space was non-existent. There would invariably be some worms lurking. The nightmare, being relatively swift, coupled with the aid of navigational charts, should have been nearing the exit by now. 3 hours later, at last, he beheld a region devoid of dark spots upon the crystal ball. It appeared as though it had been erased by an eraser, strikingly conspicuous, situated about 80 nautical miles from the nightmare. Suna, we are about to emerge, Yang Yi exclaimed with exhilaration. However, Suna did not exhibit a demeanor of relief or joy. Instead, she extended her hand, sensing something, and suddenly responded. Do you not feel that the storm seems to be diminishing? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi immediately became alert. At this juncture, the maritime storm had transformed into a protective veil for the stranded vessels. Should the storm shrink, it would mean that the perception range of these colossal worms was gradually expanding until it fully restored itself. Yang Yi promptly checked the weather forecast. Today's weather, the storm is subsiding. Surprising, isn't it? Location: the origin sea, stormy waters, sunlight duration, unknown temperature, 12 to 18 sea wind force. Level 9, indeed. The storm had indeed shrunk. Yang Yi recalled that upon awakening, the wind force had been at level 10. Moreover, the sky no longer bore the oppressive darkness it once did, gradually revealing a hint of light. Yang Yi, having been engrossed in navigating the vessel, was oblivious to the subtle changes around him. But now, awakening from his stupor, he was drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, the wind would soon escalate to Force 8, or even up to Force 4 or 1. At that point, these colossal insects would reveal their razor-sharp fangs and shred all ships in their path. Full speed ahead, Yang Yi exclaimed almost desperately, immediately altering the previously cautious course. He was now merely about 80 nautical miles from the buffer zone. Rather than meticulously charting a detour, it was far more prudent to choose the shortest route possible, even at the cost of risk. After all, no one could predict when the storm would abate. Yet Yang Yi sensed that this speed was alarmingly swift, likely surpassing expectations. And inevitably, they would be beset by the giant insects. Hence, he needed to hasten their pace. After more than an hour of relentless navigation, the Nightmare finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, with less than 40 nautical miles remaining. The density of the giant insects here had significantly diminished. However, the wind had already subsided to force 4, which hardly impeded the insects' perception. The world channel was rife with curses. Although it was merely a handful of players, each one was fervently lamenting the system's shortcomings. Damn the system. I can't believe it. The bugs have spotted me. Yang Yi was experiencing a similar predicament. 2 giant insects were trailing closely behind him, their distance narrowing ominously. He could scarcely fathom how these colossal creatures managed such speed in the water with their elongated bodies. Suna also recognized the imminent peril and immediately dashed towards the stern of the ship. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi shouted. "I'm going to disengage the astrologer's grappling hook. This way we could buy ourselves some time." This took Yang Yi by surprise. Yet he did not attempt to dissuade her. It was indeed a clever strategy. The giant insects lacked visual organs and would likely target the unoccupied astrologer, thus serving as a diversion. However, this meant Suna would be left without a ship. There was no time for such concerns. Survival was paramount. With resolute determination, Suna promptly released the grappling hook of the astrologer. The astrologer, being inherently slower than the Nightmare, fell behind without the hook's assistance and, as expected, became prey to the 2 giant insects. These 2 creatures were not allies. They began to clash over the newly acquired prey. Seizing this opportunity, the Nightmare swiftly made its escape, widening the distance significantly. Yet Yang Yi did not allow himself to relax. The loss of the astrologer signified that the crystal ball would no longer display the maritime charts. He had to rely solely on memory to navigate forward. He recalled that there was another giant insect ahead that he must confront directly. This route was indeed the optimal choice. Had he selected an alternative path, he would not have been pursued by merely 2 insects, but rather by a dozen. Rather than perish at the hands of a swarm, it was better to face this single giant insect with all resolve. "Suna, it's your turn to take the helm. Just maintain our course." Yang Yi solemnly declared. "When I shout for you to jump into the sea, do not hesitate. Leap immediately without standing foolishly at the bow of the ship." Suna nodded, taking the helm. Yang Yi stepped forward, positioning himself at the foremost point of the vessel. The Nightmare had no weaponry and stood defenseless against the colossal worm. Merely a morsel on the board. Yang Yi held no illusions of evading the creature's assault by mere chance. He was resolved to take a gamble, to determine whether the formidable worm was as resilient as its size suggested, or if the prized flintlock pistol in his hand held greater potency. Clad in a shark-skin swimsuit, he stood ready at the bow, bracing himself for what was to come. Before long, a shadow loomed ahead. Beyond this shadow lay a relatively safe buffer zone. Yang Yi switched the flintlock to cannon mode, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Let's wager." With the storm's interference dissipated, the worm's sensory range was astonishingly acute, swiftly locking onto the Nightmare and advancing toward it. Yang Yi's mind was taut with focus, his grip on the weapon tightening until his fingertips turned pale. He was hardly a marksman, thus he needed to close the distance to ensure accuracy. The opportunity was singular. Failure would equate to death. As the creature approached within 300 meters, Yang Yi assessed its dimensions. Approximately 3 meters in diameter, it was not particularly large among its kind. Stretching about 40 meters in length across the surface of the sea, it lowered its body, charging directly toward him, its 4 razor-sharp jaws glinting ominously, akin to a guillotine poised to sever the Nightmare in one fell swoop. "Suna, jump into the sea immediately," Yang Yi commanded, simultaneously aiming at the worm's head. He discerned the grotesque appendages of the creature's mouth, 2 rows of bristly, arthropod-like mandibles, circular in shape, reminiscent of a coiled spider. These appendages were designed to deliver prey into its gaping maw, where rows of serrated teeth would grind it to bits. And its prey was none other than the nightmare itself. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Yang Yi paradoxically found calmness, engaging in deep breaths. He gazed intently at the worm, perceiving it with such clarity that he could almost taste the briny aroma emanating from its surface. This also signified that Yang Yi was now perilously close to the creature, within 10 meters. This was the moment. He pulled the trigger. Boom! The tremendous recoil sent Yang Yi hurtling backward, his right arm, which held the pistol, rendered numb and aching as he crashed into the captain's cabin. The gunfire roared like the wrath of civilization, challenging the forces of nature. Its power was formidable, rivaling that of cannon. The shot struck the worm's head directly, obliterating it. The mandibles and skull fragments scattered across the water. Yet, the worm continued its relentless advance, crashing into the nightmare. The nightmare sustained a direct hit, durability -600. Hull integrity compromised. The fragile vessel was cleaved in two by the monstrous creature. Chapter 27. I want to merge with you. The winds in the stormy seas have subsided to a gentle breeze. The number of survivors has plummeted dramatically, just like the lethal circle in a battle royale. Once the time is up, players trapped within will meet their demise. However, the buffer zone is different. Devoid of monstrous creatures, it is peaceful, and there lies a deserted island with a diameter of several hundred meters. A man clad in a sharkskin swimsuit struggles ashore. It is Yang Yi, who has paddled to this point clinging to a piece of splintered driftwood, having swum nearly 2 nautical miles. On the driftwood lies a woman. Su, you weigh more than I anticipated. Yang Yi gasps, humorously lamenting. The reason he chose this direction was not solely chance. There exists a small island at the edge of the buffer zone, not far away. Should their vessel tragically sink, they could attempt to swim to this island for temporary refuge. Yet, Yang Yi underestimated the distance of 2 nautical miles. Halfway through his endeavor, his energy had dwindled to nothing. Were it not for his frenzied state, which allowed him to substitute vitality for stamina, he would likely have succumbed to the depths. Upon reaching the shore, he yearned for nothing more than to lie sprawled in a star shape upon the sandy beach, resembling a lifeless fish. Beside him lay another lifeless fish, Suna, who had fainted from exhaustion. Although she was a competent swimmer, her energy was limited, and thus, she relied on Yang Yi to pull her through the latter half of their journey. As a result, Yang Yi's vitality had also been nearly depleted, leaving him with a mere 17 points. He assessed his status. Reason: 42 100 stamina, 0 100 vitality, 17 100 truly a matter of life and death. Although the nightmare ship had sunk, Yang Yi remained undeterred. Long before the astrologer had met its fate, Suna had shared with him the information regarding the shipwreck. A destroyed vessel could be rebuilt. Yang Yi accessed the ship interface, where the topmost information read: materials required for ship reconstruction: wood 500, cloth 250. Materials from the cabin can be utilized. Each reconstruction requires an interval of over a month, and items aboard will be frozen. He examined his available resources. He was nearly sufficient in cloth, having received a substantial amount from others previously. As for wood, the deficit was significant, but trees could be felled. Lost in thought, he succumbed to slumber, this time free from nightmares, experiencing an unprecedented comfort in sleep. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until he was roused by the system announcement. Remaining players in stormy seas: 3. Please evacuate the stormy seas promptly or be consumed by the black mist. Yang Yi opened his eyes to find himself within the island. Beside him was Suna, her strikingly red eyes fixed intently upon him. The scene felt eerily familiar, yet, still groggy from sleep, Yang Yi was slow to react. Do you know how long you have slept? Suna inuited. I do not know. More than 12 hours. When I awoke, I dragged you here. It has already been 12 hours. Unani blight. I see. No wonder I feel a bit hungry. Yang Yi sruget, patting his empty stomach. The long-awaited slumber had rejuvenated him, restoring 7/10 of his vigor, though hunger gnawed at him. When you sleep, you are as heavy as a dead pig, utterly immovable. Suna complained. Likewise, when you faint, you too are as heavy as a dead pig, Yang Yi retorted immediately. Really? Suna was not angry. A mysterious smile crept onto her face. But it's good that you are awake now. You can respond to me. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy as she raised her hand, aiming a flintlock pistol directly at Yang Yi's forehead. This weapon was familiar to Yang. It was his precious flintlock pistol. But how did it end up in Suna's hands? Before he could ponder this, Suna began her questioning, the content eerily familiar. Man, give me a reason not to kill you in 3 sentences. Her striking crimson eyes exuded danger, and paired with her half-smiling expression, it sent chills down one's spine. Simultaneously, Yang Yi recalled a past nightmare, where he was threatened by a red-eyed woman with a gun. Wasn't this the very same scenario? He immediately grew vigilant, seriousness flooding his demeanor. Suna, you've taken this joke too far. Do I appear to be joking? Suna countered, the gun unwaveringly aimed at Yang Yi. By the way, that's your first sentence. You have 2 more to seize the opportunity. Yang Yi fell silent, the dark muzzle of the gun instilling immense pressure upon him. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that the sea had risen again, and the island's diameter had shrunk to merely 50 meters. All the surrounding trees that could be cut down had been felled, evidently shattered by the flintlock, now piled together as timber. With the quantity being less than 300, it was far from enough to construct 2 boats. Was Suna planning to monopolize the timber and only build the astrologer? Understanding the sequence of events, Yang Yi squinted. In the face of calamity, it is human nature to flee. His voice turned cold as he replied, I can give you all my equipment. The timber on the island can also be yours. Just let me go. No. That's insufficient. Suna shook her head vigorously. Have you considered that if I shoot you, everything will naturally belong to me? You. Yang Yi immediately fell silent, realizing that would constitute his 3rd sentence. He had not anticipated Suna to be so ruthless. How foolish he had been to trust her so much. Frustration welled within him, yet after much contemplation, he found no bargaining chips left. Ultimately, he could only declare angrily, then go ahead and shoot. Yang Yi stood up, ready to retaliate. The ability to refuse death would allow him to evade being killed for a short while. This was his final trump card. Ha ha! Indeed, you 2 will panic when threatened. Suna suddenly burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth, tears streaming down her face. You. Yang Yi's expression hardened, displeasure evident. Suna then added, how about this? I want half of everything you own, and in return, I will grant you a path to survival. What? Yang Yi frowned. Do you not understand? I mean, we should merge. Merge? Yang Yi's face reflected sheer astonishment. Yes, indeed, we shall merge. Suna confirmed. Yang Yi found himself utterly speechless. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief. Suna did not genuinely wish to end her life. It was merely an act of vengeance against herself. After all, not long ago, he had engaged in a similar folly. He took a seat once more, feeling a mix of laughter and exasperation, and retorted, what if I refuse? The gun is in my hand, thus you must comply. Suna brandished the firearm with an air of triumph before rummaging through her bag of treasures. Yang Yi completely relaxed, pondering, this woman is undoubtedly insane, in this desolate wilderness, suddenly seeking to merge with me. Am I a transforming mech capable of reshaping into a head? What on earth can we combine? However, observing her earnest search, he wondered if she was perhaps retrieving a balloon. As Yang Yi's thoughts wandered, he glanced at Suna. Upon seeing the peculiar assortment of items she produced, any remaining anticipation evaporated. The collection included a mermaid's tongue, eyeballs, brain, glands, trachea, heart, and other odd organs, all housed within jars. A collection of bizarre organs. Your rationality decreases by 5. My apologies, there are so many items, it's rather difficult to find. At last, Suna uncovered what she sought. Not a balloon, but a golden card. Yang Yi accepted it and was instantly engulfed in darkness. Name, ship fusion card. Type, consumable, quality, special, description. With mutual consent, 2 ships can merge. The resulting vessel will be larger, with more rooms, and inherit the skills of both ships. A ship can possess skills from a maximum of 2 vessels, and the materials required for subsequent upgrades will be proportionately increased or altered. Is this what you meant by fusion? Yang Yi turned outwardly inquiring. What else could it be? What did you think I meant? Suna chuckled, her laughter vibrant and chaotic. Yang, he was left speechless. This girl was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. This item was likely the golden legend she had drawn earlier. Chapter 28, Fusion. Nightmare Star. Captain Suna of the astrological ship utilizes a rare item, the ship fusion card, requesting to merge with your vessel. The resources within both cabins will be combined. Agree, decline, agree. Please vote for the new captain. In the event of a tie, the fusion will fail, and the fusion card will be returned. Note, the captain holds absolute authority, and a new election will only take place upon a captain's demise. Yang Yi cast his vote for himself, assured that Suna would do the same. This arrangement had been mutually agreed upon prior to the fusion. The captain must be Yang Yi. Placing Suna in command would render him uneasy. Given her nature, she might steer the ship into a perilous trench, feeding it to the lurking sea monsters, merely to ascertain whether their appetites were sufficiently voracious. Once the fusion was complete, the ship interface of their logs synchronized, yet the primary authority rested in Yang Yi's hands. He could bestow certain privileges upon Suna, including resource allocation, ship expansion rights, navigation, and restrictions on access to specific rooms. The vessel also had a chance for renaming. Its default designation, a combination of the two unique ship's names, was the Dream Nightmare astrological ship. Finding this name excessively lengthy, Yang Yi promptly omitted two characters, renaming it Nightmare Star. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Nightmare Star would likely be the first fused ship among players. Typically, fusion requires a certain amount of resources for ship modification. However, in this instance, those resources were accounted for in the reconstruction. To recreate the Nightmare Star, a total of 700 wood, 300 cloth, 100 stone, 20 crystals, and 10 steel would be necessary. Upon noting the steel and stone, Yang, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The vessel should prove sturdier now. The primary shortfall remained in wood, with stone and cloth also in limited supply. Yang, he had initially hoped that Suna would provide some assistance in gathering resources post-fusion, yet to his dismay, her cabin was nearly barren, just 1 wood and 2 cloth. She was even poorer than a beggar. Was she truly committed to survival? Presently, the cabin contained 59 pieces of wood, a staggering deficit of 641. The stone count stood at 44, lacking 56, while cloth numbered 274, short by 26. On the island, stone could be readily found. The coastal areas yielded ample amounts. Cloth, however, would have to be procured through fishing, though the shortage was minor. But wood, it remained uncertain whether the island's trees would suffice for felling. Suna, how much wood have you gathered? Yang Yi inquired. Prior to his awakening, Suna had utilized a flintlock to fell numerous trees. The commotion must have been considerable, yet he had been oblivious. No wonder Suna remarked that she had slept like a log. I have collected a total of 292 wood. If the roots of these trees are excavated, I estimate there may be a bit more, she replied. Including the stock in the cabin, the total would amounted to 351, but the deficit was still considerable. Yang Yi frowned. Currently, trading was not an option, leaving gathering as their sole recourse. He surveyed his surroundings. Even the trees submerged in the sea had been cut down by Suna. Only in the distant expanse of the sea do the tree crowns emerge above the water. Remnants of trees that had not been felled in time, now submerged. They lie hundreds of meters away. To procure timber, one can only attempt to swim over, shoot down the trees, and then transport them back. Fortunately, the storm has ceased, and the sea is now tranquil. The water level is unlikely to rise further. Return my gun, Yang Yi demanded, reclaiming his cherished flintlock. You should gather some stones on the island and near the shore. About 56 units are needed. As for the tree roots, do not dig them up. It would be better to craft a fishing rod for fishing. Yang Yi instructed. Understood. Suna readily agreed. Equipped with a sharkskin swimsuit, which minimizes energy expenditure while swimming, Yang Yi was the most suitable for the task. However, before embarking on their endeavor, the two needed to satiate their hunger. Fishing was the most convenient and swift option. Yang Yi possessed a gun capable of underwater firing, making the task effortless. Within 15 minutes, he had caught 2 plump grouper. However, due to the method of capture, the fish were somewhat mangled, and they settled for a meager meal. Afterward, Yang Yi swam out into the distance while Su Na began collecting stones and fishing. Perhaps due to the buffer zone, there were no monsters lurking in the water. The entire process was remarkably smooth. After swimming over 100 meters, trees began to appear. Bang! Sparks and gunfire erupted underwater, startling the surrounding fish. After another shot rang out, a log with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters surfaced. This was the stoutest tree in the vicinity. Yang Yi could carry a maximum of 2 logs at a time, opting for the thicker ones to maximize his timber yield. Half an hour later, Yang Yi returned with 2 relatively thick logs, identified by the system as 18 units of wood. The arduous tasks of swimming, diving, and pushing logs ashore resembled a triathlon, depleting over 30 units of his energy in one trip. He could only manage 2 round trips at most before needing to rest on the island to recover his vitality. Lacking refreshing coconut water, his energy replenishment was slow. By the end of the day, he had only completed 5 trips, accumulating a total of 93 units of wood. On Su Na's end, she had gathered sufficient stones, even exceeding the required amount, collecting 74 units of stone. Collecting stones on the island proved to be the simplest and easiest of tasks, provided one could locate the island. As for fishing, Su Na had remarkable luck. Perhaps due to a novice protection period, she caught 2 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch, each 2L in size. The fish she caught were devoured by the 2 of them. Additionally, she harvested 5 units of wood and 8 units of fabric. At this rate, they would be able to reconstruct their vessel in no more than 4 to 5 days. That evening, for safety's sake, both refrained from risky activities such as fishing or logging, instead taking refuge at the center of the island, awaiting the dawn. They had arranged for a night watch, with Su Na guarding the first half of the night and Yang Yi the latter half. Although they lacked a bed, Yang Yi slept soundly, far more comfortably than aboard the nightmarish ship devoid of nightmares. In the chat channel, speculation ran rampant regarding the identities of the 3 players who remained in the stormy sea, questioning why they had not yet emerged. I believe these 3 are trapped within the belly of the giant worm, yet to be digested. It is perhaps for the best that they remain hidden, for this would prevent the game from advancing to the next phase, allowing an opportunity to upgrade vessels and gather resources. Could it be that they have uncovered a concealed quest at sea, engaging in covert missions? In any case, speculation runs rampant. Yet, they could never fathom that Yang Yi and Su Na's ship has sunk, and they are now scavenging for materials to construct another. As for the other individual, Yang Yi remains uncertain of their situation. They too might be in the midst of repairs. Several individuals who have added Yang Yi as a friend are inquiring about his safety and whether he has emerged yet. These were some of the people who gifted him during the stormy seas. In response to their concerns, Yang Yi crafted a succinct reply before sleep, consisting solely of 7 characters. The ship has exploded. I am building a new one. Astonishing. The prowess of the great ones is evident. Though the ship has met its demise, the person remains unscathed. Remarkable. Do you require any leg ornaments? Chapter 29. The approaching dark mist on the desolate island. A solitary man and woman toil. The man is tasked with swimming and gathering timber, while the woman focuses on fishing, collecting fabric, fresh water, and sustenance. Though fatigue tugs at them, this existence is a far cry from the trepidation of their previous maritime journey. It is a veritable reprieve. If circumstances allowed, settling on such an island to cultivate the land would certainly be an appealing prospect. Yet, Yanni knows all too well that such a dream is unattainable. He cast his gaze backward, toward the direction from which he had sailed. There, at the horizon, a deep and ominous blackness looms, the dark mist. Today, this shadow has grown even darker, signaling its ominous proximity. It is imperative to vacate this maritime expanse without delay. 3 days have elapsed since Yang Yi regained consciousness. In total, he and Su Na have spent nearly 4 days on this island, and today marks their 5th. Presently, they are still short of 72 units of timber, while their supply of fabric and stone is sufficient. Yang Yi has urged Su Na to gather additional stone, intending to stow it aboard the vessel for unforeseen circumstances. Although stone is readily available on land, acquiring it at sea proves a daunting task, reliant solely on fishing, which is woefully inefficient. After all, stones like steel do not float upon the waves, unless one fortuitously encounters a resource chest. If fortune favors them, they should manage to amass the materials needed to reconstruct the Nightmare Star before day's end. After a hearty breakfast, Yang Yi sets forth early, commencing today's timber harvesting. After several days of exertion, he may not claim the title of swimming champion, but he certainly qualifies as an adept swimmer. With the added advantage of his sharkskin swimsuit, he feels emboldened even against a swimming champion. The first 3 trips yield success, accumulating 57 units of timber. Just 1 or 2 more excursions would suffice. However, on the 4th trip, an unforeseen change occurs. The sea begins to roil violently. Yang Yi is poised to sever the 2nd tree with his firearm when a tumultuous school of fish surges past him. These fish, varying in size and unfamiliar to Yang Yi, share a singular instinct. They swim desperately forward, as if pursued by malevolent spirits or fleeing for their very lives. Even the most ferocious of carnivorous sharks abandon their predatory instincts, darting past him like a gust of wind, creating a turbulent wave that sends Yang Yi spiraling underwater. At last, he breaks the surface, though not without swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish merely brush against him, seemingly intent on avoiding any pause. Even for a moment, this phenomenon is a first for Yang Yi. As a result, the logs he had meticulously prepared have long since been swept away, and even he is carried forward by the force of the surging fish. Yang Yi, are you all right? Something feels amiss in the water. Suna sends a private message. She, stationed on the shore, has also sensed the anomaly. Yet Yang Yi, having experienced it firsthand, knows the truth. Thankfully, he has only choked on a few mouthfuls of salt water. The fish in the sea have gone mad, frantically swimming forward as if the dark mist is approaching. I am swimming towards the shore. Lend me a hand. Yang Yi replied. His energy was waning, and he lacked the confidence to return alone. Hence his request for Su Na's assistance. Fortunately, his foresight proved beneficial, and Su Na managed to lend a hand. Upon reaching the shore, Yang Yi found his vitality reduced to a mere 23, with only 15 units of wood still needed, just a fraction away. He struggled to rise and glanced back. A swarm of giant insects followed closely behind. Strangely, upon entering the buffer zone, this safe area, the monstrous creatures simply vanished, as if they had traversed a membrane separating different realms, entering another world. Thank goodness the insects cannot cross. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Should they breach this barrier, he would have no choice but to surrender. Suna, we are still short 15 units of wood, and it is no longer feasible to dive for it. Fishing is unreliable. Let's attempt to dig up some tree roots. Yang Yi directed. The missing 15 units of wood seemed minimal, yet acquiring them through fishing could take an entire day for the 2 of them. Moreover, the dark mist may not grant them another day. After regaining some energy, Yang Yi joined the efforts to excavate tree roots. However, the efficiency of gathering wood this way was dismally low. By evening, they had only managed to collect 7 units, still a considerable distance from their goal of 15. Yang Yi was consumed with anxiety as the shadow of the dark mist loomed closer. 3 enormous insects approached, each appearing meticulously chosen, with diameters of 7 to 8 meters. Advancing side by side, they crashed into the buffer zone and subsequently vanished. In the spot where the 3 giants disappeared, 3 massive harpoons fell. Accompanying them were wails and howls. Ada, Air, Dog Dan, where have you 3 vanished to? Following the trio of colossal insects was a gigantic iron warship. The voice belonged to the ship's captain, Yudawe. Yang Yi immediately recognized the vessel, despite several parts of the hull emitting smoke and charred black. The iron-forged body and the imposing 200-meter length unmistakably marked it as the Iron Heart. He was unaware of how he had procured 1,000 units of steel to upgrade the ship by 2 levels, breaking free from the swarm of giant insects. The ship bore the scars of fierce battles and was stained with blood. Even a massive, sharp-jaw knife from a recently obliterated giant insect was embedded in the deck. After its upgrade, the number of cannons was staggering, in addition to a super cannon with a nearly 5-meter caliber at the forefront. There were no fewer than 40 cannons protruding from either side, though many were askew and damaged. Captain Yu Dawei stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cursing as he occasionally cast glances towards the encroaching dark mist. Not long ago, he had been a portly middle-aged man. Now, after a period of intense and exhilarating navigation, he had become enviably lean, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a stark contrast to his former self. As for the speed of the Iron Heart, it could hardly be described as slow. It was rather exceedingly sluggish. In the eyes of Yang Yi, who had grown accustomed to vessels cruising at speeds of dozens of knots, this ship appeared pitifully slow. Suna stood beside him, both observing the colossal vessel together. Further behind loomed the black mist, traversing at 15 knots, yet still a considerable distance from the Steel Heart. Without the aid of the gigantic worm, the Steel Heart could not outpace the black mist, and at that moment, the captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, jumping about in distress. At last, he spotted a man and a woman standing on the island ahead, and his eyes brightened with hope as he waved his arms and called out, "Hey, you two, I am in dire need of assistance. Could you lend me a hand?" Unfortunately, the distance was too great for his voice to carry. With no other option, Yu Dawei could only steer his vessel toward the island. After the upgrade, the speed of his Steel Heart had increased by an astounding 100. Steel Heart, Level 2. Durability 58, 29, 10,000. Capacity 20,000 units. Speed 10 knots. Ship skills, full firepower. Increases cannon firing rate to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot Leviathan fork. Can penetrate and latch onto a target. Cooldown period of 1 hour. Sea Monster Slayer. An incredibly powerful super cannon capable of sending sea monsters back to their homeland, with a cooldown time of 4 hours for each shot. Description: it is larger, stronger, and sturdier. Speed increased to 200. Upon noticing Yang, Yi, and Su Na, Yu Dawei was initially taken aback, but he quickly deduced that these two must be the other survivors from the stormy seas. If they were willing to assist him, salvation might be within reach. In this buffer zone, he found no suitably sized creature to help tow the ship. Seeing that his calls were ineffective, Yu Dawei had a sudden inspiration and began to attempt using the regional chat feature of the log. Chapter 30. The launch of the Nightmare Star. I am Captain Yu Dawei of the Steel Heart. Can the two of you see my message? Yu Dawei inquired over the regional channel. At this point, there were only 3 players left in the buffer zone, so he was not concerned about contacting the wrong person. Hello, I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star. Yang responded. Captain Yang, may I ask where your ship is? I don't see it. It sank. What? Yu Dawei was taken aback. He was unaware that a sunken ship could be rebuilt, and he assumed the worst. It was only after Yang Yi explained the situation that he grasped the reality. You're short 7 pieces of wood. No problem. I'll send you 100 pieces. Yu Dawei promptly replied, but once your ship is repaired, could you lend me a hand? Yang Yi pondered for a moment and agreed. With time pressing and the ominous fog closing in, cooperation was essential for their survival. Upon Yang Yi's agreement, Yu Dawei's anxious heart finally settled. He replied, I will approach now. Please do not attack me, as you have a pistol at your side. Yang Yi was somewhat astonished. The Steel Heart was still several kilometers away. How could he discern such details? Did Yu Dawei possess binoculars? In truth, this was a manifestation of Yu Dawei's innate talent. He possessed 2 abilities: Eagle Eye, Perception 2, Exceptional Vision, adept at tracking and aiming. The second talent was unlocked only after he had slain numerous colossal sea beasts. Firepower Supremacy. As long as there is sufficient firepower, you shall confront any adversary. Your rationality will not drop below 50. Truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. The Steel Heart gradually approached the island, the ominous fog now enveloping half the sky, just 15 nautical miles from the ship. At this distance, the players no longer needed to communicate through the chat log. They could simply shout, I will send the wood to you with the harpoon gun. Do not be afraid. Yu Dawei shouted. With that, the harpoon gun of the Steel Heart launched, delivering a large bundle of wood that landed just a few meters away from Yang Yi. This bundle contained precisely 100 units. With ample materials at hand, Yang Yi wasted no time. He promptly selected a suitable position and began reconstructing the ship through the log. Upon confirming, the materials soared into the air, dispersing into tiny fragments, which then assembled into a vessel much like building blocks. The ship measured approximately 30 meters in length, still resembling a phantom vessel, but significantly larger than before. Its hull remained weathered, encrusted with barnacles, the bow adorned with the skeleton of Captain, draped with strands of seaweed, as if it had just resurfaced from the depths. In comparison to the Nightmare Star, the most notable difference lay in the ship's midsection. A massive crystal ball was now situated in front of the mast. A portion of the hull was clad in rusted iron plating, appearing considerably sturdier than its predecessor. Nightmare Star, Level 2, Durability 1000, Capacity 3000 units, Speed 60 knots, Hull Skill, Nightmare. The quality of sleep aboard the ship is exceedingly poor, inducing nightmares. With energy recovery efficiency reduced by 75, effective only for the captain. The Fisherman's Curse. The likelihood of catching ordinary fish diminishes, while the probability of encountering unusual objects increases. Astrology. This skill reveals the surrounding nautical charts within a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable through a crystal ball. It allows for setting alerts, notifying other players of emerging threats through vibrations. Scrying. This ability enables the retrieval of ship names and player identities, providing coordinates and imagery of the vessel, limited to one target per day. Introduction. Choose to merge with the ghost ship. I hope you do not come to regret it. After reviewing the information about the vessel, Yang Yi felt overall satisfaction. The ship became sturdier and its speed had notably increased post-merger. Additionally, the astrology skill had evolved, enlarging the range of the nautical chart, while scrying had expanded to encompass the entire map. Let us board the ship. Yengi Kol Tosuna. Upon entering the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi noticed several changes within the ship. Next to the captain's quarters, an additional bedroom had been added, designated as Suna's room. The cabin was also significantly larger, now featuring 2 extra spaces for the construction of additional structures. It was as if the potential of 2 vessels had merged into one. All previous belongings remained intact, including pirate attire, fishing nets, rods, coconuts, some provisions, and fresh water. Remarkably, a portion of the giant worm's carcass, which Yang Yi had previously dispatched, was still preserved, an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Yu Dawei felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Yang Yi might abandon him and sail away. Although he was confident in retaining control of the Nightmare Star, should that scenario unfold, it would spell disaster for him. Fortunately, Yang Yi was not foolish. Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star has requested to add you as a friend. Yu Dawei promptly accepted. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi sent a private message. I'm at the stern. Please toss over the grappling hook. Seeing the message, Yu Dawei exhaled in relief. Stepping out of the bridge and onto the foredeck, where he and Yang Yi locked eyes. However, the iron will was larger than the Nightmare Star, obscuring most of Yu Dawei's figure from Yang Yi's view. Though Yu exhibited some caution, he approached. Captain Yu, your vessel is quite substantial. Therefore, I must clarify that if my ship is unable to maintain a speed of 15 knots while towing your iron will, do not hold it against me if I abandon you, nor should you attack me, agreed? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Dawei's expression fluctuated before he responded. In that case, may I board your ship to take refuge? Not a problem. Yang Yi readily agreed. After all, a ship could be rebuilt, but human life was of utmost importance. If one lost their life, that would be the end. Yu Dawei cast the grappling hook from the iron will. Yang Yi received it and secured it in multiple locations, distributing the load to prevent any single point from bearing too much strain. There was no need to worry about the durability of the grappling rope, as the log indicated it possessed infinite durability. Once secured, Yang Yi messaged Suna to proceed at full speed. The Iron Will S engines were also pushed to their limits. The hearts of both captains raced as they observed the vessel's speed gradually increasing. 11 knots, 12 knots. Once the speed surpassed 15 knots, reaching 16 knots, the tension in both men began to ease. Should the speed fall below 15 knots, it would indeed pose quite a challenge. Fortunately, the propulsion of the Nightmare Star is formidable. Ultimately, the vessel achieved a speed of 17 knots, surpassing the pursuing Black Mist by 2 nautical miles. Chapter 31. The ocean map and the approaching frigid cold. The ship, Yansheng, towed the formidable Iron Will away from the buffer zone. As it breached the boundary of the stormy seas, the sky suddenly brightened, and the trio beheld the long-forgotten sunlight. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed through the system. You have exited the stormy seas. Nautical announcement. All players have now departed the stormy seas, and the speed of the black mist has decreased to 10 knots. The ocean map is now accessible, allowing you to view your coordinates. The number of level 3 ships has exceeded 10,000, and the frigid winter seas are beginning to spread. Please take precautions against the cold. Yang Yi promptly examined the log and discovered an additional page. It was a rudimentary maritime map, merely documenting the paths traversed by players and the conditions of the surrounding waters. Areas yet to be explored were shrouded in a yellow-brown fog of war. The Yinshang, equipped with its own small map, had a broader range of record, encompassing a radius of 150 nautical miles. The functionalities of this ocean map were primarily threefold. First, players could ascertain their positional coordinates, facilitating meetings by simply agreeing on a location. However, what transpired during these encounters remained uncertain. Yang Yi believed that it was best to minimize such meetings. There are no legal constraints at sea, making it difficult to gauge another's intentions. Second, players could observe the names and boundaries of the sea regions. Although the ocean map was obscured by the fog of war, the names of the vast seas remained visible. For instance, the area behind was the stormy sea, while the front led to the frigid winter sea. The boundaries of these regions were not linear, but rather uneven, resembling tectonic plates. The frigid winter sea ahead was steadily encroaching. Third, the limits of the black mist were also displayed on the ocean map, enabling players to constantly monitor their distance from it. This feature effectively prevented unexpected engulfment by the black mist. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to gauge player reactions and acquire first-hand intelligence. Wow, no wonder it's so cold. I must be nearing the frigid winter sea, exclaimed the player, Swift Wind. Yang Yi recognized him as a friend. Big shot, what is your ship speed? How cold is it? Let me know so I can brace myself. My ship speed is 100 knots, currently on the outskirts of the frigid winter sea, with temperatures ranging from 0 to 2 degrees. It's certainly below 0 ahead. 100 knots? That has double my speed. You must have a special ship. We need to gather sufficient supplies to fend off the cold. Collect food that can be preserved long-term. DM me if you're selling. Anyone need winter coats? 100 fabric per piece. Color options available. Just trying to make a little profit. Name: warm winter coat. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: offers excellent insulation against the cold. But be cautious. Do not let it get wet. 100 fabric? Why don't you just go rob someone? 80 fabric. That's my final offer. Get lost. You're not the only one selling. I'm selling down jackets. They're more effective than the winter coat. Good quality gear. 120 fabric. Title: insulated down jacket. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: who can resist the warmth of a down jacket in winter? After browsing, Yang Yi also recognized the necessity of warm clothing. When temperatures plummet to several degrees below 0, or even lower, this pirate outfit offers no protection at all. Only by donning a thick cotton coat or down jacket can one ensure they do not succumb to the cold. Sunaz, which attire possesses some capacity for warmth, yet it appears somewhat insubstantial, akin to thermal underwear. Thus, Yang Yi resolved that once the market prices stabilize, he must procure several cotton coats or down jackets, at least 4, keeping one set as a backup just in case. He made his way to the stern. The iron wool was anchored behind, now secure and no longer pursued by the black mist, making it unnecessary to linger by its side. Captain Yu Dawei shared this sentiment, and their paths crossed fortuitously. Brother Yang, I have high hopes for you. Would you consider joining my Iron Brotherhood? Yang Yi echoed the name, puzzled. Hee. I've already gathered several followers and am preparing to meet up with them, Yu Dawei explained, clarity dawning upon Yang Yi. The Iron Brotherhood was an organization Yu Dawei intended to establish. Although the log system lacked a guild feature, players could indeed gather and form organizations voluntarily. They could now rendezvous via coordinates. However, Yang Yi had no intention of joining any faction and politely declined Yu Dawei's offer. I apologize. I am accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to join an organization at this time, he replied. That is fine. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to reach out. I got your back, Yu Dawei declared cheerfully. After his escape, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Moreover, Yu Dawei's words were not mere bravado. The iron will possess that capability. It was no wonder many players sought his protection. However, the speed of the iron will was rather sluggish. Yang Yi could vividly imagine numerous small boats towing this iron behemoth across the waters. One could not say it was strange, merely exceedingly peculiar. Then, Yu Dawei tossed over a small piece of meat. "What is this?" Yang Yi inquired as he accepted it, his eyes lighting up upon reading the information. Name: giant bobbit worm. Description: mutated bobbit worms, contaminated by the abyss, have grown to enormous sizes, with individual lengths exceeding 100 meters. Capable of rapid movement in the sea and possessing highly developed hearing. A pleasant collaboration. This is a gift for you. This item holds little significance for me. And as I draw more, the quality diminishes. Yu Dawei chuckled. If his calculations were correct, that 1,000 iron he possessed was amassed from slaying monsters, obtained through gacha draws. Relying solely on fishing, even with followers providing him iron, he could never accumulate such a sum. "Thank you," Yang Yi said without hesitation, accepting the gift. The two exchanged smiles before parting ways. The Nightmare Star surpassed the Steel Heart in speed, reaching an impressive 60 knots, swiftly leaving the Steel Heart far behind. Yu Dawei stood at the bow, watching as the Nightmare Star vanished into the horizon. The Nightmare has merged with the Nightmare Star? He mused to himself. He had come to recognize Yang Yi's identity, the very individual who had found a path to survival at the first appearance of the gigantic worm. One of Yu Dawei's subordinates had successfully escaped, thanks to Yang Yi's timely warning, and the two had since become friends. Thus, Yu Dawei became aware of Yang Yi's true identity and altered his course of action on a whim. He bestowed upon Yang Yi a piece of flesh, deciding to forge a deeper connection with him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood before the monster gacha machine, feeling a surge of excitement. He possessed 2 portions of the giant bobbit worm's flesh. One had been acquired from the Steel Heart, while the other remained on the deck of the Nightmare Star. This allowed him 2 attempts at the gacha. He first washed his face with fresh water to ensure a fair complexion, then inserted the flesh and began the gacha process. The octopus tentacles flickered incessantly, yet no golden light burst forth. Shortly thereafter, 2 unremarkable gacha capsules were ejected from the octopus's head. Yang Yi initially felt a twinge of disappointment for not drawing a legendary golden item. However, upon picking one up, his sentiments swiftly shifted. Yes, a perfect score. In his hand was a prized vessel equipment. Name: head of the giant bobbit worm. Type: ship equipment, relic, quality, prized, description, can be installed at the bow, enhancing the durability of the vessel and increasing its collision power. Its sharp mandibles can sever adversaries that dare approach. Additionally, it possesses a formidable deterrent effect, reducing the likelihood of marine creatures attacking the hull. However, it may also provoke even more terrifying monsters. Upon reading the information, Yang Yi felt a pang of concern. This ship equipment boasted incredible capabilities, yet it bore a significant drawback, potentially attracting dreadfully powerful monsters. Nevertheless, he did not linger in hesitation for long and resolved to install it. If he shied away from using this, how could he ever dare to employ the equipment he would obtain later? Ultimately, the benefits surely outweighed the risks. Otherwise, the relic would serve no purpose. He reached out, his hand moving towards the second gacha capsule. Chapter 32. The Witch's Laboratory and Potions. Name: Black Iron Supply Chest. Type: chest. Description: open to receive a moderate supply of resources. The second capsule was not equipment, which left Yang Yi somewhat disheartened. However, resources were indeed in dire need at present. The recent reconstruction of their vessel had nearly depleted their entire savings. Yang Yi opened the chest. You have received wood X200, fabric X200, stone X200, steel X50, crystal X50, sulfur X50. So much? Yang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. While wood and fabric were expected, he was astonished to uncover such a wealth of advanced materials. The black iron supply chest was indeed formidable. No wonder the Steel Courage had no qualms about providing 100 units of wood. It seemed they were not lacking in that regard at all. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Su Da of the Gale. Brother Yang, I am considering forming a fleet. Would you be interested in joining? Yang was taken aback by his unexpected popularity, yet he politely declined. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not inclined to join any groups at the moment. All right. Should you change your mind, feel free to message me anytime. My Gale fleet will surely have a spot for you. Thank you. After gracefully turning him down, Yang reflected on the swiftness of these individuals. The maritime map had only just been unveiled, yet they were already eager to establish their own fleets. Perhaps I should form a fleet as well? Yang Yipondired. He did not wish to rely on others, yet the thought of managing a fleet seemed burdensome and unwieldy. While he contemplated, Su-na rushed over, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Did you just acquire a significant amount of resources? Indeed, I just opened a black iron supply chest. Su-na's gaze was immediately drawn to the enormous head of a giant bobbit worm on the ground. Before installation, it was merely the size of a palm, easily grasped, yet exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Su-na picked it up, examining it closely, touching here and there, and began jotting down notes. Seeing her pull out a dagger, Yang could no longer contain himself. He snatched the worm head back. Stop. This is a precious piece of equipment. What if you damage it? Su-na, momentarily silenced by his reprimand, revealed her intention. I wish to construct an expansion building. Which one? Su-na swiftly operated her logbook, and soon Yang received a request. Crew member Su-na requests to build a witch's laboratory. Construction requirements. Expansion space X2, wood X200, fabric X200, stone X100, steel X50, crystal X50, sulfur X20. This building, once constructed, cannot be dismantled. Please consider carefully. A witch's laboratory? Yang was baffled. He recalled that this option was not even listed among the expansion buildings. Moreover, it required such an abundance of resources and occupied 2 expansion spaces. He immediately checked the list of expansion buildings. In addition to the original cargo holds of the nightmarish vessel, the ancient war room, and the magnificent statue, there are 2 expansions derived from the astrological ship. Watchtower, capable of scanning a radius of 1,000 nautical miles. If an island is present, it will be displayed on the nautical chart, updated every 3 days. Construction requirements. Expansion space X1, wood X200, fabric X100, stone X100, crystal X30, glassy cannon. A powerful yet unstable artillery piece, prone to shattering. Construction requirements. Expansion space X1, crystal X100, sulfur X20. Where did you see a witch's laboratory? It's not on my list. Yang remarked with a peculiar expression. This is an additional expansion granted by my talent. It will definitely be worth the investment, Su-na replied with unwavering confidence. Well, Yang hesitated. He had initially intended to construct the cannon. It would provide them with a fighting chance against colossal creatures like the giant bobbit worm encountered at sea. Additionally, he planned to build the watchtower, as resources on islands are more abundant than those at sea and may even contain treasure chests. Frequent resource acquisition from islands would establish a significant advantage. However, the function of the Witch's laboratory remained uncertain, and it required 2 expansion spaces. This meant that before reaching level 3, the nightmarish vessel would lack the additional capacity to build the cannon. If they encountered a ship armed with cannons, they would be at a disadvantage. No way. Yang decisively rejected the idea. The cannon takes precedence. Everything else is secondary. We can discuss it later. Let us build it. Su-na insisted, tugging at him. This is my only request. I want to interfere with your future constructions, all right? Please speak properly without pulling at me. Yang replied citernly, interrupting her actions. This woman was not simple. Her coyness was merely a fade. Simultaneously, Yang realized a critical issue. It was imperative to manage the crew's relationships. Any conflicts could lead to dire consequences. For instance, betrayal behind one's back. Thus, he began to inquire about the function of the building. What exactly does this witch's laboratory do? Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Su-na's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. She sensed an opportunity. She had almost given up, but now she elaborated enthusiastically. This laboratory provides various research tools, facilitating my study of the anatomy of otherworldly creatures and the development of new formulas. You can develop formulas? Yang found himself intrigued. Seizing the moment, Suna produced a vial of liquid. For instance, this bottle of vital coconut juice. Does its recipe ensure the best quality? What if we add something else? She handed Yang a reagent vial. The system did not display specific information, but rather, name, unknown potion, type, consumable potion unique, quality. Description, you won't know until you drink it. Go ahead, give it a try. If I have a laboratory, I can create something even better. Suna urged. Are you certain there's no poison in it? This bottle is definitely poison-free. What about the others, then? Is there poison in them? Every medicine has its risks. Just drink it and see. Suna, discontented, seized the potion and drank half of it on the spot. With her actions taken, Yang, he felt no hesitation in further deliberation. With a sense of trepidation, he downed the concoction in one gulp. The liquid was smooth yet viscous, a familiar and pungent odor assaulting his senses. Just as he prepared to utter a curse, he paused. The potion now bore a name. Energy Restoration, 10. Energy recovery rate increased by 50, having consumed only half. Name, Vitality Siren's Elixir. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion crafted by the witch Suna. Composed of the mucus secretions of siren, salt, and vitality coconuts. Upon consumption, restores 15 energy, increases energy recovery rate by 75, lasting for 8 hours. Excessive consumption may lead to poisoning. Is this your creation? Yangi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, if only I had a laboratory, I could produce even more remarkable potions. Yang, he was astounded. The ability to independently develop formulas was nothing short of extraordinary, a realization that dawned upon him effortlessly. Suna was a veritable treasure trove of potential. With her skills, he need not worry about how to restore energy once the supply of vitality coconuts dwindled. Surely, he could request her to devise an entirely new potion. As captain, it was only natural to set expectations for his crew, and they must comply. Thus, he resolved to establish this laboratory. Yang acquiesced and subsequently recorded his agreement to Suna's proposal in his journal. Little did he know, he might one day regret his decision, regret having consumed the intoxicating concoction she provided. Chapter 33. The establishment of a new world. The vessel, Yensheng, welcomed its inaugural expansion structure, the witch's laboratory. Upon confirming the construction, a radiant blue light emanated from the hull. Followed by the system's completion notification, the witch's laboratory has been successfully constructed. Please proceed to the interior of the ship for inspection. The two entered the cabin from the stern, discovering an additional room within. This chamber was substantial, occupying nearly half of the hull, featuring a pristine floor, not the decayed, moldy wooden planks one might expect, but rather smooth, obsidian stone providing a solid footing. The room felt rather sparse, containing merely 2 large metallic tables that seemed to possess inherent illumination, although Yang, he could not discern the source of light. Along the walls stood rows of metallic racks, their surfaces icy to the touch, adorned with numerous empty glass vessels. There's nothing inside, Yang mused, feeling that the materials had been squandered. However, Suna radiated with excitement, for she alone understood the purpose of this room and how to utilize it. Her journal held an additional page not found in those of ordinary players, the interface of mysticism. Within it, one could purchase experimental apparatus using conch coins for the pursuit of mystical research. The information regarding the witch's laboratory was as follows. Witch's laboratory, a unique structure that only witches who covet forbidden knowledge may construct. In a laboratory, the consumption of energy during research is reduced by 50, the loss of sanity by 25, and aberrant samples will not decay. The displayed aberrant samples will enhance the witch's inspiration. Currently, the sample count is 0, with an inspiration emergence rate of 0. Note, mystical research is fraught with risks, including but not limited to a decline in sanity. Upon reading the information, Suna promptly retrieved the aberrant flesh fragments from her satchel, placing them into the glass vessels on the shelves. These decaying organs, which were on the verge of decomposition, revitalized upon encasement within the vessels, as if freshly harvested. The scene was somewhat disconcerting to one's sanity. Your sanity has decreased by 2. Yang Yi Frowonet, sensing that perhaps it would be wise to limit visits to this laboratory. At this moment, the body of the double-horned devil shark, which should have remained covered, was brought forth, divided into 3 substantial sections, awaiting dissection. Alongside, it was a desiccated specimen of a fishman, measuring merely 30 centimeters. Although this creature was unfamiliar to Yang Yi, it was not entirely alien. Suna must have encountered and dispatched a fishman prior to their meeting. With these 3 items combined, the laboratory's sample count reached 3, enhancing the inspiration emergence rate by 3. I require a substantial amount of conch coins. I currently lack funds. Suna extended her hand towards Yang Yi, reminiscent of a researcher soliciting financial support for their studies. Yang Yi found himself in the role of the unwitting benefactor. What do you need so many conch coins for? The apparatus in a laboratory must be purchased with conch coins, Suna elucidated. The equipment in this laboratory requires additional funds? Yang Yi suddenly comprehended that this laboratory could potentially be a cavernous pit, one that could never be filled. Yet, having already invested resources, he could not afford to abandon it. The sunk costs were far too significant. Thus, he transferred 1,000 conch coins to Suna. This was indeed a considerable sum. After the transfer, Yang Yi was left with a mere 1,050 conch coins. Suna appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Yet she refrained from voicing her concerns and immersed herself in dissecting the devil shark, wielding a sharp scalpel with ease. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swiftly slipped away to the deck, eager to avoid further financial demands. He had no desire to linger in the laboratory, as he harbored a nagging fear of becoming just another specimen. He sent a private message to Suna, urging her to prioritize the research on vitality restoration and healing potions, preferably without utilizing the elusive vitality coconuts as raw materials. He then began to strategize his own preparations. To venture into the frigid expanse of the extreme winter sea, sufficient cold weather supplies were imperative. Besides winter clothing, Yang Yi demanded fire indispensable. Not only could it provide hot water and cooked food, but it also offered warmth and illumination amidst the icy desolation, a true lifesaver. Furthermore, he needed to amass adequate provisions, stocking up on non-perishable food and fresh water, as resources would undoubtedly be scarce in the frozen wilderness. Lastly, he contemplated upgrading the ship to level 3 to construct cannons. However, the materials required for such an upgrade were substantial, placing this task at the bottom of his priorities. According to the World Channel, a standard ship required 500 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, 100 units of stone, and 20 units of steel to reach level 3. In contrast, the Night Star demanded 1,200 units of wood, 500 units of cloth, 300 units of stone, 50 units of steel, 100 units of crystal, and the corpses of 10 aberrant creatures. The sheer quantity of materials was daunting, and the 10 corpses of aberrant creatures left Yang Yi utterly at a loss. Relying solely on luck. Sticking to his plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and began searching for any fire-starting tools available for sale. To his surprise, he found a listing. A lighter was being offered, with the cost to be discussed privately. Name, longevity lighter. Type, tool, quality, good. Description, an exceptionally durable lighter. The optimal choice for igniting fires, ensuring you need not worry about it running out of fuel during your lifetime. Without delay, Yang Yi messaged the seller. How much for the lighter? You're too late. It's already been sold. The one I have is for personal use, came the disappointing reply. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Simultaneously, he realized an important fact. The items he sought were likely on the minds of other players as well, leading to a scarcity in the market for fire-starting tools. Just as he was mulling over this frustration, he noticed the World Channel buzzing with activity, new messages flooding in. He quickly scrolled to the latest updates, discovering a recruitment announcement from a player. I am Captain Shun Guanchuan of the Hope, as well as the leader of the New World Fleet. We have gathered over 10 like-minded captains, including those of the Farmer and Ironhead vessels. Our New World Fleet imposes no entry requirements. Anyone may join. However, players must grant landing permissions for their ships, disarm themselves, comply with allocations, and surrender all equipment and resources for redistribution by the fleet. In return, your safety will be assured. We have guards responsible for combat, fishermen dedicated to angling, and farmers tasked with cultivation. The division of labor will continue to expand, and together we shall strive to rebuild human civilization. I, Xinguang assure you that as long as I have sustenance, you shall never face starvation or perish from a cold. Those willing to join, please proceed to the following coordinates: X 38201, Y 53182. Be sure to disarm and grant landing permissions, for otherwise you shall face a lethal reprisal. My New World fleet shall remain here for a fortnight. These declarations appear to have been meticulously prepared, delivered in a single breath. The reaction has been significant, with the vast majority perceiving it as a trap. Disarming and providing all your resources would render us mere prey, would it not? Why should we trust you? Only a fool would comply. The chorus of skepticism persists, yet Shun Guanxuan remains unresponsive. There will inevitably be some who come. His target is the players. After all, with such a large player base, even if merely 100 show up, his New World fleet would experience unprecedented expansion. The name of his ship, the Hope, is indeed impressive, though its nature remains uncertain. However, Yang Yi possesses a means to verify. He hurried to the atrium of the Nightmare Star and grasped a small crystal sphere nearby. Upon fusion, the number of these small crystal spheres doubled, positioned beside the larger one, allowing both Yang Yi and Su Na to consult the maritime chart at any time. Engage scrying, searching. Hope, Shun Guanxuan soon. The image of the Hope materialized within the crystal sphere. Shun Guanxuan could never have anticipated that a player would possess the skill to observe him discreetly. Chapter 34. A Grand Deal Captain of the Hope did not deceive. Indeed, his vessel was anchored at this coordinate. Yet, his ship was anything but extraordinary, merely a commonplace sailing boat devoid of any distinctive features. The word Hope emblazoned on the sail was likely his own handiwork. The ship's name must have been altered by him, as ordinary vessels are permitted a single renaming, whereas special ships cannot be renamed unless they undergo a fusion. Surrounding the Hope were several vessels tethered together by ropes. The image captured by the crystal ball could not fully reveal the appearance of these ships. Yet he was able to discern a few. One vessel, substantial in size, bore fields upon its deck where farmers were diligently tilling the soil, presumably the farmer. Another ship, with formidable, sharp horns and a dark hull covered in iron plating, was likely the Ironhead. Additionally, there was a vessel that had just emerged from the depths, its hull sealed, suggesting it had the capability to submerge. He was unaware of the name of this ship, and thus referred to it as the submarine for the time being. The captain of the Hope was visible to Yi, a stern man clad in a pristine captain's uniform, exuding an air of authority. How he managed to unite these individuals remained a mystery to Yi. Without the ability to perceive Shun Guanxuan's talents, he found himself perplexed. Shun Guanxuan possessed two abilities: psychological suggestion. Through verbal stimulation, one can enhance or diminish their own or another's attributes and rationality, excluding mental attributes. The range of attribute variation is 1, and the rationality variation is 20. Individuals with high mental attributes may resist the suggestion. The effect lasts for 24 hours and can be activated once within that time frame. Cannot exceed the limits of ordinary beings. Great leadership. You are a natural leader, easily gaining the affection and trust of others, allowing them to lower their guard. Your followers, excluding mental attributes, experience a 25 increase in growth rate. Individuals with high mental attributes may resist this effect. How long has the ocean map been open? Not even a day. It was implausible for Shun Guanxuan to rally such a multitude of players in such a brief span. The only conceivable explanation is that these individuals had united long before the ocean map's unveiling. Perhaps they encountered one another by chance or were inadvertently swept into a particular event. He could not ascertain the details. Currently, he had no interest in forming alliances. Without cannons, he was loath to engage with other players, feeling excessively vulnerable. Moreover, the prospect of surrendering equipment and resources was tantamount to placing his life and fortune in another's hands. Equipped with a detailed sea chart, he could effectively avoid contact with other players, which was one of the reasons he consented to prioritize the construction of a witch's laboratory. However, various organizations began to emerge in the World Channel, all eager to recruit members. This influx exerted considerable pressure on Yang Yi's survival. Presently, he was managing, but as these organizations expanded, the space and resources available to solitary players would inevitably diminish. He needed to grow strong enough, or perhaps join a fleet, though he must retain absolute freedom. Yang Yi was accustomed to seizing his own destiny. He located Shen Guanchuan's message and sent a private note. The resources he possessed were likely considerable, making him an appealing trading partner. Yang Yi happened to have a blueprint he could sell to him. Your ship is an ordinary vessel, is it not? I possess a unique set of blueprints for a special vessel. Would you be interested in purchasing them? Yang Yi attached the information regarding the pirate ship blueprints. Who are you and how do you know so much? Do not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to conduct a transaction. Yang Yi replied anonymously. After several minutes of silence, a response finally arrived. Since you possess the blueprints, you should understand that the upgrade efficiency of ordinary ships surpasses that of special vessels. I am not in haste to utilize the blueprints, and furthermore, the pirate ship blueprints are not what I desire. This succinct statement concealed multiple layers of meaning. Firstly, it indicated that this was not the first time he had encountered ship blueprints, implying he had taken lives and that the previous owner possessed special ships. A chill suddenly ran down Yang Yi's spine. The special vessels surrounding the Hope might not belong to their original owners. Secondly, since the pirate ship blueprints were not of his interest, the price offered would not be substantial. Such blueprints have yet to be publicly sold in the World Channel, rendering their value uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi tentatively quoted an exorbitant price. The other party possessed a farmer ship and likely had considerable resources. I require 2 months' worth of food, capable of long-term preservation, 200 liters of fresh water, 1,200 units of wood, 800 units of cloth, 400 units of stone, 100 crystals, and 100 steel, along with fire-starting tools for the vessel, such as a lighter. A minute later, Shen Guanchuan sent a reply. You truly are asking for an outrageous price. I shall pass. These blueprints are not as valuable as you believe. Very well, farewell. Yang Yi replied décisively. The blueprints lack value? What nonsense! Special ships are finite, and the higher the level of special ship, the greater the disparity with ordinary vessels. As time progresses, the value of the blueprints only increases. Indeed, it was not long before Shen Guanchuan sent a friend request. Captain of the Hope, Shen Guanchuan, requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi promptly declined. He had no intention of revealing his identity. Once a friendship is established, both his name and ship would be disclosed to the other party. You are indeed overly cautious. Would you be interested in joining my New World fleet? I can offer you a significant advantage at the outset. You wish to take my blueprints for free? Not a chance. Ha! Shen Guanchuan sent a smiling emoji. Your asking price is too high, and I cannot currently afford such an amount. Here, that's the deal. I have stored non-perishable food, but can only provide you with 1 month's supply. The remaining month would consist of fresh food, such as vegetables, fruits, and fish. As for the materials, I can only offer you half of what you requested, as I'm also in urgent need of upgrading my ships. The 5,000 sea snail coins are acceptable, but as for the fire-starting tools, I cannot produce those and have limited quantities. I must ensure the safety of my crew, so I cannot sell them to you. However, I can offer you a rare spatial item, which is undoubtedly of substantial value. He attached the information regarding this item. Name, greedy stomach. Type, relic. Quality, rare. Description, the stomach of an unknown extraordinary beast, retaining its vitality even when severed. Within the confines of a 10 cubic meter space, one can store various items. However, each time it is accessed, one must provide sustenance, lest it resort to biting. It is crucial to note that food cannot be stored, for the remnants of otherworldly corpses will be devoured entirely, leaving only bones and shells. Yet this does not interfere with the gacha system. Upon reviewing the information regarding this peculiar item, Yang Yi inhaled sharply. Truly, that fellow Shen Guanchuan is quite extravagant. This peculiar stomach, in particular, is an unexpected boon. Yang Yi yearned for it. However, such an item undoubtedly bears significant side effects, far beyond mere biting. It would certainly deduct from one's sanity during use, which is precisely why Shen Guanchuan chose to sell it. Hesitantly, he inquired, this stomach is a relic. Does it also diminish sanity upon each use? I want to hide it from you. It does deduct 20 sanity points. If you're not interested, I have other items, though their quality is not as high. Never mind. Yang Yi quickly interjected. I will take this. I desire high quality, and I can simply manage the frequency of use. Thus, the transaction was concluded smoothly. Pleasure doing business with you. Should you have other items for sale in the future, feel free to contact me first. I assure you, I will not shortchange you on price. If I have any, I will reach out to you proactively. Yang Yi exited the chat channel, relieved to have finally sold the blueprint. In terms of its potential value, he may have incurred a slight loss. However, given that he managed to sell the blueprint at this price, it was already commendable. He cast the blueprint into the octopus-headed gacha machine, and shortly thereafter, a wealth of resources flowed in. The octopus head continuously dispensed food, yielding 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a bounty of dried fish. Additionally, there were fresh fruits and vegetables, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, and 1 pear, along with a fresh tuna. Altogether, this food would suffice for one person for 60 days. Ultimately, the machine produced a glossy bag, palm-sized and smooth to the touch, reminiscent of a preserved egg. Indeed, it was the coveted greedy stomach. Yang Yi attempted to open the bag, using all his strength to pry it apart, just enough to create a small opening. But it immediately emitted a wail, startling him. The strange sound causes your sanity to decrease by 5. How does one utilize this thing? He cautiously inserted a piece of dried fish, and this time, the bag responded, drawing the fish inside before obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi cautiously extended his hand within. The sensation was somewhat numbing and disgustingly slick, and the stomach emitted a laugh, as though tickled. You feel inexplicably nauseated. Sanity decreases by 10. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yi realized that the side effects were indeed considerable, making it likely that few would dare to use it. The interior space was ample, alleviating his concerns about storage, and this stomach was conveniently wearable at the waist. He opened his log to review the ship's data, confirming that the supplies were in order. The sea snail currency was all credited to Yang Yi's account. Did you sell something? Can you send me some sea snail currency? Sunam messaged him, practically catching a whiff of the transaction. One downside of the shared ship interface is that it does not allow for hidden goods. Yang Yi could only respond with resignation. I can send you a maximum of 1,000 sea snail coins, no more. He transferred another 1,000, hoping that Suna would soon deliver results. Otherwise, he could not afford to sustain her. Yang Yi moved all the provisions into the cabin and meticulously affixed the head of the bobbit worm. As soon as it was installed, the head expanded, its jaw wide enough to measure 10 meters across, lifelike, and ready for manipulation while steering. The jaw was exceedingly sharp, but regrettably, there was nothing available to test it on. He cast the red glowing fishing net into the sea. This net had been in his possession for quite some time, yet it was unsuitable for use during storm, which explained its delayed deployment. The net proved effective, capturing a certain quantity of items at regular intervals. Once everything was in order, Yang Yi picked up his fishing rod and began to fish. With 4 hours until dusk, he aimed to catch as many fish as possible. Idleness would only squander time. Chapter 35. The waterlogged bronze treasure chest aboard the Hope, part of the New World fleet. Captain Shun Guanchuan expended a considerable amount of resources, provisions, and a precious relic to acquire the blueprints for the pirate ship. Boss, why not just arrange a meeting with that fellow and seize it directly? Inquired a burly Scott Beitman. Seize. All you ever think about is seizing, Shun Guanchuan retorted, tapping the man's bald head with annoyance. If I hear you utter the word seize again, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish. You're right, boss. I shall refrain from using that word henceforth. Yet you still say it. Someone, throw him overboard. Without needing any coercion, the bald man, known as Zhao Tai, captain of the Iron Head, willingly leaped into the ocean. True to his name, he was a stubborn fool and a trusted confidant of Shun Guanchuan. All right, now that you've come to your senses, return to your Iron Head. Shun Guanchuan scolded with exasperation. In truth, he himself harbored the desire to meet Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was exceedingly cautious, refusing to add even friends, let alone meet in person. He gazed at the blueprints for the pirate ship in his hands. How should he utilize them? Shen Guanchuan pondered. He had no intention of employing it himself, as the captain of the pirate ship did not align with the leader's image he wished to portray. Instead, an ordinary vessel would render him more relatable. His ambition was to establish a maritime empire, and this first step required him to embody a grand and righteous persona, facilitating the recruitment of followers in the early stages. A day later, the Night Star was sailing across the sea, while Yang engaged in fishing. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught. Frustrated, Yang cast aside his fishing rod and reclined on the deck, surrounded by a pile of long-legged sardines and several eyeball fruits. Why are all these fish so worthless? He lamented, questioning the meaning of life. Yet, after a few moments, he regained his composure. After fishing for so long, he had come to a realization. In this particular sea region, the chances of catching long-legged sardines were high, with a slim chance of landing an eyeball fruit or cystic puffer, and an exceedingly rare opportunity for a red-lipped eel. Perhaps I should try the deep waters? Yang mused, and upon deciding, he acted swiftly, attaching a long-legged sardine to his line, removing the float, and beginning to fish for deeper sea creatures. He had previously caught a mako shark, and if he were to catch such a fish again, it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. After all, those were all akin to lottery prizes. Now that he had upgraded his ship, and, with the addition of Suna's archery skills, he felt no pressure in tackling such fish. During a lull in the fishing, he browsed the World Channel, searching for tools to start fire. These tools were particularly sought after a present. He had seen them twice, but had failed to acquire any. In the meantime, numerous organizations were recruiting new members. For instance, the Sakura had established a group called New Humanity, composed entirely of individuals from the Sakura Nation. Other organizations, like New Rome and Eden, were evidently dominated by foreigners. Yang noted the coordinates that Eden publicly shared, realizing they were quite distant from him. It appears that individuals from different regions are born far apart, and their encounters may not occur for a considerable time. Unable to procure fire-starting tools, Yang promptly posted a request for purchase, offering a high price for such items, and additionally seeking down jackets or other warm clothing. Before long, he received private messages, albeit from those selling clothing. One offered down jackets for 150 fabric each, providing a 5% discount if he purchased 4. This price was unworthy of Yang Yi's consideration. Gradually, more private messages trickled in. Upon reviewing them, he discovered that the lowest price for down jackets was 120 fabric, requiring a total of 480 fabric for 4. While opting for thick cotton jackets would be more economical, Yang intended to acquire something of quality. With time still on his side, he decided to revisit the prices in a few days. Suddenly, the fishing rod's reel spun rapidly. Something was hooked. Yang immediately tightened the fishing line and exerted force on the rod. The catch was not substantial, exhibiting minimal resistance. Within less than 8 minutes, he managed to haul the fish aboard. To his astonishment, it was a human-headed octopus, its multitude of tentacles beneath, while the head displayed a form of mimicry. "Sir, may I trouble you for a few minutes?" Before it could finish speaking, Yang crushed it underfoot. What a stroke of bad luck. He muttered a curse, rebaited the line with a long-legged sardine, and continued fishing. Fishing in the deep waters proved to slow the rate of catches significantly. As the day drew to a close, Yang had reeled in 3 items from the depths: a human-headed octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze treasure chest. Ordinarily, catching a bronze treasure chest would be cause for celebration. However, Yang felt an impending dread. He had previously caught inanimate objects, such as a farmer's 3 punches. Such objects did not struggle against the line, yet this bronze treasure chest behaved unusually, tugging with considerable force. Yang initially suspected he had hooked a large fish, and after nearly half an hour of persistent pulling, he finally brought it to the surface. The chest measured approximately half a meter in width, encrusted with thick copper rust and marked by numerous signs of seawater erosion, with a corner even adorned by red coral. He examined the chest's details. Name: waterlogged bronze treasure chest. Type: treasure chest. Description: it may contain treasures, but could also. This item bore a striking resemblance to a previously encountered waterlogged rotting wood chest, which had startled him when human-headed octopus leapt forth from within. Thus, it was plausible that this waterlogged bronze treasure chest harbored a creature as well. Yang Yi remained cautious, refraining from opening it hastily. He noted that the fishing line was tethered to the chest, indicating that the bait had been consumed by it. Taking a step back, he grasped his flintlock pistol in his left hand while wielding a wooden spear in his right, attempting to pry the chest open. It was exceedingly tight. To his surprise, the spear made no progress and instead broke at the tip. Undeterred, Yang Yi secured the tooth of a sea serpent to the spear and continued to pry, inserting it into the crevice. Suddenly, he felt as though he had pierced something. The chest emitted a strange cry and snapped open. Immediately, a jet of black water shot forth from within, which Yang Yi deftly evaded, having been prepared. What on earth was this? A chest monster. Startled, his sanity diminished by 5. Inside the chest lay soft, pale flesh. He had just severed something with his sword, causing the chest to writhe uncontrollably. After expelling a watery projectile, the chest remained ajar, seemingly lifeless. To guard against feigned death, Yang Yi thrust his sword into it several times, causing a clear liquid to ooze from the wound. At last, this creature, resembling a chest monster, lay still. That solitary water arrow was its only means of attack, exhibiting a certain corrosiveness as it burned the ground, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Name: chest clam. Type: food. Description: a type of bivalve mollusk that upon reaching adulthood, favors inhabiting treasure chests as its shell. It ejects corrosive acidic liquid and preys on small fish. It delights in collecting shiny objects from the ocean floor, within which one may find conch coins and other sparkling treasures. Non-toxic, it is edible once the internal organs are removed. It turned out to be a sea clam. Yang Yi used the fangs of a sea serpent to slice open the clam's flesh and began to rummage through it. The clam meat was merely a thin layer, beneath which lay the myriad shiny objects collected by the chest clam, along with a pearl the size of a fist. You have obtained 600 conch coins. You have obtained a healing pearl. You have obtained 50 crystals. You have obtained 20 stones. Chapter 36. 3 bottles of elixirs. Name: healing pearl. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: soaking the pearl in 1 liter water for 12 hours bestows the water with healing properties, accelerating the healing of wounds. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a magnificent treasure. It appeared that this treasure chest clam was a rare find, capable of yielding such extraordinary items. As the evening drew near, Yang Yi gathered his fishing net, intending to conclude his day. The net had caught 2 items. Name: one-armed crab. Type: food. Description: since its youth, it has favored its right hand, with its right claw accounting for half of its weight. Non-toxic and edible. The claw is meaty. The other grotesque item would diminish one's sanity. Strange starfish. Your sanity decreases by 3. At first glance, this starfish resembled a human hand, with 5 fingers of varying lengths, capable of crawling on the ground like a spider. Quite peculiar indeed. Yang Yi crushed it underfoot, picked it up, and upon inspecting the details, suddenly found it less unappealing. Name: palm star. Type: food. Description: a starfish twisted by abyssal corruption. Mildly toxic. Consuming it grants one agility, but reduces sanity by 20 for 1 minute. This item was akin to the human-headed octopus. Consuming it could enhance attributes, perhaps even be concocted into an elixir. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi hurriedly made his way to the cabin, carrying these bizarre fish. Suna, take a look at these. Inside the laboratory, Suna was still dissecting a devil shark. 2 vibrant eyeballs, each the size of fist, had been removed and were soaking in a glass tank, emanating a faint red glow. Upon noticing Yang Yi and the peculiar fish, along with a large pearl, she inquired, "Did you catch all of these?" "Yes." Suddenly, inspiration struck Suna. She glanced at the fish, then at the eyeballs of the devil shark, her mind racing with ideas. 2. No, 3. In 3 days, I will present you with several prototypes. Suna exclaimed, her excitement palpable. There's no rush. It's already late. You should return to your room and rest. We can discuss it tomorrow. After a brief moment of hesitation, Suna obediently complied and returned to her room. Her quarters were adjacent to the captain's chamber, allowing for easy communication should anything arise during the night. Yang Yi, holding the crystal ball, made his way to the captain's quarters. This crystal ball possessed a vibration alert feature. Should any player's vessels appear in the nearby waters, the crystal ball would vibrate to signal a warning. Placing it beside his pillow would enable him to foresee any impending danger. Otherwise, he might find himself surrounded by other players without even realizing it. Once everything was prepared, Yang Yi removed his coat, savored a bottle of coconut juice, and reclined on the ship. He was accustomed to checking the chat channel before sleep, primarily to monitor the price trends of warm clothing and to seek out sellers of fire-starting tools. As he perused, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his brow furrowed as he slipped into a nightmarish dream. In the deep silence of the night, a sound emerged from the captain's chamber next door, and soon as door creaked open once more. A furtive figure darted forth, making its way toward the stern cabin of the ship, with the laboratory as its target. Suna intended to work late into the night, engrossed in her research on potions. 3 days elapsed without any significant events. Yang Yi continued his fishing routine, collecting his nets at dusk and occasionally practicing his marksmanship. He was not fond of using crab hooks, while they yielded a steady catch. They lacked the intrigue that came with fishing. He gifted all the fish he caught to Suna, allowing her to determine their utility. With ample food supply at present, it was prudent to consume perishable items first, rendering the consumption of these peculiar fish unnecessary. During this period, his haul was modest, aside from the bizarre fish. He collected 28 units of wood, 25 units of fabric, 650 conch coins, and 9 liters of fresh water. He observed a disparity in the yield from nets versus fishing rods. The nets produced a greater abundance of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. In the meantime, he also reeled in 2 resource chests. The wooden resource chest yielded 20 units of wood and 20 units of fabric, barely worth mentioning. The bronze resource chest, however, was far more generous, providing 100 units of wood, 100 units of fabric, and 20 units of steel. Among the fish, he discovered 2 new species. Name: eyeball octopus. Type: food. Description: an octopus tainted by abyssal corruption, with eyeballs at the tips of its tentacles. Mildly toxic. Consuming it grants a temporary perception boost of 1 for 1 minute. Name: six-pack lobster. Type: food. Description: a lobster afflicted by abyssal pollution, boasting 6 abdominal muscles. Mildly toxic. Consuming it grants a temporary constitution boost of 1 for 1 minute. Alongside the head octopus and the palm starfish, these creatures corresponded perfectly to the 4 primary attributes. Excluding mental attributes, he presented all these peculiar fish to Suna. As dusk settled, Yang Yi, who had not caught any fish for a while, began to check his messages. Unsurprisingly, as time progressed, the price of down jackets continued to decline, given that more individuals were capable of crafting them. The current market price stood at a mere 105 units of fabric. It was estimated that the production cost of a down jacket was approximately 100 units of fabric, indicating that the price had reached its nadir. He took stock of his total resources: 841 units of wood, 560 units of fabric for 108 units of stone, 5,700 conch coins, 208 liters of fresh water, 77 units of steel, 51 crystals, and 40 units of sulfur. While this may appear abundant, purchasing cold weather attire would deplete over 400 units of fabric. Moreover, advancing to a level 3 ship would necessitate a substantial amount of resources. The journey ahead remained arduous. Should he opt to purchase down jackets with conch coins, the price would be around 600 coins. However, players prefer trading with fabric due to the unstable exchange rate of conch coins. Currently, the conversion rate for basic resources to conch coins stood at approximately 5:1, meaning 5 conch coins equated to 1 unit of basic resource, though actual transactions often favored a slightly higher rate. Advanced resources were more costly, approximately 25 conch coins for 1 unit. In summary, while Yang Yi appeared affluent, he remained financially constrained, cautious about his expenditures. The cost of fire-starting tools remained uncertain, and thus he habitually posted in the World Channel, high prices offered for fire-starting tools, while cold-weather clothing is being sold at a bargain. Having just sent a message, Yang Yi noticed a private message from Suna, received mere moments ago. Suna, the potions have been prepared as per your request and are placed on the laboratory table. Feel free to collect them yourself. There are 3 in total. The red one enhances attributes, but may have mild side effects. The colorless potion restores energy. Do give it a try. The pink one heals injuries. Upon reading the message, Yang Yi hurried into the witch's laboratory. After such a significant investment, he was finally about to reap the rewards. Inside the laboratory, Suna was slumped over the table, seemingly resting. The table was cluttered with an array of instruments, including a microscope, a test tube rack with test tubes, a conical flask, and even an alcohol lamp. Would this apparatus ignite? Yang Yi lifted the alcohol lamp, discovering it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, it was empty. Laboratory-specific instruments will vanish if removed from the laboratory. Fuel must be provided by the user. Yang Yi pondered. I truly do not comprehend why Suna purchased this instrument. Could it be that she was unaware it was empty until after the purchase? He set down the alcohol lamp, his gaze drawn to the 3 vials of potions, each a different hue. Although they were all labeled as unknown potions, Yang Yi had prior experience. Consuming them would reveal their specific effects and information. Chapter 37. Yang Yi's observational diary. The crimson elixir and the rosy potion were manageable, both being pure liquids. However, the colorless potion was a different matter altogether. Containing the legs of several long-legged sardines, it was both thick and viscous, requiring chewing. Suna, what ingredients do you use to concoct these potions? Yang Yi inquired. Yet, Suna remained unresponsive. Suna? He called out again, but once more, there was no reply. Sensing something amiss, Yang Yi reached out and discovered her body was slightly warm. This woman. He promptly opened the nautical log and turned to the cruise page to examine Suna's information. The details listed only her health status, without any attributes or talents. Suna's status. Injured, fevered, exhausted, and unconscious, an outline of a human figure. Slightly yellowed all over, rationality. 3580, madness. Obsessed, health. 82-100 stamina. 12-100. The upper limit of her rationality is merely 80. Yang Yi frowned. This was the first time he had actively sought information about Suna. Upon reading, he quickly grasped the situation. Suna had undoubtedly been neglecting her sleep, spending days in the laboratory, losing herself in her work, ultimately compromising her health. With her stamina below 30, she was on the brink of fainting. Obsession. This was the first time Yang Yi had witnessed a state of madness. It seemed there were various types. His unique talent prevented him from succumbing to madness. Hence he received no notifications, even if his rationality diminished to 1. Truly, what a troublesome woman, incapable of even caring for herself. Yang Yi frowned. As the captain, he held the highest authority, including the power to restrict access to certain areas. Thus, he immediately imposed a lockdown on Suna, revoking her permission to enter the laboratory. He then procured salt and invigorating coconut, concocting a refreshing coconut drink on the spot. He lifted Suna's chin and fed it to her, though he spilled quite a bit. It mattered not. Initially, he had intended to administer the colorless potion, but its thick, sticky consistency and uncertain effects made it too perilous for a patient, prompting him to abandon that thought. What a weight! Yang Yi grumbled. Under normal circumstances, his strength rated only a 4, below the average for an adult, and carrying Suna proved laborious. After considerable effort, his strength experience increased by 1 point, and he finally managed to carry Suna back to her room, panting heavily. This woman must be made of cement. Her chest is not large, and she does not appear overweight. So why is she so heavy? Fortunately, the Nightmare Star is not large. Had it been a colossal ship like the Steel Heart, Yang Yi surmised he would have needed to drag her. Suna's quarters were adjacent to the captain's cabin, and it was his first time entering. The decor differed entirely from his own quarters, devoid of any musty odors, with sturdy wooden floors beneath his feet. Several luminous crystal orbs were embedded in the ceiling, providing illumination. This room appeared to have been adapted from the original captain's quarters of the astrologer, standing in stark contrast to the ghost ship's aesthetic. Yang Yi placed Suna on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left a message in the log. I have restricted your access to the laboratory. Check the activity log upon waking. You were unaware of your own descent into madness. Yet, do the truly insane pay heed to activity logs and monitor their sanity levels? Yang Yi, having never experienced madness, remained oblivious. After sending a private message, he prepared to depart when his attention was drawn to a small booklet on a nearby table. Inscribed with the words, Yang Yi's observation diary. What is this peculiar item? Curiosity piqued. Yang Yi opened it, and after perusing just a few pages, he felt a chill run down his spine. The contents meticulously chronicled his every detail. What he ate, the times he slept, the duration of his slumber, when he relieved himself, and for how long, encompassing every minutiae. Suna remarked, his sanity is below 50, yet he does not go mad. Could it be he possesses some extraordinary talent? I am eager to examine the structure of his mind. Upon reading this, a wave of unease washed over Yang Yi, his gaze turning icy as he glanced at Suna, who lay in slumber. This woman, has she always regarded him as a mere specimen for experimentation? A flicker of murderous intent crossed his mind. Fortunately, the tone of the diary shifted dramatically towards the end. He too could be flustered. The expression on his face when I pointed a gun at him was absolutely hilarious, captured in candid moments within these pages. He thought merging meant something entirely different, and indeed he was mistaken. He is also quite the lecher. He promised to help me establish a witch's laboratory. I must hasten to produce some results. After finishing the reading, Yang Yi's murderous intent dissipated. He carefully returned the diary to its original state, retreating cautiously. Suna was unharmed, her fever merely a result of insufficient rest, and she would likely recover after a day's sleep. With several hours remaining before dusk, Yang Yi resumed his fishing endeavors. He sought to acquire fire-starting tools such as lighters at a premium, alongside warm clothing. As was his custom, he sent out a message soliciting fire-starting tools and prepared to purchase 4 down jackets, awaiting a seller's response. Before long, he received an abundance of private messages. Just as he was about to procure the jackets at the price of 105 fabric, he unexpectedly received a distinct private message. Would you like a firewool sweater? It's lighter than a down jacket and even warmer, requiring only 100 conch coins for the crafting fee. Name, firewool sweater. Type, treasure. Quality, exquisite. Description, a sweater crafted from firewool with exceptional warmth, akin to wearing a heat pack, lightweight and conducive to movement. However, caution is advised. Exposure to water significantly diminishes its insulating properties, so avoid rain and snow. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. This garment was evidently superior to a down jacket. It was thin enough to wear underneath, with a pirate coat on top, thus protecting it from melting snow. However, he still needed to steer clear of freezing rain. Yang Yi promptly messaged the seller, intent on purchasing the firewool sweater. What do you mean by crafting fee? The seller quickly replied, it's quite literal. This sweater requires special firewool as material, and I have run out of stock. You must provide the materials. 10 units of firewool will yield 1 sweater. And if desired, I can also craft long johns. I only charge a crafting fee of 100 conch coins. You supply the materials. The price is quite reasonable. But where did Yang Yi acquire the fire silk? Just as he pondered this, the other party sent him a new message. I will provide you with a coordinate. There lies an island where a plant known as fire silk grass grows. You need only gather 10 stalks to craft a sweater. Then why don't you collect the materials yourself and sell the finished product? I've already sold them all. I only have 2 left, which I must keep as a reserve. Moreover, I'm no longer in that maritime region. If you desire it, you may gather the materials and come to me for crafting. If not, then forget it. Yang Yi fell into deep contemplation. He truly yearned for the fire silk sweater, yet the request to procure the materials himself struck him as rather peculiar. Perhaps sensing Yang Yi's suspicion, the seller sent another private message. Believe it or not, apart from me, you're the 3rd person to know this coordinate. The previous transactions went smoothly, and I cannot say how much fire silk grass remains on the island. It would be wise to act swiftly if you wish to acquire some. Yang Yi had no faith in his words, prompting him to inquire. how much of the two sets you possess. Apologies, but these two are not for sale. I am keeping them for my own use. Frowning, he glanced at the coordinates sent to him. It was not far. If he traveled at full speed, he could reach it in just 2 days. Then let's add each other as friends. He suggested. Agreed. Captain Huey of the great sailing ship requests to add you as a friend. He immediately accepted. Names like XX ship are typical for ordinary vessels, but owners can change them. The Night Star, is it a special ship? Indeed. Once you have gathered the materials, simply message me. All right. I am quite far away, and estimate it will take 5 days to reach. I will contact you then. Good. He ended the communication. He was certain there was something amiss with this individual, yet the fire silk sweater was the best cold-resistant garment he had encountered thus far, and he genuinely desired it. If he was to acquire it, he aimed for the finest quality. He took out a crystal ball, activated the Night Star skill, and began to search. Retrieving. Great sailing ship. Huey. 3 results appeared, leaving momentarily dumbfounded. Ordinary ships could easily share the same name, which was understandable. However, he did not anticipate that players would share the same name as well. 3 of them, in fact. It seemed the player base was still quite substantial. To differentiate, the results were numbered from 1 to 3. He randomly selected 1, and an image materialized in the crystal ball. It was a 2-tier ship situated far from the island, and did not appear to be the person he was seeking. After casually observing for a few minutes, he closed the image. I'll check another person tomorrow. He adjusted his course towards the island. He intended to sail that way first, as he possessed a sea chart and held the initiative. Even if there were ambushes, he could avoid them in advance. Chapter 38. The euphoric elixir that evening, he reclined upon his bed. As was his custom, he indulged in a bottle of invigorating coconut juice before slumber. Yet today, an alternative beckoned, a colorless potion. This elixir purported to restore vitality. Surely, Su-Na would not deceive him. The dilemma lay in whether to partake or abstain. He scrutinized the vial of potion, observing its translucent, viscous texture, within which floated several elongated appendages. In the shadows, it emitted a faint luminescence. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to sample a small amount. Having invested so much, he felt compelled to test its effects. Perhaps half a dose would suffice. Pinching his nose to suppress his apprehension regarding the potion's composition, he unscrewed the cap and attempted to draw forth some liquid. To his dismay, the substance proved exceedingly thick, defying his efforts to extract it. Moreover, it emitted a foul odor reminiscent of a creature dwelling in the sewers. With a steely resolve, he fought against the wave of nausea, crushed the long appendages within, and swallowed. You have consumed an unknown potion. As the concoction slid down his esophagus, a warm sensation radiated from his stomach, banishing fatigue. Remarkable. Almost immediately, a notification appeared. Energy restored. 30. Energy recovery rate increased by 125, lasting for 8 hours. Impressive. Yet, an unsettling feeling washed over him as various parts of his body began to engorge with blood, particularly his eyes, and you have entered a state of euphoria, lasting for 1 hour. Damn, I knew this concoction harbored issues. Yang Yi's eyes reddened, and he swiftly sat upright. The potion's details unfurling before him. Name, euphoric elixir. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, premium. Description, an original potion crafted by the witch Su-Na. Composed of the secretion from a siren's pituitary gland, siren saliva, siren glandular mucus, and the legs of long-legged sardines. Upon consumption, energy 30, sanity -20, energy recovery rate 125, lasting for 8 hours with a 24-hour effect interval. Induces a state of euphoria for 1 hour. Repeated use prolongs euphoria, but carries a risk of toxicity. The side effects. He found it challenging to articulate his thoughts. Were he to market this potion, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Yet, he had no intention of selling it. As the potion's description bore the creator's name, he believed this could spell trouble, inviting unnecessary complications. An hour later, he reclined once more. He needed to urge Su-Na to refine this potion, eliminating its adverse effects. He left her a message. The side effects of this potion are far too severe and require improvement. Next time, you should sample it yourself before offering it to me." With that, he succumbed to sleep. Nightmares persisted. Yang Yi's sleep quality remained poor. However, with the potion's enhancement, he need not fret over energy recovery, though dark circles would inevitably remain. The following morning, a knock at the door jolted him awake. He had been ensnared in a nightmare, startled into alertness. His gun aimed at the entrance. "Who is it?" "It's me," Suna's voice called out. Yang Yi relaxed his tension. He had just dreamt of a multitude of spiders crawling out from within him, his flesh gnawed to the bone, and upon waking, he found his clothes completely soaked. Once he regained his composure, Yang Yi responded irritably. "What are you knocking for so early in the morning?" Suna, equally irate, retorted, "Why did you disable the laboratory access? Did you not see the message I sent you?" It was at that moment that Suna began to check the messages recorded in the log. Yang Yi seized the opportunity to glance at Suna's sanity level. Fortunately, it had nearly returned to full. Sanity level, 7680. The recovery rate was quite rapid. Her mental attributes must be commendable, and the clothing must have provided some enhancement. "You were already in a state of madness yesterday, did you know?" Suna, now slowly coming to her senses, seemed to awaken from a dream. It appeared that those who had succumbed to madness were utterly unaware of their condition and did not monitor their sanity levels. How effective is that potion? Suna, no longer angry, swiftly redirected her focus to the elixir. The effects were remarkable, but the side effects... Well, see for yourself. Yang Yi sent the potion's attributes to Suna. "I see, but surely all potions have some side effects." Suna clarified. "This side effect is unacceptable. You must revise it." Yang Yi replied, "I cannot guarantee the effects then." "No problem. What about the other 2 vials? Have you tried them?" At this point, Yang Yi expressed a hint of discontent. "Why must I be the one to test them? You should try them yourself. I'm not a lab rat." Suna confidently responded, "The potion may reduce sanity, so it's not safe for me to consume." "Oh, so you know that it's unpleasant to drink," Yang Yi remarked. "Your sanity won't lead you to madness, so it's suitable for you," Suna added. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. He realized he could not escape the fate of being a test subject. 1 vial of the stimulating potion would deduct 20 points from his sanity. And if Suna accidentally ingested a more potent one, she would plunge directly into madness. How many vials of this potion can be made? Yang Yi suddenly inquired. As the potion required materials primarily sourced from otherworldly creatures and some indescribable beings. "We can still produce 3 vials of the stimulating potion. If you dislike it, I can modify the formula and experiment with different combinations." Suna explained. "The red potion requires the eyeball of a devil shark, so we can only create 2 vials at most. The pink potion, primarily made from the water of healing pearls, can be produced in abundance," she continued. "Please adjust the formula for the energy-enhancing potion. It can be less potent, but should be easy to produce with readily available materials. After all, creatures like sirens are not easily encountered." Suna nodded in agreement. "Moreover, you must limit your time in the laboratory to a maximum of 8 hours a day. Once the time is up, I will revoke your access." Although Suna felt somewhat disgruntled, she refrained from arguing, for Yang Yi was indeed correct. Upon granting access, Suna received a notification and promptly rushed to the laboratory. This woman truly had a penchant for tinkering with such abnormal concoctions. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin, grasping his fishing rod in preparation to fish. Just as he was about to cast his line, a sudden thought struck him, his fire-wool sweater. He had forgotten to mention it to Suna. He decided to approach the potential island for a closer inspection. Without delay, Yang Yi activated the voyeuristic skill of the Nightmare Star, searching for Hu Wei's true identity. Searching. Great sailing vessel. Hu Wei. This time, he chose another individual. Soon, a crystal orb revealed an image. It was a large sailing ship, seemingly upgraded to level 3, equipped with 2 cannon ports on either side. The captain was a fair-skinned young man, peering through a telescope at something. His position was alarmingly close to the coordinates of the island, less than 10 nautical miles away. Thus, the identity of this individual became apparent. It was indeed the sought-after Hu Wei. What was he observing? Yang Yi cross-referenced with the map, sensing that Hu Wei was gazing in the direction of the island. To ensure certainty, he sent a private message. If a wool sweater and pants set were to be crafted, how many firewool grasses would be required? The figure in the image responded promptly. It was unmistakably him. Just like the sweater, the pants also required 10 grasses. So for a complete set, 20 would suffice. With a labor fee of 200 conch coins. Excellent. Yang Yi smiled, continuing to observe the image. The individual appeared peculiar, standing at the ship's edge for a moment before steering the vessel away. However, he did not stray far, maintaining a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then, every 3 to 4 hours, he would navigate back for a brief inspection. This is Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Chapter 39. Ambush. Yang Yi shared with Suna the details about the firewool sweater and the island. She expressed her agreement to explore it, acknowledging the island's abundant resources. Should they encounter anything, they must seize the opportunity, unless the situation proves excessively perilous. The dangers here encompass not only the unknown creatures inhabiting the island, but also the ill-intentioned players lurking about. If there are any peculiar life forms on the island, I wish to collect several specimens, Suna declared, revealing that this might be her primary motivation for visiting the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi arrived near the island. Indeed, there existed an island with a diameter of approximately 5 kilometers, which could be located on nautical charts. He could venture there at any moment. However, he first needed to address the potential dangers. Through 2 days of observation, he discerned Hu Wei's activities. He was fishing, using bait to lure other players onto the island. It appeared that there were exceedingly dangerous creatures or traps on the island that could lead to the swift demise of any player who dared to land. After the players perished, Hu Wei would seize their abandoned vessels, thereby acquiring substantial supplies. This was a morally questionable yet highly profitable endeavor, fraught with risks. No one could ascertain the identities of the arriving players. Should he encounter a formidable opponent, such as Yang Yi, who possessed the ability to spy, he might find himself suffering more than he bargained for, even losing his own life. Little did Hu Wei realize that a pair of eyes could disregard distance and the fog of war, scrutinizing his every move. Through careful observation, Yang Yi gathered a wealth of intelligence. Before approaching players' vessels, Hu Wei would employ a telescope to ensure the vessels were uninhabited. Only after confirming the absence of crew would he cautiously draw near, firing a single shot to further ascertain the emptiness of the ship before attempting to board. He refrained from firing directly at the hull, as any damage could diminish the spoils of disassembly. Over the course of 3 days, Hu Wei had dismantled 2 ships using this method. Yang Yi witnessed the entire process and communicated his intentions to Suna. I am convinced that there exists some manner of dangerous creature on that island, Suna asserted confidently. Is that what I was referring to? Were you even listening to me? Yang Yi scratched his head, exclaiming, What I mean is, let us turn the tables and set an ambush for him. He would never suspect someone would lie in wait for him. When we lift the boarding restrictions, he will assume we have perished. At that moment, we shall conceal ourselves within the cabin, and, as soon as he enters, we shall take his life. But what if he does not come inside? That is impossible. If I were in his position, I would certainly enter. Besides, once he boards, how could he outrun a bullet? Yang Yi asserted with unwavering confidence. He had dismantled ships before and understood the process of commandeering a vessel. This required not only the demise of the ship's owner, but also a period of occupation lasting approximately 10 minutes before the system would notify him that he could dismantle the ship. However, disassembling a ship would not completely reclaim the items aboard. The equipment and tools would need to be scavenged personally. Yang Yi deduced that Hu Wei would leave no corner of the ship unsearched, including the cabin. Were he in Hu Wei's position, he too would thoroughly loot the vessel. Executing his actions with remarkable swiftness, Suna nodded in agreement, indicating her lack of objections. Thus, the plan was finalized. For the sake of caution, Yang Yi instructed Suna to prepare an additional 3 bottles of restorative pink potions, ensuring that each person would have 2, a prudent measure against any unforeseen circumstances. At the crack of dawn the following day, he intended to set sail for the island, subsequently concealing himself in the ship's cabin to surprise Hu Wei. The next day, Yang Yi took the helm, steering towards the island. The journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any peril. This was the first occasion Yang Yi observed the island with his own eyes. It appeared rather unremarkable at first glance, with its sturdy, dark brown rocky coastline, which had been smoothed and polished by the relentless waves. Barnacles clung to the rock surfaces, and numerous crabs inhabited the crevices of the stones. The island was shrouded in dense foliage, concealing whatever lay within. Yang Yi did not detect any signs of struggle along the shore, nor even a trace of blood, indicating that the scene of the crime was not located at the water's edge, but rather deeper within the island, or perhaps dragged into the depths of the forest by some unseen force. Regardless of the scenario, Yang Yi was resolute in his decision not to disembark. He consulted the crystal ball, which revealed that their adversaries were approaching, still several dozen nautical miles away from the island. Although the distance was considerable, Yang Yi called Su Na to retreat into the cabin, relinquishing control of the ship. Upon entering the cabin of the Dream Star, they found themselves in a corridor that veered left. At the end of the corridor, a staircase descended to the depths of the ship. The ambience was dim, illuminated only by a pair of small windows, which rendered the space shadowy and damp. The witch's laboratory was also situated here, in a separate chamber. The two took their positions as planned. Su Na concealed herself in the shadows at the base of the cabin, armed with a pirate longbow, her gaze fixated on the entrance. She bore a simple quiver on her back, containing over 30 arrows, all tipped with steel heads, significantly sharper than the rudimentary wooden ones. After witnessing Su Na's remarkable archery skills, Yang Yi had upgraded her ammunition. Each arrow was coated with the venom of a cystic echinoderm, rendering them lethal upon contact. Yang Yi positioned himself at the end of the corridor, atop the staircase, a mere 4 meters from the door. He would initiate the attack. If the flintlock failed to fire, it would be Su Na's turn to unleash her arrows. Their aim was to ensure their adversaries would be caught completely off guard, utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Hui was finally drawing near to the island. He retrieved his binoculars to survey the area. As anticipated, he spotted the Dream Star, a unique vessel. Hui could hardly contain his excitement, jumping in delight. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions were being observed by Yang Yi through the crystal ball. Hui waited on the spot for a full hour, confirming the absence of any figures before cautiously approaching and symbolically firing a cannon. His aim was poor, as he had not intended to hit anything. The cannonball landed in front of the Dream Star, splashing a considerable amount of water. This was a familiar routine, one Yang Yi had already witnessed through the images. After another 15 minutes, Hui noted the ship remained still, prompting him to accelerate towards it. He was close now, with no more than 10 minutes before he boarded the vessel. Yang Yi signaled to Su Na to stow the crystal ball in her greedy pouch, while holding her breath, her focus unwavering on the cabin door, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their prey. This was Su Na's first experience lying in wait to kill, and she felt a twinge of nervousness. However, her psychological resilience was exceptional, and she felt no fear. Shortly thereafter, the hull reverberated with the sounds of grappling hooks colliding, followed by the distinct noise of a bridge being laid. The quarry was ensnared. Yang Yi had already raised his gun, aiming at the cabin door. The interior was shrouded in dim light. By the time the adversary discerned his presence, he would likely have already been shot. Time ticked away, each second stretching into eternity. To enhance the authenticity of his ruse, Yang Yi carelessly discarded the fishing rod and net upon the deck. The opponent, likely reveling in the collection of his spoils, remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Yi had granted him permission to do so. The massive head of the creature had been stowed away in the cabin, preventing any undue delay on the deck. His ultimate objective was to lure the adversary into the cabin expeditiously. This was the safest strategy. Should the time approach 9 minutes, Yang Yi and his companion would have to take the initiative. Fortunately, within 5 minutes, the cabin stirred with activity. Crack! The cabin door swung open. Hui, beaming with pride, swaggered in, his back burdened with a barnacle-encrusted fishing rod and a vibrant red net, brimming with self-satisfaction. He was still marveling at his bountiful catch when, in an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted to his left. Bam! A bullet struck Hui in the abdomen, causing him to collapse, clutching the wound with his hand. Only then did he notice a figure standing to his left, brandishing a flintlock pistol, the muzzle still smoldering with residual smoke. You, how could you? Hu Wei stammered, unable to believe his eyes. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Yang Yi replied with a smile. He did not aim for the adversary's head, partly out of fear of missing, and partly because he still had questions to pose. Chapter 40: The Kiss of the Spider. What lies on this island? Yang Yi inquired coldly. The reason he refrained from shooting Hu Wei was to pose this very question. If I tell you, will you spare me? Hu Wei slumped on the ground, struggling to lift his head to gaze at Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered the gun's muzzle. Deceit. Your eyes are clearly those of a killer. Hu Wei began to cough, seemingly finding it arduous to speak. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had no intention of granting Hu Wei a reprieve. You are formidable. I concede defeat. So there's no need for you to take action. As for what is on the island, that remains for you to discover. Hu Wei chuckled ominously, his mouth stained with blood, a crimson visage. What do you mean? Yang Yi pressed, yet Hu Wei remained silent, instead retrieving a kitchen knife from behind his waist. Yang Yi immediately grew alert, raising his gun to aim, though he did not fire, for Hu Wei had already taken his own life. With resolute determination, he plunged the blade into his throat without a hint of hesitation. This man proved to be quite ruthless. Although unseen, Hu Wei's journal updated with new information. You have died. The pre-commitment task has failed, with a completion rate of 610. 2 luminous orbs fell beside him, likely the spoils of a player's demise. Just as Yang Yi prepared to collect them, he sensed something amiss. He heard a rustling sound, akin to numerous entities crawling. The source of the noise was none other than Hu Wei's corpse. In the next moment, Hu Wei's body convulsed, shaking violently. Simultaneously, countless spiderlings, no larger than fingernails, emerged from the wounds and orifices of his corpse. What in the world? You are frightened. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi pulled the trigger just in case, employing the formidable cannon mode. Boom! The shot was tremendously powerful. Hu Wei's body, along with the hatch, was obliterated, leaving a gaping hole in the ship's hull through which sunlight streamed in. The recoil propelled Yang Yi backward, crashing him against the wall. What are you doing? He is already dead. Suna rushed over, her expression tinged with discontent. If the shot had been any lower, it would have breached her beloved witch's laboratory. There were spiders inside him, an abundance of them. Yang Yi explained, recalling the previous scene with lingering trepidation. In his nightmare, his fate mirrored that of Hu Wei. But how could spiders emerge from a human body? Suna surveyed the ruins. Spiders? Where are the spiders? I don't see any. She scanned the surroundings. Right there. Yang Yi pointed to the debris nearby, yet suddenly froze. He could swear that just moments ago, spiders had indeed been present on the ground, albeit very small, yet conspicuous. But now, aside from remnants of flesh, shattered wood, and splattered blood, there was nothing. I definitely saw spiders just now. Yang Yi insisted. Enough. Do you realize your shoulder is dislocated? Suna remarked, noticing Yang Yi's left arm dangling at his side. Fortunately, Suna, a medical student, though not specializing in orthopedics, is a rare polymath. With remarkable agility, she swiftly set Yang Yi's dislocated left arm back into place. Meanwhile, he remained fixated on tracking the elusive spider. It's impossible. I definitely saw a spider. Suddenly, an itch tickled his nose, and a trickle of blood emerged, likely a consequence of the recoil from the flintlock. The persistent itch felt as though something was crawling within. Unable to resist, Yang Yi dug in, astonishingly extracting a black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out from within you. Your sanity decreased by 10. Startled, Yang Yi promptly crushed the spider and continued to probe his nose. Relieved that no second one emerged. There truly was a spider. When did you get sucked into my nose? Suna bent down to collect the spider's lifeless body from the ground. Sucked in? Yang Yi pondered, convinced that the situation was far more complicated. The spider must have crawled out from within him. He immediately checked his status. Status: injured, a large human figure, with a pale yellow hue on his back and left arm. Sanity: 85-100 energy, 94-100 health, 93-100. Everything appeared normal until he noticed an additional status following his talents. Kiss of the Spider: a gift from the Spider Mother. Spiders will occasionally crawl out of your wounds, but you will soon become accustomed to it. Unlocks prerequisite quest for the Oath. Hostility from arachnid-type aberrations, -100. When did this status appear? He quickly examined the activity log. You have received the kiss of the spider. Based on the timing, it must have occurred at the very moment Hu Wei perished. Upon his death, this status transferred to me? Yang, he squinted his eyes. Fearless of spiders, Su Na prepared to step into the sunlight for a closer inspection. However, upon exposure to sunlight, the spider vaporized into thin air. Yang Yi noticed this phenomenon and promptly approached, grasping Su Na's hand. It vanished. He exclaimed in disbelief. Let go. You're hurting me. Su Na protested, retracting her hand. Yet, Yang Yi paid her no mind, his mind racing. This status must be intricately linked to Hu Wei's demise. After his death, the next successor would emerge. Su Na, check your status bar. Do you have a negative status called Kiss of the Spider? Yang Yi urged. She immediately checked and shook her head. I don't have it here. It seemed the curse targeted only one individual. Connecting this to Hu Wei's recent actions, the answer became glaringly apparent. The Kiss of the Spider is related to this island. Let South leave this place. My flintlock has switched to cannon mode and has a 12-hour cooldown. Moreover, the Nightmare Star has sustained significant damage and requires repairs. Yang Yi instructed. Su Na nodded and began to gather their spoils alongside him. The matter of the spider would have to be set aside for now. Their immediate concern was to manage the battlefield. The 2 luminous orbs dropped by Hu Wei were collected, though one fell into the sea. They yielded 12 50 conch coins and a recipe for a firewool sweater. Firewool sweater requires 100 firewool from fire spiders. A fully grown silk spider can gather between 8 to 12 units of silk. What nonsense about silk grass. It's clearly fabricated by Hu Wei. There must be such a creature as the silk spider on that island. To Yang Yi's astonishment, players dropping recipes upon death is also a possibility. Contemplating this, he turned to look at Su Na. This woman possesses a unique talent, enabling her to create extraordinary recipes. If she were to perish, would those crafted recipes also be lost? That would indeed be perilous, making her target. Yang Yi promptly stationed. Su Na, refrain from selling the potions you create or giving them to others. What you mean is that I should just let you consume them all. Su Na retorted. We can discuss that later. Yang Yi recalled the bottle of relentless stimulant potion and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. After they finished clearing the battlefield, they discovered 3 pieces of equipment. Name, web gloves. Type, treasure. Quality, good. Description, enhances grip, allowing one to climb walls without being ensnared by webs. Indeed, with these, you can traverse like a shadow. Name, culinary chef's knife. Type, relic. Quality, exquisite. Description, a razor-sharp kitchen knife. Items sliced by it become exceptionally delectable, leading to an addictive quality, a favorite among those with anorexia. The delicious effect lasts for 5 days, producing only localized effects on items exceeding 3 cubic meters in size. Name, healing spray. Type, consumable. Quality, exquisite. Description, when sprayed on a wound, it accelerates healing. Uses remaining. 310, Yang Yi picked up the chef's knife, which measured merely 30 centimeters in length. Would anything struck by this knife truly become delicious? His expression turned peculiar as he caught a hint of sweetness in the air. Chapter 41. The tiny spider Hu Wei's vessel is a Tier 3 ship. Both expansion spaces on board have been utilized to construct cannons. Name, ordinary cannon. Type, ship equipment. Quality, ordinary. Description, a commonplace cannon with a range of 200 meters. The cannon in the combat room is fixed and cannot be disassembled. Yang Yi contemplated whether he could transfer the cannon to his own ship, but after reviewing the information, he completely dismissed the idea. However, Hu Wei had indeed amassed a considerable amount of resources, which unfortunately benefited Yang Yi. The inventory aboard the ship includes 912 units of wood, 808 units of cloth, 995 units of stone, 83 units of iron, 63 units of crystal, 35 units of sulfur, 50 liters of fresh water, and various food items such as sausage bread, sufficient for Yang Yi and Su Na to sustain themselves for half a month. The equipment comprises an ordinary quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 firewall sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these resources were adequate for upgrading the Night Star to Tier 3. However, he currently had no leads on the required demon corpse for the upgrade. Disassembling this Tier 3 sailing vessel would yield an additional 520 units of wood, 233 units of cloth, 240 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. The total resources had already exceeded the capacity limit of the Nightmare. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to refrain from dismantling this ship for now, waiting until he acquired a demon corpse, at which point he could elevate the Night Star to Tier 3 and then dismantle the vessel. For the time being, this ship could serve as a storage unit. Towed behind them, after Yang Yi and Su Na transferred the food, fresh water, and high-value resources to the Night Star, they maneuvered the ship away from the island. Upon sailing 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi suddenly changed countenance, feeling an unbearable itch as if countless insects were crawling and biting him. He promptly halted the ship and turned back, with the itching subsiding as he did so. Yang Yi realized why Hu Wei remained on this island. It turned out he was unable to leave. What had occurred? Su Na, noticing the disturbance, emerged from the cabin. The spider within me does not permit me to stray far from this island, Yang Yi remarked, his expression grim. Su Na furuit herburuth. Contemplating for a moment before stating, "Stop the ship. Come with me." She led Yang Yi into the laboratory. Inside, there were two large metal tables. One was laden with various instruments and a heap of shredded flesh, Hu Wei's remains, which Su Na had collected. "I have just completed my examination, and I can now confirm that this corpse is hollow." Su Na's expression was unusually grave. "Hollow? Indeed. There are no organs, no bones, just a thin layer of skin," Su Na remarked, using tweezers to lift a piece of flesh. "Did you not notice that the amount of flesh from his body is remarkably scant, and the blood loss is minimal? Initially, I thought it had fallen into the sea, but after examining it piece by piece, I discovered there are absolutely no bones or internal organs. It's merely superficial skin and muscle." Yang Yi immediately comprehended the situation. This corpse was empty, lacking a brain, intestines, and heart. All of this must have transpired in the instant after Hu Wei's demise, as the spiders had consumed all his internal organs and bones. Su Na concluded. After listening to her narration, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Yi's forehead. It was likely that such spiders existed within him as well, rendering him powerless over his own fate, constantly at risk of being devoured by these creatures, facing death and becoming nothing but an empty shell. Suddenly, Yang Yi became aware of a delectable aroma. Once recognized, it was impossible to ignore, causing one's mouth to water and prompting involuntary swallowing. This was the power of the exquisite chef's knife, transforming Hu Wei's corpse into a delicacy. "Su Na, you haven't taken a bite, have you?" Yang Yi exclaimed in horror. Given her nature, it would not surprise him if she had sampled even a morsel. "What are you saying? This is a precious specimen. How could I possibly indulge?" Su Na replied, somewhat displeased. "That's a relief." Yang Yi sighed with relief upon hearing her words. He believed consuming something crafted by this remarkable chef's knife would be disastrous, potentially leading to an insatiable craving. "All right, it's your turn." Su Na collected Hu Wei's remains into a glass vessel, clearing the tabletop and motioning for Yang Yi to lie down. "What is this?" he asked. "We need to examine your body to see how these spiders have manifested within you," Su Na explained. Although Yang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, he ultimately reclined on the metallic table, driven by his curiosity about what was transpiring within him. Su Na began her examination, probing and prodding. "Your exterior appears normal. Open your mouth," she instructed. Yang Yi complied. Using a magnifying glass, she peered inside and scraped away some mucosal tissue, preparing a makeshift slide to observe under a microscope. The sight of her furrowed brow made Yang Yi feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles, much like a patient awaiting a doctor's verdict. The more hesitant the doctor appeared, the more anxious the patient became. A few minutes later, Su Na approached, wielding a sharp dagger. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and retreating to maintain distance. "Why are you so tense? If you're afraid of pain, just give me some currency. I'm out of C-conch coins." Su Na brandished the dagger, exuding an intimidating aura. Yang Yi swiftly transferred 2,000 C-conch coins to her. After a flurry of actions in her log, a modern blood collection kit materialized in her hands. Are you going to draw blood? Yang Yi inquired. Indeed, I was initially going to make an incision, but since you seem quite fearful of pain, I opted for this instead, Su-na said as she approached with a blood collection kit. Damn, this woman must be feigning this entire act to swindle his C-Con coins. Although Yang Yi had no evidence, he strongly suspected it. As she prepared to draw blood, Yang Yi took the opportunity to inquire about the laboratory's resources. Can this laboratory provide any tools? He asked. There are significant limitations. Primarily, it can offer experimental equipment and medical tools, with more intricate and larger items costing increasingly more, Su-na responded. What about lighters? He questioned. Lighters are available, but without fuel. Currently, the laboratory can only produce items made of glass, metal, ceramics, and plastics, but fuels like alcohol are not provided. And all purchased equipment must remain within the laboratory, Su-na clarified. I see. Yang Yi nodded. No wonder the alcohol lamp we encountered earlier lacked any alcohol. Can you generate flint or other fire-starting tools? Yang Yi inquired once more. No, but you might attempt to create fire by friction. Forget it. Yang Yi dismissed the notion, doubting his ability to kindle a flame in the dampness of the sea. Even if successful, such a method would not suffice for the long term. In the depths of winter's icy domain, one might as well drill forever without hope of igniting a fire. Su-na drew 300 cc of Yang Yi's blood and prepared a blood smear for further examination. Indeed, come take a look, she beckoned him over. Although Yang Yi possessed limited knowledge of biology, he managed to adjust the microscope accordingly. Within the field of view, alongside the red blood cells, numerous minuscule particles were visible. You see those dark particles? Brace yourself. Su-na adjusted the magnification and refocused the lens, causing Yang Yi to break into a cold sweat at the sight before him. There, curled and clustered, were tiny spiders, discernible only under substantial magnification. Theoretically, creatures smaller than cells should not exist, yet Yang Yi beheld them through the microscope. It was highly probable that his body was teeming with these minute spiders, dormant, but should they awaken, Yang Yi would endure unimaginable torment, ultimately being consumed entirely, leading to his demise. It seemed this island was essential to his survival. There must be a solution hidden there. Do not fret. Grant me a moment, Su-na urged. Drawing closer, I can attempt to eliminate the spiders within you. Chapter 42. The Maritime Weekly The Nightmare Star had sustained a significant breach, and the repairs proved to be rather costly, consuming 332 units of timber, 125 units of fabric, 108 units of stone, and 20 units of steel, taking half a day to complete. This system clearly comprehends the intricacies of resource recovery. The materials yielded from dismantling the ship were woefully inadequate, while the resources required for repairs had exponentially increased. Nevertheless, Yang Yi harbored no regrets about pulling the trigger, given the chance to relive that moment. He would undoubtedly act with the same resolve. Who could predict what calamity might ensue when that horde of spiders emerged? They could inflict harm, or perhaps amalgamate into a singular monstrosity. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. There was no loss in being careful. The bounty was substantial, and a slight deficiency in resources was of no consequence. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star continued to drift around the island. Armed with a nautical chart, Yang Yi enjoyed an inherent advantage, allowing him to surveil the movements surrounding the isle. Yet, for 3 consecutive days, not a single ship had been sighted nearby. Perhaps Hu Wei had perished, and other deceived players, upon discovering his absence in private messages, became wary and ceased approaching that coordinate. Of course, it was also possible that Hu Wei had ensnared only a few individuals, with Yang Yi being the last. During these 3 days, Su-na had confined herself within the laboratory, emerging rarely aside from drawing a few vials of blood from Yang Yi, engrossed in her research. As dusk approached and night began to fall, Yang Yi entered the cabin, calling out loudly, Su-na, it's time to return to your quarters for rest. An 8-hour work schedule was a strict rule Yang Yi had imposed upon her, limiting her time in the lab to no more than 8 hours a day. This measure effectively prevented her from succumbing to madness due to diminished rationality. Su-na, Yang Yi called again, a hint of impatience on his face. Just 5 more minutes. she replied, seemingly bartering for more time. 5 minutes? No, you come out this instant, or I shall forcibly remove you, Yang Yi declared with a fierce tone. He held the captain's authority, enabling him to expel Su Na from the laboratory, quite literally allowing the system to eject her from the room. Please don't. I will come out myself. After a brief commotion, Su Na emerged. Have you made any progress? Yang Yi inquired. Not quite yet. Su Na seemed sambadist, her mind clearly elsewhere. Yang Yi was accustomed to this behavior, recognizing she was lost in her own world, and simply urged, all right, return to your room and rest. We shall continue this tomorrow. Su Na showed little reaction, moving toward her quarters like a somnambulist. Yang Yi returned to the deck, maneuvering the vessel to maintain a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. Throughout these days, his fishing efforts yielded the same old catch, save for one peculiar specimen, a fish caught with an eyeball fruit from the deep sea, measuring approximately half a meter in length and adorned with coral. It initially resembled a bamboo basket, but in reality, the fish itself was no larger than a palm, situated within the coral's embrace. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Description: a species of abyssal fish. Its surface is encrusted with highly toxic coral, encasing itself like a cage for protection. The flesh is also poisonous and not recommended for consumption. Upon reading the word toxic, Yang Yi felt no inclination to even touch the fish. He impaled a fish with a wooden spear, akin to puncturing a ball, and delivered it to the laboratory. His luck had been rather dismal these past few days. He had not encountered a single treasure chest, and aside from the fish, he had only managed to reel in 12 units of wood and 15 units of cloth. The vulnerabilities of fishing were laid bare, with rewards proving exceedingly erratic, contingent upon both fortune and skill. Yet even the most adept angler is not immune to the perils of a barren catch. As the instances of unsuccessful fishing increased, the angler would succumb to self-doubt and begin to pursue superstitions. They might believe that casting the line at precisely the right moment would yield treasure chests, or that it was imperative to keep casting regardless of whether fish were biting, or that recording the locations of treasure chests or large fish would ensure future success at the same spots. An exercise in futility akin to seeking fish by carving a boat into the river. There were even rituals performed to pay homage to the fishing rod in hopes of pleasing it, leading to bountiful catches. Yang Yi dismissed these notions as mere fabrications rooted in superstition. Having tested them himself, he found them utterly ineffectual. Now, he lay upon his bed like a salted fish, perusing the World Channel. Collect lighters. Yang Yi typically left a message in hopes of attracting someone to seek him out. After scrolling a few pages, he noticed an organization named the Special Fleet of the Big Newspaper, which had appeared days prior and was actively recruiting. The leader seemed to be the owner of the special ship and appeared capable of printing newspapers. Thus, he resolved to establish a newspaper dedicated to gathering the latest maritime intelligence, to be sold in the format of a weekly publication. After much preparation, their inaugural issue was finally ready to debut. The first weekly edition was complete, featuring sections on trade, maritime affairs, monster intelligence, with additional content still in development. The price of the weekly was set at 100 conch coins, while a subscription model was available for 300 conch coins per month. All were encouraged to contribute news tips, with rewards of conch coins for valuable content. However, those who submitted false news would face permanent blacklisting. Additionally, advertising space was available for rent. One must admit, the leader of this newspaper was a commercial genius. The newspaper's price was modest, yet it allowed for thin margins and high sales volume. With just a few thousand customers, the influx of revenue was nearly unfathomable. The prerequisite, however, was to establish a solid reputation for the newspaper. Yang Yi was intrigued by this publication and promptly sent a private message expressing his desire to purchase a copy. He soon received a response. Payment was required up front, followed by a private message indicating the preferred language of the newspaper. The publication would then be delivered via a free transaction. One could also add the seller as a friend to secure subscription, which included at least 4 issues per month for 300 conch coins, and currently, there was a promotion offering an additional month free for a 3-month subscription. Yang Yi opted against the membership and simply requested 1 copy instead. He swiftly transferred the 100 coins. The subscription required adding the seller as a friend, which Yang Yi found tedious, and, as he was not short on funds, he chose to remain anonymous in his purchase, intending to assess the content first. Should it prove valuable, he would consider future purchases. The newspaper's efficiency was commendable, as it dispatched orders even at night, within mere minutes. The item was transmitted through the trading system. It was an exceedingly rudimentary newspaper, printed with ink reminiscent of the vintage newspapers of yore, and when rubbed vigorously, the ink would smudge. However, at present, no one seems to care about this issue. As long as the content of a newspaper holds value, that suffices. The ship, the Dream Star, was devoid of light and fire, save for the witch's laboratory and Su Na's chamber, which were illuminated. Yang Yi did not intend to wander about under the pretext of perusing the newspaper. Instead, he stealthily entered the witch's laboratory. It was eerily quiet, resembling another realm, with the air thick with an indescribable scent, a complex amalgamation of fetid odors and the distinct essence of otherworldly flesh and organs. Glass jars lined the walls, each containing various organs, which Yang Yi found unworthy of his attention. Gazing too long might compromise his sanity, and there was no need for that. He opened the newspaper and commenced reading. The newspaper was bifurcated, with one side dedicated to trading, displaying information on both purchases and sales, clearly priced, along with the names and IDs of the players, facilitating private negotiations at any time. Most of the items for sale were produced and sold by the players themselves. As Yang Yi skimmed through, he spotted a familiar name, Zhou Dai, captain of the Dawn Goddess. She was peddling holy water, priced quite steeply at 2,000 coins per vial, or the option of trading it for items or equipment. By this computation, her price was already a friendly insider rate, possibly due to the earlier chaos in pricing and the scarcity of basic resources. Continuing his perusal, Yang Yi stumbled upon a rather troublesome relic. Name: Introductory Manual of the Flesh-Eating Cult. Type: Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: This manuscript details 18 methods of consuming corpses. Truly achieving the effects of what you eat supplements what you are, except it does not enhance your intellect. Upon finishing his reading, Yang Yi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This newspaper absolutely had to be destroyed. It could not fall into Su Na's hands. Otherwise, that deranged woman would undoubtedly go to any lengths to acquire this book and experiment with its contents. The mere thought sent chills down his spine, as he envisioned Su Na feasting upon corpses. Resolutely, he revoked Su Na's trading rights, extinguishing that possibility entirely. The other items, however, were far less sinister. After a cursory glance, Yang Yi noted that the offerings were either overpriced or ineffective. If they had been reasonably priced and of good quality, they would have been sold in the chat channels long ago. Nevertheless, he did uncover an intriguing piece of ship equipment. Name: Savage Catapult. Type: Ship equipment. Quality: Good. Description: Capable of launching items for range attacks. Effective range is 500 meters. If too heavy, it cannot be launched. Before installation, it is essential to ensure there is 1 square meter of space on the deck. Currently, the Dream Star was in dire need of ranged attack capabilities, and this catapult could serve as a temporary solution, provided the price was reasonable. Upon checking the price, he found it listed at 2,000 coins. Outrageous. Upgrading the ship to construct cannons would be far more advantageous than this difficult-to-aim catapult. The cannons would also pack a greater punch. The sole advantage of the catapult was its range, which exceeded that of most standard cannons by a slight margin. However, the speed of the stones could not match that of cannonballs, making them easily evaded. Thus, Yang Yi concluded that this contraption was simply not worth 2,000 coins. A price of 500, however, would be acceptable. He sent a private message to the seller. A catapult priced at 500 per unit is available. Interested parties may contact me privately. The other party has not responded. Perhaps they are resting, and will check back tomorrow. Yang Yi glanced once more at the purchasing section, which featured a number of well-known organizations such as New World, New Humanity, and the Steel Brotherhood, all seeking to acquire supplies, equipment, and fire-starting tools. The prices are generally slightly below market value, emphasizing swift transactions for liquidity. It is no wonder that securing fire-starting tools has proven elusive. Young Yi Muset. At present, he cannot compete with these fleets in terms of financial resources. His storage space is rather limited. After perusing this page, Yang Yi turned to the other side of the newspaper. This page is divided into two sections, namely, Maritime Affairs and Monster Intelligence. Chapter 43. Sudden onset. The content of these two sections is rather scant. Even though the editor has enlarged the font, it cannot obscure the reality of their brevity. The Chronicles of Maritime Tempest documents a collection of intelligence and insights, encompassing introductions to various fleets, coordinates of several publicly known islands, and speculations regarding the internal environment of the frigid seas, among other things. As for the veracity of this information, one must rely on their own judgment. However, it is certain that the publicly available island coordinates hold little value. Either the trees have been completely felled, or one risks their life upon approach. Yang Yi encountered an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai. She was in the process of recruiting allies to undertake an expedition to a perilous island. It has been ascertained that a formidable werewolf resides there. She was enlisting teammates to confront this challenge, and those who successfully passed the assessment would receive the precise coordinates of the island. The mention of a werewolf made Yang Yi stroke his chin thoughtfully. In his recollection, werewolves are exceedingly fearsome creatures, not only swift in movement, but also possessing acute olfactory senses, with claws and fangs capable of effortlessly rending human flesh. When faced with such a creature, the more allies one has, the better. During a hasty retreat, one merely needs to outpace their companions. Yang Yi chuckled softly and chose to disregard the recruitment. He did not believe that ordinary individuals could contend with a werewolf unless armed with a high-caliber machine gun and exceptional marksmanship. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a valuable insight from the captain of the fishermen, whose name remained anonymous. However, Yang Yi, being a friend, knew him to be He-Chi, a seasoned angler. About night fishing. Allow me to preface this by stating that I do not recommend any player attempt night fishing. This report is intended as a cautionary tale. Night fishing easily yields bizarre creatures. I have caught both little mermen and drowned souls, the latter nearly costing me my life. There is a 30% chance that the fish caught are abyssal species, such as sardines with 4 legs, eels with human-like lips, and even octopuses resembling human heads. For the sake of your sanity, I shall refrain from providing images. Suffice it to say, they are utterly grotesque. Catching these strange fish will deduct sanity points, and consuming them will do the same. In my opinion, they hold little value. If after reading this, you still yearn to night fish, I advise you to prepare thoroughly before venturing out. For with risk comes opportunity. I once caught a rare fishing rod. Yet upon regaining my senses, I was left with a lingering sense of dread. At that moment, it is entirely possible I had succumbed to madness while fishing. In conclusion, night fishing is perilous. Do not undertake it lightly, and I suspect I shall refrain from night fishing for a considerable time thereafter. He-Chi truly embodied the title of angler. Accomplishing feats I dared not attempt. Yang Yi mused. However, he recognized all the abyssal fish He-Chi had caught. They were all familiar faces to him. Now, consuming them would not even diminish his sanity, barring those with special effects. Night fishing, unless absolutely necessary, should best be avoided. Yang Yi resolved. The nightmare star bore the curse of anglers. Should he venture into night fishing again, he might inadvertently hook a giant bobbit worm, only to be overwhelmed by the waters. Yang Yi turned to the monster compendium. It prominently featured descriptions of various common sea creatures, including their weaknesses, many of which he had encountered before. The drowned, portly in stature, possesses a notable weakness in their clumsiness, yet they are capable of self-detonation, wielding substantial power. The sirens pose a significant threat to men. Upon hearing their melodious voices, it is imperative to block one's ears within a mere 2 seconds, lest one falls prey to their enchanting allure. Typically, they prefer to hunt under the veil of night. Thus, it is advisable to employ earplugs during slumber. However, should one don earplugs only to encounter the drowned, it would spell certain doom. Yang Yi shook his head in disapproval. The skeleton creatures are rather unremarkable in all aspects. They can be vanquished by shattering their skulls, with blunt instruments being the recommended means. The small fishmen, though diminutive in size, seldom venture alone and are often found in swarms. The colossal bobbit worm, immense in size, is devoid of sight, yet wields a razor-sharp mandible capable of being obliterated by cannon fire. Gratitude to the captain of the Iron Heart for the intelligence provided. Undoubtedly, there exist more monsters beyond these, particularly the formidable ones, as survivors are scarce, rendering the acquisition of intelligence exceedingly challenging. After perusing the information, Yang noted the absence of details regarding the hammerhead shark, prompting him to reach out to the major newspaper agency. I possess information regarding monsters. What is your standard compensation? The agency replied, starting at 200 conch coins, with greater detail yielding higher rewards, with no upper limit. Proof of relevant spoils or cadaver information is required. This posed no obstacle, as the laboratory conveniently housed organs of the hammerhead shark. The hammerhead shark, a gregarious creature, can be caught. Its large ocular orbs resemble red lanterns when viewed underwater. They possess two powerful hind limbs, enabling exceptional leaping abilities, yet their vulnerability lies within their eyes. Despite lacking climbing skills, Yang transmitted the hammerhead shark intelligence to the agency, and approximately half an hour later, he received a transfer of 800 conch coins. Surely, others have encountered this shark, yet those who survived the encounter are likely few. The following day, before dawn's light graced the horizon, Yang suddenly sat up, his body beset by an agonizing itch akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him. Aware of the affliction that had befallen him, he hastened to the helm, steering the nightshade towards the island at full speed. After traversing over 10 nautical miles, the excruciating pain began to subside gradually. Due to the vessel's haste, Suna was roused by the commotion. She emerged from her quarters just in time to witness Yang unsteady at the helm, veins protruding against his skin, with his eyes bloodshot. What has transpired? Suna inquired. Yang began, only to immediately expel a copious amount of blood, with spiders crawling amidst it. Subsequently, he collapsed into the crimson pool, losing consciousness. Yang experienced a nightmarish vision, finding himself reclined upon a metallic table. Suna approached, wearing a beaked mask reminiscent of the medieval plague era, wielding a scalpel. What were you doing? Yang exclaimed in terror, attempting to resist, yet feeling utterly immobilized, as if beset by a malevolent force. You are ill, and I am here to cure you, Suna replied coolly. She utilized the scalpel to slice through Yang's skin, severing veins and muscle, rummaging within for the spiders, extracting them one by one, the scene drenched in blood. There are many more within you. I shall remove them all, Suna declared, continuing her grim task. No, you will kill me, Yang screamed in abject fear. Due to the increasingly perilous nature of Suna's crimson eyes, Yang was jolted awake from his nightmare, only to find a surgical scalpel poised ominously before him, prompting him to hastily push it away. What are you doing? He exclaimed, still disoriented from the dream's terror, his body curled in a defensive posture, exhibiting signs of aggression. Calm down. I am here to save you, Suna replied coolly, gesturing toward a metal table where a graduated cylinder brimmed with a multitude of deceased spiders, their bodies nearly filling the container, with traces of blood staining the surface. If these foreign entities are not extracted, you will encounter significant troubles, she continued. As Yang grasped the gravity of the situation, he gradually regained his composure. A glance at his own condition revealed that his vitality had plummeted below 50, while his rationality dwindled to a mere 37. His left eyelid appeared to be lacerated, blood seeping into his vision and tinting much of it crimson. Upon touching it, he felt 2 small spiders tumble from his eyelid. My apologies, I just had a dreadful dream, he quickly apologized, now fully awake. It is good that you are awake, Suna responded with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, her left hand was concealed behind her, tightly clutching a witch's dagger, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Chapter 44. The dead spider potion. Yang examined his body and discovered it was covered with numerous stitched wounds, densely packed to the point of overwhelming him. The hour had grown late into the night, Yet the laboratory remained illuminated without interruption. How long have I been unconscious? Yang Yi inquired. 35 hours and 17 minutes. It is already the second day, Suna replied. Nodding solemnly, Yang Yi began to review the activity log. After his fainting, the captain's authority had been temporarily transferred to the first mate. With only 2 crew members aboard the Nightmare Star, the first mate was naturally Suna, granting her full permissions to perform surgery on Yang Yi. He leaped off the metal table, donned the pirate attire that lay nearby, and retrieved a healing spray from his clothing. This was Hu Wei's legacy, now proving invaluable. He sprayed it on the larger wounds, feeling a refreshing coolness. The healing effect was commendable, albeit limited in quantity. After 3 sprays, it was depleted. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a vial of pink potion, steeling himself before swallowing it. The taste was excruciatingly spicy, akin to consuming a bottle of hot chili oil. You have consumed an unknown potion, health restored by 20. Wound healing accelerated, health continues to restore. Your wounds itch unbearably, sanity minus 20. Yang Yi's sanity plummeted to 17, and he writhed on the ground like a maggot, his wounds swiftly mending amidst the convulsions. Suna watched intently, taking meticulous notes before asking, "How do you feel? I see your wounds are beginning to scab. Is the effect not remarkable? On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate this potion?" Yang Yi, drenched in sweat, glared at Suna, feeling an urge to curse, yet refraining from doing so. Speaking might unleash a cacophony of ungraceful sounds. He also dared not scratch, fearing it would worsen his injuries. After several minutes, Yang Yi finally ceased his writhing and stood upright as if nothing had happened, his health recovering from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of efficacy, this potion surpassed even holy water. Name: Regeneration Potion. Type: Consumable Potion Unique. Quality: Premium. Description: An original potion crafted by the witch Suna. With a spicy flavor, made from water infused with healing pearls, powdered scales of small merman, and a secret fiery essence of the red-lipped eel. Upon consumption, restores 20 health. Sanity minus 20, continuous health restoration, and accelerates wound healing. The wounds will itch intolerably. If one can resist scratching, the effect is enhanced. After perusing the information, Yang Yi's expression turned ashen, devoid of emotion as he replied, "I rated a 0. 0? How is that possible? The effect is evidently quite good. Your wounds have scabbed." Suna retorted, visibly displeased. "You cannot disregard the efficacy simply because of the unpleasant taste." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. To be fair, the potion's effects were exceptional, yet the side effects were undeniably unbearable. "I will send you the information. You can assess it yourself." Yang Yi forwarded the details of the regeneration potion to Suna. "Indeed, I have resolved to embark on a journey to the island. Time is of the essence, and I can no longer procrastinate," Yang Yi added. This recent incident serves as a dire warning. The spider's kiss has urged Yang Yi to approach the island, narrowing the previously safe distance of 200 nautical miles to merely 100. Should another incident occur, the risk of immediate death looms ominously. In truth, I have developed a potion capable of exterminating the spiders within you. Otherwise, your survival would be uncertain this time. Suna produced a vial of dark liquid. "What is this?" "It is my specially concocted poison. The ingredients are derived from the cystic pufferfish and the coral cage fish you recently caught. The toxins have been meticulously balanced to pose minimal threat to humans. Yet they are highly lethal to spiders," Suna elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi eagerly took the vial for inspection. Name: Spider Slayer Elixir. Type: Consumable Potion Unique. Quality: Good. Description: An original potion created by the witch Suna, specifically designed to target spiders with potent venom, posing little toxicity to the human body, but dangerous if consumed in large quantities. "Will this potion cure me?" Yang Yi inquired with excitement. "Regrettably, it cannot," Suna replied, shaking her head. "It can eliminate the spiders within you, but this effect is only temporary. Once the toxin is metabolized, new spiders will inevitably emerge. To achieve a permanent solution, We must locate the source of these spiders and eradicate it at its root to fully cure your affliction. Affliction? Indeed. Do you not perceive it as akin to a disease? Upon reflection, Yang Yi realized the truth in her words. It indeed bore a fantastical quality. He exited the laboratory, grabbing a piece of black bread to accompany his sausage, and pried open a Vitality coconut to replenish his hydration. He had not eaten for nearly 2 days. As the food entered his system, Yang Yi felt rejuvenated. Amidst his meal, an idea struck him, prompting him to rush back to the laboratory. Suna, you mentioned that this poison is highly effective against spiders? He hastily queried. Indeed, that is correct. How much of the poison can you produce? Can it also eliminate the gigantic spiders that appear in urban legends? Certainly. As long as the physiological structure is classified as a spider, the elixir will be effective. The primary components are sourced from the cystic pufferfish and the coral cage fish. While the former is plentiful, the latter is singular. Thus, I can only produce a maximum of 10 vials, equating to approximately 1 liter. Then, if we can procure more coral cage fish, we could manufacture a substantial quantity of this elixir, correct? Yang Yi contemplate. He intended to poison the spiders on the island before venturing there himself. The information gleaned from the fire fluff sweater indicated the existence of a creature known as the fire fluff spider on the island. The following day, upon awakening, Yang Yi felt fully revitalized, with his vitality restored to 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather sunny and bright, with a gentle sea breeze, an ideal day for fishing. Location: Sea of Origins. Duration of sunshine: 9 hours. Remaining temperature: 1525 sea wind force. Level 3. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his fishing rod and ventured outside. He first prepared the fishing net and then retrieved several live fruits from the cabin, a stockpile from previous catches that had remained uneaten. These fruits were unpalatable and lacked flavor, but given the current abundance of food, they were perfect for catching the coral trap fish. Employing deep-sea fishing techniques, he used the eye fruits as bait. You caught a red-lipped eel, you caught a human-headed octopus, you caught a long-legged sardine. Holy smokes! Who would have thought one could catch long-legged sardines in deep waters? Fortunately, after a 4th attempt, he finally landed a catch. You caught a coral trap fish. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly speared the fresh coral trap fish and sent it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would soon catch 10 coral trap fish, enabling him to produce 100 vials of the dead spider potion. As he continued fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the seller of the catapult. The initial line read, "Do you truly wish to purchase? Of course. I 1T can seal it from you. I possess the formula to manufacture such a catapult. However, at 500 sea snail coins each, I would earn no profit. For 600 sea snail coins per unit. You must purchase 4 at once. If you're not selling, then let us not waste time." Yang Yi replied in an instant. He had previously suggested 500 sea snail coins each, and the seller's response indicated that this price was not excessively low, likely hovering around the cost line. Thus, Yang Yi added an additional 100, hoping for a margin of profit. Moreover, it was certain that few players would be inclined to buy a catapult, as its effectiveness paled in comparison to cannons. Before long, the seller responded, 700 sea snail coins is the lowest price I can offer, as it takes time to produce this. 650 sea snail coins, not a single coin more. In 2 weeks, this will be worth no more than 200 sea snail coins. After a few minutes of hesitation, the seller ultimately agreed to the transaction. Chapter 45. A delicious offensive. As the morning passed, Yang Yi managed to catch 4 coral trap fish. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he anticipated reaching his goal of 10, which would allow him to concoct 100 bottles of the dead spider potion, equating to 10 liters. Before long, he received a private message informing him that the second catapult had been completed and was available for trade. The seller operated on a made-to-order basis, messaging Yang Yi each time a catapult was ready, with a price of 650 Kong coins per unit, totaling to 600 coins for all 4. His previously amassed wealth had dwindled to 600 coins, but fortunately he had ample food and water, so he was not troubled by hunger or thirst. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 more coral trap fish. As he exhausted his supply of eyeball fruits, he initially feared he would not complete his task. However, upon stowing his net, He was pleasantly surprised to find an unexpected catch, a single coral trap fish. He handed over all the coral trap fish to Suna and proceeded to the courtyard of the Nightmare Star, seeking a suitable spot to install the catapult. When not installed, the catapult resembled a miniature figurine, only a few centimeters in size, making it quite convenient to move. It was likely that all ship equipment was designed this way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to transport. After a thorough inspection, he ultimately installed the catapults symmetrically on both sides of the courtyard, granting the Nightmare Star a newfound capability for range strikes. However, he had an ulterior motive for acquiring this catapult. He opened the chat channel and, as customary, posted, willing to pay a fortune for fire-starting tools, such as lighters. He quickly followed up with, looking to buy spoiled fish, rotten shrimp, putrid meat, decayed vegetable leaves, and spoiled fruit. No fresh items, please. Interested parties can message me privately. Are you really interested in moldy, rotten fish? Absolutely. I must have it. My friend, your taste is rather peculiar. Aren't you planning to compost and cultivate crops aboard the ship? Yang, uninterested in explaining, simply focused on purchasing, as prices were shockingly low. The sellers of these spoiled edibles were indifferent to the price, considering them mere waste destined for the sea. Even a single coin was likely to secure a transaction. In the end, Yang acquired several hundred pounds of rotten fish and shrimp, a half-eaten, decaying sheep, and a pile of spoiled vegetable leaves for a mere 100 coins. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Udawe of the Steel Heart. Would you like some stinky whale meat? I can give it to you directly. Yes, but not too much. My ship is small. These 3 pieces that I didn't manage to discard are yours. Shortly thereafter, 3 chunks of whale meat, each about a meter in size, were ejected from the gacha machine. One could only wonder how the octopus, with its fist-sized tentacles, managed to expel such large items. But the peculiar nature of the gacha machine defied scrutiny. Yang gazed at the deck, now overflowing with rotten fish and shrimp, chuckling to himself. This should be sufficient. He planned to use his exquisite chef's knife to transform these spoiled provisions into delectable dishes, then coat them with the dead spider potion and launch them onto the island using the catapult. This tactic was aptly named Delicious Poison. What a stench! What are you doing? Yang exerted considerable effort to drag the foul fish and rotten meat into the ship's cabin, leaving Suna quite dissatisfied as she pinched her nose and stepped outside. As her witch laboratory and cabin were interconnected, there was no need for concern. Soon enough, you would find it quite aromatic. I must caution you, however, do not indulge prematurely, lest you blame me for not warning you. Yang grinned mischievously. Suna seemed to comprehend Yang Yi's intentions, wrinkling her nose as she donned the beak mask procured from the laboratory. The two collaborated harmoniously. Suna took on the task of concocting the poison, while Yang was responsible for transforming the spoiled food into delicacies. He portioned the food by weight, dividing it into roughly 1-pound servings, then wrapped them in cloth to create ammunition. The total weight of the food exceeded 1,000 pounds, and upon completion, they had precisely 100 portions. The hour had grown late, and the cabin was brimming, yet there was no hint of foul odor. Instead, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, enticing and mouth-watering. This was the effect of the gourmet chef's knife. Although its lethality appeared modest, it was, in reality, quite perilous. Yang even felt that this chef's knife was more dangerous than all his possessions combined. Even he, wielding the knife, had to remain utterly vigilant, fearing that a moment of carelessness might lead him to consume this peculiar concoction. The potion was complete. Suna presented him with a collection of spider venom potions, totaling 104 vials. Very well, you should take a rest. I will continue working. Yang instructed. Would you like me to assist you? No need. I fear you might not resist overindulging. Yang jested, declining Suna's offer. He had not disclosed to her the truth. The enticing aroma of the decaying meat could diminish one's rationality if inhaled excessively. Yang was fortunate. His high spirits and rationality resistance meant he would not succumb to madness even if his sanity waned. Suna, with a sanity level below 60, could indeed spiral into madness and might very well devour the entire repugnant feast. After Suna departed, Yang Yi spent 10 units of wood crafting a simple wooden barrel, into which he poured the spider venom. The venom amounted to over 10 liters, sufficient to fill half the barrel. He submerged the cloth bundle containing the putrid meat and decaying leaves into the poison before withdrawing it. If left to marinate overnight, it would achieve the desired flavor infusion. The 10 liters of spider venom were transformed into 462 putrid meat projectiles. The barrel had dried, having absorbed even the last drop of spider venom. The remaining decayed meat could be reserved for tomorrow, as there were still coral cage fish to be caught, and more potions to be brewed. Glancing at the weather forecast, he noted that only 2 hours remained until dawn. Time indeed flew by swiftly. Tomorrow would likely be a day of fatigue. He needed to urge Su Na to hasten the creation of restorative potions. The side effects of his stimulants were far too dreadful. He slept until dawn. In the brief span of 2 hours, Yang Yi experienced a vividly haunting nightmare. However, despite its intensity, he could not recall the specifics, only that the dream's presence was overwhelmingly strong. It seemed to involve a gigantic spider, impossible to measure by mere dimensions. Whenever he attempted to recollect, a splitting headache ensued, accompanied by waves of nausea. Were there such formidable creatures on the island? A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine, solidifying his resolve to eradicate these spiders. He glanced at his energy levels, which were below 70. However, today Yang Yi had no intention of going to the island, so it would suffice. At present, he was quite close to the island, less than 50 nautical miles away. The Night Star was towing an unassembled sailboat, and within 2 hours, it approached the island. Along the way, Yang Yi did not forget to fish. He brought the 3 newly caught coral trap fish to the laboratory and, using a large cloth, transported 462 pieces of rotting meat in batches to the courtyard. "Let me treat you to a feast," Yang Yi said with a mischievous grin, tossing a package of delicacies into the dense forest. This makeshift catapult performed adequately, capable of launching a pound of rotten meat over a distance of 400 meters. Although for an island with a diameter of 5 kilometers, several hundred meters still belonged to the outskirts, Yang Yi was confident that the spiders would follow the scent and come on their own. The cloth used to wrap the food was not sturdy. When it fell to the ground, it would certainly burst open, transforming into a puddle of shredded meat and decaying vegetables, which could be consumed by multiple spiders at once. After launching a dozen packages, Yang Yi noticed movement in the forest caused by some large creature stirring. It was effective. Yang Yi maneuvered the Night Star, changing angles, and launched again. The more than 400 packages of delicacies quickly dwindled, leaving only a few dozen behind. Yang Yi had now reached the other side of the island. To his surprise, the spiders had discovered the Night Star and were emerging from the woods in droves. They varied in size, some as small as a palm, while others reached up to a meter in length, their long limbs sending shivers down Yang Yi's spine. Among them was a particularly unusual specimen, measuring 3 meters. With a dried human torso atop its head, lacking limbs and a skull. Upon encountering an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What on earth is this spider? Chapter 46. Uninvited guests. Before the fiery spiders could draw near, Yang Yi had already dashed to the bow of the ship, preparing to maneuver the Night Star for a hasty retreat. The consequences of allowing so many spiders to board the vessel were too dire to contemplate. Fortunately, these arachnids had an aversion to water, remaining stationary along the shoreline without taking further action. To Yang Yi's astonishment, the spiders could speak. Spider A, how fragrant. Spider B, a unique individual. There's something delicious here. Spider C, it smells exquisite. Yang Yi stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, scarcely able to believe his ears. Am I losing my mind, succumbing to auditory hallucinations? Hai promptly informed Suna. Suna, come to the deck quickly. It seems these spiders can talk. Upon receiving the private message, Suna swiftly emerged. Her gaze was soon captured by the peculiar individual sporting a human head atop its own. Did you hear that? These spiders are speaking human language, and it's flawless Mandarin. Yang Yi inquired of Suna. However, her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded him oddly, indicating she had heard nothing. A wave of alarm washed over Yang Yi as he realized the issue lay with him. He checked his sanity level, noting it was above 80. Assuring himself he was not going mad. The remaining possibility was the spider's kiss. It possessed hidden effects, enabling players to comprehend the spider's speech and perhaps even communicate with them. With renewed determination, Yang Yi attempted to engage them, a beaming smile illuminating his face as he called out, "Come, come, come. I have plenty of delicacies here. Don't forget to take some back to share with everyone." As he spoke, he tossed the few remaining spoiled provisions to the spiders. Spider A, marvelous. Spider B, I'll take some back for my mother to try. Spider C, thank you. Yang Yi grinned, tossing additional packages of food to Spider B. He felt no sympathy for these creatures, knowing they were merciless killers, especially the unique individual sporting a human head. They had already claimed the lives of several players prior to Yang Yi's arrival. He continued to throw the remaining food, receiving a plethora of grateful expressions in return. Waving cheerfully, he watched as the giant spider with the human head departed, its rear trailing a large bundle of delicacies spun in silk. "Eat well. I shall return tomorrow." Yang Yi called out, indifferent to whether the spiders understood him. After casting the food, he navigated the ship away from the island. Seizing the opportunity, he caught 3 more coral trap fish and enlisted Su Na to concoct over 60 bottles of dead spider potion. A single dose of poison would surely not eliminate all the spiders. Yang Yi planned to administer multiple doses before returning to the island for enhanced safety. For the next 3 days, Yang Yi repeated the process of poisoning. Due to the excessive procurement of rotting food, he earned the nickname the Scavenger in the chat channels. Fortunately, Yang Yi preferred anonymity in his transactions, with only a select few friends privy to his true identity. "What on earth are you up to?" inquired Tsudai, captain of the Dawn Goddess, in a private message. She could be considered an old friend. Yang Yi had no intention of concealing his thoughts. "I am attempting to poison the creature to see if I can eliminate it," he replied. "It seems you are quite adept at dealing with monsters." "Well, they can indeed perish when killed," he responded. On the 4th day, Yang Yi continued his poisoning efforts, and no spider came forth seeking food. This indicated that the spiders on the island were nearly exterminated, allowing for an expedition to the island the following day. The ship Nightmare Star could anchor closer today in preparation for the island venture. That evening, Yang Yi busied himself in the cabin, meticulously packing his belongings and storing spare items in his stomach bag. Soon, Su Na approached him. "What? You wish to join as well?" Yang Yi furrowed his brow, gazing at Su Na. "Yes, I wish to go," she insisted. "But if you accompany me, who will guard the Nightmare Star? What if we encounter other players?" Yang Yi was reluctant to have Su Na join him. "Why not take the crystal ball with you? The island isn't that large. We won't exceed the signal range." Su Na countered. After much deliberation, Yang Yi ultimately acquiesced. Even if he refused, Su Na's tenacity would likely lead her to follow him clandestinely. Thus, it was better for her to accompany him openly. They completed their preparations, including weapons, potions, rations, and fresh water. Yang Yi's arsenal consisted of a flintlock pistol, a corrupted sea serpent's fong, a spare chef's knife, a bottle of unknown red potion, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, and 2 bottles of spider venom potion. Yang Yi had also asked Su Na to concoct a few more bottles of regeneration potion. Some spare items were placed in the stomach bag, while a few long-legged sardines were kept handy for easy access. Su Na's weaponry included a pirate longbow, over 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, 2 bottles of spider venom potion, a witch's dagger, and a treasure pouch containing 2 loaves of black bread and some sausages. They each carried 2 liters of fresh water. Once adequately prepared, they returned to their quarters to rest and restore their energy, ensuring they would be in prime condition for the following day. Yang Yi's sleep was light, plagued by nightmares, and he relied on coconut juice to regain his strength. However, he was soon awakened by a violent tremor, sitting up abruptly. The crystal ball by his bedside was vibrating wildly, indicating the presence of nearby players. Yang Yi became alert and immediately checked the nautical chart. The name of the opposing ship appeared on the chart, known as the Good Fortune. He quickly searched for the ship's name and activated his spying skill. Searching Good Fortune. The results yielded a dozen entries. This suggested that Good Fortune was an ordinary ship, a name chosen by a player. Ordinary ships can be renamed once, provided it does not match the name of a special ship. Yang Yi randomly selected one, only to realize he had not targeted the correct vessel. He had no choice but to close the imagery and analyze the nautical chart to deduce the purpose of the good fortune's arrival. The ship was traveling at approximately 40 knots, though it may not have been at full speed. Examining the route, he estimated it was headed towards the island. The good fortune was 100 nautical miles from the island, yet its trajectory was unwaveringly directed towards it. This was likely no mere coincidence. The opposing party presumably possessed the coordinates of this island. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to steer his vessel and investigate the past. In preparation for conquering this island, he had made considerable arrangements, and he also needed to address the spider's kiss condition on the island. He could not allow anyone to gain the upper hand. With dawn approaching in 5 hours, he surmised that no one would dare to land on the island at night. Yang Yi navigated the Nightmare Star, approaching the Lucky Star from the side while maintaining a safe distance. He decided to wait until the following day to ascertain the situation before proceeding with his next actions. If this ship possessed cannons, Yang Yi could quietly land in a secluded spot and engage in conversation with the player on shore. If it lacked cannons, then the matter would be simpler. He could simply board it. Let's not forget that Yang Yi's ship was equipped with a catapult. Moreover, the Nightmare Star boasted a unique ship accessory, the head of a giant bobbit worm. It was sure to create a significant breach. Were there other players? Suna had also awakened, noticing Yang Yi at the helm, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Indeed, let's investigate once dawn breaks. I doubt he would dare to land on the island at night. There is no need to rush. Hours passed, and the sky brightened swiftly, leaning against the ship's helm. Yang Yi had been focused on the crystal ball throughout the night. The Lucky Star had not moved since nearing the island, leaving Yang Yi in a state of solitude. He called Suna to take the helm as he approached the Lucky Star, while he retrieved his telescope and climbed the mast. Name: ordinary telescope. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a standard telescope that can clearly view ships up to 10 nautical miles away under favorable lighting conditions. As the distance closed, Yang Yi discerned the opposing vessel. Astonishingly, it bore no cannons. Was it merely a second-tier ordinary ship? Yang Yi was taken aback, realizing he had been overly cautious. This ship was of the same design as Hu Wei's large sailboat, albeit smaller in size, undoubtedly only a second-tier vessel. He instructed Suna to push the engines to full throttle as they prepared to discover the identity of this mysterious entity. Chapter 47. The Gourmet the Yinsheng ship gradually approached, coming to a halt approximately 300 meters away from the Fortune. At this distance, ordinary arrows would be rendered utterly ineffective. Yang Yi leaped down from the mast, his brow furrowed in perplexity. It was rather strange. Why was there no sign of activity? Had the person disembarked on the island? Or perhaps, were they hiding, attempting to deceive him? Yang Yi scrutinized the Fortune. This was a sailboat measuring less than 20 meters in length, appearing quite ordinary at first glance, and even more so upon closer inspection. Suna, take the helm. I shall fire a few shots to test the waters. Yang Yi retrieved several units of stone from the cabin. Each unit was roughly the size of a cubic decimeter and weighed around 5 or 6 pounds, making them perfectly suited for a catapult. He intended to launch a few projectiles at the sailboat to ascertain whether anyone was aboard. With careful aim, Yang Yi launched the first shot. Having practiced with the catapult for several days, he was quite adept, and the initial projectile struck the deck of the Fortune with a resounding thud, causing considerable commotion, yet the deck remained intact. Quite robust, indeed. He fired another 6 or 7 shots, one of which managed to create a hole in the deck, yet still, there was no response from the vessel. Suna, move closer and breach the hole, so I might see if anyone is concealed within. Yang Yi commanded. Having previously employed such tactics against others, he was exceedingly cautious, determined not to falter in this regard. However, he had underestimated the situation. The bobbit worm, with its 4 razor-sharp mandibles, swiftly severed a section from the stern of the Fortune, exposing the cabin within. Yet, to his astonishment, it was entirely vacant. Yang Yi stood there, momentarily taken aback, a shade of embarrassment crossing his face. Such a grand display of force had resulted in an encounter with nothing but air. Without further hesitation, he directed Suna to draw nearer, to lay down a plank, and armed with a flintlock pistol, he prepared to board the Fortune. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance as he stepped aboard. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a notification indicating that he could dismantle the Fortune. This signified that the vessel's owner was irrevocably deceased. But how had this transpired? How could someone meet their end so swiftly? I arrived just as dawn broke, and it has barely been an hour. Even if one were to release a pig onto the island, it could not possibly perish so quickly. Yang Yi lamented to Suna. How should I know? Should we perhaps launch more poison? No, I doubt the issue lies with the spiders. We must simply exercise caution. Ultimately, Yang Yi dismantled the Fortune and resolved to venture onto the island to exact revenge. The spoils of his search yielded the following: 2 loaves of black bread, 2 liters of fresh water, 23 units of timber, 15 units of cloth, and a fishing rod. By dismantling the Fortune, you have acquired 143 units of timber and 95 units of cloth. The destruction of the vessel indeed resulted in diminished rewards from the dismantling process. Time rewinds several hours to a moment before dawn, as the Fortune had just beached. Captain Li Rong tossed aside his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi could hardly fathom Li Rong's audacity to dare approach the island under the cover of darkness. Sneaking ashore in the dark, catching them off guard. There will surely be no ambush. Li Rong, feeling rather pleased with himself, had a hint of redness around his eyes. If he were to glance at his own condition, he would discover Li Rong energy, 67-100 rationality, 42-100 madness, arrogance, vitality, 100-100 upon reaching shore. Li Rong retrieved his mountain-cleaving knife and boldly made his way onto the island. He intended to search for fire moss in the dark, while also keeping an eye out for any potential treasure chests. Should he happen upon a recipe for a fire moss sweater, he would strike it rich. Yet, after only a few steps, Li Rong halted. A delectable aroma wafted through the air, utterly irresistible. It was simply divine. You detect a sweet fragrance. Rationality -10. Following the scent, Li Rong discovered a pool of chocolate smeared on the ground. Though it was crawling with maggots, he paid them no heed. Perhaps it was the darkness obscuring his vision, or some other reason. Li Rong scooped the chocolate into his hands and inhaled deeply. How fragrant! The aroma is overwhelming. Your rationality -10. Rationality below 30. You succumb to an unusual craving. With a single bite, he devoured the chocolate, his face radiating unprecedented satisfaction. It was delicious. He was indiscriminate in his hunger, consuming every morsel of chocolate on the ground, even scraping away a layer of dirt, his abdomen swelling and his fingernails curling outward. As for the mountain-cleaving knife, it had long been discarded. Thank you, nature, for your generous bounty. Li Rong's visage contorted with delight at the exquisite taste. His nostrils flared. Could there be more? He dashed to the next spot, scooping up a pile of decaying leaves to feast upon, a look of bliss adorning his face. Having tasted an unparalleled delicacy, your body and mind are satisfied. Rationality -20, rationality below 10. Before setting foot on the island, Yang Yi assessed his own condition. Status: healthy, a large human figure depicted in green. Strength: 4, 97-100 spirit, 7-1, 2,388 8,000. Talent bonus, agility, 5-1, 23-200. Pirate garb bonus, constitution, 4, 99-100 perception, 5, 172-200 rationality, 100-100 energy, 72-100 vitality, 100-100 talent. Iron will. Denial of death special status, spider's kiss. During this period, his agility had improved slightly, reaching the human average of 5, allowing him to run faster and move more nimbly than before. Both strength and constitution were nearing elevation, and perception was not far behind. The only attribute that proved exceedingly difficult to enhance was spirit. The growth of high attributes was far more challenging than that of low ones. Having made the necessary preparations, Yang Yi exchanged a glance with Su Na, nodding in mutual affirmation of their readiness. They stepped ashore and ventured into the woods, with Yang Yi persistently searching for the trail of Captain Fortune. This was not a difficult task to undertake. As those who disembarked waded through the water, they inevitably left distinct footprints in the mud. This individual has landed on the island and met an untimely demise shortly thereafter. We must remain vigilant. Yang Yi solemnly advised Su Na, leading the way. He was still oblivious to the fact that the other party had lost their wits and chosen to approach the island under the cover of night. With an air of expertise, Yang Yi followed the trail, soon discovering a dropped machete lying nearby. Name: ordinary machete. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a commonplace machete. The quality of this blade was rather low. To venture onto the island wielding such a mundane weapon speaks volumes about the individual's audacity. Or perhaps they possessed more skill than initially apparent. The two soon noticed unusual markings beside them. A layer of earth had been scraped away, though not deeply, and nothing had been buried. Yang Yi found himself momentarily perplexed. Su Na, standing behind him, possessed a keener sense of smell. She twitched her nose and glanced upward. She observed a tattered piece of cloth hanging from a branch above the markings and immediately grasped the implication. Yang Yi, it seems this person may have consumed the rotting flesh you discarded. What? Surely not. That meat was crawling with maggots. No matter how fragrant it may have seemed, it couldn't possibly be palatable. Yang Yi followed the direction of Su Na's pointing finger and spotted the rag. Had they truly eaten it? Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. He hadn't even discerned what it was before consuming it. This cannot be held against me. Chapter 48. The two followed the trail, gradually uncovering more delectable remnants of consumption. Yet, they encountered neither spiders nor any other large creatures. Only a few desiccated spider shells remained. Much like crabs, the flesh and innards of the spiders had been thoroughly devoured, leaving behind only lightweight exoskeletons, which emitted a foul stench. This suggested that the spiders had been dead for some time, their remains consumed by some entity. Yang Yi picked up one of the larger shells, acquiring information. Name: fire fuzz spider, adult. Description: a large carnivorous spider with notable social behavior, capable of collective hunting of sizable creatures. Its body hair provides excellent insulation. Can be used in a monster gacha machine. P.S. The corpses of monsters used as food or materials by players can no longer be utilized in gacha. On one of the abdominal shells, clusters of fuzz clung. Name: fire fuzz spider hair. Type: material. Quality: good. Description: a material superior in insulation to both wool and down, suitable for crafting into sweaters. Yang Yi collected the shells and fuzz, placing them into his pouch. Whether to use them for gacha or to craft a sweater would depend on the gacha's yield. Su Na, however, paid no attention to the shells. Instead, she focused intently on a footprint on the ground, gesturing with her hand. What's wrong? Yang Yi inquired as he approached. Don't you think this footprint is larger and deeper than the previous ones? It seems as if he isn't wearing shoes. Su Na remarked, placing her hand within the print to feel its depth. Yang Yi scrutinized it, his brow furrowing. It does appear so. He glanced backward. The two had been following the footprints, and their owner could only be the captain of the Good Fortune. Yet, it seemed his body had undergone some extraordinary transformation. A normal human could not experience such drastic changes in such a short span of time. That was the domain of metamorphosing insects, such as caterpillars evolving into butterflies. However, even that process is not so swift. So, can the owner of this footprint still be called human? Lost in contemplation over the footprint, Yang Yi finally spoke after a moment. Let us proceed and investigate further. He too wished to discern what had befallen this player, hoping that prior knowledge would aid in future preparations. After all, he had no path of retreat. The two continued onward, with Yang Yi leading and Su Na closely following. Her gaze remained fixed on the chef's knife at Yang Yi's waist, her thoughts unreadable. As they ventured deeper, they approached the heart of the island. Here, the density of spiders was greater, shells littering the ground, all meticulously stripped of their contents. The player's footprints had reached an exaggerated state, swollen and irregularly circular, nearly as thick as elephant legs. Their weight must have escalated to an extraordinary degree, having consumed so much. Moreover, there was not a single trace of excrement along the way, only consuming and not excreting, And with such an enormous appetite, is his digestive capacity not somewhat exaggerated? Young Yi fled. After proceeding a few hundred meters, he suddenly halted and gestured for Sun-Na to stop. Shoo! He indicated for silence. Soon, Sun-Na also discerned the sound of heavy breathing and swallowing. Yang Yi made a sign they had previously agreed upon, suggesting he would investigate first. After advancing a few meters, he navigated through a thicket and finally beheld the source of the noise. Discovered a grotesque creature. Your sanity decreases by 5. It was an enormous, grotesquely bloated giant, towering over 3 meters, its skin stretched to the brink of rupture from rapid growth. Resembling a skinned carcass, drenched in blood. Its belly was merely a thin, translucent membrane filled with a yellowish liquid, reminiscent of fat or some other viscous substance. Even from 5 meters away, Yang Yi could smell the rancid odor emanating from it, akin to spoiled grease. Furthermore, this creature was capable of speech. "Meat, where have you hidden the delectable flesh?" it uttered while tearing into the body of a nearby fire spider. This spider was a unique specimen, its head seemingly grafted with a segment of a desiccated human body, now absent, leaving only a gaping hole, presumably devoured by the giant. After some effort, the giant located the intestines within the spider's abdomen, squeezing out the undigested remnants and pouring them into its mouth. These remnants, unexpelled delicacies, contained venom lethal to spiders. The giant showed no concern for what it consumed, voraciously stuffing everything into its mouth. Having finished the remnants, it seemed unsatisfied and devoured the spider's corpse with alarming speed. This person has undergone a grotesque transformation. Sun-Na messaged privately. Noticing Yang Yi's silence, she cautiously followed, crouching behind him at a slight distance. How could he become such a monster? Yang Yi replied in the logbook. The two communicated discreetly through the log, silent in their exchange. It's unclear. Dissection might reveal the truth, but it likely relates to the rotten flesh you tossed in, she speculated. So it's my fault then, Yang Yi retorted with a grimace. At that moment, he grasped an essential truth. In this realm, player death could manifest in 2 forms. One being physical demise, such as being slain outright, and the other being spiritual death, where players might transform into monsters due to certain circumstances. At this stage, the system would also classify them as deceased. This giant is massive, likely difficult to slay. Let me unleash a powerful strike. It should shatter him. Yang Yi prepared to act. No, please try to preserve it intact. I wish to uncover the reason behind its transformation. Sun-Na implored. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi acquiesced to Sun-Na's request, for he too sought to understand the cause of this aberration. Only through comprehension could they dispel their fear of the unknown. Suddenly, after consuming the spider, the giant lifted its head and began sniffing the air. Oh no, it may have detected us. Sun-Na messaged. Yang Yi did not respond, opting instead to take the initiative. At a distance of over 5 meters, Yang Yi would never miss the shot aimed at the giant head akin to that of a pig. Bang! The gunshot echoed and flames erupted. The bullet struck the giant's cheek, obliterating half of its face. However, the giant's head, large and robust as it was, remained unscathed internally. The shot merely disfigured it, sending both eyeballs flying and tearing the flesh to reveal the jawbone. In standard mode, a single shot was insufficient to slay this beast. Moreover, Yang Yi and Sun-Na's position had been compromised. Fresh meat. The giant howled through its gaping maw, lumbering towards them with heavy steps. The loss of its eyes seemed to have little effect on its pursuit. The duo retreated immediately, using the trees as cover to maintain their distance. 2 arrows, coated with potent poison, struck the giant's abdomen but yielded negligible results. The creature, now in a frenzy, crashed through trees along its path, leaving destruction in its wake. Should it collide with a human, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Another shot rang out as Yang Yi hit its knee, causing the giant to collapse to the ground. Enraged, it unleashed a torrent of pus towards Yang Yi, who deftly evaded the attack. Yet, the tree behind him suffered the brunt, corroded as if splashed with strong acid, emitting white smoke as its bark peeled away. Beware of the yellow liquid within it, Sun-Na cautioned, recognizing it as the creature's digestive fluid. having already dissolved the arrows. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, noting that the arrow previously lodged in the bee's belly had vanished, now lying on the ground, its tip completely eroded and exuding white smoke. Fresh meat. The giant charged once more, seemingly possessing regenerative abilities as the wounds on its face began to heal gradually. Yang Yi, undeterred, sprinted away while formulating a strategy. Suddenly, the noise behind him ceased. Turning around, he was astonished to find the giant consuming the earth beneath it, the delectable poison he had previously cast upon the island. The creature appeared to be driven mad by the taste, indiscriminately devouring anything, even soil. An idea sparked in Yang Yi's mind. He swiftly drew his exquisite chef's knife and sliced into the nearby tree. Instantly, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. The giant, catching a whiff of the enticing scent, dashed towards the tree, embracing it in a frenzy of gluttony. Chapter 49. The gluttonous guest. This colossal being appeared capable of accelerating its regeneration through consumption. After devouring a tree, new flesh began to sprout upon its visage, seemingly reconstructing its features, though in a form utterly dissimilar to its previous countenance. Yang Yi, wielding a chef's knife, made a cut into the ground. The giant immediately rushed over to consume the earth, excavating a substantial pit. Could it truly consume anything? Doubtful of this notion, Yang Yi carved a protruding stone from the surface, applying some force to leave a white mark. The giant lunged towards the stone, grasping it and gnawing at it with fervor, even sacrificing a few teeth in the process. Strangely, the once unyielding stone, under the influence of its saliva, began to soften and became increasingly malleable. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This giant seemed capable of digesting anything, from wood to soil to stone, with a digestion power that was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, it appeared to possess little discernment. Anything emanating a sweet aroma was voraciously consumed without regard for its true nature. Thus, what would happen if the giant discovered that it itself was the most delectable item? With narrowed eyes glinting with a frosty light, Yang Yi hurled the chef's knife into the giant's flesh. Instantly, the giant ceased its gnawing of the stone and began to sniff around like a hound, ultimately fixating on itself. It then bit down on its left hand with such force that it severed not only the hand, but also the arm, followed by the right hand. The scene was horrific. Your sanity decreases by 10. The giant consumed its own arms, gnawed at its feet and part of its calves. Subsequently, its neck elongated as it attempted to gnaw at its torso. Unable to bear the sight, Yang Yi fired a shot from several meters away. After one misfire, the flintlock erupted in flames once more, striking the giant squarely in the forehead. Thereafter, every 10 seconds, Yang Yi delivered another shot. After 7 or 8 shots and 3 or 4 misfires, the giant's head was finally shattered, rendering it completely motionless. Suna was documenting this entire process. Even when Yang Yi was confronting the giant with the chef's knife, she had already discerned that the giant posed no further threat. She had intended to prevent Yang Yi from obliterating the giant's head, as an intact brain would be more beneficial for anatomical study. However, lacking any alternative means to vanquish the giant without destroying its head, she remained silent, observing quietly. Upon the giant's demise, a copious amount of corrosive fluid seeped from its body, causing the ground to emit wisps of white smoke. This fluid bore an uncanny resemblance to gastric juices, Suna speculated, as she collected some in a glass vial. Yet this gastric fluid seemed unable to digest glass, at least for the time being. The two wandered nearby for a while until the fluid had mostly drained away. Yang Yi then used a branch he found by the roadside to pry the chef's knife free. After rinsing it with some fresh water, he noticed that the knife's properties had altered, appearing severely corroded. Name: corroded chef's knife. Damaged. Type: relic. Quality: ordinary. Description: having been immersed in acidic liquid for too long. This knife has suffered severe corrosion, losing its sharpness, yet possesses a certain probability of rendering the sliced objects delectable. This weapon is essentially rendered useless. Yang Yi felt a pang of regret. Despite the inherent danger of this chef's knife, it could also serve as a formidable tool if wielded with expertise. It withstood the onslaught of Yang Yi's flintlock, but succumbed to the corrosive liquid. Of course, it could also be attributed to the nature of player combat, which does not damage weapons. In order to transport the giant's body away, Yang Yi and Su Na began to dig, covering the giant's form with earth to mitigate the corrosive effects. They then bound it with makeshift ropes, preparing to drag it back to the ship together. During this process, Yang Yi gleaned information about the giant. Name: gluttonous guest, Li Rong. Description: a human distorted by the abyss due to low sanity, possessing unparalleled digestive capabilities, yet ensnared in an insatiable hunger. Can be deposited in a monster gacha machine. Yang Yi noted the key term, low sanity. This indicated that when sanity dips too low, the human form becomes grotesque and inhuman. How terrifying! Yang Yi often disregarded his sanity level, feeling that a slight decrease was inconsequential, even granting bonuses to attributes. However, the prospect of distortion drastically alters the situation. He certainly did not wish to relinquish his humanity. Fortunately, his sanity had yet to fall below 10. A sanity level of 10 seems to serve as a critical threshold, distinguishing humanity from monstrosity. Below 50 signifies madness, below 30 indicates suicidal tendencies, and below 10 guarantees distortion. Those who succumb to suicide with a sanity below 30. Perhaps they do not err. At least they retain their human identity in death, rather than devolving into monsters. Yet unbeknownst to Yang Yi, diminishing sanity, which accelerates distortion, is also a form of suicide. Yang Yi shared his thoughts with Su Na, receiving her affirmation. Regardless, one must never let their sanity drop below 10. After considerable time and the loss of 3 makeshift ropes, the two finally dragged the gluttonous guest's body to the shore. Once aboard, a simple grappling hook would suffice to retrieve the body into the hold. Yang Yi glanced at the time. Less than 5 hours of daylight remained. He resolved to postpone further exploration and instead focus on collecting the corpses of the deceased fire silk spiders on the island. Su Na, on the other hand, rushed into the laboratory, eager to dissect the corpse, likely ignoring any call from Yang Yi. Thus, he returned to the island alone, concentrating on gathering the spider remains. These corpses could be categorized into 3 types: juvenile, adult, and giant. Juveniles were unsuitable for the gacha, while adults could be utilized. The unique giant fire silk spider, naturally, could also be employed. Name: giant fire silk spider monster, evolving. Description: a rare individual of the fire silk spider monster, with potential for evolution, capable of achieving a leap in life form through human transplantation. Yang Yi managed to find only 1 giant fire silk spider monster. The adult fire silk spiders were discovered in a quantity of 20. The remainder consisted of a multitude of juvenile spider creatures, particularly abundant. Fortunately, each of them bore some measure of fire silk, rendering them valuable for collection and suitable for crafting sweaters. In total, 327 units of fire silk spider silk were obtained, exclusive of the adult spiders. By the time these tasks were completed, evening was fast approaching. Yang Yi returned to the Night Star. He first attempted to upgrade the Night Star using the carcasses of the adult spiders, only to be met with a notification of failure. This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrades. It appeared that monsters in this world were categorized, and only those of a more sinister nature were deemed aberrant demons. Such large spiders were merely classified as beasts. Only the giant fire silk spiders were regarded as aberrant demons, as they possessed the ability to graft onto human bodies. Thus, it seemed he would have to proceed with caution. Yang Yi rolled up his sleeves, preparing to utilize the corpses of these 20 adult fire silk spiders for a gacha draw. He also sent a private message to Su Na. Are you sure you don't want to participate in the gacha? Your luck seems better than mine. Leave me alone, Su Na replied, engrossed in dissecting a voracious eater and unwilling to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. Her refusal was her own loss. Nevertheless, he left her with 2 chances, primarily to verify the gacha machine's output rules. It was known that the first 2 draws were almost guaranteed to yield results. However, Yang Yi was uncertain whether their draws were calculated independently. Thus, he needed to verify. He invested the flesh and began the gacha. This time, he refrained from stockpiling. He opened each draw as it came. You have obtained a chitinous heart shield. You have obtained a silk sack. You have obtained wood X3. The subsequent results were primarily basic supplies and a modest amount of conch coins, with the exception of one bronze material treasure chest. In total, he garnered wood X138, fabric X112, stone X10, steel X1, sulfur X21, crystal X1, and conch coins X100. Had it not been for the treasure chest, the last several draws would have yielded a significant loss. It would have been preferable to craft sweaters from these adult fire silk spiders. However, the rules of the gacha machine were thoroughly understood now. For the same type of monster, the first two draws were virtually guaranteed to produce results, but afterward, the likelihood of receiving anything diminished drastically. As for the golden legends, it seemed only the fortunate could procure them, likely unrelated to the number of attempts. Name, chitinous heart shield. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, a heart shield crafted from the hardest chitin of the fire silk spider, providing commendable protection. Name, silk sack. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, a silk sack that can be squeezed to release spider silk, with strength surpassing that of ordinary ropes. Capable of bearing 500 kilograms. Lightweight, it possesses strong adhesive properties and can bind enemies, with a capacity of 100, though it is vulnerable to fire. Chapter 50. Return to the island during the daylight hours. Yang Yi managed to explore only a third of the island's expanse, amassing 20 adult spider carcasses and 327 units of fur. Had he fully explored the island, these numbers could have multiplied fourfold. It was evident that spider nests existed on the island, likely housing a considerable number of the creatures. If he were to gather all the spider fur and craft sweaters from it, he could undoubtedly reap a significant profit. As dusk approached, Yang Yi set sail away from the island, intending to return the following day. It was unwise to linger near the island at night. Who knew what unknown creatures might be lurking there, especially since he had yet to explore it thoroughly. The next day, he planned to rise early, arriving before dawn to ensure ample time for exploration. Suna, go rest in your cabin, Yang Yi called as he entered the ship's cabin. This woman lacked restraint, often becoming so engrossed in her research that she forgot the passage of time. A glance revealed her sanity had dwindled to 53. After several prompts, Suna finally emerged from the laboratory, her expression one of disbelief as she muttered to herself. To her astonishment, she possessed only one organ, a colossal stomach, while her other organs seemed to have been digested. The bodily fluids were all gastric acid, and even her brain appeared to be directly connected to her stomach, as if the latter were controlling her mind. If this continued, she might find herself in need of a brain no longer. All right, let us check your sanity, Yang Yi urged her, nudging her onto the deck. You still have 2 chances to spin the gacha. Give it a try. Suna displayed little enthusiasm for the gacha, her spins lacking any fervor. She casually tossed in a piece of flesh, spun the machine a few times, and departed, too apathetic to even collect the gacha rewards scattered on the ground. Yang Yi reluctantly gathered them up. You have obtained wood X5, you have obtained crystal X1. These were merely basic resources. This indicated that the gacha spins were shared among the crew of the same ship. After the initial 2 spins, the quality of rewards diminished. After completing this task, Yang Yi returned to the cabin. He had one more endeavor to undertake, crafting sweaters from the over 300 units of fur he had collected. Although he was not adept at knitting, the system would compel him to learn. In the span of 15 minutes, he fashioned a pair of woolen pants by hand. The entire process felt rather magical, and he couldn't quite fathom how he accomplished it. He simply did. After 45 minutes of effort, during which his energy diminished by 9 points, he had produced 2 pairs of woolen pants and 1 sweater. Yang Yi arranged these 3 garments alongside 2 sweaters left by Hu Wei, intending to keep them for himself. Subsequently, he returned to the captain's quarters and, as was customary, opened the World Chat channel. The number of individuals seeking fire-starting tools remained consistently high. Thus far, no one had discovered a method to reliably produce fire-starting tools. Yang Yi decided to leave a message, willing to pay a fortune for fire-starting tools. Almost immediately, others began to echo his words like a parrot. It appeared that securing such tools would be quite challenging. However, Yang Yi remained unperturbed. After all, There was still time before the extreme winter regions encroached. He drank a bottle of invigorating coconut juice, secured the door, and lay down to sleep. The next day, before dawn had even broken, he was already awake. He assessed his condition. Aside from a lack of energy, which stood at a mere 93, all other attributes were at their peak. After having breakfast, he organized the items he intended to bring, including 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines to stimulate his appetite, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, potions, a bottle of coconut juice, and his weaponry, which also included the newly acquired heart-guarding mirror. Some spare items were stored in his stomach pouch, such as silk bags and additional regenerative potions. Once everything was in order, He checked his attributes again and noted that his strength and constitution had both risen to 5, reaching the average level of an adult human. He then piloted the Night Star towards the island. This time, Suna would not accompany him. She was wholly engrossed in studying the corpse of the gluttonous guest. 10 minutes before dawn, He arrived at the island. His objective was to locate the spider nest and eliminate the potential hazards lurking on the island, thereby creating a safer environment for future endeavors. Moreover, the condition known as the spider's kiss should yield answers within the spider nest. As soon as dawn broke, he set foot on the island and made his way towards its center. He recalled that the density of spider corpses was higher at the center, making it likely that the nest was in that vicinity. As he walked, he collected several fire silk spider corpses along the way. The insatiable stomach pouch eagerly consumed the remains, devouring flesh and blood while leaving behind only exoskeletons and hairs. Even the foul-smelling corpses were not spared. As he continued, he began to ponder the peculiarities of the situation. What could sustain this multitude of spiders, given that not a single small animal was visible on the island? Only spiders? They could not very well fish in the water. He found this quite strange. After circling the center of the island, he finally discovered an opening. It was a vertical shaft, 2 meters deep, leading into a passage that slanted downward into complete darkness. The entrance was wide, accommodating creatures of considerable size, and there was not a blade of grass nearby, indicating frequent comings and goings. As he approached the entrance, he noticed several dead small spiders lying at his feet, each about the size of a palm, their bodies already desiccated. If nothing else had changed, this should be the nest location. He cautiously inhaled the scent emanating from the hole, which reeked of decay. This indicated the presence of numerous corpses within. The spiders must have suffered heavy casualties, possibly to the point of extinction. This was a positive development. He picked up a spider corpse at his feet and fed it to the stomach pouch, retrieving the crystal ball from within. This orb not only displayed the nautical map, but also emitted a faint glow. Although its brightness paled in comparison to that of a candle, it was better than nothing. With a firearm in one hand and the crystal ball in the other, he leaped into the opening. Inside, he encountered no danger. The ground was littered solely with spider carcasses. As he ventured deeper, the passage widened to an impressive 5 meters, with a height exceeding 3 meters, allowing even the largest spiders to traverse without hindrance. He remained vigilant until, after advancing 100 meters, he made a discovery. A type of mushroom appeared on the rocky ceiling, densely clustered and emitting a red luminescence, with each specimen nearly identical in size. Name: firefly mushroom. Description: a special mushroom that emits a red glow in darkness, known for its rapid growth. The sap possesses a certain toxicity and is not recommended for consumption. Some ants and spiders utilize this mushroom as their primary food source. Upon reading this information, he immediately grasped the situation. These mushrooms must have been cultivated by the fire silk spiders, astonishingly adept at agriculture. Under the glow of the crimson fluorescence, the brilliance of the crystal ball became superfluous. He stowed the crystal ball in his stomach pouch, replacing it with the fangs of a sea serpent, and ventured further inward. After traversing over 100 meters, the passage widened to 7 or 8 meters, revealing a series of deceased adult fire silk spiders along the way. Furthermore, he noticed a gentle breeze circulating within the cavern, its origin a mystery, yet remarkably enchanting. He did not rush to collect the corpses, ensuring safety took precedence. As he delved deeper, the density of the bodies increased. He encountered 2 colossal fire silk spiders, each grafted with human remains. One even bore a human arm. No longer merely a bare torso. They were all lifeless, their corpses decayed, posing no threat. Yang Yi collected their tissues. Unlike the adult fire silk spiders, these gigantic ones could be utilized to enhance the nightmare star. Better to take them with him upon discovery. As he passed an opening, Yang Yi was confronted with a harrowing sight. Dismembered human remains were suspended by spider silk from the rocky ceiling, akin to cured meat, awaiting desiccation. Some of the bodies appeared relatively fresh, likely hung recently. To dry the bodies and then incorporate them into their own, Yang Yi found the spiders' behavior incomprehensible and was perplexed by their methods. Were it Suna, she would likely be exhilarated, eager to delve deeper into the mystery. But Yang Yi merely wished to eradicate these repulsive spiders. Chapter 51. The unbelievable statue. This lair contained numerous branching paths, yet the main route appeared singular. Yang Yi was reluctant to venture into the side passages, which were often narrow, measuring only 1 or 2 meters in width, and some even led to the rocky ceiling. If danger were to arise within those confines, retreat would be challenging. He proceeded along the main path for approximately 1,000 meters, at which point the ground began to change. The surface was cloaked in a layer of spider silk, now dried and non-sticky, yielding a sensation akin to walking on carpet. The space here was remarkably expansive, spanning over 10 meters in width, leaving Yang Yi perplexed as to why the spiders had excavated such a vast chamber. The area ahead was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the faint bioluminescence emitted from the mushrooms clinging to the rocky ceiling, rendering long-distance visibility nearly impossible. Yang Yi continued onward, unaware that as his right foot made contact with the silk-covered ground, the vibrations resonated through the threads, deep into the cavern's depths. Within the shadows lurked an enormous spider, twice the size of a giant spider, its head adorned with a human torso. Unlike other giant spiders, this one's human component was no longer desiccated. It was plump with flesh, its skin exhibiting a glistening red-gray hue. This torso boasted arms and legs protruding oddly from its sides, mismatched in length and altogether peculiar. The head, seemingly the last addition, was somewhat shriveled and tilted askew. Upon sensing the vibrations from the silk, the eyelids of this head fluttered slightly, oblivious to the lurking danger. Yang Yi traversed several hundred more meters without encountering a single moving spider, his vigilance diminishing. It appeared that the efficacy of the dead spider potion exceeded his expectations, as not a single living specimen had been found in this nest. In total, Yang Yi had collected 8 samples of giant spider tissue, which, combined with the one he had aboard his vessel, amounted to 9. It was likely that the Night Star would soon ascend to level 3. As he continued, a sudden tension gripped Yang Yi, prompting him to raise his weapon and aim ahead. Before him stood an exceptionally large spider, surpassing even the size of the giant ones. Its exterior cloaked in a profusion of red fur and adorned with thorn-like barbs on its carapace and limbs. This creature instilled considerable pressure upon him. Upon sighting an unknown entity, your rationality decreases by 10. This spider was presumably the mother of the giant spiders, its head crowned with a complete human form, resembling a fantastical hybrid of human and spider. It remained motionless, yet its body showed no signs of decay. It might have only recently perished or could be feigning death. Regardless, Yang Yi decided to act decisively and fired a shot. Initially, he intended to target the head of the humanoid torso, but he swiftly reconsidered. The research potential of this corpse was substantial, and excessive damage would certainly draw complaints from Suna. To ascertain its state of being, merely crippling its legs would suffice. There was no reason for it to remain still with broken legs. If it were alive, he could always deliver a more lethal shot later, given its size. He doubted he could kill it with a single blow. Yang Yi aimed for the spider's leg and fired. Bang! The gunfire echoed within the cavern. One of the spider's legs was severed at the root, oozing a foul, viscous, dark red fluid, yet it remained silent. Indeed, it appeared to be dead. Yang Yi stood still for a moment before firing another shot, severing the legs of the creature before him. Yet, the massive spider remained motionless. At this point, Yang Yi cautiously approached, keeping his gun trained on the spider queen, kicking aside the severed limbs before daring to inspect the attributes. Name: Fire Silk Spider Queen, in evolution. Description: the queen of the fire silk spiders, responsible for laying eggs to perpetuate her lineage. Possesses considerable intelligence and serves as the leader of her kind. Evolution: Yang Yi glanced at the human form grafted onto the Spider Queen, contemplating the notion of desiccating the body and integrating it with his own. Is this what evolution entails? He captured a photograph with his journal and sent it to Suna. Do you want this eerie giant spider? If not, I might just use it for a gotcha pull. Yang Yi inquired. Within 10 seconds, a response arrived from Suna. I want it. I've finished dissecting the gluttonous beast. The only valuable part is its stomach. I'll concoct a potion using its gastric juices for you to try. Guaranteed to whet your appetite. That might be unnecessary. My appetite has always been quite robust. Perhaps you could attempt crafting something else? Yang Yi swallowed hard. I'm on my way. Send me the coordinates. Yang Yi glanced at the crystal ball, ensuring no other players were nearby, before replying, I'm currently in the nest. I'll send you the entrance coordinates. Just follow the main path. The spiders along the way are all dead, but do remain cautious. If you encounter any living ones, notify me immediately. After imparting his advice, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation at his feet, as if something were crawling upward. Instantly alert, he looked down to find a fist-sized fire silk spider, still glistening with slime, as though it had just hatched. Yang Yi swiftly cast it aside and crushed it underfoot without remorse. He detested spiders crawling on him. Those myriad eyes and countless legs were simply repugnant. More tiny spiders began to scuttle toward him, each no larger than a fist, and he dispatched them all with his feet. The Spider Queen's eyelids fluttered momentarily, but in the dim light, the movement was too subtle for Yang Yi to notice. He continued onward. After traversing several more meters and emerging from a crevice, he found himself in a vividly illuminated space, aglow with rows of eggs radiating red luminescence. This must be the breeding chamber of the fire silk spiders. The small creatures were likely those that had just hatched. However, Yang Yi's attention was drawn away from the spider eggs by an intriguing cluster of stones. These rocks were colossal, the largest stretching over 100 meters in length, seemingly arranged by nature itself. Yet, upon closer inspection, new revelations emerged. 8 elongated stones rested upon an elliptical boulder, resembling the body of a spider and its 8 legs. Moreover, these stone pillars were draped with withered vines and grasses, reminiscent of the spider's fur. As this thought occurred to him, he found himself increasingly captivated by the wonders of nature's craftsmanship, observing meticulously and discovering even more. At the forefront of the elliptical boulder, a stone loomed imposingly. The stone bore no signs of carving, appearing as if shaped by the hands of nature itself. The more one gazed upon it, the more it resembled a human form. It possessed 6 arms and 4 legs, evoking the image of a graceful and dignified woman seated upon the rock. Yang immediately averted his gaze, his cheeks tingling and cold sweat beading upon his brow. Frightened to look a second time. You have encountered an astonishing statue, sanity -20. Simultaneously, whispers began to echo in his ears, indistinct murmurs that he somehow comprehended. It was offer up Yang. He felt as though a silver needle had pierced his brain, pain radiating deep within, and tears involuntarily welled in his eyes. Concurrently, a message from his activity log materialized, projected onto his retina. Oath precursor task activated. Please pledge your loyalty to the mother of many limbs. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh. The spider's kiss shall stitch your wounds, remaking your body. 2. Offer the bodies of 10 brethren, luring them to the island. The spider's kiss will bestow upon you strength. 3. This is a precursor task. Upon completion, you shall become a devotee of the mother of many limbs. You may formally bind your oath in the next sea, undergoing transformation to gain extraordinary power. Extraordinary power, transformation, mother of many limbs. Yang Yi recited this information, gradually understanding the entirety of the situation. These fiery spiders were followers, or perhaps progeny, of the mother of many limbs, serving as guardians of this temple. And the mother of many limbs was a great being, a deity. At times, She would bestow her favor, implanting her offspring within the fortunate, guiding their destinies. More whispers flooded Yang Yi's consciousness, persuading him. Offer up. Offer up. Offer up. Chapter 52. Disbelief in deities, the prelude to the covenant task, metamorphosis, and the extraordinary. Each of these words, when considered in isolation, is enough to incite fervent competition among players. Today, such an opportunity lies before Yang Yi. By merely offering a portion of his own flesh or sacrificing the lives of 10 compatriots, he could fulfill the covenant prelude task and become a devotee of the mother of all spiders. What is there to ponder? A simple severing of 2 legs would suffice. The mother of all spiders might even grant him in return, a double reward. Why hesitate any longer? Such thoughts whirled chaotically in Yang Yi's mind, accompanied by a decline in rationality. Strange whispers, your rationality decreases by 10. Strange whispers, your rationality decreases by 10. As Yang Yi lifted his gaze, he beheld the statue had come to life, transforming into a colossal, indescribably immense black spider, possessing 8 legs, its body and limbs cloaked in a multitude of fine hairs. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these were the limbs of various creatures, spanning reptiles to mammals, fish to birds, insects to plants, and even bizarre appendages of fungi. Among these, Yang Yi recognized human hands and feet, eagle wings, lobster claws, octopus tentacles, tiger claws, elephant trunks, fish fins, and more. In essence, any limb that Yang Yi could conceive was present in this spectral form, and once he sought to find one, its location would reveal itself immediately. This apparition resembled a living encyclopedia of biological forms, embodying the limbs of all creatures. Yang Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by nausea, as his gaze was drawn to the figure atop the spider's head. It was a dignified maiden, endowed with 6 arms and 4 legs. The first pair of arms was somewhat elongated, while the other 2 pairs were positioned at her waist and on either side of her abdomen, her hands crossed in a pose of sacred elegance. Her face bore no mouth or nose. Instead, a chaotic array of eyes roamed the gelatinous surface of her visage. Staring at the manifestation of a great being, your rationality decreases by 100. Warning, your rationality is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes burned painfully, akin to gazing directly at the sun, even more blinding than that. The tears streaming down his face gradually took on a faint crimson hue. Yet, he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand, attempting to take aim. Among the 3 options for the Covenant Prelude task, he chose the third. 3. Destroy the statue. The mother of all spiders will withdraw her favor, the spider's kiss status will be lifted, and hostility from spiders and spider-like aberrations towards you will increase by 100. Forgive me. I, Yang Yi, have never believed in deities. Moreover, your appearance is rather grotesque. Yang Yi widened his eyes, fixating on the apparition, his trembling hand gradually steadying as he held the gun. Staring at the manifestation of a great being, your rationality decreases by 100. Staring at the manifestation of a great being, your rationality decreases by 100. He disregarded these warnings, focusing solely on his aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi targeted the spider's head. Although he was uncertain about hitting that figure, striking the enormous spider's head would be more than sufficient. As the phantom dissipated, the shot struck the front of the massive elliptical stone, shattering a small segment. The humanoid figure atop the stone plummeted, breaking into several pieces, rendering the once recognizable form of a woman with 6 arms and 4 legs unidentifiable. As the dust settled, Yang Yi struggled to rise. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Moments earlier, he had been violently propelled backward by the recoil, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Fortunately, having gained some experience, he managed to dissipate the force through his rolling, and though his arm did not dislocate, he had sustained minor abrasions. Suddenly, Yang Yi noticed that his left peripheral vision had vanished, engulfed in darkness. Concurrently, the entire cavern began to tremble, as if an earthquake were occurring, causing the statues to collapse and shatter into fragments, seemingly stripped of some power that had once maintained their forms. A sense of unease gripped Yang Yi. He had not injured his eyes, so why had he lost vision? He reached toward his left eye, only to feel something strange, soft and gelatinous, resembling three sticky spheres amalgamated together, seemingly still moving. What is this? How could it be on my face? A wave of dread washed over him, and a profound terror surged within, rendering his limbs numb. This thing could not possibly be my left eye. He promptly checked his activity log, where a warning appeared. Warning, sanity below 10, you may be afflicted by abyssal corruption. You have unlocked the extraordinary path, corruptor. The corruption interface has been unlocked, allowing you to view your status. Without hesitation, he accessed the corruption interface. Yang Yi, corruption level 4, a large humanoid diagram. Left eye depicted in black, affected area. Left eye distorted organ. Third eye provides 3 perspectives, allows sight of most intangible entities. Perception 2, third eye. Lacking a mirror, he dared not look even if he had one. At that moment, a private message from Suna arrived. Yang Yi, are you dead? There's an earthquake on the island. You haven't been buried alive, have you? Upon reading her message, Yang Yi nearly spat out his drink. This woman truly lacked tact. If she were sent to rescue someone, the one in need might very well perish from exasperation. Who asks if someone is dead? If he were dead, would he even respond with, "Oh, my apologies, I am deceased"? "I'm not dead," Yang Yi replied irritably. "That is good to hear. I noticed your sanity was down to 1 point. I thought you might have transformed into a monster. I'm coming over now." Suna's interruption eased the tension in Yang Yi's nerves slightly. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his left eye, akin to tiny needles pricking him, and then his left peripheral vision returned, as if his eyeball and optic nerve had reconnected. However, the sights before him were peculiar, devoid of color. The entire world became monotonous, yet remarkably clear. His left eye had acquired 3 perspectives, as if 3 eyeballs were collaborating in unison, sharing information. The first perspective appeared to be thermal imaging, granting Yang Yi the ability to see in the dark, allowing him to perceive every detail, even within the dim confines of the cave. The second perspective involved magnification and reduction, akin to having built-in magnifying glasses and telescopes in his eyes. With mere thought, he could discern the fine hairs on a spider 100 meters away, deftly judging the distance. The third perspective showcased exceptional dynamic vision. Yang Yi tilted his head, narrowly evading the webbing that shot towards him from an oblique angle. His left eye's field of vision expanded remarkably, with 3 eyeballs protruding from their sockets, capable of independent rotation, enabling him to perceive even attacks approaching from the rear. However, the stark contrast between the 2 distinct visual fields in his eyes left Yang Yi feeling quite disoriented. It was akin to embedding a vibrant, colorful world within an otherwise colorless expanse. The 2 realms clashed, disrupting his cognition and inducing a sense of dizziness. Rather than endure this discomfort, he opted to close his right eye, relying solely on his left. This adjustment provided him with some relief. His left eye, however, seemed incapable of closure, possibly lacking an eyelid. Yet, at this moment, such concerns were trivial. Yang Yi turned to face the Spider Queen behind him, who had severed 2 of her front legs and was emerging from the passageway. Chapter 53. Blindness. Yang Yi cast aside his distractions and focused intently on the adversary before him. It was the Spider Queen. Having recovered from the venom of the dead spider, though 2 of her front legs were severed, this did not seem to impede her movements. As she scuttled forward on the remaining 6 limbs, he lamented internally, regretting not having completely dismembered this creature. Had he done so, it would have been impossible for her to approach. Next time he encountered such a monster that feigned death, he vowed to ensure its utter destruction. A distance of nearly 20 meters lay between him and the spider, both locked in a tense standoff. The situation was markedly unfavorable for Yang Yi. His flintlock had entered a cooling phase, leaving him with only the tooth of the sea serpent at his disposal. Suddenly, the Spider Queen emitted a shrill cry from her withered, crooked head and charged forward like a heavy tank. Perhaps due to her missing legs, her balance appeared to falter. Yang Yi turned and fled, simultaneously consuming a bottle of a tribute-enhancing red potion. The potion was scorching as it slid down his throat, akin to swallowing molten lava. You have consumed an unknown potion. Your body feels overheated, profuse, sweating ensues. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1, Sanity -20, lasting for 15 minutes. The details of the potion materialized before him. Name, Crimson Elixir. Type, consumable potion. Unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion created by the witch Suna. Utilizing the eye of a double-headed devil shark, a human-headed octopus, starfish, and lobster with a fiery taste. Water cannot be consumed during its effect. Upon consumption, all attributes except mental ones increase by 1, causing overheating, reddening of the skin, lasting for 15 minutes, after which severe dehydration will ensue. P.S. Attributes cannot exceed the limits of mortal beings. The potion proved effective, albeit rather unpleasant to taste. Yang Yi's sanity had dwindled to 1, plunging him into a state of delirium. Coupled with the potion's effects, all attributes except for mental ones surged by 1. His overall attributes were as follows: Strength, 521 Sanity, 812, Iron Will 1, Agility, 5111 Constitution, 511 Perception, 512 Delirium. Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Pirate Garb Agility 1. With Perception, Strength, and Agility all reaching 8 points, Yang Yi felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, as if he could soar. His mental state had also gained substantial experience from the previous loss, bringing it to 8 points. He dashed towards the shattered statue, seeking refuge amidst the debris. The area was strewn with rubble of varying sizes, some towering over 20 meters high. Navigating through the rubble, Yang Yi realized the Spider Queen, hindered by her massive size, was momentarily unable to pursue him. He needed to eliminate her before the potion's effects waned. With a steely gaze, Yang Yi scavenged a complete spider egg from the ruins, feeding it to his stomach and extracting the silk sac along with the dead spider potion. This act undoubtedly incensed the Spider Queen. It was important to note that the spider eggs in the egg chamber were already scarce, most having been crushed by the debris. Yet, Yang Yi continued his mischievous destruction, deliberately treading towards areas abundant with spider eggs, crushing one after another. The Spider Queen emitted a piercing shriek, rushing towards him with reckless abandon, even disregarding the small stones in her path, violently clearing them aside. Yang Yi remained remarkably composed. He was intentionally provoking the Spider Queen. Positioned beneath a massive boulder, he awaited her impending collision. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous impact stirred up a cloud of dust, scattering gravel in all directions. The Spider Queen did not collide with him. Instead, a lithe shadow descended from the heavens, clutching a web, landing upon the Queen's back. In that critical moment, Yang Yi utilized the silk from his silk pouch to adhere to the top of the enormous boulder, swiftly scaling it. Seizing the opportunity while the Queen was momentarily disoriented from her collision, he leaped onto her back. This sequence of movements was executed with remarkable fluidity, akin to a dance, leaving even the most skilled gymnasts astounded and dumbfounded. Yet, it was the prowess of the three-eyed entity that facilitated this feat. Its unique perspective enabled Yang Yi to gauge distance and balance to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to perform a variety of complex maneuvers. He was nothing short of a Spider-Man. The web gloves and silk pouch endowed Yang Yi with three-dimensional mobility. Upon landing on the Spider Queen's back, he swiftly ascended to her crown, seizing the head of her humanoid torso and, with the fangs of a sea serpent, swiftly decapitated her. The strike was decisive, effortlessly severing her cervical spine with no resistance. A copious stream of dark crimson blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The skin at the wound's cross-section bubbled, resembling a burn, likely due to the fiery venom associated with the sea serpent's fangs, further compounded by the lethal spider poison coating the blade, truly a case of venom upon venom. A withered head now rested in Yang Yi's grasp, yet the Spider Queen, despite her grievous injury, emitted a sharp shriek that resonated from below. She possessed another spider head. The loss of one did not signify her demise. Yang Yi crouched low, yet was still flung away by the enraged Spider Queen, unable to maintain his footing. He was thrown back, crashing heavily against the rubble, tasting blood at the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed upon the Spider Queen. With a powerful push, he narrowly evaded a pool of viscous silk. Should he become ensnared, his fate would be sealed. This creature proved to be a formidable adversary. He found himself in a quandary. He had discovered that the carapace atop the Spider Queen's head was exceedingly resilient, impervious even to the fangs of the sea serpent. He needed to target her vulnerabilities. He shifted his focus to the Spider Queen's eyes, 6 in total, arranged in 2 rows upon her head. The first row consisted of 2 large eyes, while the second featured 4 compound eyes. Even the compound eyes were the size of a fist. He was confident he could strike them. As he ran, he assessed the capacity of his silk pouch, noting a remaining 86 units. That should suffice. He gathered small stones from the ground, binding them with silk and the sea serpent's fangs to fashion a meteor hammer. Upon completion, he revealed himself and hurled the meteor hammer towards the queen's eye with precision. The three-eyed entity transformed Yi into a remarkable marksman, capable of striking true with firearms, bows, or even the several-meter-long spider silk meteor hammer in his grasp. His strike found its mark, piercing the Spider Queen's large eye, causing her to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yi swiftly withdrew his meteor hammer and continued to maneuver without pause. The Spider Queen was on the verge of madness due to Yi's relentless assault. The battle continued between the man and the spider. Yi, relying on his small stature and elusive agility, struck several times, blinding the Spider Queen's remaining 3 compound eyes. As her vision deteriorated, the Spider Queen grew sluggish, often colliding with the massive debris strewn about. Despite her armored exoskeleton, she could not escape injury, especially as a deep gash formed along her abdomen where the shell was thinner. Yi, too, was suffering. His frantic sprinting had drained his energy significantly, leaving him with only 12 points. If this continued, he would have to substitute vitality for stamina. Another unexpected blow from the meteor hammer shattered the last of the Spider Queen's compound eyes, leaving her with but a single large eye. Though well protected, the reality of her impending blindness was undeniable. At that moment, however, the Queen seemed to tap into latent potential, her mind awakening. She arched her tail upward, expelling thick strands of silk towards the summit of the rock, then began to ascend along the threads. Remarkably, she even managed to traverse the rocky peak upside down, defying gravity itself. He was baffled by how such a heavy creature could navigate the heights of nearly 40 meters, a place beyond his reach. Moreover, he had only a meager supply of spider silk left, just enough for one final strike. Chapter 54. Blindness atop the rocky summit. The Spider Queen moved with an unsettling ease, while he could only watch in helpless astonishment. There was nothing he could do. His attack range was insufficient. The Queen arched her abdomen towards him, unleashing a deluge of viscous silk strands that cascaded down like rain. These strands were sticky and treacherous, and should he make contact, escape would be nearly impossible. The Spider Queen aimed to ensnare Yi's movements in this manner. Yet to Yi, this was a challenge he relished. He leaped onto the silk strands with fervor, feeling their resistance beneath his feet. Raising his leg with considerable effort, he glanced up at the Spider Queen and beckoned her with a single finger. "Come down," he taunted. In truth, he had no choice. The Crimson Potion's effects were dwindling, leaving him with only 2 minutes before he would enter a state of dehydration. If he continued to linger, he would lose his ability to act long before the Spider Queen even needed to ensnare him with her threads. Rather than succumb to such a fate, he resolved to fight while he still possessed strength. "Are you too afraid to come down? Look, I'm already stuck," he provoked once more. His audacity bewildered the Spider Queen, momentarily short-circuiting her thoughts. However, she quickly regained her composure, emitting a furious roar before propelling herself downward with ferocity. "Come on, Yi Rejotet." The Spider Queen loomed larger before him, her mandibles glistening with drool as they opened wide, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Yet in his perception, her descent appeared to slow. Timing his move perfectly, he hurled his meteor hammer, aiming straight for her final remaining eye. His prediction was astoundingly precise, making it seem as though the Spider Queen's own eye collided with the hammer. This was the advantage of his tri-eyed dynamic vision, which allowed him to foresee his opponent's attacks and movements to a certain degree. Yang even felt his thoughts accelerating, compelled by his tri-eyed perception to adapt to this grotesque dynamic vision. With a sickening thud, the combined forces resulted in the meteor hammer embedding itself deep within the Spider Queen's eye. Her body convulsed violently in mid-air, her intended bite transforming into a desperate collision. The impact reverberated through the air as Yang was sent hurtling away, akin to a severed kite, crashing against a jagged rock and leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The blow was devastating, sapping over 50 points from his vitality. He suspected several ribs were fractured, and his left arm was shattered into 3 segments. Had it not been for the heart guard mirror shielding his chest, this strike would have surely emptied his life force. Fortunately, he remained alive. With 16 points of vitality left, he hadn't even triggered the refusal of death. "You should be blind now," Yang gasped, struggling as his right hand fumbled at his waist, only to find his regenerative potion shattered, spilling its contents across the ground. Thankfully, he had a backup. He retrieved a long sardine from his pocket, consuming it to replenish his strength, and extracted the spare regenerative potion from within, gulping it down eagerly, gurgling. As you consume the regeneration potion, your vitality restores to 20, your wounds continue to heal, and an unbearable itch spreads across your body, reducing your sanity by 20. A peculiar sensation of itchiness envelopes Yang, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. After enduring this wave of discomfort, his vitality recovers to 40 points. He struggles to rise and gazes at the Spider Queen, who appears to flail about like a headless fly, randomly attacking the rubble. With ill intentions, Yang approaches the Spider Queen, but before he can take a step, an unexpected itch in his nose causes blood to flow from both nostrils, and he soon loses his sight. It seems Yang has become blind. What is happening? He quickly opens his right eye, only to find darkness. Both eyes are lost to him. A notification then alerts him that the effect of the crimson potion has worn off. Yang feels as though his throat is being sliced, desperately in need of hydration. He promptly crouches down to minimize noise and retrieves a foul-smelling, long-legged sardine from his pocket to nourish his stomach, then takes out his water supply and drinks slowly. After 2 minutes, he finishes the 2 liters of fresh water, gradually recovering from dehydration, though he still cannot engage in vigorous movement. He listens intently, realizing the ovary is eerily silent. Not even a pin drop can be heard. What's going on? Unable to see anything, Yang dares not make a reckless move. Time passes, and he suddenly remembers to contact Suna. "Suna, please come in quickly. I seem to have gone blind." "Blind?" "Yes, I cannot see." Yang types rapidly. Deprived of sight, the only actions left to him are to check his log and converse. This log is bound to his soul, allowing operation even without vision. "How did you become blind?" "I am unsure." Yang recounts the events to Suna without detailing the matter of the monstrous mother spider, only mentioning the myriad peculiar things along the way, the potion he drank, and the subsequent loss of sanity, which led to the distortion of his left eye and the peculiarities of his vision. That large spider was feigning death. I fought her, and then I lost my sight. Be cautious. I blinded her completely. Oh, she's already dead. I am searching for a place to strike. Her shell is too hard for my dagger to penetrate. Where are you? Lend me your short sword to try. Suna had already arrived, and Yang, he had been talking to himself in vain. He stands up and shouts a few times. Soon, the sound of footsteps approaches, and Suna comes running. Her first words are, "Your left eye. It's so beautiful." Huh. Though Yang, he cannot see, he has touched it. It is a bulging orb, 3 spheres crammed together. No matter how one looks at it, the word beautiful is utterly unrelated. One could only say Suna possesses a rather unique sense of aesthetics. Your eyeball is still moving. It should be functioning normally. Can you truly not see? Suna reaches out her hand, waving it before Yang Yi's face, then attempts to touch his left eye. Don't touch it. Yang Yi steps back, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yet Suna follows closely, almost adhering to him, and Yang Yi can even feel her breath against him. Your left eye lacks an eyelid and cannot close autonomously. If it truly possesses the capability to simultaneously transmit three perspectives, then your brain must be overwhelmed. As Suna observed, she elucidated further. Yang Yi began to comprehend. What you mean is, indeed, you are not blind. It is merely that a protective mechanism in your brain has been triggered, obstructing your vision to prevent overwhelming strain, thus safeguarding your brain from damage and preventing you from becoming impaired. How long will it take for me to recover? Yang Yi inquired with great anticipation. I cannot say. It could be in the next moment, perhaps a year later, or it may never return to its former state. Well, the brain is an exceedingly intricate organ. Suna chose not to dwell on this topic any longer and instead handed Yang Yi an object. Here, take this. What is it? A piece of insect shell. If you place it over your left eye, it should obstruct the visual information transmission from that eye and potentially aid in the restoration of your sight. Chapter 55. The extraordinary path. Yang Yi had succumbed to blindness, unaware of when his sight would return. Under Suna's guidance, he approached the side of the Spider Queen. Lend me your short sword and gloves. These webs are excessively sticky. You can keep the gloves. As for the short sword, it should be lodged within the Spider Queen's cranium. Oh! Suna took the gloves, her intent unclear. Had Yang Yi been able to see, he would have observed Suna rummaging through the eye sockets of the Spider Queen, bending low to peer inside, and eventually extracting a mace ensnared in webs. Though the details were obscured, it appeared that her strike had shattered the creature's cerebral matter, culminating in its demise. With the aid of the gloves, Suna withdrew the sea serpent's tooth from the webs, wielding it like a chisel. She forcefully struck it into the joints of the Spider Queen's head to pry it free. After approximately half an hour, the head was severed. This singular head, nearly a meter in diameter, oozed a copious amount of dark red liquid. Suna retrieved the human-like head as well, preparing to carry both back with her. Let us return to the ship first. We can retrieve the rest next time, Suna suggested. Yang Yi had no objections. His current blindness rendered every task cumbersome, and regaining his sight was of utmost priority. The two rolled the spider's head away from the cavern, making their way toward the coast. Stay put. I will board the ship first, and then use the grappling hook to pull you up. Yang Yi was left speechless. His blindness made it exceedingly difficult to enter the water and board the vessel. He couldn't even see the ship, let alone grasp the ladder on its side. Thus, using a grappling hook was indeed the most expedient method. About 10 minutes later, a clamp secured around Yang Yi's waist, hoisting him upward. In the next moment, he found himself within the cabin of the Night Star. Though peculiar, this method of boarding caused no harm to his body. Wait here for a moment. Suna's voice reached his ears. She had just descended from the deck, gathered something from the cabin, and was heading toward the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, she emerged again, presenting Yang Yi with an eye mask. The mask was rudimentary, fashioned from a suitably sized insect shell with holes drilled into it, through which fabric had been threaded. Wearing this should be beneficial. She assisted him in donning the mask before hastily returning to her tasks in the laboratory. Yang Yi stood still for a moment, ultimately having to feel his way up the ladder, relying on memory and sensation to ascend to the deck. He then navigated along the ship's edge back to the captain's quarters. He removed his captain's attire and lay down on the bed, assessing his condition. In facing the spectral form of the mother of all spiders, he had unlocked the extraordinary path, pollution, and his log now displayed an additional interface. Pollution interface, Yang Yi pollution depth, 6, a large human figure. With the left eye depicted in black, affected area. Left eye distorted organ. Third eye warning. If sanity falls below 10, the player will succumb to pollution, which will deepen continuously. However, players with elevated mental attributes can resist and delay the progression of pollution. When rationality dwindles to nothing, players descend into complete chaos, transforming into grotesque monsters. In stark contrast to the other pale blue interfaces, the polluted interface is a foreboding dark red, signaling imminent danger. Through the corruption, players can transcend the mundane and step into the extraordinary. However, this path to transcendence is akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss, resulting in mental death and the emergence of a mindless beast. Even if one manages to survive, with their sanity intact, their physical form may become distorted. Yang reached towards his left eye beneath the eye mask, which continued to rotate slowly. In a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out this left eye, yet he ultimately restrained himself. This eye bestowed upon him greater strength, and it was only by growing stronger that he could distance himself from the corruption. The weak, devoid of choices, must passively accept their fate. Yang continued to examine his attribute panel, noting the disappearance of the Spider's Kiss status. His personal panel also reflected new changes. Yang mundane, path to transcendence. Corruption, depth 6. Multiple paths to transcendence are possible. A player can possess several simultaneously. Status, injured, a large human figure icon. Deep yellow near the left waist. Strength, 5-2, 12-200. Madness bonus, strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1. Sanity -2, sanity. 8-1-2, 119-16,000. Iron will bonus, agility. 5-1, 23-200, constitution. 5-1, 21-100, perception. 5-2, 192-200. Third eye bonus, sanity. 3-100, energy. 17-100, health. 51-100, magic essence. 9-7, with sanity below 10. Each point of sanity provides 1 point of magic essence. Depletion of magic essence results in severe headaches and loss of mobility. Full restoration of magic essence takes 24 hours. A reduction in sanity decreases the maximum limit of magic essence, but does not affect the current amount. Talent, Iron Will. Refusal of death spells. None. Active spells require magic essence and may necessitate incantations, the construction of ritual circles, or sacrificial offerings. Ability, third eye, a physical ability. Some aspects require magic essence. Confronting the phantom of the mother of all spiders has significantly enhanced his mental experience, allowing him to break through to 8 points. The terms related to transcendence, magic essence, spells, and abilities only appear after unlocking the extraordinary. Nevertheless, Yang possessed no spells and had no need for magic essence. His only ability was the malformed left eye. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, Yang resolved not to divulge this information to Suna. Once this woman learned that his sanity had fallen below 10, unlocking transcendence, who could predict the madness she might unleash? Suna, remember to keep an eye on the C chart to prevent other players from approaching. Understood, Suna replied swiftly. Yang had initially intended to ask Suna to venture onto the island in search of the corpse of the colossal fire silk spider, as only one more corpse was needed for the Nightmare Star to upgrade. Upon her return to the Night Star, the woman sequestered herself within the laboratory, meticulously dissecting the cranium of the queen spider. Thus, Yang refrained from disturbing her. After all, the corpse posed no threat of resurrection or escape. A slight delay in retrieval was inconsequential. He earnestly sought high-quality fire-starting tools and proceeded to leave a message in the World Channel. To his delight, he received a prompt response. Would you be interested in a flint? Name, instant ignition flint. Type, tool, quality, good. Description, this metallic implement, when scraped, emits a profusion of sparks capable of igniting fabric or wooden debris. Caution, it must remain dry. Otherwise, it merely resembles an unremarkable stone with a faint scent of gunpowder. Yang's interest was piqued. How much do you ask? 300 stone materials. He promptly reviewed the chat history and discovered that 2 or 3 players were offering this flint, with no limitations on quantity. This indicated they had acquired the crafting recipe for the flint. However, the current market price was inflated, with individual pieces selling for around 200 stone materials or over 1,000 com coins. The seller's price of 300 was indeed steep. Yang chose to disregard him, for he felt no urgency. The price of fire-starting tools would inevitably decline, much like that of winter garments. There was no need for haste. Moreover, superior alternatives, such as lighters, might exist. A flint required a dry environment, rendering it far less efficient than a lighter with an infinite supply of gas. Yang examined the ocean map. The encroachment of the extreme winter sea was progressing slowly. It would take another 10 days to half a month before it bordered the black mist. Lost in thought, Yang succumbed to slumber. After such prolonged tension, he required time to unwind. Chapter 56. The construction of the cannon. 4 hours later, Yang Yi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by light. His vision had returned. Yang Yi felt a surge of vitality. Although his sight was slightly limited due to the loss of one eye, it did not hinder his daily life. He attempted to close his eyes, removing the eye patch to use his left eye. Instantly, the world lost its color. It became remarkably clear. With mere concentration, he could even count the number of his eyebrows without needing a mirror. He exited the captain's quarters. It was still daytime, with 2 hours of sunlight remaining. However, the presence of light made no difference to his left eye. It seemed that this peculiar eye did not perceive the world through light. To his left eye, sunlight was not blinding. It was merely a sphere suspended in the air. Yang Yi retrieved a crystal ball from his satchel, utilizing its reflective surface to observe his left eye with his right. What he beheld were 3 gel-like eyeballs pressed together, each housing a small almond-sized yellow dot in the center, seemingly the pupils. They rotated slowly, adjusting their positions as needed. After a brief examination, he switched back to his right eye and donned the eye patch once more. A world filled with color was far more comforting. Using his left eye, he felt as if the world was devoid of life. Were these monstrous eyeballs beautiful? Yang Yi recalled Suna's initial reaction upon seeing them. Her aesthetic sense was undoubtedly distorted. Under normal circumstances, no creature would possess such eyes. Only Suna would find them extraordinarily beautiful. If it were up to Yang Yi, he would deem them inexplicably grotesque and repulsive. The time limit for usage was approximately 10 minutes. Thus, for safety, each use of the 3 eyes should be confined to under 10 minutes. Yang Yi sent a message to Suna. Suna, I have awakened, and my vision has returned. I will head to the island to search for the remains of the giant fire silk spider. It is imperative to upgrade the Nightmare Star promptly. This large sailing vessel is severely hindering our speed. Suna did not respond. She was likely still occupied with dissection. He glanced at her sanity level, which was at 62, still within the safe range. Whenever she found the time, she would surely see the message. With 2 hours until darkness fell, Yang Yi aimed to search diligently, hoping to elevate the Nightmare Star to level 3 by nightfall. He did not intend to venture into the spider's lair, as he had already extracted some tissues from the remains of the giant fire silk spiders. Even if there were stragglers, they would likely be in the labyrinthine paths, difficult to locate. Moreover, the distance to and from the lair was considerable, making it unwise to enter at this time. He resolved to search the nearby forest for the remains of the giant fire silk spider, also collecting some fire silk spider hairs in preparation for crafting a sweater later on. After searching for over an hour without success, just as he was about to abandon hope and return, he fortuitously stumbled upon a giant fire silk spider on his way back. Choosing a different route home proved to be the right decision. Yang Yi beamed with joy and immediately sprinted back to the Nightmare Star. As he boarded the vessel, the daylight still lingered, and Yang Yi commenced the task of transporting supplies on the grand sailboat, still unbroken from Hu Wei's ownership. Upon gathering sufficient materials to elevate the ship to level 3, he promptly recorded the action in the log and pressed the confirmation button for the upgrade. Immediately, a ghastly green essence erupted from the Nightmare Star, while countless skeletal arms intertwined to ascend the hull, enveloping the deck like a dense layer of armor. Though the ship's size remained unchanged, its exterior underwent a dramatic transformation. The skull of the captain at the prow ignited with the fire of souls, ensnared by numerous bony appendages, rendering it a mobile save for the skull itself, which could only move up and down. Upgrade complete. The Nightmare Star has ascended to a level 3 vessel. Specific changes can be viewed in the ship interface. Yang Yi swiftly accessed the ship interface. Nightmare Star. Level 3. Durability 4,500. Capacity 12,000 units. Speed 65 knots. Note: 500 durability derived from the head of a bobbit-worm. Ship skills. Nightmare. Sleep quality aboard is exceedingly poor, resulting in nightmares. With energy recovery efficiency reduced by 75, effective only for the captain. Fisherman's curse. Probability of catching abnormal objects instead of ordinary fish is increased. Astrology. Displays the surrounding nautical chart within a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable in a crystal ball. Alerts can be set to notify other players of appearances via vibrations. Peeping allows retrieval of ship names, player names, coordinates of the ship, and visual access to the ship's image, limited to one target per day. Embrace of the Dead. Countless skeletal arms protect the hull, enhancing durability. When durability drops below 2,000, it will self-repair. These skeletal arms will attempt to grasp intruders, though their strength is not formidable. Description: this vessel has begun to grow bones. Do you wish to continue the upgrade? Upon reviewing the attributes, a broad smile spread across Yang Yi's face. The ship's most criticized flaw had finally been remedied, with a durability soaring to 4,500. Though its appearance had become somewhat peculiar, it was a ghost ship after all. The presence of animated skeletons was entirely reasonable and hardly a cause for alarm. With time, one would naturally grow accustomed to it. After assessing the attributes, Yang Yi operated the log to dismantle Hu Wei's grand sailboat, thus acquiring a substantial amount of resources once more. With exhilaration in his heart, he stepped into the cabin. There were 2 additional expansion spaces, allowing him to construct the long-desired cannons. He must elevate his martial prowess to its zenith. He immediately opted to build an offensive structure, the Ancient War Room, consuming 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. The brilliance faded to reveal an additional room on the right side of the cabin, housing 2 grand cannons. Such a war room could be constructed twice, perfectly corresponding to the left and right flanks of the ship. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to build another, to avoid any delays in adjusting direction should an enemy appear on the left. Entering the Ancient War Room, he examined the attributes of the cannons. Name: waterlogged cannon. Type: ship equipment. Relic: quality: good. Description: this cannon has been waterlogged. The projectiles it fires will not explode, yet boast a longer range, with a low probability of launching inexplicable objects reaching a distance of 300 meters. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi could not help but express his disdain. Things that are waterlogged are indeed never normal. Yet the inexplicable object, what could it possibly be? Yang Yi attempted to fire several rounds, but nothing occurred. He merely shattered the coastal rocks. It dawned upon him that this contraption resembled a catapult with superior ballistics. After all, non-explosive projectiles are quite akin to stones. He discovered that the expansion structure could also be upgraded. To elevate the ship to level 4, all expansion structures must be upgraded to level 2, with the exception of special buildings such as the Witch's Laboratory. It remains unclear whether the Witch's Laboratory can be upgraded, as no options for such exist in the current log. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi decided to elevate the Ancient War Room to level 2, consuming exactly 100 units of wood, 400 units of fabric, 100 units of stone, 40 units of steel, and 20 units of sulfur. A radiant glow enveloped the room, and a layer of moldy carpet appeared on the ground, bubbling underfoot as if freshly pulled from the water. The surface of the cannon now boasted rusted metallic embellishments, transforming it into a level 2 waterlogged cannon. Name: level 2 waterlogged cannon. Type: ship equipment. Relic: quality: exquisite. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The projectiles it launches do not explode, but possess a longer range, with a certain probability of firing inexplicable objects, reaching a distance of 350 meters. Fixed cannon in the war room cannot be disassembled. With a range of 350 meters, this should far surpass that of a conventional cannon, representing a significant advantage. Yang Yi had also contemplated constructing a glass cannon, yet its exorbitant cost of 100 crystals and fragility led him to postpone that ambition for future upgrades. Upon completion, his inventory was as follows: 535 units of wood, 285 units of fabric, 945 units of stone, 47 units of steel, 14 units of crystal, 25 units of sulfur, and 1,400 seashell coins. Hu Wei's inheritance had been nearly squandered. The materials required for upgrading to a level 4 ship were now displayed. For 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of fabric, 1,000 units of stone, 500 units of steel, 1,000 units of crystal, 500 units of sulfur, and 1 unit of the ever-multiplying flesh. Seeing the skyrocketing material demands, Yang Yi decided to simply pretend he hadn't seen it. Chapter 57. A sudden awakening Yang Yi unleashed a barrage of blasts, decimating vast stretches of coastline. At last, he beheld something utterly perplexing, a long-legged sardine. It appeared to have been alive upon exiting the cannon, only to collide with the reef, now irretrievably stuck. Though the damage inflicted was minimal, the insult was profoundly acute, leaving Yang Yi momentarily speechless. What purpose does this serve? Is the intent to elicit laughter from the adversary? Of course, it could be attributed to Yang Yi's ill fortune, resulting in the emergence of a mere long-legged sardine. Had it been a fortunate soul, perhaps a hammerhead shark would have soared forth, exponentially enhancing the destructive capability, albeit marginally. Yet, why did Suna exhibit no reaction whatsoever? An unsettling realization dawned upon Yang Yi. The Yinqing star had undergone an upgrade, and he had just test-fired the cannon. Such a commotion. How could Suna fail to investigate? Anxiety gripped him as he checked Suna's status, discovering that her rationality had dwindled to a mere 49, while her madness remained unwaveringly fixated. Without hesitation, Yang Yi entered the witch's laboratory. At that moment, Suna had just completed the dissection of the queen spider's head, her cheeks flushed with excitement from overexertion. On the table lay 2 glass jars, containing 1 large and 1 small brain. The larger one was incomplete, yet bore a striking resemblance to the human brain. Upon seeing Yang Yi, she exclaimed with fervor, "You finally arrived. I was just about to summon you." Yang Yi furrowed his brow, observing the deranged Suna. "I must tell you, I made a groundbreaking discovery, akin to unearthing a new continent," she exclaimed rapidly, eager to share her astonishing revelation. "I have uncovered a novel, controllable, and directionally selectable form of evolution within the queen spider. This is unlike the protracted accumulation of genetic mutations. These spiders possess the conscious ability to transform their own bodies, akin to editing life itself. I shall term this evolutionary method Evolution 2. Yang Yi raised a hand to interrupt Suna, halting her lengthy discourse to inquire about the ultimate outcome. "Suna, what do you intend to do?" "Yang Yi, do you desire to evolve?" Suna produced a syringe, exclaiming, "This is cerebral fluid I extracted from the queen spider. Once refined, it should be applicable to humans. By injecting this liquid into the spine, we could, like spiders, attach additional limbs to our bodies. Any limbs would suffice, gradually achieving the evolution of life." A recollection of the mother of all limbs flashed through Yang Yi's mind. Though the memory was hazy, he vaguely recalled her possessing 6 legs for arms, and a colossal spider body adorned with various appendages. It seemed she had reached the pinnacle of evolution in such a form, a magnificent entity, or perhaps a divine being. Recollecting the shadow of a magnificent entity causes a 30-point decrease in rationality. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy as he sternly warned, "Suna, cease your reckless thoughts, and do not delve further into this path." "Why?" Suna replied, her eyes reflecting confusion. "If you're averse to evolution, I can experiment on my own. Dare you?" With a thunderous roar akin to a resounding gong, Yang Yi's voice startled Suna, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. "If you dare to attach any inexplicable items to yourself, I assure you, I will meticulously remove them one by one," he declared resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Moments later, Suna, with a slight pout, retorted, "What are you so fierce about?" However, after Yang Yi's admonition, she seemed to abandon her plans for evolution and, in his presence, destroyed the unfinished, unknown potion. This action took Yang Yi by surprise. A glance at Suna's rationality revealed an unexpected increase to 51, indicating her escape from madness. So it can indeed rouse someone? Yang Yi was astonished, but maintained a calm fa-ade as he inquired, "Is the energy restoration potion ready? I have some leads, but it will take a few more days." "All right, it's getting late. Let us return and rest." Suna nodded and exited the laboratory, only to discover that the nightmare star had undergone a remarkable transformation. Has it reached level 3? Indeed, Suna began to explore the ship's interface, acclimating herself to the new changes. As night fell, the previously pitch-black nightmare star was finally illuminated, albeit in an unsettling manner. Eerie green, ghostly flames appeared on the deck, drifting about in the darkness. These flames possessed no heat, were harmless to both humans and animals, and could even be touched as if they were a peculiar gas. Their sole purpose was to provide light, while simultaneously endowing the nightmare star with an aura of eerie spookiness. He took control of the ship to experience its enhanced acceleration. Although the maximum speed had only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was significantly improved. The immense power was capable of unsettling even those unprepared. However, before he could venture far, a disturbance arose behind him. Another earthquake ensued, stirring the seawater with tremendous force for several seconds. Turning to observe with his left eye, he noted that the island had shrunk by several hundred square meters post-quake. This was reminiscent of the earthquake that had occurred when he damaged the statue, although he had paid little attention at the time, being blinded. Now, from a distance, he noticed that the island seemed to be sinking. A premonition struck him. The earthquakes would likely become more frequent, leading to the island's eventual submersion. Yet it mattered little, for he would not remain much longer. Once he had collected the corpses and gathered some supplies, he would depart. After all, the black mist was ever moving. Anchoring the ship in a suitable position, he secured it before returning to the captain's quarters. Here, he found new changes. A red velvet carpet adorned the floor. Albeit old, it felt quite comfortable underfoot. The room also featured a new lamp, a skull with a ghastly green flame that ignited when the jaw was opened and extinguished when closed. Though its brightness was modest, it was certainly better than none. Lying on the bed, he discovered it had become softer. This upgrade was indeed worth the investment. He began to review the chat logs and discovered an increasing number of players selling flint, with prices steadily declining. The major newspaper also released its latest weekly edition. He spent 100 Kong coins to acquire a copy and sold information regarding the fire silk spider. Yet he revealed not a whisper of the details concerning the gluttonous beast, the spider queen, or the matriarch of the 1,000 limbs. Such information was crucial and related to the extraordinary, while the compensation offered by the newspaper, frankly, was rather meager. Soon, he received a payment of 400 Kong coins, effectively obtaining the newspaper for free and earning an additional 300 Kong coins. He perused the newspaper, noting that the trading section had not changed significantly. He did not find anything of interest to purchase. However, the book titled Introduction to Cannibalism appeared to have been sold to someone else. Good luck to them. The Sea Winds Chronicle recorded several events that He had overlooked. A few days prior, a gun had been sold in the chat channel for an exorbitant price of 120,000 Kong coins. Name: White Rose. Type: Treasure. Quality: Rare. Description: a finely crafted, white gilded revolver capable of firing silver bullets, dealing minor damage to otherworldly beings and inhibiting regeneration. It can harm incorporeal entities, such as ghosts. Capacity: 5. Automatic reload requires 3 minutes. Such wealth. He was astonished. He certainly could not afford such an astronomical sum. Moreover, he was puzzled as to why the seller would part with the gun. If it were him, he would never sell it unless he had multiples. Nevertheless, this news indicated the increasing prevalence of firearms, prompting to exercise caution. He could not evade bullets. However, with the aid of the third eye, he might consider attempting it. At the same time, the Sea Winds Chronicle also disclosed the coordinates of a new island. This island, formed by an active volcano, is home to a peculiar creature known as the lava slug, which can traverse through magma. This creature does not aggressively attack humans, but its emitted bodily fluids are scalding hot, making contact lethal, an extremely hazardous entity. Yet, lacking in intellect, players quickly devised methods to eliminate it, simply cooling it down with copious amounts of seawater. Once cooled, the slug would perish and harden into stone. The remains could be used in gacha games, with a high probability of yielding flint recipes and potentially even lighters. That explains the rapid increase in players selling flint. He glanced at the nautical map. This island was quite distant from him, situated to the rear left, likely requiring a voyage of 7 to 8 days. By the time he arrived, the island would probably be engulfed by black mist. He dismissed the idea of joining the fray, deciding that if necessary, he would simply purchase a flint to make do. Chapter 58, The Book of Limbs, Part 2, The following day, before dawn, Yang Yi rose early and knocked on Suna's door. After a considerable wait, Suna finally opened the door, visibly displeased, and inquired, "What is it?" "The island is sinking. We must hasten to recover the corpses on the island. We only require the red velvet hairs from the spiders' abdomens. If time permits, we may also gather some timber," Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded and then closed the door. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the nightmare towards the island, which was illuminated by the rising sun as they approached the shore. Suna quickly freshened up, slinging the pirate longbow across her back, preparing to accompany Yang Yi onto the island. However, as they waded ashore, Yang Yi suddenly realized a crucial fact. If they discovered an island in the extreme winter seas, they would also need to wade ashore. At that time, the frigid waters would be perilous. It seemed imperative to construct a raft. He resolved to fashion one by hand shortly. Once the corpses were recovered, he planned to create a simple raft using logs and spider silk. The remaining dozen units of spider silk in the silk pouch should suffice. Upon reaching the island, the two would proceed according to their plan, first heading to the nest. Here, the density of spider corpses was highest, and they needed to retrieve the body of the fire velvet spider queen from deep within. It would be a daunting task for one person alone. Following this, Suna would oversee the area closer to the ship, collecting fire velvet spider hairs from that vicinity, while Yang Yi would venture farther afield, including the opposite end of the island. They aimed to complete the collection of fire velvet spider hairs by the end of the day. Having been to the island before, they navigated with ease, quickly arriving at the entrance of the nest. The stench here was even more unbearable, and they encountered a new type of insect, ant-sized creatures. These ants, emerging from unknown crevices, were numerous, gnawing on the luminescent mushrooms above and the corpses of the fire velvet spiders. Suna captured a few ants for examination, finding them rather ordinary, devoid of any remarkable traits. She proposed a theory. These ants may be in a hostile relationship with the spiders. Once the spiders perish, this cavern becomes a paradise for the ants, she elucidated. They made no further delay, efficiently collecting fire velvet spider hairs along their path. The task posed no challenge. A mere scrape with a dagger or short sword sufficed to gather the hairs. They also attempted to scour the side passages, but the narrowness of some made them impractical for exploration, as the spiders within were small and difficult to confront. Soon, they stumbled upon an unexpected find. In a 2-meter-wide side passage, Yang Yi discovered a curled, deceased giant fire velvet spider. The chances of acquiring a unique spawn from this spider were promising. They could take it back for a spin at the gacha. As they delved deeper, they swiftly arrived at a cavern they had previously encountered, a grim place festooned with desiccated human limbs. Suna had paused to observe it, but refrained from entering, mindful of the colossal spider queen awaiting her ahead. Yang Yi ventured inside the cavern, harvesting the spider hairs from the deceased arachnids. He noticed a platform within, covered in a layer of dark stains. Suna leaned in to sniff, her brow furrowing. Bloodstains. It was evident that these spiders had conducted their gruesome dismemberment here. Some blood had spattered several meters away, raising suspicions that the victims were still alive during the dismemberment. Yang Yi remained silent, discovering a broken bow and a dozen makeshift arrows on the ground. No other equipment was found. Huey might have already scavenged this area. There were no luminous orbs from the player's demise either. The two did not linger, gathering the fire silk spider fur before proceeding deeper into the lair. Upon entering the egg chamber, the culmination of the spider nest, what was once a majestic stone statue now lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of rubble. Even a deity would struggle to deduce its former grandeur. Yang Yi observed many freshly hatched fire silk spiders, only to see them swiftly attacked and killed by ants. Simultaneously, numerous spider eggs were being destroyed, with even the corpse of the spider queen crawling with ants, a dense mass of them. Suna did not rush to collect the spider queen's remains. Instead, she hastily gathered some intact fire silk spider eggs. These eggs were the size of goose eggs, regarded as living entities, rendering them impossible to store in her treasure pouch. Thus, Suna could only carry a limited quantity, placing them in a simple backpack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi focused on the spider queen's corpse, contemplating how to transport back. After all, a spider of 10 meters in size, even without its elongated legs, was considerably larger than an average cow, particularly its rotund abdomen, which measured around 3 meters in diameter. It was impossible to fit it into a stomach pouch without being reduced to mere shells. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, signaling yet another earthquake on the island. Yang Yi swiftly pulled Su Na to take shelter beneath a massive boulder. The tremors persisted for a minute, more intense than previous quakes, causing numerous fire mushrooms to fall from above. Strangely, no stones tumbled down. This had been the case during the initial earthquake, though Yang Yi had not paid much attention at the time. However, this time he sensed something amiss. Was the rock ceiling overly resilient? Looking up, he noticed what appeared to be intricate patterns on the broad stone wall at the chamber's apex, but the dim light, coupled with the abundance of fallen fire mushrooms, obscured his view. Su Na also gazed upwards, squinting in an attempt to discern the details. It seemed to resemble some form of writing. Her perceptive abilities were notably high, allowing her to recognize it as text, but limited by her naked eye, she could only see vague outlines. Yet this very limitation safeguarded her sanity, preventing her from experiencing the same overwhelming compulsion to read and comprehend the text as Yang Yi did. Yang Yi removed the eye patch from his left eye and activated his third eye to examine the ceiling, and then he beheld this. He froze, his body tensing, unable to divert his gaze. Simultaneously, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, crude and violent, nearly overwhelming him. Su Na had been correct. These patterns were indeed written words. The capacity to discern it as text indicated her extraordinary perceptual attributes. But her limited vision protected her from the mental strain that Yang Yi was now enduring. It is an ancient script, one that bears no relation to any recorded writing in human history. This unique form of writing requires no learned understanding. Upon merely observing its shape, one can instantly grasp its profound meaning. Hieroglyphs can only be regarded as a crude imitation of this script. The disparity in the information conveyed by the two is akin to comparing pure gravel to a sophisticated microchip, utterly incomparable. This script lacks a fixed form. Each character is distinct, brimming with information, causing Yang Yi's mind to swell and his forehead to bulge with veins as if on the verge of bursting, his head seemingly enlarging. Confronting the bizarre script, your sanity decreases by 50. You have fully read the Book of Limbs. Sanity decreases by 100. You have acquired the limb spider magic, which can be viewed in the panel. Gasping for breath, Yang Yi was drenched in sweat, as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld and returned. Simultaneously, his mind felt as though it were invaded by 100 wriggling worms, expanding his consciousness while obliterating his perception of the external world. It took him several minutes to regain his senses and restore control over his body. Just then, a warm sensation coursed through his nose, and he expelled a spray of blood, mingled with fragments of tissue. Yang Yi, what has happened to you? Su Na, who had also been gazing at the mountaintop in vain, was jolted back to reality by the commotion beside her. Startled, Yang Yi grabbed Su Na's arm, urgently warning, "Never look up. What did you see?" Su Na inquired. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. He could not articulate to Su Na the weighty truths contained within those characters. The meanings were far too profound for the superficial language of humanity to encapsulate. Thus, he could only respond, "Check the crew interface and see my sanity level." Understanding his implication, Su Na immediately glanced and was astonished to find that Yang Yi's sanity had plummeted to a mere point. Her excitement surged as she pressed, "What did you truly witness?" "An ugly, malevolent spider that is utterly repulsive." Yang Yi replied. If one were to view the script above from a wide perspective, they would notice that all the characters interconnected to form the shape of a spider. Do not look up. Let us dismember the corpse of the Spider Queen and return. Yang Yi, weary, wished to divert the conversation. Su Na, with a complex expression, paused in contemplation, seemingly intent on uncovering the mystery of the mountaintop. However, Yang Yi did not afford her the opportunity. He drew forth the tooth of the sea serpent and, with the finesse of a skilled butcher, effortlessly severed the joints of the Spider Queen, swiftly dismembering her into sections, the abdomen, thorax, and several segments of legs. His precise technique indicated an intimate understanding of the Spider Queen's anatomy. Let us depart. If we linger, the ant shall consume this carcass. Yang, he urged. Reluctantly, Suna abandoned her curiosity and focused on transporting the remains of the Spider Queen. After some deliberation, they resolved to roll the abdomen back to the shore, as the majority of the vital organs resided there. The thorax and legs, being smaller in size, could barely be stowed within their magical bags. The two individuals pushed the abdomen of the Spider Queen, rolling it toward the cave entrance. This proved to be quite laborious, even with their combined efforts. They could not extricate the abdomen from the opening. The vertical ascent of the cave was exceedingly inconvenient, as it was not designed for human passage. The Spider Queen's head was manageable, considering her intellect was somewhat vacant, and without the weight of bodily fluids, it amounted to merely a few dozen pounds. However, the abdomen was an entirely different matter. He had no choice but to draw his flintlock pistol and fire upward at an angle into the cave entrance, creating a slope. With the aid of this incline, the two were finally able to push the massive spider abdomen out of its lair. Upon returning to the shore, they found, as expected, that the island had once again sunk, its area possibly reduced by over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, both were capable swimmers, especially Yang, augmented by his frenzy, moved through the water like a fish, swiftly approaching the nightmare star before boarding the vessel. He maneuvered the ship closer and utilized the grappling claws to pull both Su-Na and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the cabin. After a brief respite, they emptied their collective fire starter and promptly set off for the island once more. There remained a multitude of corpses awaiting retrieval in the forest. The duo proceeded according to their plan, with Su-Na responsible for the area near the ship, while Yang ventured to the far end. Alone, Yang began to examine his panel, only to discover it had changed once more. Yang, common being, extraordinary pathway, corruption, depth 7, Book of Limbs. Book of Limbs. By fully reading the Book of Limbs, you acquire the art of limb sorcery, allowing you to cast limbs sorcery without incantation. If under the effect of Spider's Kiss, the mana cost will be reduced by 2 points. Strength 5-2, 22,200, Frenzy bonus, Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Spirit -2, Spirit 8-1-2, 13-20-16,000. Iron will bonus, Agility 5-1, 29,200, Constitution 5-1, 42,200, Perception 6-2, 22,400. Third Eye bonus, Reason 5-100, Energy 87-100, Vitality 91-100, Mana 9-7, Talents. Iron Will. Refusal of death spells. Limb enhancement. Stimulates and enhances a specific limb's strength by 0 to 3. The effect diminishes with stronger limbs. Consumes 5 mana. Lasts for 15 minutes. After which the limb will experience temporary paralysis. Limb restoration. Repairs limbs, capable of mending severed appendages, requiring sufficient blood and flesh, consuming 3 mana. And can also enhance connected limbs. Limb explosion, détonate à limb. Casting requires a severed limb, and can also be applied to one's own limb. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the explosive force, consuming 8 mana. Mother of 10,000 limbs summoning. Sacrifices all of one's limbs, the more limbs sacrificed. The stronger the summoning, increasing success rates. Successfully summons the ethereal form of the mother of 10,000 limbs. Abilities. Third Eye. Reading various texts can also yield extraordinary insights. Yang scrutinized the 4 newly acquired spells. If under the effect of Spider's Kiss, the mana consumption for these spells would decrease by 2, representing a significant enhancement. Yet, these spells felt somewhat unpalatable. Shouldn't we begin with the Fireball spell? Yang scratched his head. Although the effects were not explicitly stated, he felt that employing such spells would undoubtedly diminish his sanity. Moreover, there could be unmentioned side effects. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of resorting to magic, particularly the Final Invocation spell, which required sacrificing all of one's limbs to summon the matriarch of the 1,000-limbed spider, setting aside the question of success rate. Even if he managed to summon this entity, it would bring no advantages. Who would wish to perish alongside their adversaries? Apart from a madman, Yang couldn't fathom anyone who would dare to employ such a spell. Returning to his thoughts, he focused on the task of recovering the spider carcasses. With the aid of his third eye, his efficiency in recovery significantly increased. However, the constant switching between two perspectives took a toll on Yang Yi's mind. Thus, he took moments to rest intermittently. Nevertheless, his speed surpassed that of Sun Na by a considerable margin. After 4 hours, Yang Yi was the first to complete the recovery task, and in addition, he discovered a giant fire silk spider, suitable for use in a gacha game. Sun Na would likely require another hour to finish. Time was still ample, with 2 hours remaining before dusk. Upon his return, Yang Yi did not idle. Instead, he chopped several logs and crafted a rudimentary raft using the remaining spider silk from his silk pouch. He then secured the raft aboard the Night Star. After a few days of sunbathing to dry the silk, it would be ready for water. This raft would facilitate future excursions to the island, preparing for the frigid waters of the extreme winter sea. Having completed these tasks, Sun Na returned just in time. As twilight approached, the island experienced yet another tremor. This time, it sank a quarter of its height right before their eyes. Chapter 59. Selling sweaters. The speed at which this island is sinking surpassed Yang Yi's expectations. It is highly likely that by tomorrow, the island will vanish entirely. Fortunately, the task of collecting the spider corpses has been completed. The two of them piled the gathered fire silk spider hair together, forming a small mound. Sun Na collected 517 units, while Yang Yi acquired a significantly greater amount. As the spider silk in a nest was contained within his stomach pouch, amounting to over 7 times that of Sun Na, totaling 695 units. Altogether, these fibers could be fashioned into 42 sweaters or pairs of pants. Yang Yi already possessed 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of pants. By crafting 1 more sweater and 2 additional pairs of pants, he would have a complete set of 4 outfits, perfectly providing 2 sets per person. The remaining 39 sweaters and pairs of pants could be sold for a handsome profit. However, before weaving the sweaters, he could first spin the gacha twice, using the remains of the 2 colossal fire silk spiders. Just as Yang Yi was about to head to the deck to spin the gacha, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes fixated on him. "What is it?" he inquired of Sun Na. She was organizing her thoughts, and, after a few seconds of silence, she spoke. "In the cave you saw something, right? Could you draw it? You don't need to depict everything, just a part or a rough outline would suffice." She handed Yang Yi paper and a pen, her gaze intense and hopeful. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. Yang Yi's artistic skills were still at an elementary level, and he possessed little artistic flair. Asking him to recreate that ancient script was akin to requesting a newborn to draw a QR code from memory. Utterly impossible. "I can't draw it." Yang Yi firmly declined and turned to leave, but Sun Na caught his arm. "Please tell me. I will reward you." She attempted to entice him, tugging at her collar. "Humph." Yang Yi scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. What did this woman think of herself? A mere animal? It was laughable. He, Yang Yi, was steadfast as steel and would not be swayed by mere beauty. He cast a few glances, finding her nothing extraordinary. With a resigned sigh, Yang Yi took the pen and aimlessly scribbled a few strokes on the paper, creating a highly abstract piece of art. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might perceive the semblance of spider. He handed the drawing to Sun Na and swiftly exited the cabin to avoid further entanglement with her. Sun Na held the crude drawing, reminiscent of a third grader's handiwork, and examined it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hastened towards the gacha machine. He offered a spoiled sardine as payment, opened his stomach pouch, and retrieved bottled fresh water along with the remains of the colossal fire silk spider. However, the fresh water was not for drinking. It was intended for washing his face. After several days without cleansing, his face had darkened, which would be detrimental for the gacha. After washing his face, Yang Yi officially began spinning the gacha, inserting the spider remains twice and turning the dial on the octopus-headed machine. Soon, 2 unremarkable gacha capsules dropped out. Yang Yi picked one up to examine it, overjoyed. "I found something good." Name: Low-tier Craftsman S Inscription Stone. Type: Consumable. Quality: Rare. Description: A stone capable of enhancing the quality of treasures, allowing items of exquisite quality and below to be elevated by 1 tier. Your treasures will be rejuvenated. The next capsule was not as astonishing. It contained a bug-shell heart mirror, identical to the one Yang he had acquired previously. One was sufficient, and it could be given to Su Na. After the capsule extraction, he returned to the cabin, where Su Na had already returned to the witch's laboratory. Yang Yi glanced at Su Na's sanity level, which stood at 72, so he did not rush her. He prepared a bottle of Vitality coconut juice and drank it in one gulp. Is the salt running low? Yang Yi noted that only 30 g of salt remained, and he had just 2 bottles of coconut juice left for backup. Fortunately, there were still 54 Vitality coconuts. He decided to purchase some salt and convert all the Vitality coconuts into Vitality coconut juice. Exiting the cabin, he maneuvered the Night Star to a relatively safe position. Tomorrow, if the island had not sunk, he planned to chop some wood before departing. If it had sunk, then so be it. He perused the chat channel, first exchanging his mountain knife for 2 bags of salt, totaling 1,000 g. Yang Yi had a fondness for this knife, though its quality was too low. It was only suitable for chopping branches or fending off foes. Attempting to slice the carapace of an adult fire fluff spider with it would likely be futile unless one possessed immense strength, as it would struggle to penetrate even the defenses and might even break. Yang Yi glanced at his remaining stamina, which was 55 after a day of considerable exertion. Crafting a sweater or thermal pants required 3 stamina each, allowing him to create a maximum of 8 items this time. Should he attempt to produce any more, his stamina would drop below 30, risking fainting, which was unnecessary. In less than 2 hours, he crafted 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of thermal pants. Prepare to sell them as a set. As for the price, he set it at 4,000, roughly 3 times the current cost of a down jacket, about 600 conch coins each, totaling 1,200 for 2. He began to advertise. Fire fluff sweater and thermal pants. Set. The specific effects are for you to discover. 2 pieces per set, selling for 4,000 conch coins. Only 4 sets remaining. Below, he attached the attributes of the fire fluff sweater and thermal pants. No sooner had he posted than a flood of private messages arrived. For 1,000? Did you accidentally add an extra 0? I'll take it for 400 conch coins. How about 2,000? A down jacket is only around 600. It's just winter clothing, not a weapon. Can you sell it for less? Yang Yi glanced at several private messages, all of which were trivialities he could not be bothered to address. After all, these individuals were not his target customers. He aimed to sell to players who were thriving. These individuals lacked basic supplies and equipment, willing to spend money on superior gear, even if it came at a higher price. Soon, his first customer appeared, none other than Shun Guanchuan, leader of the New World Fleet. Didn't I tell you? If you have good things, just message me privately. I'll take all 4 sets. Yang Yi gasped in astonishment. This fellow seems to be thriving recently, displaying a certain air of extravagance even while shopping. With wealth at his disposal, Yang Yi has every reason to profit. The transaction was swiftly concluded and 16,000 conch coins were credited to his account. Just as he completed the sale, he began receiving private messages from several friends, including Captain Yu Dawei of the Iron Heart and Captain Su Da of the Gale. I've finished selling. I'll message you when I have new items. Yang Yi replied to each in turn. After summoning Su Na back to the room, he prepared for sleep, readying himself for the endeavors of the following day. Meanwhile, within the New World Fleet, Shun Guanchuan received 4 sets of sweaters and pants. After keeping 1 set for himself, he planned to distribute the others among a few trusted aides. Boss, did you perhaps pay too much for these sweaters? Inquired Captain Zhao Taitu, visibly pained. What do you understand? When the temperature drops, you'll realize their true worth. Shun Guanchuan retorted. But if I wear 2 thick cotton jackets, isn't that the same? If it's still cold, I'll just wear 3. Upon hearing this, Shun Guanchuan was momentarily stunned, struggling to turn and face Zhao Taitu. Taitu, sometimes I think you're quite clever. Of course, it's all thanks to the boss's excellent teaching. Zhao Taitu replied bashfully, scratching his head. All right, let us do it your way. Just forego the sweaters and pants, and wear 2 sets of thick jackets instead. With that, Shun Guanchuan prepared to distribute the sweaters to others, while Zhao Taitu trailed behind, calling out, Wait, boss. I was wrong. I prefer wearing sweaters. Chapter 60. The Yellow Elixir. The following day, As dawn broke, Yang Yi set sail aboard the Nightmare Star towards the island. Today's tasks were substantial. Not only did he need to fell trees, but he also had to expedite the production of sweaters, leaving little room for fatigue. He glanced at his energy level, which stood at a mere 92. Should he summon Su-Na to assist with the lumberjacking? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of the island ahead and promptly dismissed it. The island had dwindled to just over 200 square meters, likely reduced by several earthquakes last night. There were only about 70 trees left that were conveniently accessible, many submerged in the ocean, revealing only the trunks above the waterline. Upon closer examination, Yang Yi perceived this as a fortuitous development. It indicated that the grappling hooks could easily seize these trees, significantly facilitating the collection of resources. All that was required was to shoot them down, after which the logs would be automatically converted into timber upon retrieval to the ship, eliminating the need for manual collection. He checked the weather forecast. Today's wind speed was a mild level 1, and the sea was calm, alleviating concerns about driftwood being carried too far. He donned his sharkskin swimming suit, prepared a light meal, and warmed up before commencing his work. Meanwhile, Su-Na had just awakened, finding herself sprawled over her desk. She had struggled to sleep the previous night, engrossed in examining the drawings left by Yang Yi. Despite her attempts to replicate several versions, they never felt quite right, as if something essential was missing. In her endeavor to innovate, she infused the artwork with her unique interpretations, but soon lost consciousness amidst her efforts. Upon awakening, she discovered a remarkable piece of art on the desk, surrounded by discarded drafts littering the surface and floor, an unfortunate waste. Fortunately, her room was well stocked with paper. As long as she was willing to spend, she could easily access an abundance of supplies from her bookshelves and cabinets. She scrutinized her creation while glancing at her sanity level, which registered a mere 51. This indicated that she had entered a frenzied state, only regaining her composure at this moment, having produced the artwork in a haze of madness. The piece consisted of 9 intertwining lines converging at the center, creating a complex spiral pattern that induced a sense of dizziness upon prolonged observation. Su-Na stared at the artwork for several seconds, at which point it began to curl beneath her gaze, transforming into a compact paper ball. You have created a spell, unlocking the extraordinary path, truth. Truth. You strive to comprehend and master the reality of this world, enabling the creation of unique spells without depleting sanity. You have learned the touch of curling. Touch of curling. Curl an object within your field of vision, with power equating to your sanity level, requiring 7 mana. Upon casting the spell, Su-Na was overwhelmed by excruciating headaches, rendering her nearly incapacitated as she collapsed to the floor. Su-Na, how long until the elixir for restoring energy can be prepared? Yang Yi sent a message. Minutes later, he received a reply. I have a lead. I can provide you with a sample tonight. Okay. Yang Yi thought little of it. Her responses were typically slow unless something peculiar captured her attention. After sending the message, he plunged into the sea, commencing his lumberjack operations for the day. The Nightmare Star is indeed quite close to the island, posing a risk of being ensnared by the trees. However, Yang Yi remains unconcerned as long as it does not run aground. After all, durability will automatically recover. The armored exoskeleton enveloping the vessel is not to be underestimated. Even if the trees were sharpened to a point, it would be difficult to inflict any harm upon a Nightmare Star. Approximately 3 hours later, Su-Na finally emerged from her headache, with her magical energy restored by 1 point. Given her current mental attributes, she is still insufficiently equipped to cast the spell. Attempting to do so would render her immobile. Fortunately, once her magical energy had recovered, her body returned to normal. She exited her chamber and hurried to the witch's laboratory, eager to concoct the new potion, as only the dilution step remained. An hour later, Yang Yi had felled all the trees on the island. Upon swimming back to the ship, he noted that his energy had dwindled to 52. It seemed he would not be able to craft all the sweaters today. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Collecting the timber came first. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star, utilizing the grappling claws to retrieve the logs. In total, he gathered 73 pieces, with some possibly drifting away, but that was inconsequential. He acquired a total of 635 units of wood, a far more efficient endeavor than fishing or collecting flotsam at sea, excluding those ultimate fishing enthusiasts. Having completed this task, he retreated to his quarters for a brief rest, and upon awakening, his energy had recovered to 82. Evening had arrived, and Suna had left him a note requesting his presence in the laboratory. If all went as anticipated, the energy-restoring potion should have been prepared. Yang Yi hastened to the witch's laboratory, where he received 2 bottles of yellow potion from Suna, one pale yellow and the other orange. Puzzled, he inquired about the 2 bottles. These potions are crafted from the gastric fluid of the gluttonous behemoth. The deeper one has a higher concentration, while the shallower one is less potent. However, both effectively restore energy, Suna elucidated. Gastric fluid? He echoed, incredulous. Indeed, after consumption, one may feel an urge to eat. So it is advisable to have ample provisions ready, she added. Stunned into silence, Yang Yi had not anticipated that Suna would actually use gastric fluid to create a potion, and his expression turned grim. Would this concoction not burn through his esophagus? Observing his troubled demeanor, Suna presumed he was worried about the yield and reassured him. Rest assured, this gastric fluid can be produced in abundance. Simply feed the beast, and it will continuously generate gastric fluid. She gestured toward a glass jar on the shelf. Yang Yi turned to examine it. The jar, with a diameter of 40 centimeters, contained a pale yellow solution, soaking a small portion of his stomach, presumably excised from the gluttonous behemoth. The stomach still had vitality, occasionally twitching. Seeing the peculiar stomach decreases your sanity by 3. Yang Yi averted his gaze. Suna, unwavering in her stare, seemed to challenge him. Drink up? Why aren't you drinking? With steely resolve, Yang Yi reminded himself that he had regenerative potions. He would not succumb to corrosive demise. He approached the cabin, glanced at the black bread laid out, and then downed the bottle of pale yellow potion in one swift motion. The sensation in his mouth was searing, akin to ingesting sulfuric acid. You consume an unknown potion. You feel an overwhelming hunger, appetite increased. Sanity -10. Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a gnawing hunger, his stomach rumbling incessantly. Even if a whole cow were to appear before him, he felt capable of devouring it whole. After consuming several dried fish, 3 loaves of black bread, and a sausage, the ravenous sensation finally subsided. Under normal circumstances, such provisions would suffice to sustain an adult for 3 days. You are satisfied, achieving a state of fullness. Energy recovery rate 100, sanity recovery rate 25, health recovery rate 25. Upon seeing the system notification, Yang Yi was elated. This state was precisely what he desired. Suna, you are truly a genius. Yang Yi lavished praise upon Suna, giving her a thumbs up. Name, appetizer potion. Type, consumable potion. Unique, quality, exquisite. Description, a potion originated by the witch Suna. Derived from the gastric juices of gluttons, crafted through a special dilution and neutralization process. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances appetite and digestive absorption capabilities. After ingesting sufficient food, one enters a state of fullness lasting for 8 hours, accelerating recovery. Failure to consume adequate food within a short time may result in severe gastrointestinal bleeding. The effects can only be activated once within 24 hours. Repeated consumption leads to binge eating, and insufficient intake will cause gastric hemorrhage. Suna, receiving praise for the first time, was equally thrilled. Previously, Yang Yi would only lament the side effects. Yet this time he remained silent. After all, the side effects could be considered quite minor, provided one prepared ample food. However, what went unnoticed was Yang Yi discreetly concealed another bottle of orange potion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale yellow version had already induced thirst. If he were to consume this enhanced orange variant, would he not end up devouring the entire ship? This bottle of orange potion could indeed pose a significant danger. Chapter 61. The sail. As Yang Yi returned to the deck, another earthquake struck. The ship, Nightmare Star, was caught in the turmoil, swaying incessantly. Within 2 minutes, the island vanished entirely, swallowed by the sea. Along with it disappeared the lair inscribed with the book of limbs and spiders, often referred to as the temple. Yang Yi felt no sorrow. He believed such transcendent miracles should not exist in the mortal realm. Only the dark, profound depths of the ocean could serve as their rightful abode. Taking command of the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi turned the vessels bow directly towards the extreme winter sea. He had lingered here too long, and the ominous black mist behind him showed no signs of abating. Upon returning to his quarters, he resolved to complete the remaining sweaters. A total of 31 pieces awaited him, requiring 93 points of energy for completion. It seemed he would spend the next few days immersed in knitting. Whenever he had the energy, he knitted. When he did not, he rested or slept. During this time, he also consumed a bottle of invigorating potion. By noon the following day, he had finally crafted all the sweaters. He promptly contacted several friends who had expressed interest in purchasing them. He first sold a set to Yu Dawei for 2,000 Kong coins. Yu Dawei, the captain of the Steel Heart, was a generous man, and he even gifted Yang Yi a portion of giant bobbit worm flesh, making him worth befriending. However, Yu Dawei was not merely shopping for himself. He additionally bought 4 sets at 4,000 Kong coins, each to distribute among his subordinates. Next was Su De, captain of the Gale. Although they had never met in person, they had added each other as friends. Yang Yi offered him a friendly price of 3,000 Kong coins, to which Su De readily agreed and provided valuable intelligence regarding the extreme winter sea. Currently, the vast majority of players had yet to enter this region, remaining on the periphery to prepare. Only Su De and a handful of others had ventured into the depths for exploration. According to him, the extreme winter sea was riddled with massive icebergs, and it was prudent to steer clear of them, as what appeared on the surface might only be the tip of the iceberg. Additionally, temperatures could plummet to -10 degrees Celsius, making resource acquisition challenging, and it was common to encounter empty fishing grounds. Lastly, after traveling a certain distance into the extreme winter sea, one would encounter a white mist. Su De had not dared to explore beyond that point, uncertain of what lay within, but suspected temperatures might be even lower. Yang Yi thanked Su De for the information and continued their conversation. His Gale Brigade was distinct from most fleets. It was a loosely knit alliance composed of swift, adventurous young sailors. They engaged in information sharing and internal trading, occasionally gathering for meetings. Yang Yi also privately messaged several players who had previously expressed interest, successfully selling 3 more sets. In total, he had sold 9 sets thus far. He then began reaching out to other friends, facilitating quicker sales without consuming his chat quota on the World Channel. This also allowed him to boost his presence within the community. For the remaining sweaters, Yang Yi planned to sell them all at once to Shun Guanchuan, who had a notably large appetite for such goods. The first captain he contacted was Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess. She was likely not short on funds, and given that her holy water had assisted Yang Yi on several occasions, he felt inclined to offer her a friendly price. After waiting for over 10 minutes without receiving a response from Zhou Dai, he surmised that she might not be interested. Consequently, Yang Yi attempted to reach out to the seasoned fisherman He Chi to inquire whether he desired a Firefly sweater. This time, the reply was swift, almost instantaneous. He Chi, apologies, I just caught a big fish, accompanied by a photograph of a nearly 5-meter-long ribbon fish. Yang Yi, who asked you about fishing? He Chi, haha, the attributes of this sweater are decent, but I don't need it, as I possess something superior. He sent details of another piece of equipment. Name, Fluffy Seal Fur Jacket. Type, Treasure. Quality, Rare. Description, jacket crafted from fluffy seal skin, capable of enveloping the entire body. It not only provides warmth, but is also waterproof, ensuring that even if one were to fall into icy waters, the risk of freezing to death would be mitigated. Its only drawback is that prolonged wear may lead to an unpleasant odor. Yang Yi, upon reading the information, fell silent for a considerable time. This fisherman truly possessed remarkable skills. He tentatively inquired, "Brother He, are you selling this garment? I just came into a fortune." Ichi replied, "Not for sale. This is the only one I have. If I give it to you, what will I wear?" Yang Yi contrat, in truth. The sweater is rather splendid and accentuates one's physique. Hichi retorted, "Get lost. Are you hoping to attract passing sea nymphs while flaunting your physique on the ocean?" He added, "If you desire this garment, you can fish for it in the extreme winter sea. Simply catch a fluffy seal, slay it, and the gacha system will likely yield one." Hichi even provided a coordinate, indicating that he had caught it at that very location. Yang Yi fell into silence once more, for he knew he could hardly catch a regular fish, let alone a fluffy seal. His attempts would likely result in a skeletal seal. Yet, Hichi was indeed ardent about fishing. While other players were still preparing, he had already ventured into the extreme winter sea to fish. It was no wonder he had become the captain of the fishing vessel. Moreover, his ship was also special. Although its skills would only manifest after leveling up, currently, the level 3 ship possessed 2 skills. Fisherman's Blessing. In any sea, one can catch normal fish, with an increased probability of acquiring rare items. Fisherman's Tenacity. You will never come back empty-handed. As long as you are willing to fish for an entire day, you will hook at least once. After reading the skills, he was left dumbfounded. It seemed that all his fishing luck had been siphoned away by him. Subsequently, the remaining 6 sets of Firefly sweaters and miscellaneous items were sold to Shen Guanchuan, who accepted them all without hesitation. Thus, Yang Yi's account balance of sea conch coins reached 76,800, a considerable sum indeed. Excluding fleets, the players capable of presenting such a fortune were likely less than one. Yang Yi intended to utilize this wealth to upgrade his equipment and replenish the supplies aboard his ship. There was no need for medicine, as Suna's original potions surpassed any comparable products on the market in efficacy. Of course, they were also far more unpleasant to consume. He began browsing equipment in the chat channel and inquired with Suna if she desired anything. Suna's response was prompt and unequivocal. "If you have extra money, why not transfer it directly to me? I'm out of funds." Upon reading her message, He shook his head in disbelief. This woman seems to have no desire for equipment, seemingly eager to invest all her resources into the laboratory. If a flintlock pistol were in her possession, it might have already been sold. He ceased to inquire further on this matter and transferred her 6,800 sea conch coins, hoping she would exercise prudence and seize the opportunity to concoct potions with remarkable efficacy and minimal side effects. By the way, could you prepare another vial of that crimson potion for me, just in case? He sent another message. Upon receiving the funds, Suna's demeanor noticeably improved. "I will get started on it right away." He chose not to engage further and continued to strategize regarding supplies. He contemplated selling the vital coconut juice, considering that an appetite-enhancing potion could serve as a superior substitute. However, after some reflection, he ultimately abandoned this notion, as the vital coconut juice would be better suited for Suna. Her rational limits are low, and the risks associated with potion consumption are too great. Thus, the coconut juice is more appropriate for her. With a total of 54 bottles, it would suffice her for quite some time. He proceeded to browse through weaponry and assess food prices, preparing for a significant procurement. Chapter 62. Major Procurement. He meticulously examined the provisions in the ship's hold, which consisted of 273 liters of fresh water, 32 loaves of black bread, 20 sausages, 4 pounds of dried fish, several spoiled fish, and a small quantity of eyeball fruit. The supply of fresh water appeared sufficient, and with the ability to distill water when a fire was lit, they could continuously procure fresh water with merely a flint. What remained to be acquired were dry rations. He consumed an appetite-enhancing potion daily, resulting in a tripling of his food intake compared to before. Consequently, the dry rations needed to be prepared according to the standards for 4 individuals. An adult's daily dietary requirement is 1 loaf of black bread and half a sausage. After some contemplation, he resolved to purchase 200 loaves of black bread and 100 sausages, together with the remaining provisions. This would suffice for him and Suna to sustain themselves at sea for a month or 2. This was a preparation for the frigid winter seas. Even if they failed to catch fish, they would endure for an extended period. Additionally, he needed to procure some fruits and vegetables to supplement their vitamin intake, particularly vitamin C, as eyeball fruit might become unattainable once they reached the extreme winter seas. He checked the market prices. Currently, black bread was priced at 5 units of wood, approximately 25 sea conch coins. Although its texture was coarse and not particularly palatable, It had the advantage of long shelf life. Yang Yi harbored serious doubts about the inclusion of wood in the bread's recipe. Sausages, significantly pricier, provided essential protein and salt, costing 50 conch coins each. Both of these food items were quite common and could be produced in the food processing workshop of ordinary ships. However, Yang was unclear about the raw material recipes since the Nightmare Stars expansion list did not include such a building. In his view, food was simply a matter of purchase, and with the ability to fish and dry fish, it seemed unnecessary to waste expansion space on food production. It would be far better to construct cannons or other functional buildings. Once he had made up his mind, Yang proceeded to purchase an abundance of black bread and sausages, expending a total of 10,000 conch coins. Next came fruits and vegetables, which were essentially monopolized by the farmer's ship. At present, only the farmer's ship could produce fruits and vegetables in large quantities, while others were incapable of doing so. Although a few players attempted to cultivate vegetables aboard their ships, the results were lackluster, yielding slowly and lacking the skill-enhanced harvest speed of the farmer's ship. Yang had seen the market prices. One apple cost 100 conch coins and could not be stored for long. He decided to contact Shun Guanchuan, as the farmer's ship was under his management, hoping to negotiate a discount. Yang, do you have any fruits and vegetables that can be stored long-term? Shun Guanchuan, you're in luck. I just produced some fruit dried with a high vitamin C content. It's made from premium apples, priced at 800 conch coins per pound. Name, dried apples. Description, dried fruit produced by the farmer's ship's food factory. Retaining over 90 of its vitamins and resistant to spoilage. Deliciously tangy and sweet. Yang, isn't that a bit expensive? Shun Guanchuan, if you think it's expensive, I find it even more so. It takes 10 apples to yield a single pound, so take it or leave it. This is the lowest price. The market price is 1,000 conch coins per pound. Yang glanced through the chat channel and found that indeed. The farmer's ship was currently in a position of industry monopoly, with prices solely dictated by Shun Guanchuan. Very well, I will take 5 kilograms. Yang gritted his teeth and purchased 5 kilograms for 4,000 conch coins. This item merely serves as a supplement to vitamins. Consuming it in moderation suffices. He also had some fruit in his warehouse, and he planned to experiment with drying them to create fruit dried snacks. After these purchases, Yang was left with 56,000 conch coins, which he intended to use to enhance his equipment. This process required patience. He needed to carefully examine and select a powerful weapon that suited him, acquiring it at the lowest possible price. While fishing, Yang perused the chat channel to check for weapons for sale and left messages. I am collecting melee weapons, specifically long weapons. The longer and sturdier, the better. Only interested in items of exceptional quality, preferably relics, and negotiations should be conducted privately. He posted this message every hour, preparing to acquire a large cold weapon. After battling the Spider Queen and the gluttonous beast, Yang recognized a significant flaw. His weapons were too short, making it difficult to inflict effective damage on large creatures. While the sea serpent's tooth, a short sword, was effective against smaller beings, it proved inadequate against colossal foes that towered several meters tall. Thus, Yang felt a pressing need for a long weapon to compensate for this deficiency, one capable of delivering substantial harm to large entities. After a prolonged search, he eventually identified 3 suitable long weapons, each of exceptional quality and reasonably priced, and he prepared to choose one among them. Name, Great Saber. Type, treasure. Quality, exceptional. Description, a slender, sharp saber capable of effortlessly severing cow bones. Once mastered, it can decapitate a cow with a single stroke. Asking price, 15,000 conch coins, accompanied by an image. The blade had a slight curve, and including the hilt, it was nearly 1.5 meters in length. The second weapon was a medieval two-handed greatsword. Name, two-handed greatsword. Type, treasure. Quality, exceptional. Description, a hefty greatsword that is not particularly sharp, yet very robust. Requires a strength level of 7 or higher to wield and 8 or above for complete mastery. While it may not cut, it can certainly crush bones. The seller of this greatsword was a female player with a strength of only 5, who could only watch helplessly. It would be better for her to sell it. However, she had struggled to find a buyer for quite some time. Players with a strength of 7 were exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix feather. Moreover, her asking price was high, at 20,000 con coins, with no room for negotiation. Lastly, there was a spear. Name: fine steel spear. Type: treasure. Quality: exceptional. Description: crafted from cow tendon wood soaked in tung oil, with a fine steel tip. It possesses strong, penetrating power and remarkable resilience. If one understands the techniques of force application, it can inflict severe, penetrating wounds. Asking price: 12,000 con coins. Each of these long weapons had its merits and drawbacks. The great saber excelled in sharpness. The two-handed great sword boasted tremendous weight and power, while the fine steel spear offered an extended attack range. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, leaning towards the formidable two-handed greatsword. This weapon demanded a strength of 7, and with his frenzy-induced strength boost of 2, he could wield this great sword with ease. Had he possessed this great sword from the outset, in conjunction with the three-eyed enhancement, Yang Yi was confident he could shatter the Spider Queen's head in a frontal assault. Even if he couldn't break it, he could certainly deliver a concussive blow. He attempted to negotiate, yet the other party remained steadfast, unwilling to budge from the price of 20,000 con coins. With no other options in sight, Yang Yi resigned himself to the prospect of purchasing the great sword. Just then, a private message arrived. "Brother, do you want the giant sword? It's a perfect fit for you, and it's the relic you desired." Chapter 63. The shattered iron greatsword. Yang Yi's interest was immediately piqued, and he requested to see it. "Hith, I just dragged this weapon back with great effort." The other party seemed to be quite the chatterbox, divulging the entire backstory of the weapon. According to him, this great sword was discovered on a desolate island, barren and lifeless, with even the soil appearing ashen. On this island stood a charred blacksmith's forge, within which lay the great sword. "If I weren't so desperate for resources and pressed for time, I certainly wouldn't part with this sword." The individual elaborated in detail, enriching the narrative surrounding the weapon within just a few minutes. Yang Yi, growing weary of the lengthy tale, impatiently urged, "Are you selling the sword or the story?" "Selling the sword, of course. Send me the weapon's attributes." "All right." He promptly sent over the weapon's details. Name: shattered iron. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: a greatsword forged by a blacksmith consumed with rage. The blade is crafted from an unknown metal, so hard that it is difficult to shape, resulting in a crude appearance. Requires a strength of 9 to wield with difficulty, and a strength of 10, the limit for ordinary items, to master even minimally. Humans are too frail. Only by wielding such an extraordinary weapon can one slay. Accompanying this were images of the weapon, and Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This could hardly be called a sword. It resembled a hefty slab of iron instead. It was hard to fathom what kind of individual, in what state of mind, could create such a frenzied weapon. The blade measured approximately 35 centimeters in width and 220 centimeters in length, with its tip appearing to be broken, leaving an angled surface. The overall texture was exceedingly rough, reminiscent of a half-finished product, with the surface marred by uneven hammer marks. Even the edge was inconsistent in thickness, likely to cause jagged lacerations. If struck by this instrument, the wound would not be a clean cut, but rather resemble the brutal tearing of flesh by some monstrous beast, making the prospect of suturing such injuries nearly inconceivable. Instantly captivated by the weapon's savage and rugged appearance, Yang Yi inquired about its price. "What do you plan to sell it for?" 50,000 conch coins, and no negotiations. "If it weren't for the high strength requirement, I would keep it for myself." His reasoning was sound. A requirement of 9 strength to wield, it was indeed too stringent. The average adult possesses a strength of merely 5, and attribute growth is not linear. Based on Yang Yi's perception, a strength of 8 is essentially double that of 5, and the disparity only grows more pronounced with higher values. Currently, players able to reach a strength of 9 are few and far between. Even Yang Yi himself would need to simultaneously trigger both the frenzy and refusal of death states to barely achieve that level. Of course, he could also consume potions and employ physical enhancement techniques to meet the criteria. But for ordinary players, It would merely be a case of watching helplessly. No discounts? None. If it weren't for the high attribute requirement, I would sell it for 100,000. After reading the message, he shook his head in disbelief. The weapon was undeniably impressive, yet selling it for 100,000 felt like an absurd joke. Previously, that exquisite revolver had only fetched 120,000. Surely, a firearm is more effective than this colossal sword. In the current scenario, it is an undeniable truth that ranged weapons surpass melee ones, and firearms hold superiority over cold steel. Furthermore, this gigantic sword is a relic, and relics often come with detrimental side effects. This is precisely why many players specifically refrain from acquiring relics, clearly having been deceived in the past. Only someone like Yang, unperturbed by the loss of sanity, would dare to wield a relic. After all, in certain aspects, relics can be more remarkable than treasures. Friend, could you divulge the side effects of this weapon, so I may be better informed? Yang sent another message. What could be? A reduction in sanity, perhaps. By how much? Why are you so verbose? Whether you buy or not, the lowest price is 40,000. Notiting yang es probing inquiries. The seller hastily slashed the price by 10,000. Such eagerness indicated that this weapon harbored significant risks, and the seller was anxious to offload it. Thus, Yang countered with an offer of 35,000, insisting on an immediate transaction without further ado. 38,000. Deal. After negotiating down by 12,000, Yang promptly paid for the colossal sword. As for the weapon's side effects, he was indifferent. Thus far, he had never feared any repercussions, save for the somewhat perilous exquisite chef's knife. If it merely drained sanity points, it was of little concern, provided it wasn't excessive. The transaction concluded swiftly. A hefty, rugged giant sword was ejected from the octopus-headed gotcha machine, crashing onto the deck and leaving a deep dent. Fortunately, the current deck was reinforced with bone armor, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, Yang would have had to expend materials to mend the ship. This weapon was indeed weighty. Yang attempted to lift it with both hands, but found it impossible, resorting to dragging it by the hilt, leaving a deep gash on the deck. Soon, a private message popped up from the seller. In high spirits, he sent Yang a warning. Hey, just a heads up. If you don't plan to use this weapon frequently, it's best to wrap it securely in cloth and store in a corner. I want to elaborate further. What do you mean by that? Yang replied instantly, only to realize the message had already been sent. The system notified him that he had been blocked by the seller. Such severe side effects? Yang glanced at the crude blade, sensing nothing particularly alarming. Wait, he noticed that the uneven blade reflected light, revealing a spectral white skull that seemed to lunge toward him. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. A shiver ran down Yang's spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. Yet the assault persisted, the spirit of fear repeatedly colliding with his form. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. This was an invisible specter, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Yang furrowed his brow, realizing he had been duped. It is no wonder that the seller hastily blacklisted himself. This weapon is likely to be unusable for the foreseeable future. One must undergo repeated training to acclimate to this overwhelming sense of dread, minimizing the toll on one's sanity in order to wield this weapon effectively. The journey may prove to be quite protracted. As Yang contemplated this, he prepared to find a cloth to shroud the weapon and conceal it in a secluded corner, lest this little vengeful spirit emerge to cause harm. However, your sanity has fallen below 50, entering a state of madness, valiant and fearless. The spirit of fear passes through you, and you remain unmoved. The spirit of fear passes through you, and you remain unmoved. A few minutes later, the spirit of fear relinquishes its pursuit and retreats. Yang was at a loss for words. He had switched to his left eye, yet his third eye could still perceive such intangible entities. To Yang's eyes, This diminutive skeletal spirit had a contorted eye socket, appearing quite pitiable as it slowly drifted back into the remnants of iron. This sight seemed oddly endearing. He suddenly found himself amused by his own thoughts. To consider this entity adorable, he must indeed be experiencing a slight lapse in sanity. Chapter 64. Enhancing weapons. He procured a piece of cloth to wrap the broken iron before stowing it away in his insatiable pouch. For the time being, it would be wise to refrain from wielding this weapon unless confronted by larger creatures, primarily due to its stringent requirements, necessitating a strength of 9. However, should he elevate his base strength to 6, it would become significantly more manageable. After triggering madness, he would only lack 1 point, which could be compensated with a potion. Next, he needed to focus on augmenting his strength. Having purchased the broken iron, he found himself with a mere 18,000 remaining. He intended to invest the rest in miscellaneous items and perhaps peruse bows, supplementing with resources if necessary. Upon checking the World Channel, he found no noteworthy goods. Currently, the market favored ranged weapons over melee ones, presenting a scarcity of options, particularly with firearms. After engaging in private conversations with several individuals, he discovered that all the weapons had already been sold. Acquiring a suitable bow would likely be a challenge. Nevertheless, he possessed ample time to wait, as he planned to fish at sea for the next few days. Not spotting any appropriate ranged weapons, he resumed purchasing other essentials, all of which were reasonably priced. He spent 120 stone materials on a flint. Subsequently, he acquired 2 down jackets for 200 seashell coins, 2 cotton hats for 800 seashell coins, and finally, 4 pairs of long plush boots for 2,000 seashell coins. The reason for opting for down jackets despite having sweaters was his concern over the extreme cold of the polar seas. Should the sweaters and thermal pants prove inadequate, he could don the jackets outside. After all, the expenditure was negligible. Once he completed these errands, it was already deep into the night. He consumed a bottle of invigorating potion, feasted on 3 slices of dark bread, a sausage, and drank a liter of fresh water before succumbing to sleep. Name: cotton hat. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: soft and comfortable. It envelopes the head well, preventing ears from freezing. Name: long plush boots. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: the soles feature non-slip patterns, are thick and lined with plush, suitable for walking in snow, providing warmth and grip, though not very breathable. It is advised not to inhale the interior scent. The following day, the nightmarish star continued its voyage as usual. Barring unforeseen events, it would enter the polar seas in 2 days. Meanwhile, he was fishing at the bow. "Hey mate, can you understand my words?" He attempted to converse with the skeletal captain at the helm. However, the captain remained unresponsive, merely opening and closing his jaw repeatedly. "Here, taste the long-legged sardine I caught." He stuffed a long-legged sardine into the captain's mouth. While it managed to bite through, it evidently lacked a digestive system, and ultimately, the fish flowed out through the gaps in the bones. He felt disheartened, realizing that the skeletal captain was merely a decorative fixture. He wondered if future upgrades might bring about some new changes. He continued fishing, aiming to catch more eye fruits before entering the polar seas, hoping to dry them into eye fruit jerky. With fire now available, setting up a stove to hang the eye fruits nearby would expedite this process. Deep in thought, he managed to reel in an eye fruit. Today, as catch was promising. While fishing, he also perused the chat channel, hoping to procure some equipment for Suna to enhance her offensive capabilities. Her bow had significant limitations. It struggled to inflict substantial damage on robust or armored creatures. Thus, he was continually on the lookout for a more powerful bow or crossbow. However, after an entire morning of searching, he found nothing suitable. Either the prices were exorbitant, or the quality was subpar. Ultimately, it boiled down to one fundamental issue. He simply lacked sufficient funds. Ranged weapons were considerably more expensive than melee ones, often costing twice as much, particularly firearms. Just moments ago, he had seen a premium double-barreled shotgun selling for an astonishing 40,000 seashell coins. Name: double-barreled shotgun. Type: treasure. Quality: premium. Description: A favorite among hunters, this double-barreled shotgun has an effective range of 50 meters, a capacity of 2 rounds, and an automatic loading time of 3 minutes. It is suitable for hunting wild boars. Yang Yi's account was left with merely 14,000 seashell coins. If he converted his inventory into currency, he could perhaps gather another 20,000. With such a paltry sum, acquiring a prize bow was akin to chasing a mirage. However, even if he settled for a quality bow, the enhancement would be minimal, lacking a transformative effect. Should he opt for a quality bow and then use a low-tier artisan S inscription stone to enhance it? As he contemplated this, an idea struck him. Although he could not afford a bow, he could certainly buy arrows. He searched for relevant keywords and indeed found promising options. While explosive arrows or frost arrows were not available, armor-piercing arrows were in stock. Name: triangular armor-piercing arrow. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: an arrow designed for penetration, featuring a hollow point that causes continuous bleeding upon impact, making wounds exceedingly difficult to heal. After reading the description, Yang Yi resolved to purchase these arrows. Their efficacy surpassed that of the iron arrows produced by the rudimentary synthesis system. The price, however, was somewhat steep at 300 seashell coins per arrow. Yet, considering that arrows could be recycled, the cost was manageable. He promptly contacted the seller. 250 seashell coins each. How about 30? Not a chance. The seller replied resolutely. Yang Yi attempted to negotiate and ultimately secured a deal for 40 arrows at 280 seashell coins each, spending a total of 200 seashell coins. His account now held a mere 800 seashell coins. He decided to hold onto the remaining funds until an idea struck him. Suna, I bought some armor-piercing arrows and placed them in your room. Yang Yi sent a message. Suna was usually immersed in her laboratory, and he had no desire to pry into her activities. A few minutes later, she replied, got it. After reading her response, Yang Yi took out the low-tier artisan S inscription stone he had acquired earlier. This item could only enhance treasures, and he had yet to use it. Initially, he had planned to purchase a suitable premium polearm for enhancement, but unexpectedly, he had acquired a treasure directly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to enhance the sea serpent's tooth, as Yang Yi was not fond of hoarding items. Such enhancement items should be utilized at the opportune moment. Otherwise, one may find themselves in dire straits, having perished while still possessing potent tools to augment their strength. How absurd that would be. He directly enhanced the sea serpent's fang. In a dazzling flash of golden light, the attributes of the sea serpent's fang transformed. Name: scorching sea serpent's fang, transmuted. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: a serpent fang short sword infused with the power of flames and significantly sharpened. It inflicts scorching damage upon wounds. It can unleash its contained fiery energy in a singular burst, emitting a fan-shaped flame that ignites items within its vicinity, with a cooldown period of 48 hours. After utilizing the flame burst, the short sword will dim and cease to produce scorching effects. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi felt an immense satisfaction. He had not anticipated that the enhancement of the sea serpent's fang would confer an active skill. This was a qualitative transformation. It seems that when weaponry ascends to the exquisite tier, their attributes experience a substantial augmentation. Furthermore, this skill can also be employed to ignite flames, albeit at the risk of incinerating some unnecessary items. However, given the lengthy cooldown period of the skill, it is prudent to refrain from such actions unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 65. The ingenious use of the bone arms. As evening descended, Yang Yi began to tally the day's catch. He had harvested 15 eyeball fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cystic porcupines. The fishing net also contained 3 starfish and 1 one-armed crab. Not a bad haul. Yang Yi nodded in satisfaction. His goal for the day had been the eyeball fruits, as he intended to stockpile them in preparation for the impending harsh winter seas. He sent some of the fish he did not plan to consume to the laboratory and then retrieved some stones and wood from the cabin, preparing to attempt to start a fire. In the courtyard, he selected a patch of open ground and loosely arranged a circle with the stones, then stuffed it with spider silk. These spider silks had become obsolete in quantity, insufficient for crafting into a fire blanket. Thus, Yang Yi resolved to utilize them for kindling. Knowing that dry fur for most creatures is highly flammable, he prepared the wood, scraping the sea serpent's tooth against the flint, and sparks flew, successfully igniting the spider silk. Witnessing the flickering flame, an uncommon excitement lit up Yang Yi's face. Indeed, survival necessitates fire. Seizing the moment, he added the prepared wood, all cut into slender strips for easier ignition. Once the fire stabilized, he introduced larger pieces of wood. 5 minutes later, Yang Yi finally achieved a steady campfire. Lighting a fire aboard the Night Star was exceedingly safe, provided that no clutter surrounded it. The deck was protected by a layer of bone, almost impervious to flames. He pondered how to suspend the eyeball fruits nearby. Just then, several bone arms extended from the deck, opening their palms as if to assist Yang Yi in his endeavor. What is this? Yang Yi was somewhat bewildered. However, it appeared they wished for him to hand over the eyeball fruits. He complied, watching as these bone arms cautiously cradled the eyeball fruits and held them aloft around the campfire. Is this really possible? Yang Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon a new discovery, fervently experimenting and exploring how these arms functioned. He soon deduced a simple principle: desire. As long as there was a need, the arms would spontaneously gather to offer their assistance. Before long, 9 bone arms were skewering the long-legged sardines, cooking them without requiring Yang Yi's direct involvement. However, he still had to keep a watchful eye, for the arms had no understanding of when something was done. They would mindlessly follow commands. If left unattended, they would continue to roast the fish until they turned to charcoal, then to ash. Quite handy indeed. Yang Yi nodded, savoring a freshly roasted long-legged sardine, and then messaged Suna. Suna, the bone arms aboard the Night Star can be controlled. As long as there is a need, they will assist you. You should give it a try. I knew it since this morning. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were aware of the permissions I granted you. Yang Yi found himself a loss for words. He paused the roasting of fish and, clutching 2 roasted long-legged sardines, made his way to the laboratory, where he happened upon Suna, who was busy with her tasks. Several skeletal arms, resembling diligent assistants, fetched various tools for Suna, significantly enhancing her efficiency. More arms grasped test tubes, spinning them rapidly and agitating the liquids within. A centrifuge? Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, compelled to admire Suna's ingenuity. He handed her 2 skewered sardines, roasted to perfection. Give it a try. I season it with salt, and it should be delightful. Suna accepted the fish and took a tentative bite, soon discovering its delectable flavor, devouring it in swift succession. Is there a fire? She inquired. Indeed, I procured a flint and left it in the cabin. Additionally, I set up a makeshift campfire in the courtyard. Excellent. With fire, we can attempt to concentrate the potion. Suna mused, stroking her chin as if deep in thought. However, time was not on their side. Yang Yi had come to urge her to rest. Yet, as he was about to depart, he noticed a large glass tank in the laboratory, inside which several juvenile fire spider larvae crawled, nourished by some dead fish. Are you raising spiders? Yang Yi asked. Yes, but their survival rate is quite low. From dozens of eggs, only a handful survived. Why are you raising spiders? Yang Yi frowned. Because these spiders are hardly desirable. They are neither palatable nor aesthetically pleasing, rendering them of little value. Don't you think the laboratory could use some white mice? Suna retorted casually. Very well. Yang Yi paused for a moment in silent tribute to the newborn spiders before exiting the laboratory. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star continued its voyage across the sea at a steady pace of 40 knots. Barring any unforeseen events, it would enter the frigid waters of the extreme winter by the following day. This morning, Yang Yi awoke, jolted from slumber by the morning chill. The first thing he did was touch his left shoulder, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had experienced a nightmare. In it, an additional head had sprouted from his left shoulder, and the visage was not his own. Such a terrifying notion. Upon awakening, he discovered his body was drenched in sweat, and the sea breeze outside chilled him to the bone, for his room was rather drafty. Hastily, he donned a fleece sweater, gradually regaining his composure. Simultaneously, he endeavored to recall the visage from his dream. After several seconds, he arrived at a harrowing conclusion. It was the face of a woman, though indistinct. It was undeniably feminine and rather striking. Moreover, her eyes glistened a vivid crimson. The thought sent shivers down Yang Yi's spine. A chill runs through you. Your sanity decreases by 10. Had he merged with Suna? Transformed into a two-headed demon? Impossible. Yang Yi slapped himself to regain focus. Over time, he had come to understand the nature of this nightmare. It did possess a precognitive effect, albeit not as a prophetic dream, but rather as a meticulously crafted nightmare. It would extract fragments of future moments, editing, omitting, and exaggerating them into a terrifying vision. Yang Yi categorized these nightmares into 3 distinct types. The first category of nightmares concludes with the individual still alive, indicating that the danger, while present, is not fatal. For instance, one may dream of a sea monster, with a gun aimed at oneself by a figure named Suna. The second category involves the individual meeting their demise within the nightmare, suggesting that the peril is indeed lethal, such as being attacked by a drowned soul. The third category represents the most terrifying nightmares. These dreams possess an intense presence yet elude recollection, resulting in severe headaches when attempting to remember. There has been only one instance of this, where I dreamt of an enormous spider, likely symbolizing the mother of all spiders. This particular nightmare falls within the first category. Yang Yi did not perish, though he appeared somewhat peculiar, possessing 2 heads. However, one must ponder whether the fate of having 2 heads is truly preferable to death. It is difficult to ascertain. To err on the side of caution, Yang Yi has decided to refrain from approaching the witch's laboratory in the near future. He sat on his bed for a moment, allowing himself to calm completely before donning his pirate attire and stepping outside. The sea breeze greeted him with a chill. Today's weather, the temperature has dropped. You will need an additional layer. Location: the origin sea, remaining sunlight. 7 hours temperature. 2 to 7 sea wind speed. Level 4. Is it truly down to 2 degrees? We have not even entered the depths of the extreme winter seas yet. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Chapter 66. The man with hair on his face. Yang Yi had not been outside for long when Suna awoke. She opened her door, and the brisk sea breeze enveloped her, prompting her to decisively shut the door. 10 minutes later, the door swung open once more, revealing Suna fully equipped in a sweater and thermal pants, with a woolen hat atop her head and plush boots on her feet. Although her witch's attire provided some warmth, it paled in comparison to specially designed winter clothing. Yang Yi, with his keen eyes, swiftly noticed the details. Suna had clearly gained some weight, and he jested, "Is it really that cold? We haven't even entered the depths of winter yet." Suna ignored him, tacitly acknowledging her sensitivity to the cold. Yang Yi then engaged in his morning exercises in the courtyard. Ever since acquiring the Iron Breaker, he had developed a habit of testing whether he could lift the massive sword each day, simultaneously building his strength. Furthermore, he realized that since consuming the invigorating potion, his physical prowess and experience acquisition had markedly improved, leading to a noticeable increase in his robustness. Thus, he needed to exercise to avoid becoming excessively plump. After his morning routine, Yang Yi checked on the dried fish he had been preparing. He estimated it would be fully cured in a day or 2. Since discovering the remarkable utility of the skeletal arms, he had transformed into a nefarious capitalist, employing these skeletal appendages to tirelessly smoke fish and desiccate eyeball fruits, operating around the clock without respite, as the undead would not tire. Even if they wished to, they lacked mouths to vocalize their fatigue. Once satisfied with his inspection, Yang Yi prepared to go fishing. He had previously attempted to have the skeletal arms fish for him, but their lack of intelligence rendered the endeavor futile. So he resolved to fish for himself. The morning passed without a single catch, likely influenced by the extreme winter conditions. It was not until the afternoon that he finally felt a tug on his line. "Oh, it's quite large," he exclaimed, pulling vigorously, nearly being yanked into the sea. He then altered his strategy, letting the line slack to tire the creature before reeling it in, engaging in a prolonged struggle with the unknown fish. After 20 minutes, he finally glimpsed the true form of his catch. What was this? A large, grayish-white disc surfaced, its surface adorned with semi-transparent, jelly-like tentacles. With a mighty heave, he hoisted the approximately 1-meter-wide disc onto the shore. It was then that he discerned its true nature. A colossal jellyfish, half-transparent, with its underside facing upwards. The jellyfish's head was a large disc, seemingly composed of a bony structure, remarkably sturdy. He prodded it with his spear several times, after which it ceased to move entirely. Name: Iron Crown Jellyfish. Description: a giant jellyfish corrupted by abyssal pollution. Its head hardened. Stings from its tentacles can cause pain for several days. It is edible and non-toxic when heated. The jellyfish's cap is robust, with high calcium and iron content, and is highly heat-resistant. Heat-resistant, you say? He had been lamenting his lack of cooking pot, and now he had unexpectedly caught one from the sea. He lifted the Iron Crown jellyfish, maneuvering the bony arm aside, and then placed the jellyfish head down over the campfire to roast. Soon its body began to melt, transforming into a viscous puddle that bubbled and churned. He attempted to take a sip, but discerned no flavor. His tongue felt numb and insensate. Was this jellyfish nourished by Sichuan peppercorns? Initially intending to discard it, he suddenly realized that this substance could serve as a form of pepper oil. Thus, he bottled the melted jellyfish, while the remaining Iron Crown cap served perfectly as a cooking pot. As evening approached, he had caught nothing and decided to abandon fishing in favor of physical exercise. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the sea chart. In the upper right corner, an island appeared, albeit only partially revealed. Its size seemed substantial. He examined it closely with a crystal ball. How could he stumble upon an island so near the frigid winter waters? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to steer closer for a better look. Ignoring the island would surely be an unwise choice. He altered his course and navigated toward the isle. The sea chart began to reveal the island's full image. He had misjudged. The island was not as grand as he had envisioned, being elongated like a spindle, widest in the center. The island measured approximately 10 kilometers in length, with its broadest section spanning about 2 kilometers, larger than the previous Spider Island, but not by much. There were no other players' vessels surrounding the isle, suggesting an absence of ambush. He continued his approach. Before nightfall, the Nightmare Star anchored 2 nautical miles from the island. He retrieved his binoculars to observe the land and gasped in astonishment. What? How could there be a ship on the island, swept there by the sea breeze? Wait! Yi's heart raced. He spotted a pair of glimmering green eyes along the shore. However, in the dim light, he could not discern what it was, but it could be some sort of beast. He switched to his left eye, which possessed night vision. A plaid shirt. Could this be a player? He was taken aback, but why was he crawling on the ground? Sensing something amiss, he prepared to call Su-na over for her insight. Su-na, come quickly to the bow of the ship, he messaged. What's going on? She replied, I've discovered an island. There's a hairy player crawling on the ground. I'll be there right away. Su-na rushed over, snatching the binoculars from to take a look. Meanwhile, he stared at the crystal ball, puzzled. If this enigmatic creature was once a player, then where was his ship? Surely he couldn't have swum over. Su-na was engrossed in her observation, taking her time to lower the binoculars. His body must have undergone some transformation. No ordinary person has arms that long. We need to capture one for dissection, but tomorrow. It's too late tonight. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star away. As night fell, he returned to the captain's quarters, lying on his bed, contemplating the peculiar figure on the island. Unlike Su-na, he was not intrigued by the creature's physical alterations. Rather, he was bemused by the absence of its vessel. After much contemplation, he arrived at 3 possible scenarios. First, his ship may have been dismantled by other players. Second, his ship could possess the ability to become invisible. Third, his ship might have vanished after his demise. Each of these possibilities holds merit. Regarding the final scenario, he speculated it to be a mechanism of system recovery. Upon a player's death, their ship does not persist indefinitely. Rather, it disappears after a certain duration. System recovery? If it pertains to a unique vessel, would it not become a limited edition, considering there's only one? Or perhaps, following the recovery, these blueprints could resurface in another form? He could not ascertain this, but perhaps answers would emerge in due course. Chapter 67. Arrival on the island the following day. As dawn broke, maneuvered the Nightmare Star closer, anchoring it on the southern side of the island. This was a spindle-shaped isle, its center bulging, with a maximum width of approximately 2 kilometers. At the heart of the island lay a dilapidated, half-submerged colossal vessel, seemingly stranded for an eternity, its hull adorned with a plethora of vegetation. Had the ship been intact, it might have exceeded 100 meters in length, categorizing it as a gigantic craft. He took his time before disembarking, meticulously inspecting the crystal orb to ensure no other players' vessels lurked in the vicinity. Only then did he proceed to his next course of action, raising his firearm above his head and discharging a shot into the air. Bang! The sound of the gunshot resonated clearly. If fortune favored him, the gunfire would attract the peculiar inhabitants of the island. The previous night, he had observed these oddities wandering along the southern coast. After 2 minutes, commotion erupted on the island, revealing 2 hairy creatures emerging. One was the man in the checkered shirt from the previous night, and the other was a woman, her face similarly adorned with hair, with long arms and fingertips gleaming black. They approached on all fours, halting at the shoreline, and lifted their fur-covered faces to gaze at the nightmare star. He was not about to let their effort go unrewarded. He deftly maneuvered the ship, repositioning to aim the thick, rusted cannon at them, and then unleashed 2 cannonballs the size of fists. Boom! The cannon fired, the sound muted, reminiscent of a water balloon bursting. In less than 100 meters, the 2 cannonballs struck true, their formidable destructive power cleaving through the creatures, scattering parts across the sand and leaving 2 deep craters. "What are you doing firing cannons?" Suna expressed her discontent. The 2 creatures, whole just moments before, had been reduced to mere piles of parts before her eyes. This would undoubtedly complicate any dissection. I was uncertain of their strength, so I opted to test the cannon first. If it couldn't take them down, then venturing onto the island would be far too perilous. Yangi replied, leaving no room for Suna's rebuttal. "Fear not. Based on my gaming experience, where there is one, there will surely be a third. You can handle it then." "I shall not interfere," he continued, steering the ship as he sought a suitable spot to anchor and disembark. These creatures posed little threat, far inferior to the gluttonous guests. Had it been one of them, the cannon shot might not have proven fatal unless it struck precisely on the head. After waiting a while longer, and confirming no further activity on the island, he released the raft, preparing to venture ashore with Suna. "What is this?" "Suna candid yengi rudimentary misk." Hastily crafted from layers of fabric, interspersed with bits of tinder. Though lacking in significant protective qualities, it was better than nothing. These beings might be afflicted with some disease, necessitating caution. After donning her mask, she descended through the ladder onto the ship, successfully leaping onto the raft. He followed closely behind. The pair paddled, essentially using elongated wooden planks, the raft towards the shore with ease. Suna was the first to rush toward the bodies, while he remained vigilant of their surroundings, dragging the raft onto the beach. Once assured of safety, he approached to inspect the lifeless body on the ground. Name: half-werewolf, Xiedong Lei. Description: a human afflicted by the rabid wolf disease, having lost a sense of self and undergoing a transformation into a wolf. At night, his attributes are enhanced. Half-werewolf, rabid wolf disease. No wonder these individuals moved on all fours, and their eyes glowed a vivid green at night. He mused, discarding the severed ear he had been holding as if it were a piece of filth, and washed his hands in the seawater. He had not anticipated that Suna's guess would be so accurate. It was indeed a disease. He hoped it wasn't airborne. Otherwise, it would pose a considerable problem. Yanni thought to himself. Meanwhile, Suna, wielding a witch's dagger, crouched before the dismembered corpse. She used the dagger to slice open the checkered shirt, inspecting the body. The wounds were grievous, severed in 2, with innards strewn about. Observing the torn clothing and the healed scars on the man's skin, Suna concluded. This individual had previously been clawed by something, and the wounds had healed. Thus, the rabid wolf disease was likely transmitted through such injuries. If that were the case, the creature's claws or teeth might also harbor the pathogen. As she spoke, Suna began to gather the corpse, placing it in her enchanted satchel for further examination in the laboratory. He felt a pang of regret, for this body could not yield any spoils. It was likely too weak, and had not fully transformed into a wolf. "Are you familiar with rabies?" Suna inquired suddenly. "It is a contagious disease that can be contracted through bites or scratches from animals, with a fatality rate of up to 100 once symptoms manifest." Yang Yi replied casually. "Precisely. The incubation period for rabies varies, and the onset is rapid. Patients experience extreme hydrophobia, heightened emotions, mental tension, and aggressive behavior." Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue for closer inspection. "Have you noticed? Even in death, their muscles remain taut, their hairs elongated and bristled, accompanied by profuse sweating." She then examined the half-werewolf's eyes, teeth, and grotesquely elongated arms, along with their claws. The pupils were constricted to needle-like slits. The teeth sharpened, the arm bones elongated, and the phalanges protruding into vicious claws. Suna recorded her observations as she spoke. Yang Yi sensed a looming threat, his gaze fixed on the island's woods, where the leaves rustled ominously. Soon, 3 half-werewolves emerged from the forest, one of them covered in gray fur. Its nose elongated as it transformed towards a wolf-like visage. Their constantly twitching nostrils suggested they had been lured by the scent of blood. "Which one do you desire?" Yang Yi inquired nonchalantly, his flintlock rifle quietly aimed. "Leave the furriest one for me," Suna replied, drawing her longbow and knocking a tri-pronged armor-piercing arrow. "Agreed." The 3 half-werewolves charged forth, yet before they could cover 2 meters, one's head exploded in an instant, falling lifelessly to the ground. The furriest half-werewolf was struck in the knee by an arrow, losing its balance and collapsing. Following closely, an armor-piercing arrow pierced its throat, sending it tumbling to the earth. By the time the last half-werewolf had sprinted 5 meters, it was left utterly alone. Yet he was undeterred, charging towards Yang Yi and Suna. In that moment, he witnessed Yang Yi lift the eye patch from his left eye, only to be engulfed in darkness as he succumbed to oblivion. For the venomous fangs of the sea serpent had deftly pierced his eye socket. After securing the eye patch once more, Yang Yi delivered a decisive shot to the half-wolf's remaining eye, ensuring he would not feign death. Only then did he extract the fangs from the eye socket. Meanwhile, the fur-laden half-wolf rose again, astonishingly able to stand despite the arrows lodged in his vital points. His knees and throat, blood flowed profusely from the wounds. As these armor-piercing arrows possessed a sanguine effect, their tips were designed with porous openings that rendered healing nearly impossible, perpetuating the hemorrhage. Suna frowned and aimed several arrows at his neck. Had she not wished to preserve a pristine brain, she would have aimed for his eyes long ago. Ultimately, the half-wolf found himself with yet more arrows piercing his neck, blood pooling around him, rendering him incapable of standing any longer. "Drag that fur-laden wolf closer. I shall board the ship and use the grappling hook to haul him aboard," Suna commanded before swiftly making her way back to the wooden raft. Yang Yi approached the furrier half-wolf, discovering he had not yet completely perished, though his breaths were growing faint. Given the extent of his blood loss, survival was impossible. Under Yang Yi's watchful gaze, the half-wolf finally ceased to breathe. He then dragged the lifeless body to an appropriate spot along the shore and signaled an OK towards the nightmare star. The grappling hook soared through the air, deftly seizing the half-wolf's corpse. Chapter 68. The Radiant Goddess. Upon boarding the ship, Suna had no intention of disembarking, opting instead to dissect the half-werewolf corpse that lay before her. Yang Yi remained alone on the shore, scanning the area littered with bodies. He noted that their clothing was rather thin, suggesting that the temperature upon their arrival on the island had not been particularly low, with the frigid seas still far in the distance. It was likely that these individuals had met their demise several days prior, succumbing to the madness of the wolf plague as they roamed this isle. As he searched the half-werewolf corpses, Yang Yi discovered an assortment of equipment and items. Name: survival knife. Type: treasure. Quality: premium. Description: a sturdy and durable survival knife, convenient for carrying, favored by survival enthusiasts. Capable of skinning, cutting meat, carving, and hammering, with a non-slip handle that is also corrosion-resistant. Name: hand axe. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a small axe with a pleasant grip, easily portable, designed specifically for throwing. Name: flare. Type: consumable, quality, description, a spherical device that emits a strong light upon impact with the ground, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling creatures that thrive in darkness. Name, quick heal bandage. Type, consumable, quality, good, description, a unique bandage that staunches bleeding at the site and surrounding areas, accelerating the healing process. He gathered the items together, his brow furrowed. These individuals were well-equipped, possessing not only secondary weapons, but also practical tools and restorative items. Furthermore, this was not the entirety of their gear. They had undoubtedly utilized some of it. Scattered across the island, their primary weapons likely lay hidden. Yet, the source of Yang Yi's concern was not this, but rather the 2 vials of transparent liquid he had uncovered. He recognized this liquid all too well, having consumed it several times before. Name, holy water. Type, consumable, quality, premium, description, blessed pure water, suitable for internal or external use, and can also be utilized as a thrown projectile. When confronting otherworldly creatures, an abundance of holy water is never unwelcome. It can heal various toxins and curses, hasten wound recovery, and slightly restore energy. Could this holy water not cure the wolf plague? He picked up one of the vials, recalling a piece of information he had come across in the inaugural issue of a weekly publication. At that time, Zhou Dai had been seeking companions to prepare for an expedition to an island inhabited by werewolves. This island was likely the very one upon which Yang Yi stood, as the coincidences were too numerous to ignore. Had they been annihilated by the werewolves? Yang Yi pondered it, yet a sense of unease soon crept in. How could so many complete corpses remain after an attack by werewolves? They would surely have been rendered unrecognizable. Moreover, why had the scent of blood not attracted the beasts? Were they lurking at the opposite end of the island? Yang Yi gazed toward the forest enveloping the island, sensing an ominous presence lurking within. He resolved to cease his exploration for the moment and attempt to utilize his scrying skill to assess the situation aboard the Radiant Goddess. Suna, pull me aboard. Yang Yi transmitted his message. Moments later, a claw seized him and pulled him into the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Yang Yi first entrusted his survival knife to Suna, a blade of superior quality compared to his witch's dagger, and thus presumably sharper. Subsequently, he made his way to the deck, retrieving a crystal orb to activate his scrying skill. Before invoking the skill, however, he sent several messages to Zhou Dai to ascertain her well-being. The ability to send messages indicated her survival. She had not been erased from existence and was still alive. The messages were successfully transmitted. Yang Yi recalled the incident from a few days prior regarding the sale of sweaters, during which he had reached out to Zhou Dai, but received no response. It was likely that something had already befallen her at that time. Searching, glorious goddess. The crystal orb swiftly revealed coordinates and imagery. Yang Yi cross-referenced the coordinates with a maritime chart, confirming that they corresponded to this very island. However, the imagery displayed no vessel, only the surrounding waters of the island. Had the ship sunk? He noted the coordinates and maneuvered the Nightmare Star toward them. The distance was not great, situated on the right side of a spindle-shaped island. Upon nearing the coordinates, Yang Yi stood on the deck, scanning the surroundings, but saw no signs of a ship or any anomalies on the water's surface. Yet, the scrying skill indicated that the coordinates of the glorious goddess were indeed here. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yang Yi lifted his eye patch and attempted to gaze with his third eye. At last, a vessel nearly 40 meters in length materialized before him. A 3-masted sailboat adorned with exquisite carvings, its bow crowned with a resplendent statue of a goddess. A translucent veil cascaded from above the mast, enveloping the entire ship. As Yang Yi observed this vessel, he discerned the presence of a sizable chapel within its midsection. Through the windows, he glimpsed intricate decorations and a statue of a goddess lacking arms, exuding an air of solemnity and purity. Gazing upon it evoked a sense of tranquility, as if one had achieved redemption. Quickly averting his gaze, Yang Yi found little fascination in these deities. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether this might be an invisible ship or an invisibility artifact. Without the aid of his third eye, the ship would have remained entirely concealed, even if it were placed directly before him. The scrying skill of the astrologer could only reveal the ship's coordinates. He fetched a plank attempting to board the vessel, but was thwarted by an invisible force field. This confirmed that Zhou Dai was indeed alive, most likely residing on this island. He scanned the vicinity again with his third eye, but did not detect a second invisible ship. What should he do now? He felt a twinge of frustration. Due to the established rules, he could not plunder this deserted ship, nor could he even consider sinking the glorious goddess. It seemed the system intended to concentrate the conflict upon the captain of the vessel. Only by eliminating the captain could he seize the spoils of victory. After deliberating for a moment, he resolved to disregard the ship for the time being. He harbored little animosity toward Zhou Dai, nor did he possess any deep-seated affection. The notion of risking his life to rescue her was entirely improbable. His curiosity was piqued instead. What secrets lay upon this island that warranted her recruitment of so many individuals for its conquest? He turned his gaze toward the island. This location was in close proximity to the colossal ship on the island. He had reason to believe that they had come for that very majestic vessel. Regrettably, the dense forest obstructed his view, and even with the assistance of his keen eyesight, he could merely ascertain that the vessel was of considerable antiquity, predating even himself. However, its interior remained an enigma to him. It was certain that the ship, in its prime, possessed a significant size. Should he approach it? He found himself in a state of hesitation. From a perspective of risk aversion, retreating would be prudent, knowing when to take his leave. Yet, to persistently evade danger would lead to a stagnant existence upon these vast seas. Should he abandon this island, the next one might also slip through his fingers. After a few such instances, Yi's maritime journey would be effectively concluded. Perhaps it would be wiser to align himself with an organization for protection. After much contemplation, he resolved to act. In future encounters with islands, unless faced with insurmountable peril, he would not shy away from exploration. Even if this island harbored werewolves, he felt no trepidation. After all, he was no longer the same man, empowered by the triad blessing. He was confident in his ability to vanquish a werewolf with a single shot. Moreover, he possessed the fangs of a sea serpent. With determination to land upon the island, he maneuvered the Night Star back to the location where he had initially made his approach. The coastline remained tranquil, with the same few corpses lying still, and no new half-werewolves had appeared. He surmised that the concentration of these half-werewolves in this area was undoubtedly for a reason. As for the ship on the island, it likely resembled a spider's lair, warranting cautious exploration. It would be wise to first ascertain what had transpired with these players before embarking on further exploration. Chapter 69. The Wolf's Den. Suna, have you made any new discoveries? He inquired, standing at the threshold of the witch's laboratory without stepping inside. Since the advent of fire, the laboratory had undergone notable changes, now incorporating the element of flame. Additionally, a large black cauldron had taken residence in the corner, reminiscent of the stereotypical imagery of a witch's abode, large enough to accommodate an adult for a bath. Within it simmered a mysterious concoction, bubbling ominously, with unidentified objects occasionally churning within. Suna, hearing the commotion, glanced up at before returning her focus to her dissection. Clad in a mask and plastic gloves, she held what appeared to be the stomach and digestive tract of a half-werewolf, meticulously examining its contents. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. The skeletal structure of this half-werewolf exhibits multiple deformities, enhancing its running capabilities, yet its brain shows signs of regression. I did not inquire about that. Interjected, swiftly interrupting Suna's lengthy exposition. What I wish to know is whether you can concoct a poison, perhaps something akin to the deadly wolf's brew that could eliminate the werewolves on the island in one fell swoop. Suna halted her current task, shot an exasperated look, and replied, no. The cellular activity of this half-werewolf is remarkably high, with a rapid metabolism. If it were a complete werewolf, it would be even more formidable. Toxins would struggle to take effect. Grimaced, realizing that poison was not a viable option, disappointed in his quest for answers. He turned to leave, but Suna's voice called out once more. You would do well to avoid being scratched or bitten by a werewolf. Should you contract the rabid wolf disease, I cannot guarantee your transformation back. Rest assured, I know my limits. He waved dismissively and made his way back to the deck, entering the captain's quarters. Upon exiting, he had donned a new ensemble: sweater, thermal pants, webbed gloves, and plush boots. He was not particularly concerned about the cold. Rather, he aimed to guard against potential scratches. A thicker layer of clothing would afford some degree of protection. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in close combat with these half-werewolves. Such a confrontation was unnecessary. Next, he meticulously inventoried the items he intended to bring along, including weapons, potions, drinking water, and provisions. Among the potions were crimson elixirs, 2 vials of regeneration potions, and an unknown orange-yellow concoction. Once prepared, he assessed his status, confirming that everything was in order before launching the wooden raft and returning to the island. The coastline remained unchanged, save for the arrival of a few carrion-eating seabirds, cloaked in darkness and resembling crows, albeit slightly larger. To Yang Yi's surprise, they did not flee at his approach, but instead opened their beaks, emitting a harsh, croaking sound. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, feathers erupted into the air. One seabird was instantly reduced to a pulpy mess, scattering the others in fright. The coast fell silent once more. Yang Yi approached and retrieved a feather. Name: Sea Crow. Description: a scavenging seabird resembling a crow, equipped with serrated teeth, commonly appearing at low tide to consume leftover dead fish. Edible, though the fat carries the taste of decay. Upon reading the information, Yang Yi dismissed the notion of roasting the sea crow, as he had no desire to create a mess aboard his vessel. Departing the shore, he ventured towards the forest. Embarking on an upward exploration, he discovered numerous chaotic footprints on the ground, likely left by the pack of half-wolves. Numerous claw marks on the nearby trees indicated that they frequented this area. Yang Yi delved deeper, uncovering remnants of shells and scales along the path, presumably from marine creatures such as fish and shellfish. It appeared that they had come to the coast in search of sustenance. Yang Yi proceeded towards the direction where the remnants of food were concentrated and soon caught a whiff of a foul odor. It was the scent of beasts, a nauseating amalgamation of excrement, decay, and body odor. He followed the source of the stench and, as expected, stumbled upon the lair of the half-wolves. A substantial heap of soft branches had been gathered and laid on the ground, adorned with numerous tattered fragments of clothing, resembling a makeshift bed. Scattered across the ground were a multitude of bleached human bones, utterly devoid of flesh. He casually picked one up, gleaning information. Skeleton, Zhong Fan. He collected a few more, noting both the same player and different players' remains. Ultimately, He calculated that 8 players had met their demise, consumed by this pack of half-wolves. He snapped a photograph and sent it to Suna. Suna responded, having discovered the half-wolves' den, where a plethora of human bones remained, indicating at least 8 victims. Soon, a reply came from Suna. These half-wolves possess a remarkably strong digestive ability, displaying no dietary restrictions. I found rotting flesh and bone fragments in their stomachs. This indicates they are scavengers with formidable digestive capabilities. The bones on the ground likely remained because they were too hard to chew. Once they fully transform into wolves, their biting force will further enhance, and, at that point, not a single bone would remain. Scavengers? Upon finishing the message, Yang Yi picked up a femur, marked with numerous bite marks. This suggested that the half-wolves had bitten it, but failed to crush it. He even speculated that these bones might have been retained by the half-wolves for dental sharpening. However, that seemed unlikely to be the case. He then picked up a cervical vertebra, its cross-section smooth, as if severed by a blade or similar sharp instrument. In Yang Yi's recollection, the only creatures to wield sharp instruments were humans. So was there infighting? Or perhaps other extraordinary beings resided on the island? Yang Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. Just as he prepared to depart, a glimmer caught his attention, emanating from beneath the soft branches. Yang Yi picked up a femur and brushed aside the branches. Before his eyes lay a trove of weapons and equipment, including armor, long swords, shields, great axes, and even flails, crossbows, and bows. It appeared to be a collection amassed by this pack of wolves. They might have forgotten how to wield these items, yet subconsciously recognized their importance. thus hiding them beneath the branches. Name: steel plate armor, damaged. Type: treasure, quality, ordinary. Description: sturdy full-body plate armor, while providing significant protection, affects mobility and visibility, increasing energy consumption. However, it has been severely deformed and cannot be worn normally. P.S. Armor with a damage rate exceeding 30 will display signs of wear, while those below this threshold will recover after 24 hours. Name: chainmail. Type: treasure, quality, exquisite. Description: a chainmail composed of small iron rings, providing protection for the upper body and legs. Lightweight and flexible, it effectively withstands slashing and piercing attacks. Name: steel longsword. Type: treasure, quality, exquisite. Description: a robust and sharp longsword, an essential armament for knights. Name: iron shield, damaged. Type: treasure, quality, ordinary. Description: a wooden shield covered with a layer of iron, severely damaged, significantly reducing its protective capability. Name: poleaxe. Type: treasure, quality, good. Description: a sturdy and durable poleaxe, powerful enough for logging and self-defense. Name: spike flail. Type: treasure, quality, exquisite. Description: a flail adorned with spikes, with a hammerhead weighing 10 pounds, capable of easily crushing a foe's skull. Name: hunter's bow, deteriorated. Type: treasure, quality, exquisite. Description: a hunter's bow infused with the power of wind, enhanced by the breeze for greater range and penetrating power, causing arrows to easily inflict lacerations and bleeding. Name: crude repeating crossbow. Type: treasure, quality, good. Description: a user-friendly small repeating crossbow capable of firing small arrows, with a magazine that holds up to 10 bolts. While other weapons are singular, there are 7 of the crossbows, likely acquired in bulk. This group possesses commendable equipment, including both armor and weapons. The hunter's bow is perfectly suited for Suna. Yang Yi sent the bow's details to Suna and then picked up the ironwood shield from the ground. It bore distinct claw marks, having not only torn through the iron covering, but nearly penetrated the wooden shield as well. Just how formidable is a fully formed werewolf? Yang Yi furrowed his brow. He donned the chainmail underneath and gradually stored these items in a storage pouch, marking it as an additional gain. Whoosh! Yang Yi tested the crossbow. It was operational, with bolts still loaded inside. Upon inspecting the quiver, he noted it could hold a total of 10 bolts, all specially crafted, albeit shorter and less powerful. The mechanism resembled that of a bolt-action rifle, requiring pressure on a magazine for each shot, while it pales in comparison to firearms. It is simpler than a bow and offers a reasonable firing rate. After securing all items in his pouch, Yang Yi departed from the wolf den. If all goes as anticipated, there should have been a fierce battle on the island, surely leaving traces of the battlefield behind, where more clues might await. Chapter 70. The Sacred Box. 2 hours later, Yang Yi approached the heart of the spindle-shaped island, approximately 1 kilometer away from the wreckage of the colossal ship. Here, he encountered an abundance of evidence of battle. The ground was strewn with overturned soil, flattened weeds, and even a few snapped trees. Though slender, akin to the thickness of a wrist, breaking these trees was no simple task. Moreover, he discovered several damaged weapons on the ground, all lacking any value for recovery, including 2 shattered swords, a shield riddled with holes, and a severed scythe. Not far off, an open space was cluttered with numerous damaged arrows, seemingly gathered after the conflict. Had someone scoured the battlefield? Yang Yi furrowed his brow. In his estimation, only players would engage in such actions, and only after defeating the werewolves could they have the opportunity to do so. The 3 pits surrounding the area further reinforced this notion. Each pit was about half a meter deep, just large enough to entomb a human. It appeared that they had been buried, but subsequently excavated by some entity, perhaps to pilfer the corpses. Yang Yi scrutinized the traces, discerning that they resembled marks made by hands or claws. Thus, the perpetrator was undoubtedly a half-werewolf. With their acute sense of smell and scavenging nature, they would not overlook any shallowly buried remains. Having examined the remnants of the battlefield, Yang Yi concluded that this group of players had indeed triumphed over the werewolves. Subsequently, they had tidied the battleground and interred their fallen comrades. However, Due to the infection of the rabid wolf disease, some players had transformed into half-werewolves. But what are the werewolf corpses? Surely, they did not share Suna's penchant for carting away the dead? Yang Yi pondered. He re-examined the battlefield, and although he did not find any werewolf bodies, he did uncover a robust and powerful finger, coated in gray fur and adorned with sharp, black claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Name: Claw of the Gray Werewolf. Description: a claw left behind by a patient fully transformed by the rabid wolf disease. Upon reading the information, Yang Yi was struck dumb. It only displayed the claw's details, not the identity of the gray werewolf. The implication was clear. The gray werewolf had survived, leaving behind a solitary finger, hence the peculiar information. He placed the decaying digit into his satchel, feeling that the situation had grown increasingly enigmatic. His gaze shifted towards the distant ship, where he suspected more intelligence and clues awaited. Nonetheless, Yang Yi maintained his belief that this group of players had emerged victorious, at least in driving back the werewolves. He glanced at the time. 6 hours remained until dusk, ample time for further exploration. His energy stood at 88, with other metrics nearly full, allowing him to continue his quest. Thus, he made his way towards the colossal ship. From this point onward, Yang Yi needed to remain vigilant, poised to confront any potential adversaries, and prepared to employ his third eye, potions, or even spells. After traversing a further distance, Yang Yi found himself merely 500 meters from the great vessel. At this proximity, the trees could no longer conceal the ship's imposing silhouette. The structure was but a fragment of its former self, its hull weathered and cloaked in moss, vines, and various forms of vegetation. The ship's hull was adorned with rusted metallic patterns, exuding an aura of ancient nostalgia. Beside it lay an overturned cannon, towering as tall as a man, encrusted with dust and even sprouting weeds, rendering it utterly unusable. Yang Yi stood in place, scanning the colossal vessel with his third eye. However, he lacked the ability to see through it, leaving him oblivious to its interior. One thing was certain. This ship had remained docked for an exceedingly long time, at least several decades, if not a century or more. Suddenly, within the purview of Yang Yi's third eye, he discerned a peculiar area, a patch of felled trees. It was unusual to commence logging at the heart of an island, and the timber lay abandoned on the ground. Cautiously, Yang Yi approached. He observed that the tree stumps were cleanly severed, indicative of an exceptionally sharp cutting tool. Moreover, a metallic scent lingered in the air. Yang Yi recognized this aroma. It had permeated the spider's lair, a place of human dismemberment, reminiscent of the lingering scent of slaughterhouse. Such a smell could only arise from the spillage of copious amounts of blood. It was likely that a massacre had recently taken place here, leaving a pool of blood. As Yang Yi surveyed the surroundings, he found no corpses, only traces of dragging marks. This suggested that the bodies had been removed by some entity. Judging from the direction of the drag marks, it was highly probable that half-wolves were responsible, as they seemed to have a penchant for consuming corpses. Yet, one particular trace stood out, a dark brown shoe print, stained with blood, leading towards the massive ship. Yang Yi moved closer and compared it with his own foot. The footprint was small, resembling that of a sneaker, likely belonging to a female, he conjectured. Upon further examination of the marks, he discerned additional details. There should have been only 5 bodies dragged away, which aligned with the bones found at the half-wolf encampment. These half-wolves must have been survivors of the massacre. Coincidentally, they all bore the affliction of rabid wolf disease, quickly succumbing to its effects before returning to retrieve the bodies. Could it be that the creature responsible for the massacre could discern who had contracted the disease and deliberately spared them? Yang Yi pondered. After a thorough search of the vicinity, Yang Yi found no further traces, but he did come across an exquisite wooden box that had fallen to the ground. Its lid lying askew. Name: the Holy Box. Description: a blessed wooden box, the contents of which are known only to the Holy Army responsible for it. It is remarkably sturdy, nearly impossible to open from within. Surprised by the absence of a grade or type, Yang Yi picked it up for a closer inspection. The box was entirely white, adorned with intricate golden metallic patterns resembling thorns, presenting an aesthetically pleasing and delicate appearance. Both the inside and outside of the lid were illustrated with the image of a robed man. This figure was handsome yet sorrowful, his eyes covered with a strip of cloth, tears seeping beneath to form two streaks on his face. In his right hand he extended a scale, while his left hand remained concealed within his robe. Yang Yi did not recognize this figure, but he was certain of one thing. He was not human, despite his striking resemblance. For within the left arm concealed beneath his robe, there seemed to be an unusual bulge, causing the fabric to billow outward. Of course, he might simply be a peculiar individual. What did it matter? Yang Yi no longer focused on the construction of the box, but instead turned his attention to its interior. It was a cubic space, perfectly symmetrical in length, width, and height, measuring approximately 25 centimeters, hardly sufficient to accommodate anything substantial. By some strange whim, Yang Yi leaned in to inhale, catching a whiff of a fragrant aroma. It was the scent of an exquisite perfume, suggesting that the box had not been empty prior, but contained some object. Furthermore, various indications implied that this sacred box was extraordinary. Within it likely resided some form of living organism. Among the players who had ventured onto the island, one individual could not contain their curiosity, opening the sacred box and releasing its inhabitant, which subsequently led to a massacre. This was Yang Yi's deduction. He attempted to place the sacred box into his greedy stomach pouch, yet to his surprise, the pouch promptly expelled the box. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, on the 4th try, even offering it food, the pouch remained obstinately closed. How peculiar was the pouch selective in its appetite? Confounded, Yang Yi could only cradle the box in his arms and make his way towards the colossal ship. The situation had become largely clear. The remaining clues should be waiting to be uncovered aboard the vessel. Chapter 71. Arson Yang Yi followed the bloodstains, ultimately arriving before the immense vessel. The footprints vanished approximately 2 meters from the ship. What lay directly ahead was not a gaping, shattered cabin or deck, but rather the inclined bottom of the hull. Did it somehow manage to climb up? Yang Yi speculated. Taking a few steps back, he removed his eye mask, attempting to peer into the interior of the hull through his third eye. There was a particular window that stood out, devoid of creeping vines, seemingly cleared with intent. At that moment, Yang Yi caught a glimpse of a shadow hurtling towards him in his left peripheral vision. The figure moved with a remarkable silence, treading upon the grass without a sound. By the time its prey detected the noise, it would be far too late to evade. Yet Yang Yi was different. He captured the shadow with his third eye. Without hesitation, he turned, aimed, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Click! The gun misfired. However, Yang Yi did not falter. He immediately hurled a hand axe. This was a throwing weapon he had previously acquired. Though of inferior quality, it was convenient to wield and quite effective. The flying axe struck true, colliding with the shadow's knee, producing a sharp sound. Yet the damage inflicted was minimal, as the axe ricocheted off the creature's spiny fur, failing to penetrate. Moreover, the shadow did not pause for an instant, closing the distance to Yang Yi with alarming speed. Its appearance was pitiful, covered in scars, riddled with arrows, and bearing numerous gunshot wounds, flesh torn and exposed, even a broken spear embedded in its back. The dark, ashen fur left no doubt it was the missing werewolf. The reason it could still move despite its grievous injuries was not due to an extraordinary vitality, but rather because its body no longer required life. The wounds had festered, teeming with maggots, exuding a nauseating stench. This was likely a reanimated corpse. Anomalous creature detected. Your sanity decreases by 5. In an instant, Yang Yi reacted. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of the axe, he switched to the tooth of the sea serpent and his ironwood shield. In the face of such a swift adversary, retreat was not an option. He had to confront it head-on, activating the skill of the tooth of the sea serpent, flame eruption. He refrained from employing the cannon mode of his flintlock, as he wished to reserve it for another potential creature lurking nearby. Calculating the distance, Yang Yi unleashed the skill, sending forth a fan-shaped torrent of flames from his short sword. This inferno, akin to a Molotov cocktail, ignited everything within a 3-meter range, approximately 110 degrees in front of him, including the werewolf. Though its spiny fur offered some defense against sharp objects, it could not withstand high temperatures. It was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fireball. Yet it felt no pain, nor did it fear the blaze. With a swipe of its paw, it struck at Yang Yi, who hastily raised his ironwood shield in defense. Crack! Wood splintered, and the shield could no longer bear the onslaught, shattering completely. Yang Yi was propelled backward by the force, colliding against the hull of the ship, his left arm numb and devoid of sensation. Even the fabric of his sleeve was torn, revealing the chainmail beneath. Had it not been for the chainmail he donned, Yang Yi would have suffered grievous wounds. In the distance, the werewolf had been reduced to a flaming sphere. Though it was impervious to fire, the flames inflicted genuine harm, charring its flesh and emitting a foul odor. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi switched to his flintlock pistol and fired a second shot, striking the werewolf's knee with precision. Lacking the protection of its fur, the knee shattered upon impact, causing the beast to stumble and collapse to the ground. Without hesitation, Yang Yi hurled the tooth of the sea serpent, piercing the werewolf's left eye and embedding itself in the hilt. The intense heat traveled along the blade, swiftly incinerating the creature's brain, rendering its body rigid and motionless. Rather than revel in his victory, Yang Yi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings with a wary eye before retreating into a thicket. After several tense seconds, he ascertained that all was quiet near the colossal ship, and only then did he don his eye mask. By this time, the werewolf had begun to char, its body transforming towards carbon, emitting plumes of thick, black smoke. The recent conflagration had ignited a vast expanse of nearby vegetation. Fortunately, the area surrounding the great ship was devoid of trees, and the damp earth prevented the flames from spreading. Had the entire island caught fire, Yang Yi would have been forced to flee. He approached the scorched werewolf, wielding a long-handled axe retrieved from his satchel, and struck at its head. Clang! To his astonishment, the first blow produced a metallic sound and failed to sever the creature's neck. This indicated the remarkable toughness of its bones. He withdrew the axe and swung 3 additional strikes before finally decapitating the charred wolf head. After extinguishing the flames with earth to cool the area, Yang Yi reclaimed his prized short sword and discovered a silver bullet lodged within the werewolf's jaw. White Rose. The sight of the silver bullet evoked memories of a white revolver he had encountered, rumored to fire silver bullets, known for their ability to inhibit regeneration and vanquish evil. Yang Yi also obtained information about the werewolf. Name: Gray Werewolf. Corpse transformation. Description: a gray werewolf corpse reanimated by necromancy, its body covered in hard, black-gray fur, attacking all living beings except the caster. Could be deposited into the monster capsule machine. Corpse transformation. Caster. Yang Yi noted the key term, suggesting that some entity had employed necromancy to resurrect the gray werewolf's body. Another enemy must certainly exist. He placed the charred, still steaming wolf head into his satchel, preparing to take it back for capsule transformation. Given its current state, it appeared devoid of value for anatomical study, and he did not wish to disclose this to Sun-Na, lest she chastise him for leaving behind an intact corpse. As for the werewolf's body, it was nearly reduced to ash. Yang Yi did not rush to enter the colossal ship. Instead, he concealed himself nearby, consuming a vial of holy water to restore his state. Only when the flames had diminished did he re-emerge. It was surprising that the ship remained eerily quiet for such an extended period. This indicated that the enemy was likely not aboard the vessel. He glanced at the time. With 4 hours remaining until dusk, he had ample opportunity. 2 hours for exploration and 2 hours for the return journey would suffice. Moreover, his condition remained quite satisfactory. After imbibing the holy water, his vitality was somewhat restored, and his health exceeded 85. Except for the loss of the sea serpent's tooth skill, he had scarcely expended any resources. Resolute in his decision, Yang Yi approached the colossal vessel and, utilizing his webbed gloves, ascended its side. He intended to select a suitable entry point, such as the window that had been deliberately cleared. A few minutes later, he found himself beside the window and casually tossed a long-legged sardine inside. Confirming that there was no immediate response, he cautiously peered in. Something was amiss. This ship had evidently suffered a maritime disaster, and subsequently found itself marooned here. Thus, its interior should have been in utter disarray. Yet, this room contained neatly arranged tables and chairs, albeit repositioned, as the original floor had transformed into a ceiling. However, a thick layer of dust still coated the surfaces. This indicated that when the ship was cast adrift upon the deserted island, there were likely survivors aboard. He refrained from hastily leaping inside, and instead opted to observe with his left eye. The dimness within the vessel necessitated the use of all three eyes to discern the surroundings clearly. It wasn't too long before he spotted a peculiar row of objects. It was a series of glass jars, which Yang Yi recognized all too well from his visits to Suna's laboratory. Inside floated a line of human heads, no more, no less, precisely 5, arranged upon a conspicuously clean shelf. Chapter 72, The Malevolent, which Yang Yi's gaze traversed the 5 severed heads. Noting their singular characteristic, the necks were sliced with unsettling precision, as if severed by a sharp instrument in one clean stroke. After a brief contemplation, he was reminded of the remains he had discovered at the half-wolf encampment. At that time, he had stumbled upon a multitude of human bones, yet the number of skulls was remarkably scarce. Initially, he presumed that the half-wolves had merely misplaced the skulls, but it now appeared that these corpses were devoid of heads altogether, for it seemed that some creature had deliberately collected them. Employing his three-eyed vision, he scanned every corner of the room, but encountered no immediate threat, only a series of disordered footprints, likely left not long ago. This indicated that players had indeed ventured aboard this colossal vessel, and it was highly probable that the holy box was hidden within its confines. Utilizing the web gloves, Yang Yi stealthily entered the chamber, causing minimal disturbance. Upon landing, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, left hand gripping a firearm, right hand wielding the tooth of the sea serpent, his body taut and ready for any potential ambush. Yet, he had overthought the situation. The room remained eerily silent, devoid even of insects. He promptly commenced his exploration, acutely aware that the duration of his three-eyed vision was limited, and he hoped to thoroughly assess the ship within 8 minutes. Name: head jar. Description: heads preserved through some ingenious technique capable of long-term storage, particularly the brain, which remains fixed in the moment of preservation. A jar containing brains? A shiver coursed through Yang Yi. Aside from the head jars, no other suspicious items occupied the room. Without lingering, he swiftly proceeded to the adjacent chamber. Due to its slanted condition, he could not enter normally and resorted to climbing into the next room. Once assured that the adjoining room posed no danger, Yang Yi carefully crawled inside. This room differed from the last. The floor was strewn with shards of glass and stains, remnants that had endured despite the passage of time. He surveyed the area and confirmed that the glass pieces were remnants of shattered vessels and tools. A few glass jars remained relatively intact, containing unknown substances, yet the liquid within had grown murky with age. Yang Yi attempted to inspect several of them. Name: decayed human heart. Description: contaminated after prolonged storage. This heart holds no value. Name: decayed human eyeball. Description: contaminated after prolonged storage. This eyeball holds no value. Name: decayed human brain. Description: contaminated after prolonged storage. This brain holds no value. Name: decayed human right foot. Description: contaminated after prolonged storage. This right foot has begun to rot. The jars were filled with human organs. The more he looked, the more familiar they appeared, reminiscent of the array he had encountered in the witch's laboratory, where the specimens were of otherworldly creatures. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Was there a witch aboard this ship? And did she possess a particular fascination with the study of human anatomy? Furrowing his brow, he refrained from lingering too long, aware of the time constraints. He crawled out of the room and ventured deeper into the ship's interior. Although it is merely a half-ship cabin, its spaciousness surpasses even that of the Nightshade. Below, there are 3 adjacent rooms, the central one boasting a larger door, flanked by smaller chambers. Yang Yi descended along the cabin's floorboards. Halfway down, he discovered a fixed white platform. Despite the passage of time, the platform showed no signs of fading or decay, merely covered by a thick layer of dust. As he reached out to touch it, he noted its material resembled that of the sacred box, suggesting it may have once been placed here. Continuing his descent, he entered the largest of the bottom rooms. This chamber felt somewhat damp, lined with 2 rows of weapon racks, while the floor was strewn with a multitude of rusted armor and weapons. These armaments appear to be part of a complete set, each piece of armor adorned with a radiating spherical pattern at its center, resembling a luminous orb. Name: Holy Knight Armor. Damaged. Description: standard armor used by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. Due to prolonged neglect, it has rusted and deteriorated, rendering it worthless for recovery. Name: Holy Knight Sword. Damaged. Description: standard longsword wielded by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. Due to prolonged neglect, it has rusted and deteriorated, rendering it worthless for recovery. Name: Holy Knight Shield. Damaged. Description: standard shield employed by the Radiant Holy Knights, capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. Due to prolonged neglect, it has rusted and deteriorated, rendering it worthless for recovery. Yang Yi glanced over the items, noting they were all deemed worthless, and exited this room to venture into the adjacent one. This chamber was markedly different, furnished with a bed and various pieces of furniture, suggesting someone had once resided here. A thick layer of dust coated the floor, and the furniture had decayed, indicating that this inhabitant had not returned for a considerable time. The most recent footprints were those of players, including a set marred by blood, which halted before the bed, as if someone had lain there for a while. Yang Yi meticulously examined the bed and discovered a severely damaged piece of parchment beneath it. The writing was nearly illegible, inscribed in a peculiar script that he did not recognize. Discover Universal Language. Can be learned for 500 shell coins. A notification promptly appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi spent the currency to acquire the language, allowing him to comprehend the text. Thanks to the guidance of the Radiant. Days ago, we received reports of a massacre occurring at. A deranged, one-eyed man slaughtered his adulterous wife and her lover, along with all those nearby. His strength was astonishing, his left eye dominating nearly half of his face. We purified him with holy fire. Following the trail, we located a lurking witch. In our efforts to capture her, we sacrificed 1 knight and 2 knightly attendants, valiant souls whom we buried. Only this hideous, malevolent, and terrifying witch remains. We must escort her back to the holy city, where she will comprehend the gravity of her transgressions. Yet, the divine shall not grant her forgiveness. The pages are marred with extensive stains, rendering them indecipherable to Yang Yi. Alas, we encountered a sea whirlwind, which relentlessly pursued our vessel. Cursed be it! This is undoubtedly a hex conjured by the witch. The ship was torn asunder, plummeting from great heights, resulting in the demise of most souls aboard. We buried them, hoping that in death they may find solace in the embrace of the radiant goddess. Cursed be that witch, whose malevolent vessel harbored disease. Some among us began to suffer from fever, their faces sprouting hair, and holy water could not cure this wicked affliction. They descended into madness, tearing at everything in sight. Sir Knight Will and I dispatched these lunatics, leaving only the 2 of us. This accursed which deserves to be bound to the pyre. Before all the citizens of the holy city, let her be redeemed by the most stringent sacred implements, and may the holy flames purify her spirit and flesh. 7 days have elapsed. This island is too barren, and it is impossible for Will and me alone to repair the ship. Sir Knight will resolve to set sail in the spare boat to seek assistance, a decision with which I concurred. For the Radiance shall guide him, and surely he will accomplish his mission. My task is to guard the holy chest, ensuring that the malevolent entity within cannot escape. I have all the time in the world. Hair has begun to sprout upon my face, my teeth have sharpened, and I am even tempted to unearth the corpses of my kin to feast upon. Perhaps I have already begun to do so. My waking moments grow ever shorter, yet I shall not forget my duty. I will ensure that this ship remains undisturbed, and that the holy chest within is not opened. The order of the holy knights shall surely arrive, and when they do, I shall find eternal repose. The radiance is eternal. Order is eternal. The handwriting deteriorated further with each passing line, reflecting the increasingly dire state of the scribe's mind. Upon finishing the reading, Yang Yi furrowed his brow in consternation. He had misjudged the situation. This vessel did not belong to the witch, but rather to the order of the Holy Knights. Their duty should be to eradicate heresy. Yet they encountered misfortune while escorting the witch back. However, could the holy chest contain a living person? Yang Yi deemed it impossible. Such an item is cumbersome to transport. He had not brought it, instead leaving it amidst a thicket outside the grand ship. Just then, a feminine voice emanated from behind him. I merely stepped out for a meal, and to my dismay, a thief has infiltrated, even slaying my guard dog. Yang Yi felt a chill creep along his spine. Though he faced away, he could see quite clearly. A head peered from the doorframe at an angle, presumably that of a woman, her eyes tightly shut. Without turning, he aimed and pulled the trigger of his flintlock. Chapter 73. Invasion. The shot did not misfire. The bullet struck the doorframe with precision, splintering it and scattering debris. How could one shoot so accurately with their back turned? Could it be that your eyes are located on the back of your head? A voice of confusion emanated from above Yang Yi. Just moments ago, that shot had gone wide. It seemed this creature could anticipate the direction of the gun's muzzle and dodge accordingly. Thus, the instant she aimed and pulled the trigger, she lunged forward, rapidly scuttling across the wooden beams above. You must have set the fire outside, too. Quite impressive. The unidentified creature above remarked brazenly. Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin, for he beheld a head crawling above. Indeed, merely a head, judging by its features. It appeared to belong to a beautiful woman, with delicate features and cascading curly hair. Though her eyes remained shut, she could somehow perceive her surroundings in the darkness. The principle of which was unknown. Moreover, her speed was astonishing, propelled by slender tentacles extending from the base of her neck, enabling her to crawl swiftly. At the tips of these appendages were blade-like scythes, and Yang Yi had no doubt about their sharpness, as 5 players had already tested them with their own heads. Upon encountering an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 10. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the scythe sliced towards the nape of Yang Yi's neck with incredible speed. For an ordinary person, evasion would be impossible, as their eyes would not be able to keep up with the movement. However, Yang Yi was different. At the last moment, he turned around and narrowly blocked the strike with the blade of the sea serpent's tooth. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, sparks flying in the air. The force nearly knocked the weapon from Yang Yi's grasp, and a gash was opened on his face by the deflected scythe, blood streaming down. Ah! The woman exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi would withstand the blow. But soon, she found her answer, for Yang Yi possessed a peculiar left eye, a triune orb that was slowly rotating. What a beautiful eye! She suddenly exclaimed, excitement coursing through her. What is the secret of your left eye? Let me see it. With that, she lunged at Yang Yi, moving even faster than a werewolf. Although Yang Yi could see her clearly, he could not evade her. The space was too confined, merely 7 or 8 meters in length. One of her tentacles alone measured 3 meters, nearly encompassing half the room within her attack range, not to mention her capacity for rapid movement. In the face of imminent danger, Yang Yi dared not hold back. He immediately activated the cannon mode. Even if this shot might cause the colossal ship to collapse, he was willing to take the risk. Boom! As he pulled the trigger, the deafening blast of the flintlock reverberated. This shot was aimed at the creature, piercing through the wooden beams above and breaching the hull. The already decaying giant ship succumbed to the impact, collapsing a third of its structure and raising a tremendous cloud of dust. Yang Yi was propelled by the immense recoil, crashing through the wall and out into the open air. Even he had not anticipated escaping the wreckage of the grand vessel in such a manner. It seemed this ship was even more fragile than he had imagined. Just surrender your body to me. The cursed woman's voice echoed in Yang Yi's ears. Although the previous gunshot was powerful, it failed to hit its mark. The proximity between them, combined with the woman's intelligence and familiarity with firearms, allowed her to evade the shot. However, the gun's force exceeded her expectations, severing most of her tentacles. Now, the woman's head had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder, with only 6 tentacles remaining, attempting to ensnare him. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed. This was more tormenting than having a spider crawling on him. Abnormal creature proximity detected. Your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi grappled with the woman's head on his shoulder. He grasped her hair with his left hand while thrusting the tooth of the sea serpent with his right. To his dismay, she anticipated his move and bit down on the weapon with her sharp teeth. The standoff ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In truth, the creature's physical prowess far surpassed Yang Yi's. She had secured herself with a single tentacle, clinging tightly to his left shoulder, while the remaining 5 tentacles burrowed into his neck, writhing beneath his skin, inflicting immense pain. Yet soon, Yang Yi felt the pain dissipate. You have been invaded by the Brain Eater. Sanity decreases by 20. You will lose control of your body. Yang Yi, upon reading the notifications, was utterly astonished. He finally discerned the name of this monster. The Brain Eater. This creature was attempting to invade and seize control of Yang Yi's physical form. He could even sense the tentacles moving within him, making their way toward his spine, seemingly penetrating it, aiming to usurp the central nervous system and command his limbs. There was no way he would allow her to succeed. You damn parasite! Yang Yi roared in fury, releasing the short sword with his right hand. He clenched his fist and struck toward the woman's head. However, he could not deliver the blow. His left hand had somehow lost control and was now gripping his right wrist. The standoff resumed. If one were to disregard the woman's head on his shoulder, Yang Yi's current demeanor resembled that of a madman, his hands battling against one another, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, the Brain Eater spat out the tooth of the sea serpent, a viscous purple blood trickling from her mouth. It appeared that she was not entirely unscathed from the previous attack. But now, with victory seemingly assured, she laughed heartily, her expression rich with mockery, the corners of her mouth curling up and her eyes gleaming with derision. Ha! Stop resisting. It will only bring you more suffering. Instead, submit to me, and I promise not to kill you. I will allow you to forever bask in a blissful dream. To hell with you. Yang Yi refused to yield, fighting back fiercely. With his hands incapacitated, he resorted to using his head. Bam! The Brain Eater was caught off guard, struck by Yang Yi's headbutt, her vision ablaze with stars. Though she was agile, she was currently pinned to Yang Yi's left shoulder and could not evade the blow. With a decisive strike, Yang Yi distinctly sensed a momentary stillness within his body before an overwhelming joy surged across his face, prompting him to propel himself forward with even greater force. His determination was such that he seemed willing to sacrifice himself, even if it meant leaving his head bloodied and battered. Bang! 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 Are you out of your mind? The brain-eating demon exclaimed in frustration. This was the first time she had encountered such a tenacious adversary. Unable to endure the relentless assault, she was compelled to retract one of her tentacles, coiling it like a spring to brace against Yang Yi's head, thwarting his continued charges. This man appeared utterly deranged, as if he were impervious to pain. Ultimately, Yang Yi's headbutts were curtailed, yet he had still achieved commendable results. Despite acquiring several bumps on his own head, he had succeeded in misaligning his opponent's nose, which now bled a deep purple, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, indicating that she had been brought to the brink of tears from the pain. However, Yang Yi felt no pity. He was fighting for his very life. Realizing that headbutting was no longer a viable option, he swiftly devised another plan. He attempted to regain control over his limbs and found that he had completely regained control of his right leg, while his right hand and left leg were only marginally responsive. Struggling to rise, he aimed for a nearby tree, pushing off with all his might to crash into it. His target was none other than the back of the brain-eating demon's head, his forceful intent aimed at shattering her skull. The brain-eating demon was taken aback by Yang Yi's frenzied maneuver. She hastily maneuvered Yang Yi's left hand to cushion the back of her head, yet he still managed to land a blow, leaving a bump on her skull. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi's right hand broke free from the entanglement of his left hand, reclaiming its freedom. Have you lost your mind? This is your own body. Moreover, my tentacles are currently within you. If anything goes awry and you sever something you shouldn't, you will instantly become incapacitated. The brain-eating demon attempted to warn him. However, she had miscalculated her audience. Without hesitation, Yang Yi clenched his right hand into a fist and struck her squarely in the eye, bestowing upon her a black eye. Following this, he retorted, "I'd rather become a cripple than relinquish my body to you." Undaunted, he continued to swing his fists. Chapter 74. The Clash of the Nervous System Near the Colossal Vessel. The battle between Yang Yi and the Brain Eater raged on, albeit with diminishing intensity, gradually succumbing to a tranquil stillness. In the initial skirmish, Yang Yi, employing a reckless strategy of trading injuries, had inflicted considerable trouble upon the Brain Eater. However, as he progressively lost control over his body, his capacity for resistance waned. Presently, he could move only his right leg, lying helplessly on the ground, utterly powerless against the Brain Eater. Regret washed over him. Had he practiced high kicks earlier, he could have undoubtedly shattered her left shoulder. Meanwhile, the Brain Eater was not faring much better. After enduring a brutal beating from Yang Yi, her face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. If only she had complied sooner, she muttered, her voice slightly muffled due to several teeth knocked out by Yang Yi. Her eyes were also swollen, resembling ripe peaches, making it nearly impossible for her to open them. Yet, she was undeniably the victor. Although her appearance seemed far worse than Yang Yi's, it did not detract from the fact of her triumph. "What kind of look is that?" the Brain Eater continued, her irritation palpable, as Yang Yi tilted his head, glaring at her with two distinctly different eyes, filled with fierce intensity. In truth, Yang Yi was merely putting on a facade, for he was blind and could see nothing. The duration of his third eye had expired, severing the transmission of visual signals to his brain. However, he was determined not to let the Brain Eater discover his blindness. Thus, he glared menacingly, widening his eyes in a feigned show of defiance, with streams of crimson blood flowing from his nostrils, enhancing his fearsome demeanor. Time ticked away, second by second. Yang Yi sensed a tentacle slithering along the nape of his neck, inching up his spine, attempting to penetrate his brain. Strangely, he felt no pain. Rather, a peculiar comfort enveloped him, even a hint of anticipation for the tentacle's intrusion. This sensation might be a result of the Brain Eater secretion, designed to weaken the host's will to resist. In less than a minute, perhaps even sooner, the tentacle would breach Yang Yi's mind. At that moment, whether it sought to replace the host's brain, send signals, or seize control of his body, or whether it aimed to destroy and devour his brain, the scene would be one of irrevocable despair. Moreover, according to the Brain Eater, she did not seem intent on killing Yang Yi. Instead, she wished to ensnare him within a meticulously crafted dream, ensuring his complete surrender and loss of perception of the external world. You truly are tenacious. To have endured this long, you should know that the woman before you lasted only a mere few seconds. The Brain Eater continued, her tone oscillating between praise and mockery, laced with an air of superiority. "Do you truly believe you have one?" Yang Yi retorted coldly. "Of course. Do you think you could turn the tide?" Yang Yi, uninterested in further debate, felt a bold plan surge within him. He would cast a spell. The first incantation would be the restoration of limbs, with the target being none other than the Brain Eater. Those well-versed in the Book of the Arachnid understand that any creature comprises three integral components: the essence, the vessel, and the limbs. The essence, which signifies self-awareness, resides within the human brain. The vessel is the torso, serving as a connector that supports the essence and limbs. The limbs encompass all other organs and tissues beyond these two components. They may belong to oneself or to another. This includes another's head. Thus, Yang Yi can employ the limb restoration technique to attach the brain devourer to his left shoulder. Just like in a dream, it appears that this nightmare may not solely be a harbinger of misfortune, but could also present a path to survival. After resolving within himself, a frenzied expression overtook Yang Yi's face as he grinned menacingly and proclaimed, "You desire my body, do you not? Then let us unite in a more profound manner." What? Yang Yi's expression instilled a sense of panic within the brain devourer. In the next moment, the limb restoration technique was initiated. Having thoroughly studied the Book of Limb Spiders, Yang Yi required no incantation to cast the spell. Soon, peculiar symbols emerged from his left shoulder, characters that had appeared within the Book of Limb Spiders. These inscriptions rapidly spread, soon enveloping the Brain Devourer's cheek. What? What is this? The Brain Devourer was taken aback, desperate to flee. Yet, she was incapable of doing so, for in ensnaring Yang Yi, she had inadvertently ensnared herself. Four of her tentacles had plunged deep into Yang Yi's body, rendering them impossible to retract in the short term. Moreover, she was reluctant to damage this experimental specimen. Thus, the Brain Devourer could only watch helplessly as the spell unfolded, observing the transformation of the runes, which sprouted limbs and morphed into diminutive spiders. Then, she witnessed these tiny spiders, united in purpose, exuding silk threads, akin to seamstresses, meticulously stitching together the Brain Devourer and Yang Yi's left shoulder. Even the chainmail was dismantled by these spiders. Moments later, the symbols vanished. The Brain Devourer's head was irrevocably fused with Yang Yi's left shoulder, their flesh melding inextricably. Simultaneously, Yang Yi acquired dominion over the Brain Devourer's body, including her tentacles. Thus, a new confrontation commenced. The Brain Devourer, astonished, realized her tentacles had spiraled out of control, seemingly endowed with independent thought and newfound freedom. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Yang Yi was orchestrating this behind the scenes. They began to vie for control over the tentacles, each experiencing moments of victory and defeat. What have you done? The Brain Devourer, in a state of disarray, experienced for the first time the sensation of being dominated. The tentacles left outside had gone rogue, striking her several times and leaving deep purple whip marks. This was still a result of the Brain Devourer's strained efforts to maintain control. Otherwise, she would have been severed by her own tentacles. The two continued this silent battle, the peril of which was known only to them. After a few minutes, Yang Yi found himself at a disadvantage once more, fatigue beginning to take its toll. He recognized that his reflexes and thought processes could not keep pace with the Brain Devourer. Once she regained her composure, he began to falter. By now, he had lost nearly all control, and the tentacles at the nape of his neck resumed their advance. Dreadful. Had it not been for the insufficient magical essence, I would have undoubtedly unleashed the body explosion technique upon you. Yang Yi thought with a fierce determination. His thoughts, coursing through neural signals, reached the Brain Devourer. The body explosion technique? Are you a heretic of the body spider cult? The Brain Devourer retorted. This body spider cult is a clandestine sect that venerates a deity known as the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. Its followers exhibit an abnormal fervor for limbs, adorning themselves with an assortment of grotesque appendages, rendering themselves neither human nor ghostly, and audaciously proclaiming that they are undergoing a transformative evolution. The Brain Devourer had heard of this cult, yet it was unexpected to encounter one of its adherents here. Fortunately, its own prowess surpassed that of the cultist. Victory was assured. However, he had depleted his magical essence and could not employ the body explosion technique. Yet, the subsequent thoughts of Yang Yi plunged her into despair. Damn it, I truly cannot hold on any longer. If it truly comes to that, I would have no choice but to resort to the invocation of the Mother of 10,000 Limbs, to deliver this abomination unto the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. You have lost your mind. This transmission of thought sent the Brain Devourer's spirit reeling. Chapter 75, The Light of Truth Halt. A frantic neural signal surged into Yang Yi's mind. Do you comprehend what it means to summon a deity? It is far more than mere death. If humanity appears before a divine entity unprepared, they will only descend into an abyss of madness, incapable of even maintaining their corporeal forms. The brain-eating demon issued a warning. The two communicated through neural signals, a seemingly lengthy exchange that was, in truth, a singular signal transmitted instantaneously, understood by the other. Yet, to the brain-eating demon's astonishment, Yang Yi disregarded the warning and instead solidified his resolve to employ the 10-limbed spider matriarch's divine summoning technique. This was no idle threat. It was a neural signal, a profound exchange of consciousness. Yang Yi would almost instantaneously convey his thoughts to the brain-eating demon, leaving little room for deception. He was utterly serious. The brain-eating demon was horrified, regretting her choice to invade this madman's body. She could only hurl insults, sending a barrage of signals to disrupt Yang Yi's incantation. You lunatic, heretic, incomprehensible psychopath. How dare you call me a monster? You are barely even a monster. Even monsters do not summon deities. A torrent of neural signals, infused with confusion, fear, shock, and despair, flooded Yang Yi's mind, causing him considerable distress. It felt as if 10 mouths were cursing at him within his brain. He could no longer endure it. Silence. Yang Yi interrupted the brain-eating demon's signal transmission. I am perfectly calm. At this moment, this was the only method to utterly eradicate you. You crimson-eyed lunatic. Crimson-eyed. How do you know I have red eyes? Did I ever tell you? A perplexed signal returned. Yang Yi promptly retorted. Is that even a question? However, unbeknownst to him, his thoughts were transmitted as well, despite his intention to withhold them. Instantly, the brain-eating demon witnessed the scene from Yang Yi's nightmares. You dreamed of this? The brain-eating demon was somewhat astonished. I never said, have you encountered other crimson-eyed individuals? I have not. What about Suna? Where is she now? You bastard. Yang Yi seethed with rage, realizing he could not conceal even the slightest secret. His thoughts entirely laid bare before the other. This sensation was particularly dreadful, akin to being stripped bare in a public square, exposed for all to see. Yet, Yang Yi swiftly devised a countermeasure, to cease his thoughts and refrain from deciphering the other's signals. Quickly tell me where she is now. What is your relationship? Yang Yi remained indifferent, poised to activate the 10-limbed spider matriarch's divine summoning technique to eliminate this menace once and for all. This intention was swiftly captured by the brain-eating demon. Halt! Let's converse. I bear no hostility at present. You must sense it. As she claimed, Yang Yi felt no animosity, but rather excitement, anticipation, and a sense of relief. Emotions are generally not deceptive, unless one can hypnotically deceive oneself. The actions of the Mind-Eater further validate her claims. For within Yang Yi, the tendrils were retracting, and almost instantaneously, he regained control of his body. What do you intend to do? Yang Yi was perplexed, yet he remained vigilant, promptly searching his person for a new weapon concealed within his stomach for self-defense. However, his thoughts were entirely anticipated by the Mind-Eater, whose 2 tendrils bound his hands tightly, rendering him immobile. Cease your aggressive actions. I merely wish to converse. But I cannot see you. What if you flee? I can share my vision with you. A peculiar visual signal was transmitted, consisting solely of line outlines devoid of color. It resembled an image obtained by radar detection of the surroundings, processed through complex calculations. Simultaneously, the tendrils released their grip on Yang Yi's hands, allowing him to stand. What do you? Find a place to sit. My face is quite painful, and I wish to say nothing. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, supporting a head on his left shoulder, resembling a 2-headed beast as he slowly approached the rubble, eventually finding a fallen plank to sit upon. Meanwhile, the Mind-Eater appeared to employ magic. Though Yang Yi could not comprehend the intricate incantation, he sensed a warm, water-like energy brushing against the Mind-Eater's cheek, rapidly healing her injuries. I feel much better now, she remarked, turning her gaze towards Yang Yi. Yet, to Yang Yi's perception, it felt as if he were gazing upon himself. An odd sensation indeed, for they shared a visual connection. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Yi donned a blindfold and inquired what the Mind-Eater wished to convey. Thus commenced the formal exchange between the 2 heads, with the Mind-Eater's diction becoming increasingly refined. Greetings, Emir Yang Yi. You may address me as Ms. Ronette. As you might surmise, I am indeed a witch of both beauty and intellect. She began to elaborate on her identity. Long ago, she was an ordinary yet strikingly beautiful and extraordinarily wise witch. She conducted her affairs discreetly, preferring to remain in the shadows, engrossed in her studies. However, her fortunes took a turn when she was discovered by the Holy Order's knights, labeled as a heretic, and taken captive to be delivered to the holy city for judgment by the sacred light. Surely, someone has betrayed me. It must be that Peter. He once knelt before me, pleading for my help to cure his blindness so he could behold his newlywed wife. Thus, she acquiesced, excising his diseased eyeball and replacing it with that of a healthy cyclops. The operation was a success, and before he departed, he expressed his gratitude. Ms. Ronette spoke with indignation. Yet, within half a month, the Holy Order's knights arrived. Fortunately, I was prepared and transformed myself into a mind-eater, allowing me to move even with just a head remaining. Otherwise, upon leaving the holy coffer, I would have perished instantly. Holy coffer? Indeed. The holy coffer is a device employed by the Radiant Church to contain the heads of heretics. Each one bears a unique number and is inscribed with sacred marks. Whenever the Holy Knights capture a heretic, they invoke a divine spell known as the Sacred Decapitation, severing the heretic's head with a single stroke. This spell, imbued with malevolence, does not result in immediate death. Rather, it prolongs the suffering of the victim. Subsequently, they can find the severed head within a sacred box and transport it to the holy city. As long as the sinner remains within this box, they should not truly perish. Such a cruel method is utterly unprecedented. Ronette recounted the relentless brutality of the Holy Knights to Yang Yi, yet he remained unmoved. For he believed that witches were equally wretched. Both were of a feather. His sentiments were soon laid bare to Ronette. You harbor a profound misunderstanding of witches. In truth, compared to witches, I would prefer the world to refer to us as scholars. Ronette revealed a plethora of clandestine information to Yang Yi. The world often labels us as taboo entities, condemning us for desecrating the dead and manipulating life. Yet, these are mere misconceptions and prejudices. In reality, we are the true guardians of this world, its sole hope. Those transgressions against the taboo and the violation of humanity are merely the growing pains of our pursuit of truth. If we persevere, we shall one day reignite the light of truth. We will banish all hidden entities into the shadows, ensuring they no longer dare to reveal themselves in the radiance of truth. We shall achieve this. We shall realize it. For the light of truth has always existed and shall forever endure. The countenance of Lady Ronette transformed into one of fervor, a manifestation of belief. Unlike faith in deities, what they venerated was the truth, the essence of all existence. In her excitement, her eyes opened wide, though devoid of pupils, marked solely by the scars of flames. It appeared that someone had wrenched her eyes out with searing pincers. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yang Yi inquired, suspecting she was merely seeking conversation after prolonged isolation. No, Ronette shook her head. I initially intended to infiltrate the glorious church, to seek and endeavor to rescue another witch or wizard. But now, it seems unnecessary. She gazed at Yang Yi with her hollow eye sockets. Before me stands a witch who can inherit all that I possess. She probed into her own mouth with tendrils, extracting a red gem adorned with purple slime, which she presented to Yang Yi. This is the stone of truth, containing the efforts of countless generations. Though I am clever, it is insufficient, and I have only inherited a fragment. If someone with greater aptitude were to inherit it, they would directly grasp the truth and comprehend the reality of this world. It is no longer possible for me. I shall soon perish, but the transmission of truth must not be severed. Yang Yi took hold of the stone of truth and absorbed its information. Name, stone of truth. Type, relic, quality. Description, ingesting this stone grants access to vast forbidden knowledge, but if one cannot withstand it, it may lead to cerebral death. Its use is not recommended for those outside of witches or wizards. Should this stone be surrendered to the glorious church, one shall attain unparalleled glory. Upon finishing his reading, he comprehended the other's intention was for him to deliver the stone to Suna. Why do you believe I would comply with your request? Yang Yi inquired, perplexed. You will. Ms. Ronette replied with unwavering certainty, yet Yang Yi remained unconvinced. What is your perspective on the aberrant demons? Ronette unexpectedly posed a peculiar question. I believe that only the deceased aberrant demons are the good ones, Yang Yi responded. Excellent. I hope you remember this phrase. Ronette expressed her satisfaction with his reply, her face brightening with a smile. She produced a bottle of wine from an unseen corner, deftly removing the cork with her tendrils, and poured 2 cups using a dusty measuring cylinder. Come, share a drink with me. She offered 1 cup to Yang Yi. I do not drink alcohol. Yang Yi declined. Just this once, make an exception. It's only this 1 cup. Ronette insisted firmly, pressing the measuring cylinder against Yang Yi's lips with her tendrils. After you finish, I hope you will fulfill your promise. To kill me. Chapter 76. Death, do you wish for me to end your life? Yang Yi inquired, taken aback. He had not anticipated that after all her discourse, this which sought death. Indeed, Ronette affirmed once more. From the moment I became a brain eater, I set a time limit on my existence. Before consuming my fifth brain, I must conclude my own life. She downed the contents of the flask. The liquid, clouded by years of storage, still exuded a rich aroma. She continued to elaborate. In truth, not all creatures possess the courage to take their own lives, particularly those intelligent, long-lived species that harbor a profound fear of death. The brain eater is one such entity, a formidable and cunning being for whom the concept of aging is nearly non-existent. They typically prefer to reside within the skull of a host, using the host's exterior to approach their prey, seizing the opportunity to devour their brains or reproduce. Ronette spoke from an objective perspective, as though narrating the existence of a creature entirely separate from herself. Yet, she was, in fact, a brain eater. Nevertheless, Yang Yi comprehended her intent. She harbored a deep fear of death but found it difficult to articulate, seeking his assistance. I am a scholar, and above all, I am human. At least for now, I still believe myself to be human. Even though I am tempted to consume your brain, Ronette remarked, her tentacles writhing restlessly. One tentacle, resembling a straw, seemed particularly suited for brain extraction. Not long ago, it had attempted to burrow into Yang Yi's mind. Unaware of her tentacle's agitation, Ronette continued. In a year, or perhaps 10, as I consume more brains, my thoughts will evolve, leading me to perceive myself as a noble brain eater, while humans will be regarded merely as lowly livestock. This is an inevitable, insidious transformation. By that time, I shall stand opposed to the truth, a reality I cannot accept. Thus, I have imposed a limit on my life. Her thoughts penetrated Yang Yi's consciousness. After a moment of hesitation, he took the flask, consuming its contents in one swift motion. He then rose to his feet. This small action caused Ronette's tentacles to tense, their razor-sharp edges swirling menacingly around Yang Yi, including the tentacle that resembled a straw, seemingly intent on piercing his temple. I apologize. This is merely a physiological reaction of the brain eater, one beyond my control, Ronette expressed regretfully. Due to their neurological connection, Yang Yi sensed all of Ronette's emotions: tension, panic, fear, hesitation, and the rationality that overshadowed them all. Ignoring the threatening tentacles, he began to search the ground, swiftly retrieving his flintlock pistol and the sea serpent's fang that had fallen in the woods. During this process, he sustained superficial cuts from the tentacle's blades, blood droplets forming along his skin. Where would you like to be buried? Yang Yisudinli Asket, the sacred cask. There exists no more exalted coffin than this. Subsequently, it shall be entrusted to the Radiant Church, perhaps pacifying those zealous devotees, remarked Ronette with calm assurance. Are you prepared? Yang Yi inquired, his hands gripping a weapon in each, perilously close to Ronette's head. There are two methods of demise before you. Which would you prefer? The musket that. Suddenly, a chaotic surge of neural signals erupted, transforming into an illogical jumble of gibberish. Ronette widened her hollow eyes, seemingly taken aback. For Yang, he had acted. With lightning speed, the sea serpent's fang penetrated her temple, embedding itself into the hilt of the weapon. The strike was so abrupt, occurring amidst their conversation, that Ronette scarcely had time to feel fear. Deep purple ichor flowed from her nostrils, and several tendrils writhed chaotically, ensnaring Yang Yi's head like a drowning victim, etching crimson lines across his face. Moments later, the tendrils lost their strength and fell limp. Yang Yi withdrew the sea serpent's fang. From the moment he had grasped his weapon, he had deliberately ceased all thought, maintaining a tranquil mind. Only in the final instant did he reveal his murderous intent, crafting a sudden and unexpected assault. Within a mere span of minutes, Yang Yi had mastered the art of concealing his true thoughts on a conscious level. The secret lay in not thinking at all. Thus, when Ronette finally processed his intention to strike, it was already too late for her to feel fear. As the dust settled, Yang Yi acquired Ronette's information. Name, Ronette, Brain Eater. Description, the Brain Eater, a transformation of the witch Ronette, is a heretic fleeing from the Radiant Church. capable of being placed into a monster gacha machine or surrendered to the church for substantial rewards. She bears a mark of grave sin, detectable by nearby church soldiers and clergy. Brain Eater, an exceedingly perilous creature, it revels in devouring brains, parasitizing, and reproducing. Prolonged abstinence from brain consumption induces weakness and thirst, and it is particularly adept in psychic magic. Young E, expressionless, commenced the excision. Upon Ronit's death, he became blind, perceiving nothing, and relying solely on memory. He crudely severed the head from his left shoulder. After approximately a minute or two, Young E finally detached Ronit from his shoulder. The effects of this body restoration spell are indeed difficult to articulate. The entire incantation took nearly a minute to activate, consuming 10 sanity points, rendering it ill-suited for use in combat. Moreover, strictly speaking, it should be classified as a logistical spell. Yang E opened his stomach with a long-legged sardine from his pocket, retrieving a regeneration elixir and consuming it. An intense itch surged through him, compelling him to rub against the wall. Fortunately, he resisted, though the resulting noise was considerable. He inspected his attribute panel, particularly his sanity, and discovered he had 32 remaining. Thankfully, there was no further contamination. Yang E exhaled in relief. The prior invasion and the use of spells to alter his flesh had cost him quite a bit of sanity. However, as long as it remained above 10, he was within safe limits, and there was no cause for concern. Just as Yang E felt at ease and prepared to notify Suna to come and fetch him, there was a stirring within the ruins of the colossal ship. Who is there? A gentle female voice resonated. Surprised, Yang Yi's heart raced. However, he quickly recalled the missing Zhou Dai. If there were still survivors, it must undoubtedly be her. Yet, the fact that she had survived the ship's collapse was nothing short of miraculous. Her appearance, however, might not bode well. Given Yang Yi's blindness, he was unable to see anything. If Zhou Dai perceived him as an adversary, it could spell disaster. In a moment of urgency, Yang Yi deliberated and resolved to minimize the potential for conflict, aiming to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Thus, he boldly confessed his true identity. I am Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star. He declared, Yang Yi, Sudayekud. Indeed. And who might you be? Yang Yi Inkuiret. Zhou Dai furrowed her brow. She recognized the name, having conducted 2 transactions with him and added him as a friend. In her mind, Yang Yi was a formidable individual, often injured, with a penchant for slaying aberrant beasts and selling practical items. However, Zhou Dai did not immediately believe him. Instead, she opened the chat interface, attempting to message Yang Yi privately, where she discovered 2 previous messages from him. One was from a few days prior, inquiring if she wished to purchase a fire flea sweater, and the other was from that morning, asking if she needed stone or lumber. After reading them, she responded, Are you on the island? I have encountered someone claiming to be Yang Yi, captain of the Nightmare Star. Is that you? Of course it is. Yang Yi's voice came through clearly. With that, both confirmed each other's identities, and the tension between them diminished significantly. Chapter 77. Zhou Dai a few days prior. Zhou Dai assembled a 14-member team to conquer the island. They meticulously prepared, acquiring an array of equipment. Notably, Zhou Dai spared no expense in procuring a revolver, White Rose, that could suppress regeneration, specifically to counter the werewolf's healing abilities. The others also equipped themselves with suitable weapons and armor according to their needs. Those wielding shields and clad in plate and chainmail were tasked with attracting and absorbing the werewolf's assaults, while others engaged in ranged attacks using crossbows and bows. Should misfortune bring a werewolf too close, there were warriors designated for close combat. In essence, their preparations were thorough. The motivation behind their united endeavor to conquer the island stemmed from a shared mission, one enticing enough to beckon adventurers. It was known as the Pre-Oath Task. This mission was first bestowed upon Zhou Dai by a unique specter who had climbed aboard the glorious goddess from the depths of the sea. Inyoring Tsudai. The specter rushed into the ship's prayer chamber, kneeling in supplication. Subsequently, it ignited in the radiant light of the glorious goddess, leaving only a handful of ashes and a sealed letter. Zhou Dai retrieved the letter and opened it to reveal the following. Pre-oath task activated. Retrieve the lost sacred box for the glorious Holy Church. The sacred box is located at coordinates. This is a prerequisite task. Upon completion, you shall have the opportunity to join the glorious Holy Church and formally pledge your oath in the next ocean, gaining extraordinary powers. This task can be completed by a maximum of 15 individuals. Zhou Dai was momentarily stunned, her heart swelling with joy. As a person of faith, she had been captivated by the holy visage of the glorious goddess upon her entrance into this world. After several prayers, she had become a devoted follower. The chance to join the glorious Holy Church was an opportunity she could not let slip away. Thus, without delay, Zhou Dai hurried to the coordinates, discovering the island, which housed a dilapidated giant ship. According to the letter, the sacred box was stored within this vessel. However, during her approach, she also spotted a werewolf foraging along the coastline. She initially intended to use the ship's cannon against it, but the werewolf seemed aware of the cannon's threat. Before the glorious goddess's cannon could be aimed, the creature retreated into the woods. Cautious of the island, Zhou Dai circled it for 2 days, encountering only this singular werewolf. Consequently, she began to recruit allies, preparing to organize a team to conquer the island. After careful selection, she ultimately gathered 13 companions. Together, they accepted the pre-oath task, resolved to complete it, join the glorious Holy Church, and attain extraordinary power. As the initial instigator, the unique ship captain, and a person of remarkable talent, Zhou Dai naturally emerged as the leader of this contingent. After their preparations, they set foot on the island, sacrificing 3 lives to ultimately slay the werewolf. Afterward, events unfolded much as Yang Yi had predicted. Time returns to the present. Yang Yi and Zhou Dai did not rush to meet each other. Instead, they engaged in a series of discussions regarding the circumstances on the island. Yang Yi expressed that he had stumbled upon this all by chance, intending to gather supplies. However, he encountered half-werewolves and the undead variety of werewolves, which he swiftly vanquished with remarkable ease. Subsequently, he boarded a colossal ship and faced a brain-eater, ultimately succeeding in her defeat after a considerable struggle. Zhou Dai, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless by her astonishment. It is worth noting that their group of 14 had besieged the werewolves, sacrificing 3 of their own to subdue them, only to be later annihilated by the brain-eater from the holy box. Yet here was Yang Yi, a solitary individual whose achievements eclipsed those of the entire team. Zhou Dai found it hard to believe, but Yang Yi's detailed account, replete with names of the deceased and particulars such as a werewolf missing a finger and the brain-eater's parasitic prowess, left no room for doubt. Thus, she was compelled to accept the veracity of his words. There were no inconsistencies. Yang Yi had merely simplified and omitted his exchanges with Ronit, portraying himself as the sole hero, impervious to the invasion and the slayer of the brain-eater. Once their exchange concluded, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Dai recognized that Yang was an extraordinarily powerful player, fervently dedicated to exterminating aberrant creatures. Moreover, he seemed to harbor little animosity towards her. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Thus, she attempted to seek assistance, for she was trapped. The ship had collapsed, and, at the time, she had not yet regained consciousness, lying on a metallic table, unfortunate enough to be pinned down by a falling wooden plank that had landed on her left ankle. This plank had fallen at an angle, inadvertently creating a narrow safe space that saved Zhou Dai's life, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, extricating herself from this confined space was impossible, as she was utterly immobilized. She was even unaware of the condition of her ankle and could only appeal to Yang Yi for help. Yang Yi, I am trapped under a wooden plank. Could you assist me? Zhou Dai implored. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, initially believing her to be unharmed, only to discover that she was indeed ensnared. But was she truly stuck? Yang Yi, lacking sight, could not ascertain this. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, I just utilize my ability and, for a brief period, I cannot see. I fear. You are blind? It is only temporary. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Dai beckoned Yang Yi to her side, for he was the only one present capable of providing assistance. Under her direction, Yang Yi approached a slanted wooden plank. Beneath it lay the trapped Zhou Dai. At that moment, held a white rose in her right hand, aiming it at Yang Yi's head. She was testing whether Yang Yi was genuinely blind. If he were a deceiver, it would indicate malicious intent. However, she was overthinking. Yang Yi's blindness was absolute. He wore an eye patch over his left eye, while his right eye saw nothing but darkness, his visage smeared with blood and dust, as if he had just crawled out of a trench. Even if Zhou Dai pressed the barrel of her weapon against his nostrils, he could not see. He simply could not perceive. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Yi was secretly gathering his strength, poised to spring into action should Zhou Dai make any sudden movements. He had sensed through sound that Zhou Dai was beneath him. Even without sight, Yang Yi was confident he could eliminate Zhou Dai within the 5-minute window. The tension in the atmosphere lingered for a few seconds before dissipating swiftly. Zhou Dai lowered her weapon and requested Yang Yi's assistance. Crouch down a bit. I'm right in front of you, wedged in a gap between some wooden planks. With the back of my left foot pinned down, Zhou Dai explained. Wait a moment. Shouldn't we first reach an agreement on certain matters? For instance, the ownership of the spoils? Yang Yi did not rush to rescue her. Instead, he continued. You must understand that the werewolf and the brain-eating demon were both slain by my hand. Chapter 78. Zhou Dai. Distribution of spoils. This indeed was an urgent matter. Zhou Dai would not yield. She had come to this island for the sacred box, which was her key to entering the radiant holy church. She could not relinquish it under any circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively proposed, How about this? You also undertake this oath task with me? We can complete it together and join the radiant holy. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yang Yi flatly rejected her. No, I did not intend to join any sect. Zhou Dai was taken aback. She could not fathom how someone could refuse the guidance of the goddess of radiance. After a brief pause, she put forth another suggestion. Very well then, I do not care about anything else. Could you possibly relinquish the sacred box and the corpse of the Mind-Eater to me? I would be willing to exchange some valuable items. Without waiting for Yang Yi's response, Zhou Dai sent him information about several items in a private message. There were 3 exquisite pieces of equipment in total. The first was the White Rose, a prize revolver capable of firing silver bullets, possessing the ability to suppress regeneration and dispel evil. The second was a ship equipment known as the Twilight Veil, which could render a stationary vessel invisible. The third was the sword of the Holy Knight Commander, a treasured longsword obtained from a previous encounter with a necromantic creature. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi's breath caught in his throat, especially upon seeing the second piece of equipment. This was indeed a remarkable item. The ability to cloak a ship would greatly facilitate exploration. He would no longer need to worry about being ambushed by malicious players while exploring the island. As for the terms of the trade, Yang Yi found them entirely acceptable. He had already intended to hand over the sacred box to Zhou Dai for her to pass on to the radiant holy church, especially since his ship was a ghost ship. Once the members of the church beheld it, they would likely purify him on the spot. Furthermore, both the sacred box and Ronette's corpse bore holy seals that could be sensed by the nearby holy army. The extent of that proximity was unknown to Yang, but possessing such items felt like holding onto a hot potato. It would be far wiser to entrust them to Zhou Dai. After all, she would be delivering them, thereby fulfilling Ronette's final wish. As for leaving Ronette's corpse for further exploration, Yang Yi had no such intentions. Having consumed that cup of wine, he was not prepared to engage in any further dealings with her remains. Thus, he resolved to accept Zhou Dai's conditions. However, agreeing outright felt too abrupt, so he haggled a bit before reluctantly acquiescing, managing to earn an additional 10,000 conch coins in the process. Actually, the collapse of a ship is somewhat related to me. I did not know you were inside at the time. Yang Yi expressed his final concern. You cannot blame yourself. If you had not slain the Mind-Eater, I would likely have already been devoured. Zhou Dai did not dwell on the matter. Consequently, Yang Yi bent down and began to assist Zhou Dai in extricating herself. By the way, I cannot see, so if I offend in any way, he began. At this point, who cares about such things? Zhou Dai replied anxiously. She was solely focused on freeing herself, as her left ankle had already lost sensation. All right, Yang Yi replied earnestly, commencing his efforts to rescue her. Under Zhou Dai's guidance, he squeezed through the wooden planks and delved deeper within. Though invisible, the sensation in his hands remained, revealing that Zhou Dai's left ankle had been crushed. Even if he attempted to push aside the wooden plank, it would be futile in saving her left foot. In fact, the act of pushing might disrupt the precarious balance of the shipwreck, leading to further collapse. After a brief silence, Yang Yi spoke. Zhou Dai, I can save you, but the question is, do you trust me? You mean? Yang Yi nodded, his tone icy. Indeed, your ankle is shattered, leaving it without value. Zhou Dai paused, her body trembling slightly. Unable to rise, she had no clear understanding of her ankle's condition, and could only hope for the best, yet the outcome was the worst. Moments later, Zhou Dai gradually regained her composure, swiftly transforming from initial panic to tranquility. This rapid shift surprised even her, as if losing a left foot was trivial. Perhaps it was a result of having endured too much once calmed. Zhou Dai spoke resolutely. Then let us proceed with the amputation. I cannot remain trapped here forever. Her words astonished Yang Yi. He had already discerned that Zhou Dai was an exquisitely adorned woman, possessing an outstanding figure. Yet, this beauty was now so resolute about severing her ankle. It was as if she had become an entirely different person, no longer underestimating Zhou Dai. Yang Yi drew the sea serpent's fang and swiftly severed her left ankle, blood gushing forth. Unburdened by her left ankle, the two quickly crawled out from the tilted space of the wooden plank. Once free, Zhou Dai retrieved a vial of holy water from her storage bag and poured it over the severed end of her ankle. She then drank another vial of holy water and proceeded to bandage the wound. Throughout this, Yang Yi stood by, offering no assistance, as he could not see. After completing her task, Zhou Dai was glistening with beads of sweat, her complexion slightly pale. Strangely, however, the loss of her left foot did not weigh heavily on her spirit. In fact, even the sensation of pain was gradually diminishing, as if assessed as a mere minor injury, inconsequential. Her expression calm, she finished the bandaging and staunching of the bleeding. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke. Miss Zhou, I actually possess a means to replace your foot